95.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live, and they let us out again for the Friday edition of Sean and RJ Choppy out on vacation. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt as the Firehouse Tour continues in Cleburne, Texas.
Hanging out in Cleburne, Texas. It was I left at, I think it was 4:35 this morning when I hit the road. So I was able to be on the road and hear you on the Drake Toll show, which was great, and all the squirrely drops that Peyton was playing. So that was worth getting up this morning.
Yeah, I saw a good review from Batolo on Peyton's drops. The big mistake you make with these types of events is you plan to show up here and pull in right at 5:56. You don't account whatsoever for traffic or an accident during the course of an hour-long drive.
Yes, and you're not using the royal we or the royal you. You're talking about me specifically, right?
Royal?
Yeah, like the generalized you. You're saying me, I always show up at the last second.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not me, I'm here.
No, yeah, that's what I mean. I'm saying you're not saying like this is the way the thought process you have. You're saying that I specifically do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which is pushing it a little bit to the limit, gambling too much.
A lot of times I'm in the area at like 5:48 and then I go stop and get a Gatorade or something. And so like I know I'm close.
Fire Station Number 1, 803 East Henderson, brought to you by Fraser Roofs and Gutters, Tolbert Garage Door. You may think it's Christmas time because Dom with Harbor Lights is out here, and I see the wreaths putting you in the season already. Tolo Jason, who makes an hour-long drive every single day to work, has the Sorry About Bobby shirt, and we have the brand new giveaways that you can see on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube right now.
Yep, these are Tolo paddles for your children who disobey, or to play pickleball if you just ground your children. But we got these. They're really nice. They're sturdy. A nice sturdy pickleball paddle.
Pickleball is great.
It looks fun. I've never done it. I don't have the back for it. Jacob plays it all the time, or did before he went into the Army. But Jacob would play it all the time. That's what he would always go off and do. Or
it's kind of like
he was doing
that happy medium of a workout to where you don't have to run nonstop with tennis, but you feel like you're playing like a little kids game, so it's more fun.
How's it? So wait, what is the difference? Is it just like the court's like half the size or something? And so it's bigger than ping pong, smaller than tennis is basically what it comes down to?
Exactly.
Okay.
Ping pong, you don't feel like you're doing anything athletic. Tennis, maybe too much. And then right there, pickleball in the middle, as Dirk has shown us. Where are we?
We are in Cleburne, Texas, live from Cleburne Fire Station Number 1. Yeah, at 803 East Henderson Street, Cleburne 76031. Some facts about Cleburne. Cleburne is currently estimated to be home to 40,000 residents, which means its population has almost doubled since 1990. One of the most notable things about Cleburne is its historic downtown district, which features several buildings that are between 100 and 150 years old. That downtown district is actually listed in the National Register of Historic Places. The Barnett Shale made Cleburne an attractive natural gas target in the 2000s. But Cleburne is an old railroad town, so it makes sense that their professional independent baseball team is the Cleburne Railroaders, a team managed by Pete Incaviglia, old Rangers star, Oklahoma State star. Legendary hitting coach Rudy Jaramillo is also on staff there. And the team is part-owned by Cleburne-born Randy Rogers here. Turn it up, Peyton. You know this one?
Great song.
This is a great song. But he actually is from Cleburne, and he's a part owner of the Railroaders. Kiss Me in the Dark is the one we're playing right now. He'll be in Louisville next month, actually. I think I'm going to see him because he's going to be like a block up from us performing on the street.
They never hit you back for today?
I didn't. I realized that I made a mistake, and I messaged somebody on Instagram, and I didn't realize until last night that they never checked the Instagram. So
you have his brother's cell phone,
but I didn't want to text Anthony and be like, "Hey, can I get your brother's cell phone?" I should have just emailed. I thought the Instagram would be fast enough. I was wrong.
Yeah. So we are set up this morning. Stop on by. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. You're not going to run out of gas on the way out of here because that little main road, there's like 5 different gas stations.
No. Yeah, there's no way to run out of it. Now, Kristen filled me up before we left. I took the Explorer today because I was like, this is a little bit of a road trip, so why don't you take the car tomorrow morning? But no, there's
and why did she fill
boom,
you
boom,
up?
Boom, boom, boom. Well, no, like the gas tank is what I mean. I mean, she fills me up like my heart, but
no, why is she filling up your
because
car?
She's just like, that's the kind of paranoid that she gets. She's like, okay, you're going to take the car. I don't want you to get stuck without gas. Maybe you'll get stuck in the middle of nowhere. And so she like took it out last night and got it filled up with gas. So
look at the early Tolo turnout.
I know. Look at this. We were talking about, we were wondering how many different Cleburne residents we had around. And I had gotten a DM from somebody last week who was like, oh man, I missed y'all in Cleburne. And I was like, no, that's next Friday. And so we had a bunch of people texting in yesterday saying they were going to show up. So strong showing so far.
Joey McGuire, head coach of Texas Tech, is going to join us at 8:20. We'll see how many questions we can get in about Sorsby fallout and the leftover drama from that. Worst take of the week, we preview the Cowboys and the Cardinals at 7:20 and with Nick Eatman at 9:20 inside the Star coming up next in 15 minutes where Von Miller put on the pads, and Jerry and I would imagine Donovan Ezeraku got lit up by the National Football League. Good morning, Pepe. How was the Drake Toll interview for you? Well executed?
Fantastic. I had no idea you were actually showing up because he just teased Cowboys stuff ahead. I was like, oh man, did Sean just not text the guy late and say, I can't do it or what? But
that means you're not a big enough. That means you're not a big enough name to tease. Yeah, sometimes we'll get that. Someone's coming on, and it's like very rare. But it's like, all right, we're going to talk about this subject next. But, I mean, we're on the home of the Cowboys. He lied to me and said he listens.
I mean, in the market, though, like he's on in our market and is the lead into the show, I would think there would be enough there to go, hey, by the way, if you're in Dallas, stick around because I know you'd normally tune out of this thing.
I was just happy he got my name right.
He's gotten it right consistently, but I would guess that's
consistently.
Armin. Yeah, because when he's referenced the show before, if he's played a cut from it, he'll say, like, somebody will send him a cut and he'll play it and he'll reference where it's from. But I'm guessing that would be Armin making sure, hey, say his name right, don't screw this up.
Roll on out. The breakfast has just arrived, so we're going to feed you to start off your Friday morning.
Why, so you do think that, then you don't think he just got your name right because he does listen to the show all the time, like you said? You think he was fluffing you up a little?
Maybe. Again, his boss, Armin, used to be a producer during Richie and Grego. Armin's the one who got me committed to the interview, so I don't know if I don't know. I hope he listens.
I don't think
he said I have an hour ear here, ear there.
Yeah, and exactly. So he's off the air at 9 Central, which means he'd first turn us on during Worst Take, which he would have heard himself dropped in there before.
Yeah.
So I don't think he does.
Yeah, when he said he listened, I was like, oh God.
But no, it's funny about like talking about Armin too. I found some old videos yesterday. We were texting about different things, me and the Nosebleeds. I found some old videos of drunk Dawson and Armin just hanging out at the Fan Sports Lounge like 14 years ago. It was wild seeing that.
A night to remember for Jacob deGrom.
deGrom, a history of success against these Nationals, having faced them so much in the NL East. And a swing and a miss here on a slider, and there you go. 2 batters, 2 punch-outs, and 2,000 career strikeouts for Jacob deGrom.
Hixie with the call here on DFW Sports Station. You talk about being prepped for something. The Rangers crowd reacted very nicely, and on TV they're like, hey, look at this crowd. I was like, they had to be prepped. I mean, come on. I don't even know if sitting there in the stadium, I'd be like, all right, 2,000. Like, this is a monumental standing ovation achievement, which I guess it is because Jacob deGrom becomes the fastest right-hander in history to do it in another shutout. They're just trading shutouts in this series. This is 2-0. Good guys.
Yep, 3-game series here where in each game one of the teams didn't score any runs, but it was they threw up a nice little banner up on the scoreboard, it looked like, and got a nice ovation, and they obviously want to give him all the respect and props he gets for his stand at the deadline to say he didn't want to go anywhere, and that's the Rangers, not just the fans. I think the Rangers want to do that, but it's good to get another win. It's good to see him pitch like he did. I honestly was concerned we were going to go out there and we're going to see him throw 3 innings and they were going to be like, well, we're just trying to get his feet wet, bring him back in. But I mean, the fact that he was outstanding, almost 100 pitches, and was absolutely money last night. That's as good as he's looked in a while.
6 full innings, 10 strikeouts, 1 hit, one walk, lockdown.
You reversed it. You reversed what they did to you the other night when they were striking you out left and right, because they pick up 15 strikeouts when you combine the bullpen in there too. So really good performance from deGrom. If he pitches like that down the stretch, cool. That'll definitely keep them competitive as they're tied for that third wild card spot again. But no, nice to get a win. And Kristen was at the game last night. Apparently she's got to learn perspective. She said, man, that's a home run. She texted me. She said that home run.
She went to the game?
Yeah. She goes, that home run fell right in front of us. We were right there, and it just like fell right in front of us. And then I was like, where are you? And I took a screenshot. It turns out she was about 30 seats to the right of it, and I think about 8 rows up. I'm like, that's not right in front
she
of you.
can't see at night, right?
No, she can't. But there's so many lights in there.
It's a night game.
That's true. Yeah.
Need Don Harbor's light system.
Lighten it up, yeah.
Put a little Christmas wreath on her glasses. Just blinding her. Chiafalo. The
Yes.
Chiafalo feature.
He's still wearing those things, man. I don't know, and he's just permanently doing that now in the studio, I think.
Yeah.
Because he said the 1 week he went away from it, he got migraines again.
Jacob deGrom on the milestone after.
It was a very special moment. I've been fortunate enough to play this game for a while, and like I told the guys in there, so excited to be here and do it with that group. We got each other's backs. We got to play really good baseball from here on out and try to get in the playoffs. That's the main goal right now, and hopefully do something special in October. So obviously personal accomplishments are really cool, but to go out there and put us in a position to win was the main goal. So getting that 2000th was obviously a very cool personal accomplishment for me. And it was funny, Corey, before I walked out there, he goes, how about we get this done quick? So, I got to give him some credit for that.
And you got to give him credit for the home run. The Seager solo goes opposite field in the third to make it 1-0. And then the big insurance run was Zeke's triple, and then Nicky Lopez with the sac fly to make it 2-0. Latz shuts it down.
Yeah, Seager, I mean, he's hitting the baseball a little bit better now. Like you're looking at we're talking about his average when he was obviously went to the IL for that extended stint. He was under 200. And it felt like, man, he's just languishing down here all season. So I think after last night, he's up to, I think it was 219 is what I saw this morning. So the fact that he's managed to start not only hitting the ball consistently, but now he's seen a little bit more pop as he gets the home run last night, the opposite field home run, he gets the double. That's all encouraging stuff that you're going to start getting from him if you want to really make this push to the postseason.
Mariners got murdered the other night. It was the armpits turn yesterday. They lose to the Angels 18-3. So you are one game back of the Astros. You are tied with the Twins for the third wild card spot.
And that top 3 in the AL West all have the exact same run differential. They've all been equally bad this year. They're all minus 46 right now. But it's just one of those things right now where no matter how much we look at Texas and say they're struggling, and we look at Texas and say they don't have this or they don't have that, it's like, yeah, and nobody else in the AL does either, and that's going to keep them right there.
We got to count how many times since last week the third AL wildcard spot changes.
Yeah.
Because we've gone Minnesota, Texas, Baltimore already, and now you're sitting here tied.
Yeah.
How many times does it change hands?
I mean, wasn't Cleveland in there the other day? Like, they were right up on it, I think. But this is, I mean, just look at the American League right now. If you look at the teams who are currently in the postseason, like that if it ended today, they'd be in the postseason. New York, the Yankees, are the only team that has a winning record in their last 10 games of all the American League playoff teams. Everybody else is 500 or worse. 5-5, 4-6, 3-7. It's just a really mediocre league. It's a really mediocre sport right now.
And tonight you get the rematch with the Angels in Arlington on this station. First pitch 7:15 with Mackenzie Gore on the mound against Reed Detmers. We are live in Cleburne for the Firehouse Tour. Stop on out, grab some breakfast, grab a brand new pickleball paddle, say what's up. Fire Station 1, 803 East Henderson Street. The final Cowboys practice in Oxnard, California had Von Miller suiting up. A fight between my two favorites and Brian Schottenheimer's favorites of training camp when it's said and done in Cali. We go inside the Star in the home of America's team with Sean and Bobby next.
If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3033. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh-wee. We are live on the road, Firehouse Station number 1 in Cleburne, Texas, 803 East Henderson. Man, don't even send this picture to G-Bag with this turnout already.
Don't send it to Choppy. It's going to make Choppy feel insecure. Like why he doesn't get the same poll himself. And we usually have
a great point.
Really good size when he's here too.
San Marcos Catering supplying the breakfast to all the Tolos who are rolling on out. Thank you all. We appreciate it. Starting off your weekend with us on your home for Dallas Cowboys football. Cowboys Cardinals preseason game number 2. We'll preview it at 7:20 commercial free in the Expressway. But we had a lot happen to practice yesterday. I thought Brian was going to cancel this thing and send them on over to the beach. That was not the case. But we start off with the NFL lighting up Jerry for $500,000, along with the New Orleans Saints, for all the fights that took place during the scrimmage the other day.
Why? I don't get it.
I get it. My first reaction was butt out. I was just like you. Then I heard Jerry talk, and I understand why. Like, they do want it to be productive, and the owner of a team doesn't want to pay $500,000, so
but
don't have
teams,
stupid
right?
fights out there.
So, like, if this happened with just themselves, though, would they fine them? I don't think so. So they're fining him for basically like...
So you're saying Christian Parker was right?
Yeah, exactly. Like the cell phone video got them in trouble. I would say twofold. One, it exposed it, and it showed everybody that the fight happened. That's how the league knew about it. And the fight never would have occurred if those players didn't feel all the pressure to perform in front of the media's cell phones. So Christian Parker vindicated once again on taking away the cell phones.
$500,000 apiece. Here was Jerry's reaction to getting lit up.
Taking of helmets off and swinging and hitting and that type of thing is not good for anybody, and it's certainly not what we want to represent to our fans and as a league or as a team. And so it's understandable how they're coming down with a real severe fines.
Should they fine players should they fine players rather than teams, individual players?
Well, that's up to the team.
Okay. Will you
find those players, and so we will find those players.
We will find those players. When I was on with Drake Toll this morning, well, he's like, is this a sign that the Dallas Cowboys defense is here? Is this a sign of a back? Not one point in time did I think about that when I was watching the reaction from all the reporters who were irritated by it in Oxnard. But Brian Schottenheimer said, we ain't going to take any S, but Drake Toll, maybe a couple others are like, here's a sign. Cowboys got a backbone.
Yeah, probably the worst possible question to open an interview with. Like, hey, this is what's on everybody's mind, right? How, like, just the edge it showed to swing your helmet around against, an awful Saints team in a practice. But, no, they do want to practice with an edge. They do want to have an intensity. It feels like I'm surprised we didn't hear about more fighting in the Rams scrimmage. Because it does feel like every time they have a scrimmage, it's bordering on, they got to shut it down. I don't know what it is about those practices that they have more intensity and more fights there than they do in regular season games. I don't know why. I guess closer quarters maybe.
And they know the consequences aren't there in a regular season game.
Yeah, there's a little bit more... I don't know if it's also just a little bit more like, it's schoolyard stuff, and we're going to talk even more aggressive trash to each other and get in each other's faces.
The person that sounds like is going to have their wallet a little bit lighter today is Donovan Ezeraku, right now the problem child in Oxnard, California. Here's Jerry on whether he's concerned about Easy's ejections.
Well, I think that you have to have consequences, and that needs to register. In other words, we all know, whether you play in a game or out here in society, if you aren't sensitive about the consequences of your behavior, then you'll get brought to your knees pretty quick.
Now, Jerry, to some degree, is always going to defend the league and the Shield and support them. So he's like, I understand it. It's steep. It's very harsh. I understand it. But we're still appealing. So he's not just saying, I totally get it, Roger. I understand why you're taking $500,000 out of my pocket.
Yeah, it's very rare that he's going to go up against the league, even when he's defending people. That's why the Zeke suspension thing stood out so starkly. When he almost
Try to get Roger fired.
He in essence tried to push Roger Goodell out over it. And so it's something that he doesn't typically do, so he's going to couch it a little bit there. But, yeah, clearly he's the whole, like, we're going to find him thing. It's like, no, you're not. Like, you're going to – if you mean we, and you're talking about the league, and within that, maybe. But the thought that Dallas would do anything to themselves is not realistic, I don't think.
Now, on the field, I was very excited to hear that Von Miller was getting some work with the first team defense in full pads, rushing off the left end. Machota said he looked pretty good, getting pressure, took his first snap of team drills, got a pressure with the pass being batted down by Caleb Downs on the back end. So, you just injected some Von Miller and Caleb Downs combo platter into my soul.
And Nick Harris said that, at least on his read of it, that pressure right there would have been scored a sack by the coaching staff, he believes. So,
and it wasn't against Steele, right? Because I don't think Steele practiced.
No. Well, Steele did practice, but that's where Malachi Lawrence got his sack, which makes you feel a little less happy about the Malachi Lawrence sack. But no, this is something where he walks right. He said,
"You surprised that he went out there this fast?"
Yeah, I didn't think he would. So, I mean, that tells me he's been preparing, he's been locked in, he's been ready to go, and that's a good thing to me. I think that he shows he's that eager. It also makes me think he was not the one holding it up. That makes me think that if he was ready to go and he's not trying to miss a practice, then that tells me that the Cowboys were the ones who were maybe slow playing it a little bit. But no, the fact that he's able to step out there, roll out of bed, sack the quarterback like he said, like Brian Broaddus said he couldn't. It's good to be able to have that and have that intensity. Now, yesterday was obviously, and you maybe get to this here, like the injury notes that came out of this. Not any big names really, but I mean just consistent guys having to come out of practice. They had James Houston who had to leave, Jay Toia, Kevin Gilliam, DJ Rogers at tight end. They had a lot of guys who had to go out of the practice yesterday with injuries. So starting to stack up the wear and tear.
Serious?
Not that anybody's noted yet. Houston is the most serious name, obviously, especially, again, if you ask Broaddus. Broaddus thinks he should stay out there for 30 snaps a game and never let Von Miller touch the field. But that's the most banged up practice they've had this year, like the most guys they've had leave practice, and it's the last one before they leave Oxnard.
What else stood out from practice?
Well, you got your heart broke, which is the DeMarvion Overshown, Jake Ferguson mix. I can't. They're both such good, like, chemistry, culture, leader guys, and they're clearly intense. But I've never thought of either of them as having like let's get into a fight kind of edge.
Ferg will.
Ferg does. I've never thought of Overshown as having.
Well, because he ain't on the field.
Overshown I've always thought of as just being like the inspirational leader more than the leader who's kind of edgy. Ferg's definitely got some of the edge, but he's also just fun-loving guy. So it's like, you would think those two would just get along fine. Well, nope. Apparently, they got into it, mixed up a little bit. They said they talked. Nick Harris said that they mixed it up and that there was just a brief shoving match after a pass over the middle. They were quickly separated. But, yeah, they had the Malachi Lawrence sack yesterday, which came on Terrence Steele. Some interesting names that got a couple first-team reps, according to Nick Harris. Jayshon Barham, Julius Wood, and defensive tackle DJ Withers. It's good that they're starting to get...
Now they're trying to get them some 1 reps for the game tomorrow.
Definitely trying to get Barham, I think, like, acclimated again. That's what he's about. And also, I mean, if he's good enough and ready to go, he could contend to be one of your top 2 linebackers. But, yeah, probably just trying to get guys' feet wet. And maybe it's even a case of, all right, this is the final practice in Oxnard. Let's reward some guys with some first-team reps who we think have practiced well. So it could be something along those lines, too. And then the thing I saw yesterday, and there's trash talk yesterday, too. Nick Harris said practice started off with Dak Prescott and Christian Parker talking trash to each other. But the thing I saw yesterday, I was like, there it is. That's the thing that Sean says he always laps up, and that's they're getting ready to do their conditioning run. They're getting ready to do all their testing where they go line up and they do the running across the field to end practice, the same thing they did against the Rams. And Caleb Downs said, no, wait. Shoddy, you get over here. And as it was termed, bullied Shoddy into coming over and doing the conditioning test. He relented. He finally showed up. He went and ran through the test with him. But Caleb Downs already directing the coach around. He said he told Nick Harris after he does not like the term bullying for what he did. He said he likes peer pressure. So he applied peer pressure to Brian Schottenheimer, although I don't think Brian Schottenheimer's his peer.
And Caleb Downs also showing how much he loves Christian Parker because their rookie hazing was skit night. And the only person off limits was Jerry. So they told everyone, no making fun of Jerry Jones.
What's your point?
And then go ahead and do whatever you want. I don't think they do singing, so they don't want to embarrass them to that degree. But Joseph Hoyt said Caleb Downs impersonated Christian Parker up in front of the group.
Man, and I bet you, because obviously everybody's got an impression of whoever their boss is, or like knows like
do yours.
The like.
Do yours of our bosses.
All right, which one? Tim or Gavin?
Tim.
Tim? Okay, so Tim will like walk into the meeting room, and if like we got a road trip coming up, he'll be like, "Okay, guys, I got you guys a sick deal on this hotel. There's a microwave in it." He's always big on microwaves for some reason.
I love the microwave aspect.
I will be honest, I laughed at it the first time he said it, and now whenever I've not had a microwave in a room, I'm like, this is a super inconvenient.
Because your food has to be one and done. There's no leftover pizza.
Yeah.
I can't stand the cold pizza.
And then Spittle would be like, because the ratings have been so good lately, Spittle would walk in and go, "Hey guys, let's try not to get these tires too overinflated. You know, overinflated tires pop. You guys know that. Just heads down and let's just keep doing our thing. You know, let's be about what we're about."
How do you like all my hockey promotion?
You guys want some Spits and Suds polos? All right, $30 right here.
I was trying to keep you out of trouble with Spittle.
That's good ball busting. He'd appreciate it.
Yes, with Gavin Dawson. All right.
I know it was old Dawson yesterday on the other way. He was busting balls like Sandler.
Nick Harris with more observations from practice. Jonathan Mingo active with multiple grabs. Ezeraku tackle for loss when he blitzed by Nate Thomas. Vaughn played 4 snaps, got the pressure on his first. There was a 3-safety look with Downs, Thompson, and Locke. Multiple grabs for CD. Shamar James had another sack on a linebacker blitz, and Jaden Smith with the catch of the day on a deep ball down the right sideline over 2 defenders. Malachi versus Steele. So there you go, along with the first team reps and the injuries.
Not that he's great or anything, but the whole aspect of the linebacker room being as thin as it is, are you surprised we don't hear more about Shamar James? Like, there seems to be almost no consideration to Shamar James being part of this linebacker rotation.
No, I'm not surprised.
Even with as thin as they are, like I would think bodies alone, at least that was somebody who played hair on fire, collect tackles, and give them an effort.
I mean, Maris played hair on fire.
Yes, that's true. But like I was, and Shamar James definitely has his shortcomings. There's no doubt about it. And I'm not saying that he's somebody who should be out there starting, but I think it's interesting that with all the issues that have existed, they're essentially, it feels like, kind of pushing him to the back of the line and not even having him in the competition area.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. Tolo Don, new official sponsor with Harbor Lights. Look at this chilled.
4 6s. That's the Taylor Sheridan ranch that Hurtado gets his meat from.
Got you some vodka. Got me some tequila. Sean. Oh, Peyton, you have a tequila bottle out here.
Oh, what?
Oh, Peyton, that'd be nice if you were here to claim it.
His present for what? Getting married? Present for getting married, and then
it's a present for making babies.
Sharif-size tequila right here on the fan cam. So thank you, Donnie, for that. Stop on out in Cleburne as we are here throughout the entire morning. We'll preview the Cardinals game and Brian Schottenheimer's favorites from training camp. This got me giddy as well, as he was asked to name 5 players, and he ended up ripping off double digits.
Is that something, though, where he's just...
You were about to do something with your vodka.
No, I was just going to ask you if, before worst take, if we can start shooting this.
Sure, go ahead.
I said we, not me.
I'm not sure. No. Not with my drive. If I had 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes, I'm going back home. That's probably going to be about an hour and a half.
There's a pizza place around here people like. You can take the shots that get some, soak it up with the grease.
Peyton's moment may be ruined. Is Bobby Belt about to get his own day as the new owner of a city? The mayor of Cleburne is going to sit down with us, college football kegger, and we preview Cowboys Cardinals as well. All next with the 6 a.m. Club on Sean and RJ.
years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Shout out to the Tolos. We got this is one of the more impressive 6 a.m. turnouts for the Firehouse Tour. We are in Cleburne. Y'all are awesome. Shout out to Steven. Danny says his son is dying in OKC, not being here. So shout out to Daniel in Oklahoma City as well. The golfers are out here. Mike Leslie's outfit for our...
He wears it better than Mike Leslie does, though.
Yeah. Choppy would have you turn around and compare butts.
Yeah, because that's what that's the only thing Choppy cares about.
Yeah. And speaking of golf, the mayor of Cleburne is sitting down with us, Derek Weathers, here. Man, you got a fan club, I guess.
Got some
for
voters
now,
here
I guess.
this morning.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes here in a few months.
And you guys have some nice golf out here, I heard.
We do, yeah. The Cleburne Golf League's by our lake, so come on out anytime.
Choppy hasn't hit you up to get free anything already?
Does Choppy know Cleburne exists? So I need to make sure that's why you guys are here, and I'm going to get him, too. He should be here, too.
He should be.
I know he's off, but that's okay. We'll get him out here one day.
Tell us what's going on around here. Give us a little education.
So Cleburne is growing. We have a lot more things coming. We got a new Amazon fulfillment center up here, so a lot more jobs, everything else, and we've got our lake out here. It's our crown jewel, so come on down to the lake.
And the golf course is right there on
Golf course is right on the lake. You come out to the lake. You can go have a steak at Jimmy's down here, which is really nice. It's just Jimmy and his wife. You can go have lunch down in our downtown.
They have no servers? They have no waiters?
They got
Jimmy and his wife?
Jimmy and his wife, and they got 2 servers, and that's it.
Okay.
And his wife makes the cocktails, and Jimmy makes the steaks.
Nice.
So come out. Quality, you can come to Cleburne, get you a quality steak for a third of the price for Fort Worth. So come on down. It's great. You'd love it.
We might need the Firehouse hose for Bobby crying about this salsa.
I'm not
the
crying
salsa's
about
so
it.
good, though.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, so hot, oh my God, oh my God.
Hold on. You don't get to say I'm crying about it if you won't even try it. I kept trying to get straight. He goes, get it away from me. No,
because
he's try it.
Because I'm not ready to eat the breakfast yet. I'm getting my coffee in me, and he's like, you have to try it. And I'm like,
just finger
I
it.
don't
Just put your pinky in there.
So he goes and gets me the cup of this fire green sauce, and he's like, just eat it. Eat it by itself. I'm like, I don't want to.
I'm not like tearing up or sweating. It's just that's spicy. That's as spicy of hot sauces I think I've had from
you're married
place.
to a Latina. How have you never had sauce like this before?
Yeah, I have had it, Mayor.
Come on.
I have
They've never made you take a drink, like a shot drink before with the salsa?
With the salsa?
Yeah, man, after you're 15.
Are you married to a Latina?
Yes, I am.
You are?
I am. What do you think I'm just sitting here spouting it off? Come on.
I'm like, you're real white talking to me.
Get out of here.
Talking to me about salsa
Can't
over
even
here.
take salsa.
Derek
Come on,
Weathers.
Come on, man.
Talking to me about
Come on,
salsa.
man.
I'll try it eventually. I just don't want to, shoot it and drink it.
just scoop some up. It's not that big a deal. Yeah, we are here in Cleburne. I had no idea when I was looking stuff up. We mentioned at the beginning of the thing. I had no idea just how historic and old the downtown area was.
Yes.
Not like old like that, but just in terms of that it's something that the federal government has looked to preserve certain areas around here.
Yep, absolutely. And we're investing more into downtown. So if you know anybody that wants to put a restaurant in or anything like that, bring them to our downtown, and we'll definitely make sure they're taken care of.
How are the Railroaders doing?
Railroaders are in 4th place right now, which is enough to make the playoffs. So this is a big week for them. So if you're out there, come cheer for your Railroaders for sure.
What do you got there?
So I have a proclamation in honor of you, Sean.
No.
So, absolutely, Sean. So as a background, I've been a Tolo for 15 years since you guys came on the air in 2011.
Yeah. Thank you.
So whenever you were in news school and on for 2 hours, right? So
and it wasn't 2.
It wasn't even 2, right?
It wasn't.
So, but I caught it, and I've been listening ever since.
Thank you.
Sean, I appreciate everything that you've done for me. I've listened to you I've gotten married, everything, all while listening to you. And
thank you, man.
And RJ, but since RJ's not here, I don't really care
screw
about that.
him.
Yeah,
there you go. So, all right. So I have a proclamation that I'd like to read on air, if you don't mind.
I don't think I have a choice.
Gavin said, "Hey, yeah, go ahead and do the proclamation."
See, I knew Spittle. I knew this was Spittle cooking this up.
It's not even cooking up. This is gonna be amazing.
Proclamation?
Yeah.
Where's Chief Lael at?
Talk about his
Come on,
hands.
Chief. Come here.
Here, Chief.
So
here,
anyway,
you take a headset too, Chief. Here.
So we'll go ahead and do the proclamation. So, Office of the Mayor of the City of Cleburne proclamation. Whereas the City of Cleburne believes that great communities are built by people with big hearts, strong character, a good sense of humor, and occasionally remarkably small hands. And whereas Sean Sharif, co-host of Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan, has entertained listeners across North Texas with his wit, personality, sports commentary, and willingness to endure good-natured criticism from coworkers and listeners alike. And whereas while Sean's voice and personality have reached audiences throughout the Dallas-Fort Worth area, reports regarding the reach of his hands have been considerably more modest. And whereas the citizens of Cleburne understand that the measure of a man is not found in the distance between the tip of his thumb and pinky, but rather in the size of his heart and the impact he makes on others. And whereas Sean has demonstrated that one can have a big presence in North Texas radio without requiring equally large gloves. And whereas Cleburne is a community that values friendship, laughter, sports, and the ability to give someone a hard time precisely because we like them. Whereas it is fitting that the city of Cleburne recognize Sean Sharif for his contributions to North Texas radio while formally acknowledging a physical characteristic that his friends, colleagues, and listeners have apparently refused to let him forget. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Derek Weathers, Mayor of the City of Cleburne, on behalf of the City Council and the City staff, do hereby proclaim August 21st, 2026 as Small Hands, Big Heart Day in the City of Cleburne in honor of Sean Sharif of 105.3 The Fan, celebrating a man whose hands may be small, but whose personality, sense of humor, and heart are anything but. I further encourage the citizens of Cleburne to celebrate by extending a helping hand to their neighbors regardless of the size of said hand, and remembering that no limitation in hand size should ever prevent somebody from making a big impact on their community. And let it be known that Sean Sharif will always be welcome in Cleburne, Texas, where we promise to greet him with open arms, warm hearts, and handshakes appropriately adjusted to scale.
Thank you
Sean.
so much.
I appreciate you. This is yours, by the way.
Thank
and we'll
you.
Get
I'll
a picture
take a shot
of
of
it.
this.
And there's
Do it. Yes.
It's warm. And then do you have is there something else?
And Chief has a present for you, too.
We do have something for you.
Man, y'all are a-holes, man. Y'all a-holes.
No, so Gavin
Big
wanted to make
hearts.
sure that we really took care of you. And
Here, come get it on the camera here so all
There you go.
the jerks watching can get their laugh.
we were actually going to invite you to come be a Cleburne fireman, but you have come here a second, Jackson. You have to have hands like this guy right here.
Yeah, compare them real quick.
Oh, Lord.
If y'all can put the hands up against
Isn't it
each other.
Tyron Smith over here?
go.
Yeah, put yours up there.
Man, y'all get your cameras out of here, man.
Go.
Oh, dear Lord.
That's not going to have my wife in any mood. Watching that emasculation
Sean,
right
it's what
there.
you do with the hands. It's okay.
So the best thing we could do for you was get you your own firefighting gloves in extra small.
Dude!
There you go.
I think they might fit extra.
It might be too big.
Yes. All y'all. Thank you.
I guess we should have got 2XL.
Appreciate it.
Sean, we
Mayor,
love you, man. Thank you so much for
Appreciate
being
it. Thank
here.
you so much. Appreciate it. And screw you, Gavin Spittle. There it is. The proclamation.
That was good.
Not quite as honorary as Peyton's.
That's a huge honor.
In Rockwall.
It's a huge honor there because you're representing not just Cleburne with that proclamation. You're representing a minority community in general of people with like freakishly small hands. So that is a good thing for you, I think.
All right, Mayor, finish this up here. What do we need to know? What you guys got going on, and what's coming up?
So we've got a Sanded Saddles Music Festival at the Chisholm Trail Museum, September 15th through 17th. So come on out to that. You could come listen to Brandon Ryder and all the rest of the headliners over those 2 days. Come eat at our downtown. Come shop. Come see the Railroaders as hopefully they make the playoffs and have a really good deep playoff push. So we really appreciate you guys being here in Cleburne.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Now I guess Choppy, we're going to have to go to Colleyville or Grapevine for him.
I don't know. I mean, we've been to Roanoke. We were around the corner. I think that speaks to how Choppy's viewed within his own community, that we were literally a block from his house when we went to Roanoke and they didn't give him a proclamation. I think that kind of says everything.
We have some updates on criminal activity. I love this name, but I really have a hard time saying it. Pledge-Skabar?
Yeah, Pledge-Skabar. You said it right with Drake Toll this morning.
That's right. I know I can't say Oral Hershiser correctly. But
G-Bag did a whole 5 minutes on that yesterday.
Really?
Yep.
Did anyone side with me?
Nope.
Oral Hershiser.
Hershiser, not Hershiser.
Oral Hershiser.
You're putting weird emphasis
Hershiser.
on it. It's just Hershiser.
Anyway. The pledge at Penn State with the whole cocaine deal. Apparently, this guy's like Alec Medford working out his drug transactions on social media. He did everything through Snapchat and Cash Apps. He set this up. It was hashed out on Snapchat. Traceable Cash Apps were used to exchange thousands of dollars in payment for large amounts of coke. And then 24-year-old, was this the Diego Pavia of fraternity kids?
Man, that photo, he does not look like a coke king to me at all. But, I mean, I guess I shouldn't stereotype. But he looks like he would do your homework for you for a certain amount of money.
$30,000 in exchanges right there through Snapchat and socials.
Yeah, that's a large amount that will get you noticed, I would assume, and recognized, just like the way it did with Alec when Alec made his Venmo transaction for somebody. Like, hey, can you do this transaction for me? He's like, sure. And he thought it was going to be like $20, and then it's like $8,000. And he's like, what is this for?
And then Pepe, the story that you did yesterday on Chucky, putting on the mask, scaring people in the streets. Apparently, he's been identified and he's fled. Have you seen that, Peyton?
I did. I saw Tolo had tagged us saying they followed up on it. But, yeah, he's gone out of Philly.
Is that a fleeable crime justification?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the one that
I'm on the run because I put on this mask. Yeah, he should be arrested for screwing with people, but you're on the run for this?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like Hagen stealing gum.
I wouldn't think that's
I have to flee. I have to go. I have to run a mesquite.
I would think, yeah, you would save that for like some sort of crime that's going to get you life in prison. I mean, because the Chucky thing, what will that get you? I wouldn't think that would get you anything. Maybe he's just running from an ass kicking. He's been identified now, and he doesn't want people to know who he is, and now he's worried about getting his ass kicked. So he just went to Pittsburgh or something. Like, what does flee mean? Does it just mean he moved, or does it mean he went to the next town over? Yeah, I would flee Philly in general just because of the crime rate.
I come here to Cleburne.
It's an oasis out here for those with small hands.
I can hide. Yeah, that's right. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. We will preview Cowboys Cardinals at 7:20. Brian Schottenheimer's list of favorites from training camp in Oxnard while they are wrapping things up. But speaking of 24-year-olds in school, apparently 34-year-olds can now return to college to play football. Diego Pavia going back to college along with current NFL players. The dumbest story of the day in the college football kegger as we get you ready for football season after this. And this is Dealer Auction. DealerAuction.com to get your next...
and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
It is getting closer. The start of not only your Dallas Cowboys season, but college football as well. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt, Firehouse #1 in Cleburne with an awesome turnout from the Tolos. We are here with breakfast, San Marcos Catering with the awesome salsa and the breakfast tacos. And, of course, we got Tolbert Garage Door with the great Colby, Fraser Roofs and Gutters with Kyle, and Don Harbor decorating your house. Get the orders in early for Christmas and all your different holidays with Harbor Lights. Choppy out on vacation, back next week.
Yep, come on out here, come say hey. We've got a bunch of little different setups and giveaways, and yeah, you can come see Frazier, and Kyle will get you set up with a roof check if you need it. And so come on out, we got you hooked up, and it's a good time so far. And how'd you like the salsa?
It was hot. It
hot.
Wasn't death.
It's hot for what I expected to be scooped in a cup at a burrito spot.
Yeah, I don't know that. I think that's Serrano, maybe. Is it Serrano pepper? I don't know, but it's not orange. You get that habanero.
Strong. It tasted good. I liked it. That's hot right there.
What is up with this college story of NFL players going back to school?
So this is such a weird case that's occurred. So there's the NCAA has this thing hanging up right now related to giving an extra fifth year. And so a group of former college football players, and this is from Yahoo, filed a lawsuit against the NCAA in Louisiana, and they were granted a temporary restraining order by a federal judge that allows them now to enter the transfer portal, even though some are currently on NFL rosters because they haven't played an official NFL game yet. The TRO was granted Wednesday and follows a recent ruling by a judge in Colorado that granted players from the high school class of 2022 a fifth season of eligibility. So the NCAA, which is appealing the decision, announced earlier this year that college athletes now have a 5-year eligibility clock. However, athletes from the class whose last year of eligibility was during the 25-26 school year were not given a fifth year, so they're saying we're legally entitled to this fifth year. Doesn't matter that we're already in the pros. And so a judge has agreed with them, at least to the extent that said this can do irreparable harm to you, similar to the Sorsby ruling, where it's like, this isn't necessarily ruling on the merits, we're just giving you a temporary restraining order because we're saying if we blocked you from doing this, it would defeat the purpose of what your lawsuit is, so we have to let you go forward. And so now you've got players who are leaving NFL training camp.
Are they leaving?
Xavier Harris is leaving, apparently, to go enter the transfer portal from the Saints. So that's you've got. I think there's another one, too, who might be leaving to enter the portal. But you've got NFL players now who've gone through the process, signed with the team, been in practices, in some instances played in preseason games already, and then they're going to go back to college football.
Do you roll the dice of leaving camp to hope and think that this ruling gets extended and stays in place?
I mean,
do you think this NFL player that left is going to play college football this upcoming season? I don't. But I don't put anything past these courts now getting involved.
I do, yeah, because I think the temporary restraining order being in place is because they anticipate that they're going to be able to just go ahead with this before it can be legally fleshed out. And so if that's the case, then yeah, it's similar to the Sorsby thing, where it's like if they do that, they figured that Sorsby would be able to play before this could be completely litigated.
But you view this as a joke.
Yeah, this is a joke. It's also the fault of the NCAA. All of this ultimately comes back to the NCAA. So the story that I sent yesterday, Trinidad Chambliss has 0 classes this year at Ole Miss. In fact, he's got like a part-time job that he fills his time with, working at like a driving range or whatever. That sort of setup right now is only possible because the NCAA wanted to dig in and they wanted you to feel their power. They wanted to make sure that you understood they were in charge and they were going to hold you down and they were going to ruin your life if you signed an autograph. And that whole thing that they just refused to work on, then when a court said no, it opened it up to just Wild West and no laws, and that's the sort of thing that the NCAA welcomed, and that's why it's difficult to take anybody seriously who's digging in now and going like, well, what about the students? What about this? Well, you didn't want to prepare for this.
So now we have to ask Joey McGuire live at 8:20 this morning if he has recruited any NFL players.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And what I'm not sure about this ruling is, does it only apply to these 5 who sued? Or is it like temporarily going to apply to anybody who wants to go and do this? I'm not sure.
What a mess. Oklahoma's head coach Brent Venables gets the extension. It's a new 6-year deal that averages $10.5 million per. It adds 2 years to the current deal, goes through 2031. Of course, Venables led the Sooners to the playoff last year, their first since 2019.
He's done a good job there. He's somebody who
It was feeling rough for a little bit.
Yep. Yeah. No. I mean, it felt similar to like the DeBoer thing when Kalen DeBoer first got to Alabama, and there was all these doubts of like, man, we were excited at first, but I don't know about this. Every OU fan I know, every single one of them was thrilled when Brent Venables came back to Oklahoma. They were just because it's like, oh, that's family. That's OU family right there. And so I know there's a lot of love and deference for him, and he was going to be given a leash to figure things out, and it's a good reason why they should. And so I think that, the fact that he's been able to settle into place there a little bit, and he's earned that extension. And I don't think they're as good as Texas, so I'm fine just keeping them in perpetuity below Texas.
Where is he in the coach tiers?
Yeah, so we've got new coach tiers, or not new coach tiers, but 2026 coach tiers for college football. The Athletic does this every year. It's Chris Vanini basically takes college football coaches and puts them in tiers 1 through 7 and says, hey, instead of stacking these and ranking them, these are just guys who all belong in the same conversation. So you got tier 1, which is 2 people. It's Kirby Smart and it's Curt Cignetti. Those are the only 2 that are on tier 1. Vanini writes that everyone agrees these are the 2 best head coaches in the college game. Curt Cignetti unfathomably took Indiana to a national championship and consecutive playoff appearances. Since winning consecutive national championships, Kirby Smart's Bulldogs have gone 3 seasons without a CFP semifinal appearance, but those 3 years still include back-to-back SEC titles. Tier 2 does not include Brent Venables. Tier 2 is Mario Cristobal at Miami, Ryan Day at Ohio State, Kalen DeBoer at Alabama, James Franklin at Virginia Tech.
Wow.
Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame, Lane Kiffin at LSU, Dan Lanning at Oregon, Steve Sarkisian is on here at Texas ahead of Venables. Dabo Sweeney still on this list at Clemson.
At 2?
And then on the second tier. And then Kyle Whittingham on the second tier. Dabo was actually still on tier 1 last year, and he moved him down finally. The one he said is most controversial here, and I agree, and it's the one you reacted to, it's James Franklin. I don't know how you put Franklin on tier 2. Basically,
how's he over my guy Clark Lee?
Yeah, now Clark Lee was the biggest riser on this list this year.
Vandy.
He had been, I think, tier 7 last year, and he jumped all the way up to tier 3. So he's he's the biggest riser in college football this year. But man, having Dabo on that same plane with Ryan Day, who's had a really good run lately, Mario Cristobal, who's done a lot of really good things.
Great run.
Marcus Freeman, who people feel like is the next guy to get plucked to the NFL. But man, Franklin is the one that was a little odd, and he even wrote in here about James Franklin that's the one that he didn't really know what to do anything with. He said he's the toughest to place because of how it ended at Penn State. He said, I generally won't knock a coach with a strong resume down a tier for one bad season, which I appreciate. In 2024, Franklin was 8 minutes away from playing for the national title, and he had 5 top 10 finishes in 9 years. That tier 3, some of the names that stand out, there's a bunch of them on there, but some of the ones that would stand out, Clark Lee, who we talked about. Mike Elko is on tier 3 this year. He's moving up on the list. Rhett Lashley is on this list. Joey McGuire up 2 spots onto tier 3. And you see some other names there that are very familiar. Josh Heupel, PJ Fleck, Kirk Ferentz, and then falling to tier 3, Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley. If you look at this, I put it in my email, but when I saw his name on this list, and I was like, if you would have told anybody, including Lincoln Riley, that he's going to be on the same coaching tier as the coaches at SMU, Vanderbilt, UNLV, and Utah State in 2026, I don't think anybody would have bought that. And that's no disrespect to those coaches. Those are great coaches.
You sent me an interview clip of Cowboy rumors with Lincoln.
Yeah, all the way back in when the Mike McCarthy hire was made. It seems so long ago. But that was the guy everybody wanted. Cowboys fans, that was the most popular name in Cowboy fandom was Lincoln Riley. That's who they wanted. And so now he's sitting here on this list where he is basically still tier 3 good collection of coaches, but not the kind of coaches you would expect him to be sitting around.
College football kegger here on Sean and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Back to the Cowboys with the Cards preview in 10 minutes when we go commercial free in the Expressway. You see this TCU story?
I did not.
I think Chiafalo touched on it, but Jacob Fields, a senior transfer from Louisiana Tech. He was supposed to be their starting free safety. He's been kicked off the team, and now he could be in legal trouble as well, as apparently he beat down a teammate who required medical attention. So the teammate was allegedly a wide receiver that this safety got in a fight with, and now he's been thrown off the team.
Don't you want physicality from your safeties going in there, attacking the wide receivers? Just probably not to that level. You don't want Saints-Cowboys level. But this had to be – so did it say specifically if this was practice or if this was something off the field where he beat him up?
I think it was off the field.
Okay, then yeah.
In the locker room. He apparently was hospitalized, and the receiver's questionable for game one.
There's a lot you can get away with when you are between lines on a football field. Stuff that would normally be considered, hey, if you do that 5 feet over there, it's assault. If you do it here, it's part of the game, it's part of the scrap and whatever else.
This guy's a good player. He was 2025 Conference USA Co-Defensive Player of the Year, 92 tackles, first defensive back to lead the team in tackles since 2014, 3 picks, 2 of them returned for touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that that's something where, yeah, there's no way Sonny Dykes can stand for that, though. Like, if it's something where whatever the issue would be, it's one of those things where if it's off the field, you can't justify it. Like, there's nothing you can do to say, emotions were riding high, they were in their uniforms, it's this field of battle or whatever else. That's disappointing for TCU.
How glued was Bobby to the rematch last night?
Agumbawale looking for a heat check. Agumbawale pounded and put her on the line.
Soccer?
Amazon Prime with the call of Paige Beckers and the Wings getting their Caitlin Clark revenge right here in DFW 91-85 without AZ Fudd, who's gone for the year. What'd you think?
Of what you just said?
Nah, yeah, the game.
I didn't see it.
You didn't?
Did you?
No.
I'll tell you what I love.
I was trying to check on over. I was like, all right, let me switch on over to this regular TV, then Amazon Prime, which I do have, but I was like chopping. I'm like, I'm not gonna log into this. I'm not gonna go ahead and do this. And I saw it was a little bit of a difference there in the fourth quarter where it looked like the Wings were going to win.
I opened up Amazon Prime because Laura's wanting to watch something, and I saw it as the top item, and I still did not click on it.
Caitlin and Paige matched each other with the epic first matchup in Indiana. I think they both scored 29. Last night they were both awful from the field. Paige was 5 of 16 with 0 turnovers, Bob.
Hell yeah.
And Caitlin was 4 of 15, 10 points with 3 turnovers.
Yeah, she had more turnovers than she did made threes, which has, I think, been the case for most games in her career. But she did finally break that 4 turnovers in a game streak she's been having. So that's nice that she only had 3. But the fact that she then shot 4 of whatever she did is probably not a great indicator.
I need to find the NBA player that you love who turned it over a ton to finally hold you to the double standard. Like we just did Westbrook the other day. Did you love Westbrook?
No. I mean, Westbrook was fun to watch at times.
You're big on the efficiency.
Yeah, I don't respect whenever somebody's look at these raw numbers, and I'm like, because they just use the ball. Their usage rate is ridiculous.
But they're good as a team too, and usually the best player does have the highest usage rate.
But not it's not usually like Caitlin Clark. Like I'm saying, you shouldn't have the league's highest usage rate when you're a 33% three-point shooter for your career and you're turning the ball over literally 5.2 times per game in your career. I need to look. I don't know if there's an NBA player who would have been allowed to stay on the court turning over the ball 5.2 times per game for their first 3 years of their career.
Through 85 career games, Caitlin, more points than Asia Wilson and Taurasi, more assists than anyone, more threes than anyone, more triple-doubles than anyone through her first 85 career games.
Yeah, if I put up 100 shots, I can make 10 too.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. We are at Cleburne Firehouse number 1, 803 East Henderson Street. I think you're going to get giddy when you hear Brian Schottenheimer name the best players of Cowboys camp wrapping up in Oxnard, and Bobby previews the Cardinals tomorrow right here on the home of America's team. We go commercial free in the Expressway with Sean and RJ next. But
Expressway right now, the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys, Cardinals, tomorrow, 6 o'clock on this radio station for preseason game number 2. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with you on DFW Sports Station. We are commercial-free all the way up until 7:55, so no reason to go anywhere else for the next 35 minutes than this radio station. Shout out to the Tolos. Corey just came by with some official FIFA cups that they were kicking out during the tournament. Sleeves of them from Mick Ultra. If you want to stop by and grab a few, you're not allowed to take any home.
Why not?
Can't be that much of a soccer hater and be taking those cups in your house.
That's not a...
That'd be like having a WNBA commemorative cup.
It's similar, but as long as I can turn the cup away from facing and have a different logo like those, then it's fine.
You got other shout-outs. Fernando just rolled up here as well, as we have an awesome turnout in Cleburne, Firehouse number 1.
Yeah, we had a bunch of different people come by. I said hi to Larry earlier. I know there was Ernesto from Cleburne was up here. It's been a full morning, man. People just come through on their way to work. It's a good summer appearance, even with the kids back in school.
All right, so Cowboys got fined $500,000 for the fights against the Saints. New Orleans got the same thing. Jerry says that they are going to fine players involved. You would look directly at Donovan Ezeraku first. So Ezeraku going to be paying out of his pocket. Other team activities. They went bowling in Cali, and it was Brevin Spanford who put up a 244.
Damn.
5 consecutive strikes to take home the title amongst the team activity with Spanford out there on the pins.
Do you ever wonder, obviously bowling would not be one of them, but do you ever wonder, where the limitations exist for teams on what outings they want them to do contractually because they could get hurt? I would think anything where there's, those slick floors and different things like that, they'd be worried about somebody just y'all are too big, y'all are going to get too competitive, somebody's going to fall, somebody's going to get hurt.
So you would have ruled out bowling?
Not for maybe Hunter Lipke and Luke Schoonmaker, but for everybody else. I would have let them go.
What about paintball?
Paintball can leave bruises, so I guess it just depends on how badly you bruise. If you bruise really badly, then yeah, we'd need to avoid that. But that's not a small 240. That's a big number.
Yeah. Brian Schottenheimer put up a big number too, because I think it was Nick Harris who asked him for his 5 biggest surprises or standouts of camp as they're about to leave California. And I just love Shotty picking up this roster and going through all the names from DallasCowboys.com.
Caleb Downs, special young player. Rashawn Gary's leadership has jumped out at me. And as a player, you guys know that. Tito, you talk about a guy that we thought we were getting maybe a run stopper. This guy's a good football player, damn good football player, massive, really strong with his hands. Very proud of Vaughn. I'm just going to keep ripping names. You asked for 5, but I'm answering. So I'm answering, yeah. Von Revel, yep. Jonathan Mingo, Camden Brown, Tyler Guyton, Javonte Williams, Ryan Flournoy, Brian Anger, however old he is. He just hit a couple 75-yard punts. But it's been a great camp, Nick. It really has. And there's been a ton of guys that have stood out, and very, very pleased with how the camp's gone.
He has thrown me off a little bit now with his names. When he said Vaughn, at first I was like, he's already thrown Von Miller out there, and then it's like, oh,
proud of Vaughn.
He goes Siobhan. I was like, okay, Savone,
right?
But okay, all right, that's who's that. And
Ryan Flournoy.
I'm still not sure. Maybe I misheard it. I don't know who he was talking about with the third one.
Is that the big lineman?
Did he say Tito?
Toya?
Oh, Toya. I thought he said Tito.
Tito.
He did say Tito. I don't know if he knows how to pronounce Toya either.
Is Tito J. Toya?
Play it again, Peyton. What was it?
Tito.
Tio or Tito? I have no idea. I don't know who he's talking about.
Here's the list.
Unless I'm blanking.
Nick tweeted out Downs, Gary, Tito.
Tito Ogbonnia. Okay, that's who he's talking. Because that was he left the O off. I'm like sitting here going, like, who the hell is Tito on this roster?
Any of those names surprise you or just make you feel like really good that I love that he said Downs special player. So for any doubts and questions, like kind of right now, I'm like, okay, he's proving it. He not only talked about, everyone's talking about Camden Brown. Schottenheimer earlier in the presser was like, guys, Jonathan Mingo's having a hell of a camp. And I was like, ooh, okay. I mean, Mingo, he's going to cite there. He also went out of his way to cite Valdez-Scantling. Shows you how much respect the Cleveland firefighters have for these other receivers. I bet they'd be dead quiet for Camden Brown talk. But he cited MVS for special teams. And I was like, he kept talking.
That's all you could cite him for because it's not catching the football.
Yes. So Mingo, MVS, he cited with that Camden Brown battle.
Which he mentioned Brown there just very briefly. He threw his name in there after Mingo.
Yeah.
It's almost like he said Mingo. He's like, can't tip the battle. And then he rememred to put Camden Brown
And then, dude, I saw a couple more Ryan Flanoy clips yesterday, and I'm like, damn, this dude looks legit.
He's good. He's a good player. I've got thoughts of this. Before I get it, I'm curious if this was, let's say this was you at the station. Let's say you were at
the fire station, the radio station.
The radio station. You're let's say you're at a Barrett Sports Media Summit. And Jason Barrett says, you guys got a lot of people up there. Who would you like to single out as guys you think have performed really well this year? I'm sure that when you're about to list people, do you think when you'd list it off, you'd go, I'm going to list who's the best? Or do you think you'd be going like, I'm going to list the guys that I want to give them something?
Medford.
Here. Yeah, you want to, you're honestly, you're trying to you're going here, let me give this. So some of those, when you hear them, I'm like,
because he didn't say GP. Now, was it 5 guys that have exceeded his expectations? That was the qualifier.
Downs exceeding his expectations. That's
good.
That's great if he means it. And I've not known him to be super hyperbolic before.
Yeah.
Because they had huge expectations for him. Everybody else in here, pretty much, I think you can justify. Okay, there was of course. I definitely think when he mentions Guyton, he's trying to prop Guyton up. He's appreciative of what Guyton's been doing. He realized, I think in the middle of when he goes, you know what, I'll list off some more. I think he realized this is an opportunity to go, okay, let me give some guys who need this, let me give it to them real quick. And so, the fact that he throws Brian Anger in there's kind of funny. If he's
75-yarders.
If he's deserving of it, 100%. But it's funny to me that, he gets down to the end of it, it's like, oh, okay, you're trying to hand out awards to, every position group, basically.
You want to preview the Cardinals first or Charles Robinson's camp observations, who everyone at the station respects?
We can talk about the Cardinals real fast, just some of the guys to look out for, because obviously I think everybody knows where these position battles stand right now. People know how serious they're going to treat the preseason, how much they're going to be.
Are you guys going to go to the accident? Go to the scene.
It's on fire. We know we're not going to see Dak. We know we're not going to see Pickens. We're not going to get anything substantial out of that. So the guys that I think are important to watch coming up, I'd say the biggest number one, and it depends on what kind of availability he has.
I can't hear you.
It depends on what kind of availability he has. I'd say that the biggest one is probably Jaden Blue. He's obviously been banged up with the shoulder, but Blue's got the most to earn or lose, I think, relative towards actual playing time, not just roster spot. It does sound like Joe Milton is going to be the one starting at quarterback in this game, so they are going to flip that. And now it's a question of
Milton's going to start?
It sounds like Milton's going to start. Is that indicative of something where they're rewarding Milton, or are they taking turns and trying to completely even it out? You don't know, but I think that
I would think taking turns.
I think that's what it is, because I would imagine they're still going to do the same playing time split. So if that's the case, then it was probably a thought in their mind the whole time of just game one of you starts, game two, another one of you starts. And so I think that I think the quarterbacks are going to be big. It's a big thing for Milton that he gets that. Clearly, the thing we got to watch for now, especially after you play that Brian Schottenheimer clip, is there still is a question about Camden Brown versus Jonathan Mingo. Which one do they want to settle for as likely the final receiver? I don't know that they'll carry 6 receivers.
Did the Mingo Valdez-Scantling answers affect you at all? Change your mind?
I don't know why they would shout out Valdez-Scantling.
You said special teams.
No, I know, but I'm saying I don't know why they would shout him out if they were planning on just pushing him out. So that does make me go why is he doing that?
Because our special teams are a concern.
Yeah, and look, maybe some people look at it and go, MVS is a veteran, and he's a veteran who's, able to do some special team stuff. That's all very valuable and stuff that we respect in a veteran. So it could be that they're trying to keep him engaged in this battle. But, no, I think the big thing to watch when you see the Cardinals game is obviously going to be quarterbacks, receivers, running backs. Those skill position players and where the depth chart is fighting are pretty significant. And I'll be interested to see if they feel like they've seen enough from Savone Revel yet to just say, all right, shut him down. Or if they're going to look at him and go, let's get him some more reps, let's keep him more engaged. The guy that this is another big one for on the defensive side, the Camden Brown of the defense, is Julius Wood. Because Julius Wood keeps getting opportunities, and he's had 2 great training camps. And
he ran some of the ones yesterday?
Yeah, he got some reps with the ones. You can play yourself out of a spot. Like, these games can take you out. And so
I do like, and it's an age-old question, if Camden Brown didn't shine at camp the way he did, let's say Flanoy has, I guess Mingo has, but Schottenheimer basically said, I'm happy. It means more that he's making the plays in practice than the games. And I like that. It's like, who's the linebacker with the 3 picks?
Justin Barron.
Right. If Justin Barron did that against Seattle and we didn't notice him at all in Oxnard, I would think that the Oxnard part of it, I'm not saying Barron has been bad when we haven't been there, but I would think that the Oxnard part of it would win out over 3 picks against Seattle, whereas fans might be like, hey, look at what he did in the game.
There was I remember Daniel Wise was a defensive tackle they brought in from Kansas as an undrafted free agent, and he had in the final preseason game, I think he had 2 sacks and a bunch of pressures, and he was a guy they liked. Like, that was somebody a lot of people thought was going to be drafted. He just didn't because of some medical questions. But when it got to the end of it, he still got cut the next day. And I remember I'd asked somebody, I was like, why no Wise? Like, that was big upside guy and showed up in the final moment. And they're like, didn't show up enough in the other moments for 4 weeks. Like, that's what matters to us. You got to show up and show that you're a consistent player out here.
I wonder if it's maybe special exception rule for a returner.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
like, are you simulating the return game? Can you simulate it as much in practice as all the other guys get for their simulations, and then, game where people are sticking each other?
Yeah, because, I know they think of running backs similarly, where they're like, you really, like, somebody told me they said...
And Trayshawn got cut for the game?
Yeah, somebody told me 80% of running back...
Or in part for the game.
80% of running back evaluation from training camp has to be done in games. Because they said we can see a lot of stuff, but you really cannot know with running backs. Their evaluation's the toughest to get just from practice. So returner, similar, you're going to see a lot of stuff, contact balance, vision, different things like that. So, that absolutely can be one that's more difficult to measure, I would imagine.
Before we shut down California, again, Cowboys-Cardinals pregame, 6 o'clock tomorrow. Pepe, double check me. I would imagine Rangers gets moved on over to News Radio 1080 KRLD. Charles Robinson was out there when we were out there, formerly of Yahoo.
Yeah, the great Charles Robinson, friend of the show, friend of the station, and he is he's no longer with Yahoo. He's got his own independent thing that he's doing now on Substack, and so when he started that up, I was like, okay, I gotta go subscribe to this because he's always got really good notes, and he's doing a training camp tour right now where then he's sharing some of the thoughts and perspective he has based on what he saw when he was out there visiting, and his stuff from Cowboys camp. I don't know that there's a ton earth-shattering about it, but there's a lot that I think cumulatively, when you look at it, is really interesting with some of his takeaways, especially given how I know people within the Cowboys respect him and like talking with him and giving him some insight. One of the things he said in here was, he said, when I arrived to Cowboys camp, I wasn't sure how realistic a Dak Prescott MVP campaign could be. By the time I left, I realized this might be the most legitimate shot to date. Prescott is still in his prime. He's in a rhythm with Brian Schottenheimer, and he's operating with arguably the 2 best wideout tandem in the league in CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens. What gives Prescott an added edge is that Lamb and Pickens have the complementary styles that can wreck opposing coverage in completely different ways. And I heard you on the Drake Toll show this morning saying that, because I heard him pressing you for Dak Prescott love. And you said, though, that you thought your anticipation is he's still going to, in all likelihood, play at or near MVP level this season. And that's the biggest thing with him is always just the health. But it is that game has slowed down, answers to the test kind of era for Dak, it feels like.
I know your cheap shot is coming, but Romo at the end locked in. I feel like Dak, maybe he's there a little bit earlier than Tony was.
He's 33 now. What year was, I think, Romo's big year with DeMarco? That year where DeMarco handled like the big part of the, I think Romo was 34, so it's around there. It's right around the same time. Some of the other stuff, the big one that is probably the biggest note, I think, to come out of this one is him talking about George Pickens, which he had said that he always thought that how could you do something like this? How could you pay somebody like George Pickens with some of the questions that are out there and exist with him? And he said he's come away from it and said, I think he's like, if I'm the Cowboys, I have to pay him. I have to lock him in here. And they're starting to be, I saw Brian Broaddus yesterday was doing is George Pickens better than CeeDee Lamb? He's coming around to the RJ Choppy take. Vach Lombardi, who's with Vach, was like, I don't know. He's like, I'm not sure. Like, everybody's want to ask the question now. I think people are forgetting how good CeeDee Lamb is.
And George was out there yesterday saying, against the Saints, I noticed immediate double coverage, and I was listening to the
I'm awesome.
I'm awesome. They got to double me first over Lamb. He didn't say that, obviously, but I thought that in the back of my mind. I'm like, what if in the first quarter or the first half, George gets more double coverage? One, in terms of what that does with his frustration level. That's what I'm doing if I'm a D coordinator, to try to frustrate him and make him quit, a la the Lions game. But I just wonder, someone did tell me in Oxnard, and I'm not making this a big deal, but someone did tell me, yes, they're boys, yes, they're friends, but, CD is a little competitive with it too.
Yeah.
And I probably would be as well,
Yeah.
If Drake told asked RJ to come on before me, I'd be upset. If Choppy got a letter of proclamation before me at 6:40 with the mayor, I'd be upset.
If Dan Patrick had RJ on before you.
And I was upset. And I just wonder if I'm Lamb and they're giving that attention to George with double coverage more than me, how does that play?
So now
he might be like, I'm going to eat. My numbers go up.
I remember, if you look at the 92 Cowboys when they won that first Super Bowl in the Jerry era, they were so deep. And I mean, like, guys who would become stars who were really, really young at the time, and guys who were, like, supplanting veterans who were still decent players who had reputations. And I've asked various guys off that team whenever I've done interviews for Cowboys Crosstalk or anything like that. I've said, like, how did you guys battle against that, like being competitive and having all this talent here while not becoming bitter at each other for it? And all of them have said, well, you don't. Like, there's moments where you do get bitter about it and you're like, he's not as good as me. Like you do get frustrated.
Yeah.
And he's like, but at the end of the day, like, when it's time to go play football, it's like, these are my brothers and these are the guys I've fought alongside, and I know how he's practiced, I know how I've practiced, I know how we've pushed each other. And so I think it is one of those things where it's natural. I'd be maybe a little worried if there wasn't any sort of competitive feel from either of them about it, because we love G-Bag. We want to talk about how much better we are at giving away merch than G-Bag does, and it's a competitive thing, and I think it's a healthy, friendly competition, and that competition at the NFL level can sometimes be a little bit sour at times, but. One of the things he writes about here, Charles Robinson, where he says, I think you got to figure out a way to keep these two. He said he isn't a complimentary piece talking about Pickens. He's a foundational talent. But he says, so what does the money end up looking like if this continues? The presumption has been a 4-year deal in the $35 million a season range. That would be higher than CD. Similar to the one signed by Baltimore Ravens wideout Zay Flowers. We'll see if that's the case by the end of the season. A second franchise tag is coming in at $32.75, but I'm not sure Pickens would want to play a second straight season on the tag. Dallas can't negotiate with Pickens again until after the season. I still believe the Cowboys have the leverage of being the team willing to pay Pickens without the reservations others might have. The staff at least knows him, whereas other teams are still going to be leery about Pickens being the guy the Pittsburgh Steelers wanted out of the building. I think you brought that up before. As much as it's just like when Choppy's like, what's the big problem? Who cares? Why would anybody have a problem with George Pickens? A year ago, his reputation was like considered top 3 most toxic in the NFL.
Easy.
And now it's something where it's just so easy to forget about it for a lot of people. It's like those teams don't forget about it that easy. They remember what they thought of you for the last 4 years before you went out there and did that for Dallas. I think one of the other interesting notes here from Charles Robinson is that he talked about how important the multiplicity is of the defense, how versatile the defense is going to be. And we had talked about that in the acquisitions they made, where it's like, man, they seem like they got like 12 guys who can play right now because they were so bad last year and they didn't necessarily have enough resources to just get a good, like, substantial amount of depth. Those 12 are supposed to function like 18 because they all are supposed to do different things. Barham can rush. Barham can play linebacker. P.J. Locke can play strong. P.J. Locke can play up in the box. He can play some nickel if you need him to. Thompson, nickel, and stuff. All these different flexible pieces and the way that you can change things and shift things and mess with people's eyes and cause just teams to panic at the last second with some of your shifts and change their responsibilities. That's a big focus of it. And that was the thing that stood out to him specifically, was how he thought Downs and Barham were two guys who were going to contribute in a big way to making this defense multiple.
You are not going to get better Cowboys coverage than that, or a bigger football breakfast sandwich to start off your Friday. Keep it in mind when you're looking around for your Cowboys coverage throughout the season. No reason to go anywhere else, especially when you have no commercials, as we are in the Expressway with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. I'm Sean Shreve. Oh, and I guess Cowboys coverage is also going to continue in the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Junkin!
Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers at 8 o'clock. Joey McGuire live, head coach of Texas Tech at 8:20. Pepe, why don't you take it away back home?
Yeah, guys, so Sean Sharif, man, we all can't be superstars like Sean. You know, he gets the proclamation, from Cleburne out there in Firehouse Tour, and now he's on the Drake Toll Show. Bobby didn't get the invite. I didn't get the invite. RJ, we don't think got the invite, but Sean did. He got the text a couple days ago, so we knew this ahead of time that Sean was going to be with Drake Toll. We've talked about Drake a lot on this show. Some love him, some, disagree with him, but he's on the fan. Drake Toll.
Who's the some that love him?
Did you not hear the numbers?
Yeah.
Our bosses love him. More than our pre-show stuff. More than snacks.
And so I was thinking of a way, well, how can we make this fun? Because for those who don't know, Drake isn't just on the fan. He's all over the country. I think he does stuff on the West Coast, and his producer is on the East Coast, so they're all over the place, but he's an affiliate for a bunch of some other radio stations. And so everyone's airing him. But how can we do something local here for the fan, for the Tolos? And so I was thinking, well, what if I just play drops? Sean and Bobby and a little bunch of Tolos have said, well, Peyton's drop game has been incredible over the last 2 or 3 weeks, so why don't you play drops?
He's doing the Pickens right now. I'm the best,
my drops are
my drops are
infectious.
Drippy drop. They're
fantabulous.
So I got a little earlier, and I was, this morning I was coming up with some drops that I could play throughout Sean's interview. Now, only the fan audience could hear. Drake couldn't hear it. Sean couldn't hear it. Only if you're listening on the fan, you could hear the drops. And so this is how things started off with Drake Toll. Now, usually, Sean, you know this better than anyone, whenever you're teasing up a topic or a guest, you say their name ahead of time. And so Drake said, well, here, I'm going to tease Sean Sharif, and, he forgot the Sean Sharif part.
Latest news in Dallas Cowboys, New Orleans Saints world. Each franchise will be fined $500,000 by the NFL. Were the brawls really that bad? And here's why that's good news for both franchises. Let's talk Cowboys on the other side. It's 310-840-4910. You can call or text. Get involved all day. This is the Drake Toll Show.
And then commercials there.
Man, that hurt my ego a little bit. I was driving out of Texas, guys. I was like, man, he didn't even say my name for the tease.
He got lost in the sound of his own voice, and he was like, damn, this is good.
Maybe he wasn't sure on how to say Sean's name. Maybe he got some prep during the commercial break. I don't know. But, Drake, we got to tease the big whales, man. Come on.
254. I love Drake. Screw you, Bobby. He's my fraternity brother from Baylor. LMAO, #Tolo.
Wow. You're probably cutting up the white stuff.
Oh, gosh. Okay. So, Peyton, we'll find out. Did you include in here, and if you didn't, then we'll touch on it. I just got a note in advance. Did you include in here him talking about what he did as a pledge?
Yes, I got.
Okay. Then keep going.
All right, so we'll play that next. This is a Drake, and I'm playing drops throughout this interview with Sean and Drake Toll. But this is a Drake mentioning being at Baylor and a pledge.
When I was at Baylor, this wasn't very long ago, I was pledging 2020. It's super recent, actually. And obviously we don't.
Wait, did you say pledging?
learning how to become a new member of a fraternity. Is that the current verbiage?
Okay, you weren't Escobar over there in Waco, right?
Well, it is Waco, Texas. They let you get away with a lot of things there. The Pledge Escobar thing was more prominent than, but it's also Baylor. There's a pendulum there.
Grace will win.
They did the Grace will win. And right after that, okay, I understand there were some bad times at Baylor that they needed to clean up. Has it gotten so G-rated over there that it's like, all right, Pledge, this is what they had to do. Write a 7-page essay on why the Cowboys will win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
What? That's the hazing that goes on these days?
Oh, was he saying that was the hazing for the fraternity?
That was like what he was told to do as a pledge.
Or a school project.
No, he was told to do it by
my God.
by the fraternity.
That's a soft fraternity.
That's
right there. I hope it wasn't mine.
Like I said, they've had their issues at Baylor that they probably would rather that reputation right now of being a little soft. But man, that was just the fact that was his job as a pledge.
You got to haze harder than that.
So Drake is, hitting Sean with the hard-hitting questions here, the Cowboys questions, and he starts talking about Von Miller, and he starts to talk about something, then he jumps to another question, and he's going back and forth. I'm like, what is he trying to ask here? And then I had to hit him with the Fred drop at the end.
The inspiration side of the week for the Cowboys. Von Miller coming in. He's talked about growing up DeSoto, 28 minutes away from the steps of Jerry World. This is a Dallas Cowboy, or I guess a Dallas kid through and through, and now a Dallas Cowboy. The injection of Von Miller into a Cowboys defense, how big of a move is that on the field? We know what it does off the field locker room. How big of a move on the field is this for production of the Dallas Cowboys next year? So what are you asking,
I put it in like a 6 or 6.5 out of 10.
He was jumping all over the question. I was like, what are you trying to ask here, man?
It's a long question. So Chiafalo would be proud of that question.
Yeah, he's got some length to his questions for sure. It's not as bad as who is it? The one that we always Adam Shine. Is he the one that goes like 1-minute questions or whatever? He likes to set up the context. He wants to lead you to water. Now just drink, Sean.
So then we get to the very end, and Sean, he's wrapping things up, which I thought he went a little short with you there. He didn't go the full 15. I was like, okay, we're going to take this up to 34, 35, and that. 30, he was like,
469 Kid Muse says Sean called in using a potato phone. They didn't like your cell reception.
Really?
I thought your cell reception was fine. It got muffled a little whenever he would be talking.
Is that my phone, or is that where I was driving? I was driving out here.
Yeah, it could just be the reception where you were at.
Was it hard to talk, interview-wise, and then drive at the same time? I don't know how often you do that.
It wasn't great. I was on speaker, that's why.
Whoa.
I was on wireless.
You got it working now.
Yeah. Safety first.
And so this was the very end. They're wrapping things up, and Sean tells Drake, well, Drake, you better Tolo.
Sean Sharif at 1053SS on Twitter. You can follow him and keep up with his coverage of all things Dallas from the Fan in Dallas. Sean, thanks so much for your time this morning. Have a great show.
Thanks for having me. You better be listening. Drake. Don't be just saying that. The Tolos
dialed in. I'll have one ear will be this show that we still have 2 hours of. The other ear will be yours. I'm going to find a way to do it.
Okay, thanks, man. Have a good one.
That was my favorite part. It was when Sean just like, all right, we're done. I don't have to fake like I like this anymore.
Play it again at the end, Peyton.
The other ear will be yours. I'm going to find a way to do it.
Okay, thanks, man. Have a good one.
Great.
Okay,
you're
thanks.
full of S. Yeah, I know.
Let's be done. My favorite was because Peyton was just he'd randomly hit 1-2 in the middle of him talking. My favorite was him hitting the spittle drop of handicap dog right in the middle of Drake.
Oh, he played it?
Yeah.
All right, so well done, Pepe, with the drops. It's the junk drawer here on 105.3 The Fan. Matthew Berry tweeted this out, fantasy football guy. Man.
Oh, Matthew Perry, not Matthew Perry.
Yeah, not Matthew Perry. Whenever someone comes up with a brilliant fantasy football punishment, I have to talk about it because it blows my mind, the creativity. And this is a guy who lost his league, and I guess they said, okay, Halloween, it's a ways away. You have to go out and trick or treat by yourself. You cannot stop in costume till you get 10 pieces of candy.
Oh, God.
Now, we talked about Peyton's been doing stories where people are dressing up and being weirdos, scaring people. You see someone in a Halloween costume in August, you might call the cops.
Yeah.
They mic'd him up, and they had a camera on him. So this is the guy going from house to house until he gets 10 pieces.
Trick or treat. Yeah, do you have anything?
I don't think so.
Okay, no worries.
Wrong season, my friend.
Yeah.
It's a little bit early.
I know. I'm just going to miss it this year.
I got nothing, sorry.
Candy, anything? Chocolate? Trick or treat.
Wrong day.
I know, and I'm going to miss it this year.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Trick or treat.
What?
Trick or treat.
Oh, c'est pas le bonjour, là.
No? Okay. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Au revoir. Hey, trick or treat. Anything? Candy or... No? Okay. Thank you. All right, trick or treat.
Trick or treating for
Halloween.
really?
Yeah.
For what reason?
Perishable item.
Oh, gosh.
Sure. What do you want?
Soup. All right, trick or treat.
I don't think we got anything for you.
Perishable.
Perishable?
Like a soup.
Which is non-perishable?
Thank you.
It was so much more painful watching it, too. It's painful. And then when he got that 10th one, he was celebrating and doing cartwheels.
Can I ask which is worse here? Is it worse to do it in August, where, like, I think anybody who opens the door goes, this is a weirdo doing a bit or whatever? Or would it be worse to... You just have to go out trick-or-treating on Halloween as an adult by yourself. And then there's probably people who are going, you are a creep, and I'm going to handle you. I think there's a higher likelihood of getting shot on Halloween if you do this. I think so, because you're looked at as like a creep that you're wanting to be around the kids.
Pepe, you think this is a good punishment?
I like it. I like him. Put him out there. Make him feel silly about themselves. No, I love this a lot. We've had the golf stuff go on. We've had the guy in the hot dogs that we've played before. So this is great. I love these things.
All right, speaking of the kids, let's make sure that none or not many are out here as Bobby gives his micro update.
Oh, the micro update, yeah. So our buddy, and I'm trying to remember what this gentleman's name was. We talked a few months ago about the man who had the world's smallest member. And you'll remember that he went on Australian TV to talk about it, Michael Phillips. And they were talking to him like he was somebody with, like, a massive disability or something. They're like, you're so brave for being here today. Well, Michael Phillips, as we had also updated recently, got a Venmo for a procedure to increase the size of his part, which is 0.38 inches currently. They said it's the size of a small pea. It is an improvement. He has done the procedure, a 3-hour-long procedure, and now he said it is a success, is what he said on social media, but there is a question now. Says you got to wait for the swelling to go down for them to see exactly how much of a success it was, because after the surgery, there's obviously some swelling that takes place. So they said it should be better now or improved. I don't know if it's ever going to be better. But he's got to wait for the swelling to go down. If I was him, I may just say, swelling can stay. It doesn't have to go down. Like, if I need a little bit more, that's fine.
And is there any way disclosing this on a date could help you?
Man.
Ladies?
This is an episode of New Girl. The guy says it right out of the gate. She sits down and goes, I just want to let you know.
Because she might be like, oh.
Yeah. And so
it's like driving a new car, like a diesel. I don't know. What did she say in New Girl?
She was like, uh-oh. Like, she was not about it.
Oh,
but she had just before that told everybody you shouldn't, like, not date somebody for something physical at all. And then she came over and she heard that. And she was like, crap, now I got to commit to this date. And so, but she was, I don't know. This is... You might be afraid to break it, too, if it's new.
Commercial-free Expressway Junk Drawer. It's a Tolo Friday edition from Cleburne Firehouse number 1, 803 East Henderson Street. Stop by for the brand new 105 Through the Fan pickleball paddles. It's a pretty sick giveaway. Fraser Roofs and Gutters, Toper Garage Door, Harbor Lights, and San Marcos Catering with the breakfast and coffee to kick off your weekend. What's Jacob deGrom's nickname? Don't take off your headset yet.
General deGrom.
General taking over last night, making history on the home of the Rangers. Diamond Cavs is next. But let me give you the usual standard Friday message from the Tolo.
Corey swings. It's a high fly ball to left field. Pinckney going back at the track, at the wall, leaps up. That ball's out of here. Corey Seager with an opposite field home run. And the Rangers are on the board on Corey's 13th blast of the year.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about krld-fm making his return? Let's talk about it in Diamond Cabs as we are live from Cleburne Fire Station number 1 at 803 Henderson. And we just got some great coffee here. This is like the caramel macchiato or something. Cody from Nolan River Coffee came by, dropped us some coffee.
Thank you, Cody.
Got you the hot one there.
I was just looking for the refill.
Man, this is good stuff. I knew I was going to get the iced one, and you would have nothing to do with iced coffee. I knew you were a hot coffee guy.
I like iced coffee at times.
I don't think I've ever seen you drink it.
Well, it's 5 o'clock in the morning.
You're walking in with like a thermos most times and dribbling it. You used to dribble it on the floor of the old building with your leaking coffee cup.
Then Low T hooked me up with the coffee cup that is going to have Just Love coffee in it. So the little combo right there. Shout out to Zip Martinez, Cowboy season ticket holder, wanting to know if Dak is going to play any preseason snaps. Bobby, the answer to that is
nope.
Malcolm, shout out to Tolo Malcolm at work. He said, "Wifey, I need you to go out there." So she's on the phone with him. She said, "My husband's at work. He's freaking out right now. Do you guys have anything?" We had the fan paddles. We got the breakfast. We got the coffee as well. So shout out to Malcolm. Your wife did you proud.
Dude, we have so many people that, like, we'll have, like, wives come up here who have been sent here by their husbands.
That's what's crazy.
Like,
it's
almost every single time there will be one or two people who are like, "Hey, my husband sent me up here."
Yeah, for what?
Yeah, it's like, do y'all have a giveaway or something I'm supposed to scoop up? Or sometimes it's just to get a picture. Will you go get a picture with them? And she's like, "I don't listen, but can I get a picture real quick?" He wants a picture to show that I'm here.
Crazy.
But then it's funny because then when we do like the Sandler charity dinners or whatever, we get like the Pates or we get like, you know, the Garcias, and they end up being like, it's the wife that listens to us more than the husband does.
Yeah. That's why our persons is so high.
That's what we do. We're the show of persons. All right. Rangers win this one last night, 2-0. They end up winning the series against the Washington Nationals. Desperately needed to win this series. I mean, I guess you didn't desperately need to win it in terms of still being in contention because the AL is that bad, but just desperately needing to win it, it felt like, in terms of feeling confident that this baseball team was going to be able to do anything.
One game back after the armpit got annihilated by the Angels, 18-3. You get the Angels rematch tonight. You are tied now with the Twins for that third wild card spot. And last night, man, was it the start of the year for Jacob deGrom? When you factor in the history, fastest righty ever to 2,000 strikeouts.
If you want to factor in the injury, we thought the season was over, him coming up, like, if you want to factor in all that, too, then yeah, it's relative to expectations. I did not expect him to. That was the first start of all year where I expected him to do nothing.
Yeah.
And he went out there and had arguably his best start of the year. I got to see.
He's had 2 other starts where he had 10 strikeouts. His other outings, 6 innings, 1 earned. 4 innings, none. He gave up 1 earned at the end of April. He went 6 innings, 5 2/3. I mean, this is just right up there, considering everything that was on the line for the team, and of course the standings. And last night they were talking about on TV is kind of a no-brainer, which isn't surprising. It's Dave Raymond.
All 27.
And man, Bassick. Next time Bassick comes up, we're gonna have to get into my interaction with Mike yesterday over these broadcast rankings.
Was it not good?
Mikey, he got his Mikey, he got his feelings hurt a little bit.
Mikey
Sandler was feeling bad for Mike. I'm like, what is wrong? What is wrong with you?
Mikey, for as tough as he is and as like flippant as he seems, Mikey does have feelings, and he can get his feelings hurt sometimes. Especially when I would justify this one because it's not deserved what people were saying about him. So I would get with him on that one.
I give it to him brutally honest. You know, he's like, "You didn't want me at the station the last month." I was like, "No." And he's like, "Oh, yeah, I know. I get it. I'm a pain in the butt. I'm T.O." And then I was like, "Mike, do you know how many people hate my guts as well? And I know I'm still great." And I think that settled him down. Like, don't let your confidence waver. I was like, I know I'm elite.
If LeBron worried about being liked, he would have never made it.
Yeah.
Nobody likes him.
Madison Square Garden didn't all love Michael. And, you know, Michael still performed. Don't worry about it. But Mikey got his feelings hurt a little bit. He got up in the YouTube chat yesterday. He decided to mix it up in the chat. I thought he was doing it for fun, but I think a couple Tolos got to him. Y'all got won a few rounds against Mike.
I think that Mike is, and if Mike's listening, I promise this isn't just to fluff you up here, Mike.
Bobby loves Mike.
I do. I think Mike is one of the...
You love wheels off people.
Not just wheels off, though, but like I like when even like Mike's all tightened up and like coloring within the lines, because he's a smart guy. He's a smart guy who really understands sports, not just baseball. He understands sports, and he's so good at just thinking of things from an angle that none of us have thought of before.
Mike in the commercial breaks is a content creator's dream. He would just walk up and down the halls and say, what about this? And I was thinking about this, and I did this study because he loves sports so much.
Yeah, and usually when somebody walks in and says, hey, what do you think about this? Then most of us are like, whoever it is, me, Eric, whoever's, we're like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And usually you're saying it at a commercial break because you haven't thought it through yet.
Yeah.
Mike usually would come through and like you'd be ready to like poke a hole and be like, that's kind of interesting. Like we should talk about that. And then it's like, well, we can't talk about it. That's KNC's now. But
anyway,
all that to say,
Raymond and them were like talking, no doubt that deGrom was a Hall of Famer. And I know we've touched on this briefly on the show. I think you and Choppy were saying no because of the length of time.
It's just there's no one even close to him in terms of those few innings pitched.
So baseball's nowhere close to football in terms of being able to get away with it with a shorter career?
No, not at all. So if you take the guy who I think has largely...
Because you say the fastest right-hander, 2,000 strikeouts, and you're like, all right, that's a Hall of Famer.
Right. And again, it'd be based on, I assume, either games played or innings pitched, maybe both. But like the reason why he's still able to be the fastest at 36 or whatever he is, older than that, is because he's had so infrequent. He started late. He was 24 his rookie year, I think. Like he wasn't like this 22-year-old phenom. But if you take the guy who's been held up as the standard for decades of what a supernova career, he popped and he was gone, and that was Sandy Koufax. And Sandy Koufax pitched 2,324 innings. He's largely thought of as like the starter who was most given a pass for his limited innings. Jacob deGrom right now, I believe for his career, is something like 600 innings away from Koufax. No, it's more than he's 700 innings away from getting to Sandy Koufax inning total. And it's like, man, that's tough to be able to say you did enough or put enough on display for that. He's really dominant. If you want to just talk about on their best day, he's the pitcher of the generation, no doubt about it. The problem is that he's also representative of the pitcher of the generation in terms of there's tons of arm injuries, and it's going to be a career that probably looks remarkably different for most Hall of Famers.
So he'll have 8. By the way, Joey McGuire, one of our favorites, head coach, Texas Tech, coming up at 8:20 this morning. He's got 8 basically full seasons.
Mm-hmm.
So you can sit there and say, all right, he had 12, 13-year career with 8 full seasons. I think he's going to get in.
Ooh,
I think that because at the end of the day, they're going to say you played 13 years.
But
we're not going to say
Koufax was 12. So Koufax, like that is still considered like that's the bare minimum of years without even putting the innings in. That's just so little time. Who's somebody else?
12-year career?
No, but I mean the innings in terms of like the availability to only have like scattered 8 seasons that he played. I'm trying to think of like here. Do you think that they would look at it differently for a guy? And I'm trying to think of somebody who's comparable. Take a player like just a pitcher like Matt Harvey or one of these guys who popped early on in their career and was really dumb. Tim Lincecum. Tim Lincecum's a good one. Where Lincecum was really good at the beginning of his career, and then he pitched more and was available more and was just not great at the end and had his problems. I think the Hall of Fame I think most of the voters would rather pick a player like that. The player who wasn't great but filled in the rest of the years, then pick the guy who was great for the same amount of years but just was unavailable for the others.
Yeah, it's hard to find a starting comp besides Koufax. Then it takes it into relievers like Bruce Sutter or Raleigh Fingers.
I mean, yeah, because if you think about it, his career high in innings, deGrom.
What do y'all think on the fan text, by the way? Is deGrom, is he going to get into the Hall of Fame? 877-881-1053. My guy Zip over here says no.
He would have to, deGrom to match Koufax's innings, would have to finish this year, make every start, and then he would have to pitch the next 3 years and hit a career high in innings pitched each of the next 3 years to get to Koufax's innings total. And so it feels really, really difficult to say he's going to be able to get there. And I mean, like I said, if you want to just talk about who is the best out there, he's Terrell Davis of baseball or whatever else. He's the guy who, when he was available, he was the best. Nobody was comparable to him. And it's one of those disappointing things where it's like, if he could have just been healthy, he's a slam dunk for the Hall of Fame, and he's a slam dunk as the pitcher of the generation. And instead, people are going to go, well, Scherzer, Verlander, Kershaw. Those are the guys they're going to look at more closely. But I did have this thought recently, because Choppy did spring this to mind, this idea of, pitching being different and us having to scale what a Hall of Famer looks like as we go along, because pitchers just don't pitch the same number of innings they do anymore, just like you had to change from the dead ball era. I think there's a chance, and this is nuts for people to think, I'm sure, I think there's a chance Dylan Cease, who's been thought of for years as a underperformer, could potentially end up being a Hall of Famer in this era.
Is that who RJ hates?
He hates Dylan Cease. Dylan Cease has made one All-Star game. Dylan Cease is 30 years old, has made one All-Star game, has never won more than 14 games in a season. Like, there's not a lot there that you look at and go, okay, why would Dylan Cease be a Hall of Famer? In this current era, where guys are not going to be pitching as much and guys are not going to have some of the raw totals, Dylan Cease right now is a 200 strikeout pitcher every single year. He's got numbers comparable to Hall of Famers in terms of his hits per nine allowed, his home runs per nine allowed. He's basically made every single start for each of the last 5 seasons. He has missed one start in 5 years. And so if you're talking about being able to stack up innings, being able to stack up strikeout totals, as it stands right now, he's at 1,400 strikeouts for his career. If he's at 30 years old, if he goes over the next decade and manages to be a 3 ERA pitcher who continues to pitch all the time, he's going to be like Adrian Beltre, where at the end of the career, people are looking at it and going, oh yeah, I guess he's just been good for 20 years. And now he's stacked up some really, really good numbers. But he's somebody who this year leads the majors in strikeouts, leads the majors in hits per nine, home runs per nine, strikeouts per nine. 3 seasons he's led the majors in strikeouts per nine. So this is a high strikeout pitcher that people like. That's like the big focus people want these days. And he's somebody who's doing it while not missing any starts and has a career 3.71 ERA right now. So that's a high ERA for a Hall of Famer. But if he were able to work this down over the next 7-8 years, you could eventually be looking at it and saying, this is a guy who's a 3-4 time All-Star who's going to look like the best pitcher of that modern era and the best pitcher in terms of volume and actually showing up and participating. And so I think Cease could end up being a Hall of Famer when you start looking at this sort of stuff.
Ooh.
I know it's
Cease over deGrom.
If he continued, not like today, but if he continued doing this for 7-8 years, yeah. Diamondcap's here on 105 through the fan. Paul Skeens, by the way, really quickly, another concerning start, removed after 81 pitches the other day. Saxophones are getting louder in Pittsburgh. He'd been given
saxophone.
It's a reference. It's a meme on the internet of like you hear these saxophones playing. It basically means trouble's coming, like it's getting louder. But despite the extra rest that he was given, Skeens couldn't get out of his rough stretch. He had 4 1/3 innings pitched, and he was pulled after 81 pitches. Struggled with the strike zone. Continued to struggle with some of his velocity. His ERA, he had a 6.52 ERA over his previous 4 starts before this one. He's been racking up decent strikeout totals, but it's 14 earned runs over 19 1/3 innings.
Diamond Cavs with Roberto taking Choppy's place on your home for Rangers baseball. Coming up, a very special treat. Nice job by Pepe booking the head coach of Texas Tech. Joey McGuire joins us live after this.
segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
A very special Friday treat as Pepe has locked up and secured the head coach of the Texas Tech Red Raiders, and he's been cool enough to join us on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. He is the great Joey McGuire here on Sean and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Man, I'm great. It's great to see you guys.
Is it?
It is. Especially you, Sean. I don't know about Bobby, but especially you, bro.
Now, Coach, I was doing my homework on you, and I saw a little profile piece for Reese Davis that hit close to home. That you're a big Corvette guy. My 89-year-old father had a, I think it was a 79. Last year the Stingray, or the year before the Stingray, but it had the curves. I don't like I don't like the flattened out, hoods. I need some shape. And some curves on my car, and he was shopping out here as an 89-year-old for a Corvette to get back home. So how much Corvette love do you have? How many do you have? And is it manual or stick?
So it's manual. It's brand new. But this is how it all started. Whenever my wife and I started dating, and we were just telling stories, goals in life and everything, I told her, I said, I'm going to own a Corvette by the time I'm 50. I have no idea why that number. I don't think you ever arrived, so it wasn't something like that. It was just something in me. And for my 50th birthday, 5 years ago, she bought me a brand new black Stingray. It was absolutely incredible. And I just turned 55 on August 6th, and she surprised me. She surprised me with the first one. And then I only have one. She traded the black one in, and I got a brand new, it's a 2027 Corvette. It has all the bells and whistles. It is beautiful. Red and black.
Got to go red and black. Now, Coach, Bobby throughout this entire offseason has said not only is Texas Tech on the map, they are a legit force. Props to you, the awesome local story. We'll get to Cody Campbell in a little bit. Does it feel different now? Targets on the back there in Lubbock? And just talk about this transformation and where y'all are.
I think coming into the building, I think it does feel different, because whenever you're trying to do something, win the Big 12, then, you're working and you really are like, man, we can do it. But until you do it, you don't. There's still that doubt because you haven't done it before. We've done it, so there's an expectation that has gone up, and you can really feel it in the building with everybody. I mean, every single person that works in our building, from our dietitians to our training staff, I mean, they really do. It feels different. And then, it's one of those deals. I think if we would have played better in the playoffs, then there might be, hey, there's a target on our back. But, man, we got a group of guys. I have 6 starters on offense and 6 starters on defense coming back from that team. And, man, they're pissed off. We did not play well at all. I mean, we did on defense, but as a team, we didn't play well. And so our last memory of football, in 2025, 26, was Oregon beating us the way they did. And so their goal is to play better once we get to the playoffs.
Coach McGuire, I'm just curious. You guys obviously had a very eventful summer leading up to things with the whole quarterback situation with Brendan Sorsby. Before we get into anything specifically with that, Will Hammond is the focus now. Talk about what you have in Will Hammond and how you feel about him heading into the season and why he's the right guy to lead you guys as you look to really build on what you did last season.
Yeah, we're so fortunate to have Will. I mean, you talking about a fan favorite and then a locker room favorite. Our guys absolutely love him, man. He's a guy's guy. He freaking a football guy. If you look, if he doesn't get hurt, we didn't go through any of the stuff that we went through, and at the end of the day, it made us better. It made us closer. And the first thing our guys will tell you, we're a closer team because of the adversity we had to face. But having Will Hammond, there's a belief because they knew he was going to be the starter if he didn't, get hurt. And so really important to have him. He's in a great spot. He's fully released. He's ready to go week 1. He's had a really good camp. He's had, we're really good on defense. We're really good up front. And so, we don't hit the quarterback, but he has to move because we put pressure on him, and he's moved around really well. So we're excited about Will Hammond.
The great Joey McGuire here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan, Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Texas Tech fans showing up here, Cleburne Firehouse, to show their support for Coach and the program. Bobby put it nicely about the offseason. Has all the Sorsby dust settled? How do you look back on it? And would you have changed anything about the PR explosion and the story that took over the sport?
You know, I still talk to Brennan, all the time. Anything that I send to my leaders as far as motivation, or, Jacob Rodriguez had a great interview yesterday, and I sent it to all my leaders. I sent it to him. He and I stay in contact. He's a Red Raider, and I think he'll identify with that whenever he goes to the next level. The thing that I would have done different, if I would have known that the NFL, and not the NFL, if I would have known the commissioner was going to blackball him as far as the supplemental draft, then whenever it all came out, I would have said, hey, let's approach this different and let's, go directly into the supplemental draft and see if it happens that way. Because, our expectation the whole time was, we kind of had that maybe in our back pocket if it didn't work out well. And then you turn around and he's having to sit out a year. And that's frustrating, and it's amazing. And I've been criticized for saying this, but it's amazing what other people can do, and they gain forgiveness. And at 18 years old, he bet on an Indiana team that he didn't play in any of those games. And man, he's, he doesn't get to play this year, whether it's in college or whether it's in the NFL. And look, I get it, man. I totally agree. You shouldn't be betting on games that you're playing in. But gosh dang, man, it's hard to see. I mean, you guys don't have it. You don't have FanDuel on your advertisement that I'm on right now. But my God, I bet there's some kind of gambling platform that will be talked about at some point on your station. And shoot, I send out different pictures, and it's up in the corner, that I send out to my team. I almost said, man, I got to blur that out. So it's crazy what he's had to go through. That would be the one thing that I would change. And then, maybe after the injunction comes out, we make one statement and we don't say anything else. But I don't think that would have changed anything. I've never seen the entire sports world get behind one single thing the way they did, but they're okay with getting injunctions for guys that had 2 sacks in the NFL last week, and then maybe that guy can come back to college football. Nobody's all up in arms for that, that you're on an NFL contract and you get to come back and play college football. Hey, we're okay with that, I guess.
Yeah, Coach, I have a Kalshi read here in about 7 minutes, so
yeah.
It's perfect timing. Do you now are you looking at recruiting NFL players with this latest story that's going on the past 48 hours?
Well, we're always, there's never going to be a time that the way we do things and at Texas Tech that we're not going to try to make our roster better at any point. But it's so, even with a judge saying that they can do this, you don't know if that's going to happen, because there's still rules to, you guys, man, you're talking about craziness. Me and you, we could sit here, y'all can have me back, and we can go just on this rant of what's going on in college sports. But think about the Tennessee kid that's suspended for 2 games. And we're talking about guys that have NFL agents that are getting paid by NFL teams. Okay, you can come back, but how long are they going to be suspended?
Yeah.
Because there's no difference, so there's still some rules that we've got to live by. And the other thing is the Ghost Portal, that wasn't NCAA. They didn't come up with that. The coaches, the AFCA came up with, hey, if you bring a kid back that wasn't in the portal, your head coach is suspended for 6 games. And so that still should happen. That's not an NCAA idea. That was our idea to protect ourselves. And so I think if a kid comes back that wasn't in the portal that comes on your team, then you should have the same issue unless the NCAA opens up another portal.
Coach Joey McGuire joining us here on 105 The Fan. Coach, we referenced the Brendan Sorsby stuff this offseason. It's been about 2 years now of people really being aware of Cody Campbell and them wanting, here's the 1% villain of college football. And then you've got, obviously, you've talked about recently, I know, having trouble scheduling out of conference opponents and some of the vitriol you've received from other schools. You mentioned that you guys have had kind of like gotten closer this offseason. Has that been a rallying point, almost being viewed as the heel in college football? Has that been the rallying point for you guys, or has it been something tough to navigate and trying to keep guys' spirits up, knowing, hey, there's a lot of negativity out there?
No, man, our guys, we talk about it all the time, and it's pretty cool that you're in the fire department. We're firemen, man. We run to the fire. Like, the pressure is a privilege. It's an opportunity. If you have pressure on you as a program, then that means you've got the opportunity to do something special. And so that just brings us closer. And if y'all are talking to Cody Campbell, man, what a absolute stud. Like, what he's done for his university. And it's not just him. His partner, John Sellers, Dusty Womble, Mike Wallace, Gary Peterson, we call them the Fab Five. Those are the guys that, have really gotten behind, Texas Tech. And what's crazy is we get criticized so much, but guys, we didn't have the highest payroll in college football last year. Yep. There were teams that didn't make the playoffs. There were teams that didn't have winning records that had higher payrolls than us. And we're nowhere close to Texas and LSU's payroll this year. I would think that both of those schools are in the 50 millions, and we're not in the 40s. And so, it's really interesting. It's always easy to say this is what somebody's doing because they've never done it. And so they must be doing something, that nobody else is doing and the way they're doing it. Man, we feel really good that we got a great plan, and, we're going to try to do what we did last year and just add on to winning in the playoffs.
Coach, is that narrative that's out there from other schools and other programs that have been upset or whatever else, have you found that's actually been helpful in this NIL era with some of these students and stuff like that? Like, man, people know Texas Tech, though. I want to go somewhere where people are going to know me and know my team.
Well, number one, before the revenue share, we had a great reputation for making sure we paid what we owe players. And guys, 2 years ago before the rev share, and it might be happening now, but there were a lot of schools that promised kids a lot of money to get in the portal, and those kids never saw the money, ever. And so the agents that we deal with, we have a good reputation because there was never a time that we were late. There was never a time that we didn't pay what we said we were going to pay in that contract. And so I think that's one thing. And then another thing that helps us is the negative recruiting. We have the best facilities in the country, so whenever people say, man, there's nothing out in Lubbock, guess what there is? We're a true college town. We have a fan base that is truly fanatical about their team. They're going to play out in front of a sold-out crowd every single week whenever we're here at home. And so whenever people say negative things, these kids and these parents come in and they're like, well, we're kind of being lied to because guess what? This place is pretty cool. This place is special. And so for the schools out there, anybody listening, man, keep saying that stuff about Tech because you only make my job easier.
Yeah, the power of the fan base is so strong that lifelong Longhorn fan Peyton Russell, who booked the interview, our producer, sold out because his new wife was so diehard Texas Tech that we caught him wearing some Red Raiders gear, and he just sold out the Longhorns after his entire life, Coach. So I wanted you to know that.
And we're telling him to get in his coach's ear, or really his AD's ear, because he made the statement that he'd keep playing us, and they haven't. But, man, we would love to play the University of Texas. And I'm a big Sark fan of what he's done at Texas. Not many coaches have been able to do. You go back through the history of Texas. And he is a friend. I mean, we talk and so, but I still want to play him, man. I'm a Texan, man. I grew up watching Texas Tech and Texas. I grew up watching Texas Tech and Texas A&M. I grew up in the Southwest Conference days. And so, man, I would love to play Texas.
Coach, give us a season preview. How much did expectations change with the quarterback change, and maybe highlight some guys that we need to be really focused on for this upcoming year?
Yeah, our expectations don't change. We do believe in Will Hammond, and then we have a really good defense again. I think that's where everybody's saying there's no way you can replace what we had. And, one thing that we are doing, we replaced them with a lot of depth. We're a deeper team. But I think people are going to fall in love with, Austin Romaine, Adam Trick, Trey White, guys that we brought in some young guys, Peyton Morgan, Oliver Miles, that, have been here, that it's now they've grown into, their bodies into college football players. And then on the offensive side, man, we have 3 running backs that are really, really special, and Cam Dickey, Jacoby Williams, and then Quentin Joyner is fully released and ready to go. And so we're going to be able to run the football. And then some of the new guys, Kenny Johnson. But I will tell you, a guy that's been here, he was here, left, came back, is Micah Hudson. I think Micah is going to be the best version of himself. And, man, I'm excited to see him play.
Coach, we've always been big fans of you. We think you're the best interview in college football. You've always been big supporters of us. You've stayed true to yourself. We can't root for you more, especially Peyton switching teams. Thank you for the time today. Best of luck throughout the year. Can't wait to have you on again. Thank you. And watch the speed limit.
You got it, man. I'll try to stay out of trouble.
Thank you, Coach. The great Joey McGuire of your Texas Tech Red Raiders on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Why one former NFL quarterback, a new Hall of Famer, is issuing a public plea to Jerry Jones next. But Coach just...
find today. The number one Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Shoddy and Bobby just talking ball.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Why Brian Schottenheimer has healed the dysfunction. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation and D&M Leasing.
Couple of Tolo shout-outs. Awesome crowd here in Cleburne. Spittle, I got to give him credit. He knows how to pick the areas. Everyone hits me up. How do we get you? How do we get you? Look up Gavin Spittle email, Odyssey email. Justin stopping on out. Paul and Brandon as well. Bring in hats. And the pickleball paddles, I believe, are gone, but we still have breakfast courtesy of San Marcos Catering with the salsa that Bobby cannot handle.
I'm handling it fine.
Fraser Roofs and Gutters, Tolbert Garage Door. I saw you run to the bathroom back there.
I was peeing.
Oh.
Yeah, not to be too graphic, but that's what I was doing. All right, and during that last break, I got a chance to talk to, is it Luke? Luke, right? Yeah, Luke. Luke, who's moving into Texas Tech tomorrow. He's moving into Lubbock tomorrow. They're heading up there. And so, they got here just in time to hear some Joey McGuire talk.
Get the tortillas ready.
They're very optimistic over here, Luke and his dad, very optimistic about what Texas Tech's going to do this year. And they got that cupcake schedule in the Big 12 that they'll get to play, because it's just different in the SEC, for Texas. All right, Drew Brees.
Are y'all scared of playing Tech?
They're not willing to play Tech right now, but I mean, they could relent. I mean, shoot, Cody Campbell ended up relenting on Houston. They're going to end up playing Houston. They're going to do that one. So, I mean, you could always relent, give up, just right now, everybody wants to do their little protest, their silent protest to Texas Tech, I guess. All right, so.
Which, by the way, I had my Sorsby criticism, and I don't feel bad for what happened to him. And I thought Tech butchered things PR-wise in the offseason. With that said, the grudge being held towards them spending and then not wanting to schedule them because they tried to keep their quarterback prospect is so hypocritically laughable of these other schools trying to take it out and make some type of more unethical stance against Texas Tech. That's a joke.
Yeah, because, I mean, they all have and this is, I think, kind of been the Texas Tech position. I mean, you heard Joey McGuire say some of it right there, but I think Cody Campbell also has kind of talked about this, where it's like, let's not start comparing sins here.
Yeah.
Like public and private, guys.
Y'all want all your closets open?
Yeah.
We want to open up everyone's closet? It's kind of like the thing we're thinking about with Kawhi in the NBA. Everyone want to open up how you got that free agent to go ahead and sign?
Yeah, exactly. And look, I think that's true, while also simultaneously being true that the response, and Joey McGuire just said a little bit there, the response should have been more muted from Texas Tech in reply to what went down with Sorsby. They got in front of it at a little too, let's do a 20-minute, Jada Pinkett roundtable live stream here and talk about what we do. That was probably what they'd want back. All right, we got two clips from quarterbacks talking about the Cowboys. One is talking about them, and Peyton, I just texted you about this, the Brees cut that we had yesterday and the Kosar clip from earlier this week. Drew Brees, NFL Hall of Famer, new NFL Hall of Famer, who damn near made Sean Payton cry when he called him and said, hey, I want you to be the guy to present me. Drew Brees went on with Rich Eisen. And Rich Eisen's very high on the Cowboys right now. Every NFL guest he gets on, he's wanting to talk to him about the Cowboys. And Drew Brees spent 4 years under Brian Schottenheimer as his quarterback. It was quarterback coach relationship. And they're basically the same age, Drew Brees and Brian Schottenheimer. So it was kind of a weird dynamic initially. But whereas Brian Schottenheimer can't say enough nice things about Drew Brees whenever he comes up, Drew Brees similarly can't say enough nice things about Brian Schottenheimer. And he said that Schotty is the man who has come in and absolutely healed what is essentially a dysfunctional organization.
Maybe he felt like that opportunity had passed him by, and all of a sudden he is the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. And I think in so many cases, that decision was made because of his relationship with Dak Prescott and because of his ability to lead that team. Look, let's be honest. I think Dallas, the Cowboys, has had this reputation as being a little bit dysfunctional, and having a lot of talent and yet just distractions. And man, how do we get past all this stuff and, keep the main thing the main thing? And I think what Brian has been able to do is come in and, first off, I think there's a great connection he has with Dak. I think I think the players, really a lot of his messaging and a lot of his experience, they resonate with him. Like they appeal to those players. And he has created an incredible atmosphere. I visited them this offseason. I'm going to go to the Saints-Cowboys practice here in a couple hours to watch them. So I get the sense that, man, there's an energy and there's an excitement there, but there's a focus. There's a focus around what needs to be done in order to be successful and to go win and to kind of take this thing to the next level, to get over the hump. And I think he's the perfect guy to do it.
Is that becoming hyperbole at all? Because Drew Brees is not the first person to say it. And I know we've all said, there have been times about like, oh, is football always the main thing here? That keep the main thing the main thing. Has football always been the main thing in Dallas, or is it the Cowboys and what the Cowboys are? Is that the main thing? This offseason, there's been a lot of chatter about it feels a little more focused, it feels a little more serious, it feels a little more concentrated, and a lot of people are giving Brian Schottenheimer the credit for that. But do you think that portion of it has been overblown at all at this point? The idea that there's something, we obviously said it felt more real, like they were more sincere about, man, we can compete, but do we feel like it's different in terms of what they prioritize?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. I want to believe it. I love Schottenheimer. He's been great with us, except for his stupid T-shirt collection.
Just fantastic fashion sense.
But, man, there's been no bullets fired. And before I say, well, Jerry's being more careful and Jerry's seeding, let's wait for the first. Let's wait for the first car accident during the course of the year. I think you should answer it, because anyone and everyone that asks you about it, you talk about the shoddy difference. You're a big believer in it.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I think that, or I'll say this. I don't think he's reframed their perspective at all. Like, I think they all...
Give me, like, the top 2 or 3 things that you think he's impacted Jerry with the most. If we sit down behind the scenes with Shoddy in his office again for lunch and we're like, off the record, how have you changed Jerry or gotten him to think differently or altered him? What would he say?
I don't think he has. That's the thing, is that I think if people want to say he's... the biggest thing he's changed, and we saw it last year, we were picking up on it last year, I think he has had an influence on how Jerry talks about things that they're doing. Like, Jerry was much more close to the vest about injuries last season than he's ever been in his career. He was much more close to the vest about certain personnel things they're doing. And I think that's probably an emphasis of what Shoddy's trying to underline. I don't think
and
Shoddy's
McCarthy
having to...
was CIA, too.
McCarthy was CIA, but here's the biggest difference. I think McCarthy had a lot of the same thoughts that Schottenheimer did in terms of how he wanted information to be handled. I think McCarthy viewed it as, I'll never be able to influence them the way I need to, so I'm going to have to just kind of operate in a lane outside of this room to do it. But I'm not going to be able to pull this. I think this is the biggest thing. Shoddy has recognized something that McCarthy never did, which is how big his voice is.
Well,
how much they want the input. Yeah. I think McCarthy just assumed his would be discounted, so a lot of times he didn't own what was a power he didn't realize he had.
Well, Dak, I believe, certainly he believes there's a difference. That's probably what matters the most. He went off about it again yesterday in terms of during his time here, he's never seen Jerry like this or the aggression of the offseason. So I don't know whether Shoddy got them more aggressive in the front office. I don't know, but Dak Prescott believes this is the best and most different Jerry and Stephen Jones that he has experienced.
I think he's probably what he's done, if anything else. He's been a more compelling advocate for how close they are than other coaches have been. He's convinced them, and then the outpouring of that is that they want to go do things.
You don't think every year they're like, we can compete?
I think they say it every year, but it's just like you and I talked about, and everybody talked about when we got to Oxnard. It felt they were more sincere this year.
Well, let me say this, and this is a double-edged sword. It's exciting, and it also cuts the safety net. Brian Schottenheimer, again yesterday, everything he said, and part of it may be propping up people, and part of it, or all of it, may be belief. There's no excuses. Like, Brian Schottenheimer believes they've had an amazing camp. He believes they have a fantastic roster, and he loves the culture right now. He said, Oxnard has been a tremendous success. This was his presser yesterday. And when he's going down these other guys on his top 10 list saying, that's a damn good football player, I said, okay, coach, you're talking to me about this no-name defensive tackle or D lineman. You're like, he's a damn good football player. I'm not going to give, and I think you alluded to a segment like this a while back, I'm not going to give it. You're removing the grace of Christian Parker and a lot of the defensive pieces. But on the other side,
which I like that he's willing to embrace that.
It's double edged.
Yeah,
it's like, we're damn good. We know we're damn good, and we're going to go out and perform like we're damn good. But for me talking about them, or you being like they're going to be 9-8, they're going to be 8-9, it's like Schottenheimer is talking like they are a legit contender. I'm not just talking about when we're in LA in February. He's talking about the roster, the camp that they've had, and the relationships.
Yeah, now look.
He's doing backflips.
There are...
And if he's selling it, he may be selling it a tad hard.
Sincere belief is a great thing. It's awesome when you have it. Sincere belief, it speaks to confidence. It buys into people. It's great. There have also been people who had sincere belief, like the Heaven's Gate cult had sincere belief, and that was not good. So their sincere belief does not add up to wins and losses. I'm not looking at the fan text right now. I guarantee there are people on there, though, who are saying, doesn't matter. They're still not winning anything. How are you guys talking like they're going to win anything? No, I'm not saying they're going to win anything. I'm saying expectations and the tenor, the tone, the mood of what they do in that building feels different. It's just it feels as though it's more genuine the way they feel about the things that they say. Because a lot of times we go, is that fluff?
Yeah. Every year Dak goes, we're manifesting the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we'll see y'all later down the road.
We'll see you later. He does it every year.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about it. I'm a little bit scared for Schottenheimer because he seems thrilled with almost every aspect.
Yeah.
He did it again yesterday.
Welcome it. Bring it on if you want to bring it on. And then one more quick clip here before we finish up. This is not from Drew Brees. Bertie Kosar, former Cowboys legend who came into the 93-94 NFC Championship game to take over for Troy Aikman when he got knocked out. He was on with Sage Steele recently, and he has a public plea for Cowboys owner Jerry Jones about his Super Bowl ring.
I got cut from my boyhood team, the team I thought I was going to play with for my whole career. But it turned out to be a massive blessing. I mean, to be able to learn from that pain, and then I don't get a Super Bowl ring, although I lost it, so I can't wear it. And Jerry, I'm going to be calling you because it got stolen. I'm going to be calling you for another one, bro. So please help me out again. I wouldn't have got that.
Didn't get one.
His stolen Super Bowl ring.
Lost it, then stole it.
Yeah, so it's stolen. And Bertie Kosar says he's publicly going to be hitting Jerry Jones up to get a replacement.
You may have been hitting something. My man Zip out here, right there, with the finger gestures. All right, it's time for worst take of the week. Who's the biggest loser?
What a loser!
Is it Brian Broaddus, someone else, or my nomination of Jimmy Johnson? Final hour from Cleburne Firehouse #1 after this.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week. You are made of stupid.
It is time for Worst Take here on 105.3 The Fan. Fist Pump Hour live from Cleburne Fire Station, number 1 for the Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour. 803 East Henderson Street, Cleburne, Texas 76031. We've had a good turnout this morning.
Yeah.
This is right up there, probably top 3, if not the onesie, top 3 for the 6 a.m. Gathering that we had. But
Tolo John Ramsey rolling out, a lot of the firefighters, the mayor. I'm sure he's got his cell phone.
Yeah, where's your proclamation? Show that to people who missed it. Oh, it's in the trash? Okay, I gotcha.
It's in my backpack.
He's got if you missed it earlier, I've got a special video that I'll put on social media of Sean being awarded extra small gloves and just basically a proclamation awarding him for his bravery in overcoming his small hands disease. All right.
Disease.
Yes, disease. It is time for Worst Take here on 105.3 The Fan. And this is going to be a little mixed. Like, I know we're going to make Brian Broaddus angry during this segment.
I'm going to get killed.
Because he does not believe he had a worst take, but the fans have requested that he be part of this. So we've got a couple of different ones. Would you like to lead off with yours or run through some of these, or do you want to just jump right in with Broaddus?
I'll nominate Jimmy Johnson.
The NASCAR driver?
No.
Oh.
The Dallas Cowboys head coach and Hall of Famer. Yesterday, and I'm totally down to be educated on this. Someone give me an update. But apparently there was just random fire from Jimmy Johnson for no apparent reason as he went on his social media and put out a picture. And I presume this to be a picture of his contract with Jerry Jones.
Oh, no.
And the title, you're not aware of this?
I did not see this.
So the title of this is, does this explain Cowboys' responsibilities? Johnson shall have the following duties and responsibilities. No assistant football coach, trainer, equipment man, or strength coach shall be fired or employed by employer without the prior approval of Johnson. Johnson shall have the right of prior approval with respect to the acquisition, releasing, and trading of all football players of the Dallas Cowboys. And finally, Johnson shall have complete control of all assistant coaches, players, trainers, and equipment men during training, practice, preparation for, and the actual playing of games, notwithstanding the foregoing, neither the assistant coaches, players, blah, blah, blah. So basically, Jimmy, and I don't know what started this, wanted to prove with this never-ending, I thought it had ended finally, this never-ending peeing match between him and Jerry, that he was put in control and it was in his contract that he had all football decisions and responsibilities. And I'm like, why, coach? Why?
I have several thoughts on this, and many of them are conspiracy-minded. All right, I'm just going to go tinfoil hat. I have consistency issues here. And if you're a contract lawyer, you can tell me if this is the case. Have you ever read a contract where the document just keeps stating their name over and over again? Doesn't it say, like, party, or like it'll basically assign you a name for legal terms the rest of it?
This was back in 1989, too. I don't know.
They're going to edit every single part of the contract to put Johnson in there instead of just party or whatever. Like, usually I think they have contracts drafted up that assign you, hey, you are known as this for the remainder of the contract dialogue, as opposed to just writing his name there. Also, this is an immaculate condition for being 36 years old. And also,
well, how many times has he broken out his contract?
But it would have been.
It's like my wife says.
Wouldn't it have been folded?
It's like my wife says about Chris Arnold photos. She goes, "Those are Polaroids. How does he have these photos for every single event or death or celebrity event?" And Chris Arnold goes somewhere in the files. He's not bringing it up off his phone. Oh, you want Lionel Richie? I got Lionel Richie. You want Bill Russell? I got that.
Well, it's great too because, for instance, you can always take Polaroids and you can make them look so much better, so much cleaner. So last night, for instance, I was trying to see how I could edit Polaroids, and I just jumped on your Facebook and I was like, does he have any Polaroids up or anything like that? And we got see, you can make that look like a brand new digital photography.
You ain't got a prom photo of me from junior year.
It looks so cool. You look like you got a Beatles haircut there. It looks good.
That?
It was on your Facebook.
It was?
Yeah. It's not you didn't upload it, somebody else did and tagged you in it. And so that's the way to get embarrassing photos. Go to the tagged photos, and those are things people have tagged them in that they didn't upload themselves.
Get rid of that.
And I thought it was a nice picture. But I think that's too clean. You would have folded it, right? He's not just keeping this immaculate in
what
a.
What are you trying to say?
Sleeve.
It's fake? Trying to say it's fake?
Yeah.
This is I just don't understand.
Look, I see writing the opposite direction coming through. Since when do they write the contracts two-sided like that?
I'm glad that you're exposing everyone to how your brain works.
Yep.
I'm going to take it at face value and ask Jimmy, what are you responding to? Who said something? I'm trying to figure out on the internet or the fan text, did Jerry take a shot? Jerry is kind of taking the high road in all of it. I've always believed that Jimmy had the team control. I never believed Jerry.
Oh, I do too. Yeah, I believe that.
And it's bro, you're in the Hall of Fame. You won. The Cowboy fans believe you were responsible, basically, for the 90s titles. What are you doing? Enjoy the damn fish. Stay on the boat. Enjoy the Heinekens.
Here's what I think. I think he had control, and I think any person who would have heard whatever discussion they had laying it out would probably agree with it. I also could envision a scenario where whatever they discussed, Jerry was like, well, I didn't say it to me that. I could also see it being yeah, but any reasonable person would have heard you say that and think that's what it means.
It's like discussing the Luka trade with Kidd.
Yeah.
He doesn't hustle. He's bitching and moaning to the refs nonstop. Oh, you want him traded? Well, no, I don't know about all that. I'm just guessing that that's the way a conversation could have gone. Jason could have totally signed off.
All right.
I don't know.
So Jimmy Johnson gets the nomination.
Is that a fair nominee?
Yeah, I think so. It's because,
what are you doing?
It was harmony. Everybody's like, oh, man, he's been inducted in the Ring of Honor.
I was at the
back in the inner circle.
We had the Lions game. Chop and I were there. Kumbaya.
It's
hug it out. Jerry tears.
If you have not watched The Gambler, I do think that's the most valuable thing to get out of it is seeing how much they still, even though it's better now, they're never going to get over it.
Two insecure individuals for life fighting over ego. They're battling. It would make their post-life existence for on the tombstone to say responsible for the Herschel trade. That's what they're fighting for.
They're not romantic ones, but they are soulmates. They really are. There's just something about destiny was meant to bring those two egos together, and they created something great for a little while, and then it was meant to just haunt them for the rest of their lives, it seems like. All right, next up, and I have to do this now that the children appear to be gone. We got on the fan text a lot of people nominating.
You going to show my picture what happened after the prime night?
Broaddus. A lot of people nominating Brian Broaddus, and it was for this take he had earlier this week on Von Miller.
Von Miller just isn't a good player. He might as well go by King Von because he hasn't done anything since 2020. He keeps the edge about as well as a guy who suffers from premature ejaculation, only he's less explosive than that. Seriously, he's got less bend than a hitchhiker who doesn't have any cash. Sure, he's a name, but you know who else is a name? Jeffrey Epstein.
Whoa.
Y'all want to play him over James Houston too? Forget the Dez thing. This is the horrifying tape Mike Florio should be looking for.
So Brian Broaddus going off on Von Miller. That, of course, was not Brian Broaddus. That was AI Broaddus. But Broaddus this week could not say enough bad things about Von Miller. And
how is he going to choppy twist it in order? Now, Broaddus will admit if he gets something wrong.
He'll bitterly own being wrong.
Okay.
He'll say, I was wrong. I was talking to him the other day. He's like, you know what I just don't like? He said, I always own, if I'm wrong or whatever. He goes, but if I end up being right and Von Miller's bad, nobody's going to come back to me on Twitter and say, Brian, you were so right about that.
And that's correct.
And he is right. And he's like, I just don't like that I'll hold myself accountable when I'm wrong, and then nobody will come back around to hold themselves accountable when they were wrong.
It's always a one-way street.
And I get that. But look, we all have that tendency. I do anyway. I definitely do.
I admit when I'm wrong.
When I have
hear that, Amanda, wifey? I do admit on the radio
when I have a take and people start just jumping down my throat for it, it hasn't even been fleshed out yet. It's no, that's just my opinion of what's going to happen. Then I do have a tendency like Brian, all right, we're going to go way deep into this take then, just out of spite to you guys. So Brian Broaddus getting nominated for that take right there. All right, we got a couple others that we can fit in here. You know what, Peyton? Cue up the music. We're going to nominate old McAfee for this decision.
They said a good die young, and I'm scared I'm great, so I cherish each breath every day.
Worst take, Pat McAfee for thinking, I should record an album of any kind. It doesn't matter what the genre is. If you like music and you want to make music and that's a passion of yours, have at it, Pat McAfee. You don't need to go, hey, everybody, go check out my album. Consume this. This is really good. This is my alternate career. I'm a music maker.
You only live once.
YOLO.
Go ahead and do it. I didn't think it was as horrific. Me and Peyton, again, I don't know music like that. It's subjective. I thought it would be worse. It made me more sick and nauseous that he's going to be all over like some Monday night countdown or football responsibilities, just adding him like Rob Dyrdek taking over MTV.
He's just so polarizing. It's just another chapter. Like,
got to get that $60 million out of him.
That's what they got to do. They got to. When you have somebody as polarizing as him, you have to give him every job and make him everywhere. And that's the evidence that everyone finds him so polarizing.
He does work hard, though.
He does.
The country would absolutely nominate.
And I got to be clear. The fan text has asked me this the last couple of days. They're like, why does Bobby hate McAfee so bad? This just seems like jealousy, whatever. It's like, I didn't dislike McAfee at first. What I dislike usually is when the machine starts telling me, you love this person and you're going to love them. You're going to love. Here's more of them. More. That's when I get run down. It's probably not even Pat's fault. It's more ESPN's.
Yeah.
But I can't divorce it now. Now ESPN has done this, and now it's like oversaturation. Don't like you anymore. Right. You nominated Kevin Hageland yesterday for wearing a Warren Moon jersey.
Yeah, I didn't hear him reference it in the first 30 minutes of KNC, showing I watch more football than anyone else in the whole building, except for maybe Broadus. No one knew of some of Warren Moon's legal issues. No one knew of it except for me. And Kevin Hageland was sporting that number one Warren Moon, which, again, I'm not judging. We've had Warren on. I assume past is the past. But Kevin usually destroys these types of people for their backgrounds and makes his little his little side comments with his moral judgments. So it made my day that he was wearing that Warren Moon. Nice jersey, nice looking jersey.
Really
too.
is, yeah, and it was a nice thought. He was giving it for the Jesus podcast, but I do have to reveal something to you.
As Corey said, he's probably wearing Jim Brown today.
Hold on just a damn minute.
Oh no!
My God, that's Kevin Hageland's music. You make some other good points on the first part of it, Sean, and I did not realize that. And thank you for illuminating me.
I've got to discuss something to you with Kevin Hageland still there. After you left, I had hung around to film some video for a social video that we're going to do about fan lore, and I came back in the studio to get theirs, and as I came back in...
And I can't participate in this topic, by the way.
Why not? Because your answer wouldn't be good?
No, there's multiple things I shouldn't talk about on air about like past station history stuff and people.
Tim Collins followed in behind me. I was like, oh, what's Tim doing here? And he waited till they got to break, and Kevin Hageland was there for this. Tim just wanted to come in and defend the honor of Warren Moon. We have had Warren Moon at Super Bowl set. He's a very nice guy. Shook his head. He came in there to lobby for Warren Moon.
Wow.
You heard it, Hagee, right? That was
I
like
did.
He was like the character is being besmirched. I'm coming in here.
Well, one of Tim's favorite articles of clothing is what?
The cutoff.
What's that known as?
We're going to call it the cutoff.
Yeah, the cutoff.
Oh, dear goodness.
That's not so.
All right.
Thank you,
good.
Kev.
That's a good joke. That's
Bye,
solid.
guys.
All right, and then the final nominee here, we're going to nominate the awful announcing readership that destroyed Mike Bassick and the Range Crew and put them 27th on the broadcast rankings. That's just wrong. There's and the criticism that Mike needs to be more modern in his analysis. So there are your nominees. Awful announcing, Hagee for the Warren Moon jersey, Pat McAfee's jersey, Brian Broaddus hates Von Miller, and Jimmy Johnson for the contract.
This is tough. Pepe, start us off and then tell us what the Tolos picked.
Yeah, so many great choices here. I'm going to go with Sean's pick and Jimmy Johnson. Just no idea why he had to tweet that out at this moment in time. When we're hyped up as Cowboys fans, we got Von Miller, everything's going great, and then he just shuts us down like that. But the fan text has spoken. It's a sweep with Broaddus. 443 says it's Broaddus, and that's the end. 817-812, it's Broaddus, by far the worst take of the week. So Broaddus is the winner on the fan text.
Yeah, Broaddus is crossing state lines here with the area codes texting and saying it's him. As Broaddus is its opinion. Like, I mean, he's digging in on it.
And he did the work.
But he did the work, so I can't say that's the worst take. Pat McAfee, I mean, whatever. The worst take is the awful announcing ranking, and whoever the guy specifically was that said the analysis needed to be more modern. That's the worst take always.
And that's coming from fans, by the way.
Yeah, so whoever the fans are that read off announcing, you win this week.
All right, let's bring in YouTube superstar Nick Eatman to preview the Cowboys' kryptonite. What did Von Miller do at practice? And we need an injury update. Nick Eatman from Oxnard after this. This is Base Power, trusted by 30,000 plus homeowners across
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Time for the Red Zone, your football fix, brought to you by Just Love Coffee, the only way to start off your weekend, with locations in Arlington and Grand Prairie. Here on Sean and Bobby, Firehouse number 1 in Cleburne, with an amazing tow load turnout. 803 East Henderson Street, brought to you by Fraser Roofs and Gutters, Harbor Lights, and Tobert Garage Doors. Let's bring in Nick Eatman, and I've been Arizona scarred by Nick, because I remember a couple years ago, he's like, I don't know, I think I'm picking the Cardinals because the Cowboys just can't beat them. I'm like, shut up. What are you talking about? And unfortunately, that has proven to be correct. Now, tomorrow is just a preseason game, which we'll preview in just a second, but we bring in Nick Eatman right now. Pretty lively practice yesterday, wasn't it, Nick?
Yeah, it definitely was. It was... the last one of Oxnard, really, there's a walkthrough today, but that was like the last one, and it felt like it was super long, mainly because it was the hottest one of training camp so far. Not to complain to you guys out there, but it was long, but productive, and I think that this team's ready to get home. I'm always curious about this last game. This last game. Right after training camp, you don't always see the team play its best, and I've seen a flat performance before, even in Arizona. So I kind of wonder what you're going to get tomorrow.
Schottenheimer, like 2 or 3 times in the presser yesterday, had to stress camp's not over, and I was getting the feeling that he was having to, guide some people emotionally, like, we're going to be back soon, like, we're going to be back home, but we still have to go to Arizona first. So that kind of reminded me of that as you said that. He also went through his list of surprises so far in camp. Who jumped out, or who exceeded expectations? Who jumped out to you amongst that list, if anybody?
Well, I mean, I think for me, when I look at who this team, who has played really well and kind of exceeded expectations, it starts. There's always a couple, but it starts with Camden Brown, just because of how he, how he's been able to perform with this receiver group. These receivers, we're going to come up with a list here on our website on the top players of training camp, voted on by the people that's been out here. And it's, it starts with the receivers. Receivers have been great. But Camden Brown's a guy that's been able to work his way into the reps and taking the stuff from a good offseason to a really good training camp, and then taking him to the game. So that's been the main guy for me that's come out and really done well. But your offensive linemen too, in the middle, the BBs and Tyler Smith and Tyler Booker, those guys right there. You expect them to be really good, but I think that they have taken it to another level.
Nick, Shoddy, I raised an eyebrow or took note. He really highlighted Mingo's camp, and he talked about MVS in terms of, special teams. Did either of those comments make you hesitate in automatically putting Camden Brown above them?
Well, I think that there's some politics going on at this point, with who's doing well and also trying to see how this roster is going to shake out. Like, I'm not talking about them specifically, but I will tell you that there are some guys on this team. I think the roster is good enough where there are some guys that are probably gonna get traded to other teams. I'm not saying necessarily those two. I just mean you've got some veteran guys, you've got some spots, too many players for the spots that are here, and I think you're going to see some guys getting traded. So I think there's going to be a lot of players kind of getting talked up. But I just don't see, when I'm going back to receiver, I don't see where the fit would be for veteran guys like that are going to be maybe playing special teams. I mean, Camden Brown's on the team. I mean, I don't know how you can say that he's not. I don't know how you can try to figure out if those other two guys have a spot, then they're going to keep 7 then, because he's on the team. You just can't bring a guy like that onto your roster and him do so many things and then and then try to think you're going to get him on a practice squad or stuff like that. So he's on the team. I don't see a spot for MVS. I just don't see where that makes sense. Mingo is, to me, he's battling right now, and maybe there's a shot, but I don't think there's a shot for both of those veterans.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly.
Nick, why is Camden Brown not Andy Jones, John Vea Johnson, or Trayshawn Holden, any one of these receivers who have blown people in the past? Why do you think he's different?
I think he's different because he's checking the boxes on a lot of things that you want for a receiver. Number one, can he catch the ball and make a play? I mean, maybe that isn't number one, but that's the number one that we've seen out here. Can you go make a play? Those 2 touchdowns were not good passes. They weren't plays that are just always the quarterback put it right in his hands. He had to go fight for it. He had to go make the play. One of them, he was battling two defenders. Wasn't even a great pass by Sam Howell. He fought and made the play. The other one was just one-handed snag in the back of the end zone. He's got good speed. It's just a level of awareness at that position that he's taken it to another level. I mean, I love the fact that he's done it out of camp. He went to the game. He did it at the game. He came back this week and has had another really good week of practice. So it seems like every single time there's a moment, he's kind of excelled. So when you name some other receivers, right, that have done it, they've done well and they've either made the team or made the practice squad, stuff like that. But I think when you're looking at a guy 6'2", 209, runs a 4.59, he's just got all the tools, and so he's done it enough where he's going to make the team. Is he a guy that's inactive every week, or does he play special teams? And that's going to be up to him.
Nick Eatman with us here on 105 through the Fan. So they've got the game coming up this weekend. What are you looking for to come out of this one? And specifically, we know about these roster battles that we've talked about. Do you think there's anybody that's competing for a starting spot, or is there anything we haven't discussed on that front that could be up for grabs in these last couple weeks?
Well, you wonder. I think that there's starting spots that are sort of still up for grabs. I don't know if it's between players that are on the roster. I think that, and specifically the one that comes to mind would be the offensive tackle position. Like, I think that Nate Thomas is going to battle some, and if Terrence Steele isn't the guy that they're going to start at right tackle, I would imagine it's somebody that's not on the team. But I will see if Terrence Steele even plays, or Nate Thomas. I think Nate Thomas can play and play well and maybe get into that mix. But as far as starting positions go, I don't really see that. I don't see that there's a real battle between spots. I'm going through the depth chart in my head right now. Like, looking around, like, what do you think? Is there a spot for you? Because I can't figure out.
I mean, I'm fascinated by what you're saying about the tackles right now, because so focusing on that just for a second. Do you think they have like a real level of concern there? Like is that? Do you think that's rise? Do you think it is a legitimate concern they have at tackle now?
I think that they do. I believe that. I believe they have a concern there. Now, the one thing that I think is different about this team, and this is what I was thinking about this just yesterday, like walking around, getting ready to pack things up. I was like, you hear it all the time. What's different? Why does it feel different? It just feels different, and it does. And the Cowboys have done a lot of things. I think one reason that it feels different is that every spot on their roster, their starting spots, even before it was like, well, you can't have it all, right? You can't have everything. Some spots are just good. They're just solid. There is what it is. I think the Cowboys are trying to fix everything, and they're even going to the outside to do that. So if they feel like they need help, pass rush, then they're going to go and make a move. If linebacker was kind of thin, well, then they're going to go and get D winners there during the draft. And so now if offensive tackle might be the position, I'm not saying they're going to go get anyone right now, but I think if they did, I think if there is a move to make on the outside, I think offensive tackle is one that they're a little concerned there. I do believe that. Now, Do you go get a right tackle? Do you move Guyton to right? I mean, he's had a pretty good camp. Tyler Guyton's had a really good camp at left tackle. I don't think you do move him. I think you figure out what's going on at right tackle, though. And if it's Terrence Steele, then he's got to play better. But I don't think they want to have Jake Ferguson catching 5 yards a pop at tight end. And because he has to stay in, help block, and then he catches a short pass, and he's not doing much down the field. I think they feel like they need a right tackle that they don't have to help.
Surprised me that Von Miller was in pads yesterday. First snap, getting a pressure. Pass was batted down by Caleb Downs. Were you surprised that Von was in pads? Anything else major jump out from practice? Or was the big story the $500,000 fine for the Saints fights?
Not really surprised by what I'm seeing with Von Miller at this point. I mean, just because I think future Hall of Famers are on a different level, and he is. He's like if he's ready to go, it's how much he was prepared. But yeah, it is I say I'm surprised. It's different though. It's different than other ones that we've seen. We've seen guys they've signed at this point in training camp because they need a little ramp up. He didn't need that, as like we needed, like Anthony Barr needed, or whatever, or certainly Jason Peters needed at that point in their career. He's ready to roll. Now, you mentioned the $500,000. That was a shock. I just what I don't understand is where, like, what is the level that the NFL comes in and says, all right, now that is too much. Like, what do they see? I mean, there's fights at every camp. I just don't know why it's like that specific one. Like, did they count how many fights? Did they count the punches? Did they count helmets being thrown? I mean, I don't know. That seemed very excessive, but I love what Jerry said. Is like, oh, we'll get it back. We have to pay it. Trust me, we're going to get it with these players within. So that's, it was crazy. It was definitely excessive, but I can't believe that they spent that much and they charged $500,000 for each team. It seemed very excessive.
As Bobby said, Christian Parker was right. All the video narcs out there, all you guys got Jerry fined $500,000.
Yeah,
it was those cell phones. They did it, Nick.
We're guilty too. I mean, but then again, what's the downside to that? You start taking cell phone footage away. You start taking people, probably, not coming out to practice as much, and they're going to have a bottom line, maybe close to that figure. They're going to get hurt the same amount in a different way. So, I think Jerry just wants them to not fight about that. I mean, it's not about the narcs out there. It's just don't sit there and throw helmets and all that. I talked to one of the trainers, and he was just saying, I'm so relieved we didn't have any neck injuries, because when they fight, they grab the face mask and they tug and yank and twist and all that stuff. Helmets pop off. He's like, usually when that happens, you're getting a lot of neck injuries. We're just fortunate that didn't happen.
Hard to remember an Oxnard season where Nick Eatman brought it stronger than this. Fantastic coverage. Thank you for all the info. Travel safe. Have a good call tomorrow. We'll do it again next week.
All right. See you guys. See you back in Dallas.
The great Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. We may have some Corey Majors blackmail that just showed up here in Cleburne. Crosstalk with the fellas after this.
But first, look, the biggest trap in today's
to Sean and RJ segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight, they've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
How could you not get hyped to that song? I think that song is like an all-timer, undefeated.
Oh, dude, it's great. It's fantastic. I love it. We're sitting here head bobbing to it. It's been a great day. It's hard not to be hype about this day in general.
Fantastic day here, Cleburne Firehouse #1. Thanks to them for having us out. The amazing Tolos who showed up. The sponsorship making it possible. Fraser Roofs and Gutters with Kyle Colby, Tobert Garage Doors, San Marcos Catering, Don Harbor with Harbor Lights for the holidays coming up. And before we crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece, should we talk about a Corey Majors guest that stopped by?
Yeah, I think we should. Corey, you are there, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Look at his eyes bulging.
So we were approached by someone here at the remote, and they said, "I know all about that Corey Majors that you guys work with."
Oh crap!
And we're like, man. Really? And they said, "Yeah, I'm Kaylee's best friend from childhood." And she goes, "I still remember the day Corey Majors walked into a bar and told us, 'Hey, I think I just got this job at a radio station.'" And she said, "We haven't seen him since. Left all of us in the dust." She's like, "He's this big famous guy now." So
we went to Billy Bob's and we got like escorted VIP, and I'm asking everyone, like, is Corey famous?
Leanne Lancaster says hello, and that you left her in the dust.
But she another female wife sent out
by the husband. I was like, "Hey, I need you to go up there and get me something." So her husband Jeremy
Lancaster.
Jeremy Lancaster.
Lancaster.
But yeah, she was like, yeah, basically she was like the most famous person we could conceive in our social circle was Corey Majors.
Does that ring a bell, or you're like, I already forgot that peon?
I would never call anybody that, Sean. No, that's not my style. I'm trying to remember. Kaylee had a lot of friends, but if she worked at Primo's with Kaylee, then I think I remember her specifically. So, but that was way back in the day, dude. That's a long time ago. Yeah.
He don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, you left her in the dust. You left everybody in the dust.
Absolutely remember me. He don't remember.
She was naming your mom. Sorry. She was talking about your sister. She knew everybody.
Well, there was a time when my sister was 12. My parents got divorced.
No. You're not rallying this. You're not going to turn this into a sympathy play.
I didn't live with them, and so she had lots of other friends at the time. So, I remember her. Yeah, she's awesome, dude. Yeah. No, I liked her. Yeah, she was one of the ones that I liked.
Did you just pull her up on social media?
I did. I was like, hold on, I think I know this girl. Yeah. Yeah.
She was very complimentary of you.
Yeah, no, she's cool, man. She's cool. I liked her a lot.
What's coming up on the show?
Guys, today at noon, Heidi Watney from Apple TV Baseball will join us. Last time she hopped on with us, she talked about how amazing the Hall of Fame game was to troll Kevin, and that was awesome. That was a really great experience for us, and we really appreciate Heidi Watney for that. Also at 11 o'clock is our combo platter. The combo platter is a sports opinion, but also it's Kool-Aid Day. So give us a sports opinion. Yeah. And then what was your favorite food or drink as a kid that you haven't had as an adult in forever?
Also, we'll dive into why you guys, specifically Sean, was so rude to Nick Eatman on the outro.
How so?
I mean, you said that he's usually not good in Oxnard, but this time he showed up to be good, and we just didn't care for that.
No, he said maybe the best he's ever been.
Man,
yeah,
that's what he said.
Felt like a slight.
Revenge thirsty Kevin. This is what he does. Yesterday I pointed out his support for those types of activities and allegations, and now he's out for blood.
Yeah, look at him.
More than the jersey he was wearing.
That really humbled me.
Look at this inconsistent. Like, for instance, they're not going to tell you that when they were heading into the segment here, they were saying, later on today we got Heidi Giatney on. That's what they call her off the air, is Heidi Giatney.
Why would you say that? Hey, by the way,
what did you say?
I don't know what that means. In a hotel near the stadium, so she's probably listening right now. Last night they posted something from our videos here at the station, and a guy posted and said, This dude, Warren Moon jersey. WTF is that? It's pointless to listen to radio when they aren't even Cowboys fans.
What?
And I just don't understand what that dude is saying or if he's ever listened to the station one time in his life.
And better not ever bring out that Jackie Robinson jersey, Kevin.
Yeah, I know.
You're not a Ranger fan.
Yeah, well, but also, does that mean he only takes in content that is pro-Cowboys? You're like, you have to be a fan or else I can't listen to you talk about the team. So you would never listen to anybody who gives coherent breakdown that is not directly a fan of the Cowboys. And then I will also say I was born and raised in the Metroplex. I love the Cowboys.
Woo! Well, this is why I had to talk Bassick down yesterday when he was texting me, and I was like, oh, Mike's for real when you guys were doing play-by-play of him in the chat. And he's like, I'm going to be honest with you. There's a couple people who got in my head that I'm not doing a good job and I'm not very good. And I had to toughen him up. I had to basically grab him by the back of the shirt and give him a pep talk. And I was like, shut up, stop being stupid, toughen up, man up.
How did that go over?
It went over well.
Okay, great.
I said all that matters is I said you're great, and if I said, and
it doesn't matter how many people from San Antonio voted in that poll.
And if I said you're
holy
great,
jeez,
you are great, and you are fantastic. As Choppy would say, sometimes people is stupid. And that person criticizing and not understanding the Warren Moon jersey would be that. How dare you root for the Houston Oilers these days, Kevin?
They don't exist, you idiot.
He was just rooting for Warren Moon.
That's the biggest problem.
The man.
Is that he's like, you're an Oilers fan. How dare you? Let me take something real quick back to Nick Eatman, though. Because I want to know, Bobby, his ears perked up. And I want to know how much you've been texting, trying to figure out how much you're exploring, or you're just going to kind of let it go with what Nick Eatman said as a part of his always usually great, but even better this time interview, Kevin. Reset it, Bobby.
We were talking to him. We had asked him if...
Why don't you go to 610 with that jersey?
Oh, my God! Wow! Actually, aren't they an FM station now?
Yeah, that's why he told him to go to 610. They have space over there.
Oh, my bad.
No, we asked him about, is there any starting jobs that are up for grabs? And he said, the only one that might be it would be somebody coming in here from the outside to take a job. It wouldn't be somebody competing for one that's on the roster right now. And he said, so maybe that would be tackle, left or right. And I was like, huh? And so I was like, so wait, do you think tackle's a big enough concern right now? Are they genuinely concerned internally about it? And Nick said he thinks they are. He thinks that they're worried about their tackles right now, which...
Well, tackle, maybe it's just steal.
He talked about both of them. He talked about left and right as possibilities. It may have been he was just trying to play it to the middle. But, it is a... That caused me to perk up a little because, I know they've had frustrations at times with how guys have played, but I hadn't heard anybody label it a concern like, hey, we're worried about this yet. So that would be, and I trust that Nick would have a sense of that, so that definitely made me sit up and pay attention.
Well, yeah, too bad they tied themselves even further to Terrence Steele in the offseason before seeing him play anymore.
Yeah, you said he's going to be $26 million on the cap next year.
You can't do anything with him for the next 2 years now.
And bench him and just be we're paying a dude to be on the bench.
Yeah, you can bench him and have the NFL's most expensive non-quarterback backup.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a reason not to do it, though?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I just wish some more, maybe, I guess, thought had gone into that prior to, hey, let's restructure your contract, make it cheaper overall, but tie you to us for another year or two. No, I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. In fact, I think they should do it. I just don't know who they're going to get, and it's frustrating that you would make that offseason move thinking he's the dude and then being like, oh, yeah, that's right.
If I told you could get a level 7 player at corner, linebacker, or right tackle, what would you pick?
Right tackle. I've really this training camp has really shifted my opinion about that, whether it's the cornerbacks, knock on wood, thus far staying healthier and looking better than I thought, or just the tackles are a concern, man.
Linebacker, because you had the same tackles last year, and you still were able to do what you did offensively. Now, it wasn't the best offensively, but I'm still trying to make this defense a top 10.
I'm gonna put names on it because Sean just said 7, and we all may have different ideas of what that is. So I'm just going to put a name on it from Cowboys history and say, what if I gave you a player like that? So if those players are Anthony Brown, like an Anthony Brown level player at corner, a Anthony Hitchens level player at linebacker,
I'll take Hitch,
or a Doug Free level player at tackle.
Well, Doug Free was a monster for 1 year, dude.
I'll take Doug Free.
I think I would too.
All right, we got to thank another group that just showed up here.
Oh, yeah, we had the Cleburne Railroaders show up out here.
Cool.
Couple folks from there. Yeah, they were awesome. So, shout out to them. I had they messaged last night, and I completely missed it. I was in the middle of replying to them when they walked up. But yeah, Parker, Michael, and I believe William was it? Was it William? Yeah, okay. William was the other one. So we had 3 folks from the Cleburne Railroaders come out and say, hey. Everybody out here has been really awesome and really welcoming and a lot of hospitality.
And I got my own day.
Dude, I was listening. I was dropping Carter off at football practice, driving back home, and I just smiled the entire time. I wasn't laughing at you, Sean. No. I was smiling. I was like, this is really cool.
Laugh at disabilities,
right?
That's
exactly.
Wrong.
That's what.
Oh my goodness!
I was just smiling the whole. I was like, this is a good segment. It was a lot of fun. Shout out to Mayor Derek Weathers. I do also want to shout out
y'all
the whole
are the
city
show
of Cleburne.
Mayors.
Yeah, y'all are. My cousin played quarterback at Cleburne High School and graduated.
Is he in the bar that you left him behind?
No. I got a story. My sister just texted me back, by the way. But yeah, he played quarterback there and graduated there. I was at the graduation at Cleburne when I was in freshman year in high school. So I always liked Cleburne, man.
Kevin, I want you to come back in a little better. I want to have a better attitude Monday towards me. I want you to realize that was your mistake. Don't reverse it.
I do agree.
Don't try to reverse it and come at me and get me in all these traps. Keep your focus on Choppy. You're supposed to be trolling him for the first pitch contest, not me.
Did I tell you that this morning Choppy texted me that lack of air conditioning death information from across the world? It was really fascinating.
What?
Yeah,
why is he sending you that?
Because I don't. Well, because remember he'd mentioned it. He's like, I'm pretty sure in France or wherever more people die from air conditioning than they do.
Oh yeah.
And so he sent me that info, and I was like, that's wild.
He went and looked it up while he was in Michigan.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Have a fantastic weekend. We are back Monday with a Luke Combs ticket giveaway. Thanks to everyone here in Cleburne. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
You've made them the top morning sport. Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where you got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
The famous Alec Medford and the lingering Peyton Russell. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053. Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
Well, the Wings won, so I'm doing pretty good today, Kevin.
At the AAC.
At the American Airlines Center over the best team in America.
They are not.
Oh, really? They're not?
No. I mean, they
have to be. They have Caitlin Clark. They're good.
They are. They are good.
They're the goodest ones.
They're not the best because the Lynx and Valkyries exist.
806. Welcome to the KNC Masterpiece. I'm the progressive cowboy, Kevin Hagelin.
Hey, you're going to have to wait like 3 more hours for that. Okay?
That's so funny.
We'll get to it, apparently.
Well, the KNC Twitter tweeted out the Masterpiece of the Week list, and people are already voting without even getting to hear the rest of it. So it's exciting. It's an exciting time. But yeah, Kevin, I'm really excited for the Wings. The Rangers got a win last night.
Hell yeah.
The Cardinals. This is a preseason game, so it's likely the Cowboys win against the Cardinals. So there's a lot
of this regular season. You're like, I don't know.
There's a lot of good things going on right now.
All right, and you're right. And we really should talk about those things in Dallas Cowboys news of the day. But I need feedback.
Okay.
All right? What percentage of Americans right now who are 18 or above have smoked weed?
Oh my God.
I don't care if it's 1 time or 1,000 times.
Okay.
Irrelevant. Or how much would you tweak that number if it included edibles and stuff? I'm not going to go into oils. So if you do CBD oils and stuff, I'm not counting that. But I'm saying you did edibles versus you smoked. What do y'all think those percentages are at? Because we've already got some shockingly different numbers just in this room, and I really want to know that.
All right, so...
And then also tell me when the Cowboys are going to lose their first game. See? Sports! I don't know why I said that.
I need to go look at the schedule real quick.
Okay. Focus on weed.
Okay.
I'll tell you the schedule.
I go pit hat.
I think the trope of the I only use this because you use it all the time, and I hope I'm using it correctly.
You are.
Of the stoner is well overdone.
Sure.
But also because it's so funny and prevalent to you, it's people think that that's the bigger population of type of stoner, right? The idea of it is, oh man, I got to order a pizza and eat my Doritos, man. And let's make all the flavors of Doritos one bag.
There was definitely a time that I thought Doritos and Mountain Dew was strictly being subsidized by marijuana people.
Yeah. And so I think that that's, if you looked at the old school movies that they would have, they always had that one guy out of the 10 students, Dazed and Confused.
Yeah.
But then there was still 6 or 7 that were partaking. They just weren't Matthew McConaughey's version or the other guy's version, you know? So there were still 6 or 7, maybe 8. So it could be up to 80% has done it. But then, Kevin, there's a lot of people like you that I've met that are I don't want to get involved in that because of ABC, whatever purpose it is. I still think this is a ridiculous question to ask our Tolos because our audience, Kevin, is one of the cleanest audiences on the planet. Not a single one of them has ever, will ever, or is right now involved in a cannabis situation.
Well, since the fan text already seems to think I'm going to win Masterpiece of the Week, I'll tell you this. Our radio show dominates the wake and bake crowd like no other.
I don't think you're telling the truth.
The Metroplex and maybe even in America. I've seen the feedback. I've talked to the people, and hey, that's fine. This is not a sting situation. I just want to know without having to I know people could just say Google it or whatever, but I just want to have a dialogue with the people on the streets and find out.
I'm a stoner.
That was Was that Pac-Man?
Yeah, from the Super Bowl. Did you hear the other one? He goes, Stoney.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, dude. From the 469, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Corey, but I'm high right now. I don't believe you because... So that's just what I'm going to...
Have you known people on weed to lie well?
Have you known people on
weed to lie well?
I don't know. I don't know that I know the answer to that. I feel like that trap gets tangled up real quickly. You know what's interesting? Bobby brought this up yesterday. Is it the Key and Peele bit where he was like, "Hey, let me hit that." He's like, "Oh, you don't want to hit this." And he's like, "What do you mean? Let me hit that." And he's like, "Weed's not the same as it used to be when you used to smoke." And he's like, "No, man, just let me hit that." And he's like, We've had this conversation 3 times in the last 20 minutes. We've already hit it. And that's what Dawson and I were talking about that one day. He was like, it's different now than it was whenever we were, because now there's not like a pure form of just the flower. Everything's been genetically modified. It's stronger than ever before.
I actually stopped smoking today. This is my first day clean. Well, this is an unfortunate start to the program for you. I apologize. I hope
Kevin's
it does not
tempting you into sin.
No. I hope it does not impact your journey whatsoever. I'm not a narc, and from the 817, I get it though. Like if I showed up at your party, I would also think I'm a narc. And from the 817, unfortunately, Kevin, that information is classified under HIPAA law. That is not how HIPAA works at all.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I think that, and again, I still remember, was it whenever it got legalized, they were like, in Colorado, people were like, there are so many overdoses happening in Colorado. And I was like, what are you talking about now? Overdoses on weed? I don't know. I think you just smoke yourself sober in those situations.
Oh.
It's happened before, Kevin.
Okay.
To some people.
Yeah. All right. Nobody you know. All right. Go ahead and give me cut number 5. Okay, stop. You know you're on camera too, right? Huh? Go ahead and give me cut number 5, and let's talk about when the Cowboys will lose their very first game.
High snap. Vignano with time. Over the middle. It's Jacoby Lane. Caught at the 2. Dives for the end zone, and he's in. Jacoby Lane stamps the debut with a touchdown, and the Ravens strike first.
Now, you might be able to guess from that audio, if you're able to piece together those very subtle clues, when CBS Sports says the Cowboys will lose their very first game. But I want to know from y'all as we go any further, because this article is really interesting in terms of who will be the last undefeated team standing. And so Cowboys open at the Giants, host Washington. Is there a loss there?
Kevin, I don't have a loss until November 1st against the Arizona Cardinals. That's the only team this team can lose to.
Does that mean they would be 7-0 and Arizona would be 0-7 at the time, and we would lose that game?
Yep, and then 7-1 and 1-7, Kevin. I honestly think the Ravens game's going to be tough. I mean, you got to travel for one. That travel's not going to be easy. And quite honestly, the way the Cowboys' schedule lines up is pretty fast and active very quickly. Going, I mean, almost up to the bye week, dude. It's like bam, 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 bam.
It feels different from last year.
Yeah, and so, but I could totally see them. I think the first 2 games, not our cakewalks, but are great showings of how far this defense has come this year. And so I think that Ravens game's a good sign, but I don't think the Texans game's going to be easy.
From the 2-4, they will lose their very first game. Look, this will depend on your expectations of the Giants. If you think Harbaugh is going to take them to unbelievable heights in their very first year, that might not be such a bad loss. On the surface, it feels like that would be a bad loss. CBS has the Dallas Cowboys losing their first game to the Ravens in Week 3, that Brazil game. But what's interesting...
I got it, the Texans.
Okay.
Texans for me is that, so they'll be 3-0 going into the Texans game.
Ooh.
And then they'll play at noon, and they'll be like, we don't understand what playing at noon is all about.
Okay. Well, CBS has the Texans losing their first game to the Bills for whatever that's worth.
Okay, all right.
But what I thought was really interesting is you go on down the list, and the last team that they have undefeated is, in fact, those very same Ravens. Part of the reason is because the Ravens opened the season by playing 7 straight games against teams that finish under 500. And that includes the Cowboys, obviously. And that could put them at 7-0. And if you look at week 7 and then week 8, there's some really marquee games on there because the Chiefs are at the Seahawks. And then in week 8, CBS has the Ravens taking their first loss on the road against the Bills. So if you do lose that game to the Ravens, but then the Ravens go on to start 7-0, I wonder if that would make you feel a little bit better, depending on how the rest of the games go. Because, like you said, if you end up losing to Houston and then Tampa, Green Bay, I don't really think any
I
of
didn't
that
have
will
them
matter.
losing another game after the Texans.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Until Green Bay. Actually, I don't have them losing Green Bay, Kevin. I think they're psyched up. I think there's some dudes on this team that want to show Green Bay defensively.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So let's keep moving down that one. It is the Cardinals game. That's their next loss. So,
I mean, this is going to sound weird.
And then obviously the Niners.
I would be totally fine with that if that meant you kept winning. Now, would I be embarrassed to lose it to a team that I project at that point will have 0 or 1 victory?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but if you get to week 8 and that's loss 2, I accept. Right now, absolutely.
Somebody said no disrespect. This is 817. No disrespect, but do you really believe a 2-hour chartered flight really affects a team's gameplay? I do. I think travel affects everybody in some way, whether it's the flight, the packing, the getting things together, whatever it is. I think it affects everybody in some way. Plus, they're going to where? Brazil. The place where we love to party, Kevin. I don't know if you've been to Brazil.
I have not.
I haven't either, but I've watched movies. Especially
This is Brazil.
that movie right there is pretty much the honest
Which
truth.
Fast and the Furious was that?
The best one because it was in Brazil.
Okay.
But like the point is, I think travel just affects people. It really does, and it's because it takes you out of your element. Now, that being said, Baltimore does have to travel further. Like they do have a longer flight for what it's worth there. But I always think that having to not be in your own element just changes things up a little bit. So that maybe it is the Ravens game, Kevin.
All right. I wanted to go through a few other things when it comes to the Dallas Cowboys news of the day. Nick Harris with some practice observations that included Jonathan Mingo, active once again with multiple catches. But Von Miller, he played 4 snaps, got a pressure on his very first snap. Donovan Ezeraku had a tackle for loss that he blitzed by Nate Thomas for. Shamar James had another sack on a linebacker blitz. I do love the linebacker blitz. I really do. And then these are the things that make you nervous. DeMarvion Overshown went down at one point in practice and immediately came off the field, ran along the sideline, talked briefly with the medical staff, and then went back out. But more than... maybe not Dak, but more than any other player on the roster, that's a hold your breath moment anytime he doesn't immediately pop back up, right?
Yes. Oh, for sure, dude. Again, because what do you do if he's down? Seriously.
Yeah.
What's your next option, Kevin?
Yeah. I guess Winters.
Shamar James?
I did tell you he just had the blitz sack, so...
listen, and you know what? Maybe Shamar James has so much more to offer this year and year 2 and everything, but I haven't heard anything about Shamar James at all, aside from your telling me today that he had a blitz sack.
Right.
So, I haven't heard anything. This is one of the reasons that I'm like, let's go ahead and add Jordan Brooks to this thing if we can. I'm perfectly fine let's go ahead and trade what it takes. Get that guy in here. He's a great tackler, great player, smart, high IQ dude, veteran. I'm perfectly fine with it because something was to happen to him or Winters.
Yeah.
And Justin Barron's your next option. You said he might not even make the team.
It is possible.
Barham, maybe he's better than we think, Kevin.
Now, take this for what you will. We wanted to hear more from Malachi Lawrence. He did have a sack in practice yesterday against Terrence Steele.
Oh, man, he's a starting NFL tackle.
Okay. And then they did a lot of special teams yesterday, and Amir Speed was going out there with the ones.
Uh-oh. Because of his name?
I mean, that does make sense, but obviously they're looking for hybrid positional players, and I wonder how much of an impact that made. And we've talked a whole lot already about special teams.
Dudes who can do it all.
Absolutely. Now, Jerry Jones said that the Cowboys are going to internally fine players that they deem responsible for the $500,000 organizational fine handed down by the NFL from the joint practice with the Saints. Do you know the fine equivalency if you had a net worth of $10,000? $6.34.
I'll pay a $6. Dude, you know what, though? $6 fine's still a lot.
So you're going to go to the people and you're like, hey.
Not if I have that much money.
Out.
Not if I have that much money. But the $6, if you have a net worth of $10,000,
yeah.
$6, you're like, dude, I need that $6.
I hear you.
But not if you have
But
that
I'm also
much money.
thinking to my teens and early 20s when I definitely did not have a $10,000 net worth, and $6 would throw around on the stupidest things in the world.
Like what?
You know.
Your prison sentence?
That was even before that. So, yeah, just keep an eye out on that. I wonder how that will go over with the team.
Was it necessary?
To fine them? Or for him to say that?
I think the fines are stupid. Okay, for one.
Ooh, tell me why.
Because I just think it's stupid.
Okay.
Just
the concept of fines.
Like they're out there doing some stuff. They're playing a physical sport. It's going to happen. Why you got to act like this is a soft sport? It never has been.
Does that equate in other avenues? Like if you play Monopoly and you have to throw money in the middle, you're like, screw you, community chest.
No,
this is stupid.
No, because I'm going to collect that soon.
Oh, okay.
I'm very good at Monopoly. I'm going to get that at some point. But no, like this is one of those, like, I just think it's dumb to fine them for the fighting situation. It didn't happen on the real field.
Yeah.
And it's a practice, and it's not, nobody got hurt from it, right? So like everything seems fine there, but I just didn't know that they're fining people for practice anymore. We're talking about practice.
Yeah, because they're keeping a closer eye on, obviously, the joint practices. And then something that Clayton Adams said the other day is Terrence Steele consistency. He goes, it's really been up and down the camp. And I feel like usually you get more kind of positive reactions coming out of, certain people and coaches and stuff for training camp. So to hear that was kind of fascinating.
You got to be honest. You have to be honest at this point in the assessment of everything that's going on.
And then I'm sure we'll get more of these and they'll update them and whatnot. But The Athletic predicted the Cowboys to finish 9-8, and Bleacher Report has the Cowboys at 10-7. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Yes, we did have that discussion this morning. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Is Tyler Smith in the NFL Top 10? Next on The Fan.
injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Side the one, Lipke motion right to left, handoff, Javonte Williams, bang at left guard, and the Cowboys score the first touchdown of the season.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And let's start with the question we posed on the other side. Is Tyler Smith in the NFL top 10? What do you think?
Either he's in it or he's left off the list.
What if he's 11 or 12?
Oh, yeah. My bad. I thought we were down to the top 10. So either he's in it or he's left off the list or he's in the top 12.
Those are all of the possible options. That is factually accurate.
I'm going to say he's number 12.
Number 12 is one Will Anderson.
Wow.
He has moved up 34 spots from 46 to 12.
That's a big jump. That's a giant jump right there.
I might think that's kind of low.
I think
Actually,
so too.
Never mind. I think he's better than the next person on the list. So.
Oh no, it's Tyler Smith. Kevin thinks Will Anderson's better than Tyler Smith.
Come on.
Do you think Will Anderson is better than Tyler Smith?
Pass.
That's what I thought. Number 11 on the list. Quarterback for the New England Patriots. One Drake May. And yes, really? I will say I do think Will Anderson is better than Drake May, as Drake May makes his first appearance in the, which is a weird comparison, I know, his first appearance in the NFL Top 100 at number 11. So, to your point, Tyler Smith, it sure does appear, is in the top 10. I cannot fathom him not being in the top 100.
I just the respect that I hear from other people.
I mean,
around the league that cover it, just everything about him is this dude's a monster, and nobody wants to play against him.
Right.
So I'm with you, dude. I'm concerned. I'm very concerned that they're like, oh no, the only good players on the Cowboys are the three offensive players that produce the
I don't think
points.
I'm so sorry, Steven. I do not believe that he is going to make it.
Hopefully. Fingers crossed, you never know what options might lie before you.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, I just and again, if he's in the top 10, Kevin, did Zach Martin ever make the top 10? I don't know.
I'd have to go back and check.
I don't think he did.
That's crazy to me.
And that's wild. So if he's in the top 10, that's something that he's already in the Hall of Fame at this point.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and put him in there. Give him the jacket. You can say you can retire this year, buddy.
Yeah. I'm going to have to go back through the list again and figure out who is left.
Out of the offensive linemen too?
Yes. But, I mean, there are people that you immediately Josh Allen is going to be in there, right? We didn't get him already, did we?
I don't think so.
Matthew Stafford is going to be in there. Jahmyr Gibbs, Patrick Surtain, Myles Garrett, I would imagine. So, yeah, I need to...
Michael Parsons.
No,
what about
not Michael Parsons.
Since they started this, Kevin, this is wild, right? That since they started, only one defensive player's ever been number one.
Really?
And only...
I think Garrett is going to be number one.
And only one non-quarterback aside. Oh, I'm sorry, two defensive players. Aaron Donald also got it. J.J. Watt, Aaron Donald, and Adrian Peterson. Other than that, it's always quarterbacks.
Okay.
Weird.
Interesting.
Oh, hold on, never mind. Last 2 years was... Never mind. Screw this list.
Okay.
I'm out on this if Tyler Smith isn't number one.
All right. Well, I mean, look, Tyler Smith was number one in ESPN's interior lineman, so I would be inclined to think he is there. All right, let's go from that to some NFL preseason. Yesterday was a tough day for Fernando Mendoza. Had his first pick 6 in the NFL, though I do appreciate afterwards he came out and said, look, it just shows that I have a lot more to learn.
Uh-huh.
And it's preseason.
Also, maybe you don't need to chase down the guy running the football back in the preseason.
Yeah.
And get stiff-armed.
Yeah, that is a tough lesson to learn.
That was bad, dude. And do you think that Kubiak brought him to the side and was like, hey, man, don't do that?
Sure.
I think Kubiak did say, was it this morning or last night, he's not going to commit to a starting quarterback yet for the season opener still.
Yeah, he goes, I got a week.
All right, yeah, sure.
Figure it out.
You have Cousins, and you're like, no, Fernando Mendoza looked pretty sharp tonight.
I would be like, is it because you think one of them's not ready and one of them's not good enough?
Ooh, which one's not ready?
Well, see, but I'll let him interpret that question however he sees fit.
Did you hear Mendoza last night on the sideline with Laura Rutledge?
Oh, no.
And he said, tell Mr. Buck I said hi. And she goes, what about Mr. Aikman?
Come on, Daddy.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
That's just how polite he is. He's like, oh, Mr. Buck, how's it going?
But not Mr. Aikman.
Love to see you.
All right, so you were talking in the first segment about fines when it comes to the joint practices and everything. Well, get ready for another one of those fines to come out because yesterday the Giants-Dolphins practice was filled with fights. Players were pulled off of the practice field because of this, and Jeff Hafley, who, remember, just a few days ago said about his wide receivers, no block, no rock. He said he was very disappointed that players had to be kicked out and everything like that. And then we go to Saquon Barkley, who said, quote, I hate joint practices. He goes, I'm the wrong guy to ask because I hate joint practices. I think one day is good.
Kevin, I think the Giants should be fined the maximum penalty for this. The Dolphins not, but the Giants for sure. So much so, they should be fined draft picks for the future. Your thoughts?
Yeah. I would support that.
Now, Cowboys won.
Cowboys a competitive advantage.
Stupid that they fined them, but for the Giants,
you
find them
it's
whatever.
So much worse.
Yes, did you see what happened?
Yeah.
I read that they were fighting. So yeah, find them everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now let's talk about international football.
Okay.
Because we discussed this a couple days ago when Roger Goodell's like, look, it's a matter of if and not when. And I want to go back to the 2023 Athletic Anonymous NFL player poll. A majority of players, 55.4%, said they would not want to play on an NFL team based overseas. 35% said yes, and 9.5% said maybe. Okay. So that's a tough start, and maybe opinions have evolved over the last 3 years. But if you go at that last data point, you've got 55.5 that wouldn't want to do it to essentially 44.5.
Actually, a pretty big number that would.
Yeah, either a yes or a maybe.
Yeah.
So perhaps that gives you somewhere to start.
Does that mean that they would want more pay to be there? And they're like, look, let's negotiate something here. Or
that's a really interesting question. And then what I've always wondered, I should have gone back and looked this up, like when it came to the Blue Jays and stuff like that. And I know contracts have evolved. Could you require that you get paid in U.S. dollars as opposed to like euros? Because I'm going to focus
you can require that you get paid Bitcoin.
That's a good point. So
why not?
That is a great point.
But I'd wonder I guess you have to pay whatever taxes still. So like and I don't know what their tax rates are overseas.
Yeah, I have to admit I did not look far enough into that, but I'm fascinated by that discussion. Now, Yahoo put out their list of the 4 international cities most deserving of a franchise.
All right.
Number 4, Madrid. So we're going to get Spain on there.
Yeah, that's real.
Number 3, okay, well done. Number 3, Munich in Germany. I'm going to skip number 2 for a second. Number 1 is London.
Now, France.
That is in England.
All right.
And number 2 on the list is Mexico City. So for the purposes of this discussion,
it's a perfect place.
I agree, but I don't think Mexico City would be in their international division. Now, I realize that your response could be, but they're not in the United States, and that is an insane take. But an international division of London, Munich, Madrid, and Mexico City doesn't work.
You have to fly.
Yeah, you're going to have the exact same travel problems or very similar travel problems as a lot of different teams in the United States. So I think Mexico City could be an expansion someday, but I don't think it would work in this international division.
Okay. Which NFL team is furthest east?
The Giants and the Jets?
Okay, let's send the Jets. Who cares anyway, you know? So let's send the Jets over into that division and let them be that.
Look, if they ever had a team from Japan, I really do think they might just lump them in with like the Seahawks and teams like that.
So you think that there still needs to be another, like a Italy or France?
Yes. Or I will let you decide based on some of these nicknames.
Even though they already have the London team.
That people submitted.
Ireland.
Okay, what would you think about the Dublin Rebels, the Madrid Bulls, the Berlin Blitz? I don't know about that one. But
Berlin Blitz is actually dope.
Yeah,
oh, no.
Yeah. But the idea that London could house two teams, because that seems to be something that Goodell believes as well.
SoFi has two teams.
A good point, and that would help facilitate your division a little bit better as well. But if they did go to Sweden, tell me you would not want the team to be named the Stockholm Syndrome. Right?
It's pretty good.
So I have not got the sense.
It's pretty good.
I've not got the sense, Alec, that I can't tell if you're proud or disappointed. I've not gotten the sense that Sweden is high up on the NFL's expansion list, but if it is, it should be the Stockholm Syndrome. And no one will change my mind about that.
I believe that part.
It looks like, Kevin, the Patriots are the furthest east.
Oh, okay.
On this map that I'm looking at.
Okay, that makes sense.
So it has the Patriots and Jets. So
sure.
If you really want to go take over other countries,
right,
you send in the most American thing, and that's a Patriot. Just like our missiles.
That makes a lot of sense. But
remember the Scud missile?
Yes, I do remember the Scud missile.
But it sounds so much worse than the Patriot missile,
it
too.
It does.
Like you're like, it's a Scud.
Yeah.
Just scrape it off the bottom of my shoe.
Because it takes kind of it took scrubs from the time or duds and kind of put them all together.
Yeah.
I feel like Rudy from the Cosby Show might have said something similar to that.
Okay.
Didn't she call her friend a scrud or something like that? I don't think I might not be right, but I'm not too far off on that, I believe. But I still think long term, there's a possibility if you got that international division, you would also expand out with another 4-team division that it could include like your Mexico City and other expansion areas that you want to run in the NFL. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where deGrom hits a major milestone as the Rangers win a series. Next on the
Get to upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
deGrom, a history of success against these Nationals, having faced them so much in the NL East. And a swing and a miss here on a slider, and there you go. 2 batters, 2 punch-outs, and 2,000 career strikeouts for Jacob deGrom.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we wonder out loud if Trent Williams is number 40 on the list and Penei Sewell is 37. Do you believe Tyler Smith is in the top 10? I'm
telling you, Alec, we're gonna have to riot, bro.
Reconstruct the list now.
We're gonna have to just say to the NFL, what are y'all thinking, guys?
To figure this out.
All right, Roger.Goodell at NFL.com.
This isn't even on him, though. This is on NFL.com. Just hold on. I know that's the end of like an email address is like Odyssey.com, right?
Right.
But it just sounded like you were writing to their website. You were writing to NFL.com where
his mailbag is going to hear from me.
He frequently releases his columns there.
All right. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron. I'm sorry.
Whoa.
I am doing the worst job because we moved gridiron today.
I told you it was going to screw everything up.
I know. You were right. You were right. It's time to fire up some baseball nuggets. And let's start with those Texas Rangers, who, believe it or not, were involved in their 3rd straight shutout. Now, it is bounced back and forth as to who gets shut out, but for the second time in this series, you did shut out the Washington Nationals. Jacob deGrom was tremendous. I believe it was Jared who said on the broadcast it felt like vintage deGrom because you had 6 innings pitched, 1 hit given up, 1 walk, and 10 strikeouts, including the clip that we just played, his 2,000th career strikeout. He is the 2nd fastest pitcher in Major League Baseball history to get to 2,000 strikeouts. Who do you think is number 1 or perhaps number 3? One of them played for the Rangers.
Played Mike Bassick Jr.
Not Mike Bassick. I would argue
Nolan Ryan.
He's best known for being on the Rangers.
Oh, best known for being on the Rangers.
Some people might disagree with him.
Mike Minor.
No.
That's pretty damn good.
Yu Darvish is who deGrom surpassed. He was in 2nd place at 1,697 innings. deGrom did it in 1,660 and a third innings. The belongs to Chris Sale, who did it in 1,626 innings.
Can you imagine if you were Atlanta and you had Chris Sale and Jacob deGrom right now?
Yes. I think about that quite a bit.
Now, the fact of the matter here is this amount of innings is scattered over like 74 seasons.
It has been a minute. Yeah. That is fair.
It's just wild what kind of career he's had and how we're going to discount the quantity of stuff because of the injury for his career.
Right.
And we're going to discount, we're always going to say could have been, even though when he stepped on the mound, he was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's going to lose its nuance. It's going to lose a little bit of that. Hey, man, I know in the grand scheme of things, because we saw yesterday the question of is he a Hall of Famer on MLB Network, and we were, and that's up for debate down the road. But everybody knew this is going to be a tough day to hit, except for the guy in the first inning who knew where the fastball was coming and got a home run on that day, because usually that's going to happen, first inning home runs.
Right.
But other than that,
it didn't.
Other than that, usually he's almost impossible to hit. It's wild.
Now, I have other positive, I was going to say positive pitching news. I will let you make that determination for yourself. Jack Leiter's final line in his rehab start. 3 innings pitched, 4 earned runs, 3 hits, 2 walks, and 5 strikeouts.
He's working on some stuff.
Exactly. And his velo topped out at 100.
Oh.
So he went out for the 4th, walked a batter, and they're like, all right, dude, you're done. So a step in the right direction, like you said, especially if you think he was really working on stuff.
You mentioned the velo. This is just a question I had this morning as I was kind of rolling around in my brain. Maybe I'll ask Chris Young this at some point, or maybe Skip. We did the study on strikeout teams and strikeout pitchers and how important strikeouts actually are. But does strikeout pitcher necessarily have to mean velocity?
No,
not at all. I don't know if they've done a study that those two things go hand in hand, and that's why we want you to throw hard for this amount of time, or if they're like, no, pitching matters so much more. And I feel like the past, the numbers prove that dudes that were strikeout pitchers had velocity, but also pitched really well. So that's something I've just always been curious about.
Now, this probably won't surprise you. The Athletic put out their list of X factors for every team competing for a wild card spot. For the Rangers, it is, in fact, Corey Seager. And it says...
He's back, baby.
He goes, look, the Rangers go when Corey Seager goes. And obviously, I'm not going to argue about that offensively. We have seen it year after year after year. And with that in mind, you have made a huge positive step over the last week or so. I think you can go back to last Wednesday. Last Wednesday when he hit the home run against the Angels. And then if you look at the last 4 games, he's had a total of 8 hits.
Yep.
So that has really picked up what was, outside of the Giants game, a fairly lackluster month for him. And now you can look at it and don't get caught up at the overall numbers, because the overall numbers are going to look bad, especially batting average, for the rest of the way. Because it's 218, 730 OPS. I hear you on that. But
he's played so few games, all those numbers can kind of go
actually, that is also fair. But his batting average for the month is 310, and his OPS for the month is 892. And so you're like, okay, great. I can roll with that.
Here's what I'd pay attention to. Pay attention to his actual at-bats.
Sure.
Last night, Kevin, that home run that he hit, he worked that in his favor. Opposite field home run, which was kind of interesting to me, but we know Corey can hit pretty much anywhere on the field.
True.
He has that kind of power. But then he had another really good at-bat later in the night. And Kevin, I think over this stretch where you've seen this, the at-bats haven't looked as lost as he did earlier in the season, where he was just swinging at whatever. And you're like, dude, what are you even doing out there? That's the difference. Hopefully, and you say they go as Corey goes, hopefully the rest of the team gravitates towards that energy and goes, we need to have at-bats like he's having.
Yeah. Now, a couple of other positive things for the Rangers. I know it's not where you would want it to be, but MLB.com has the Rangers farm system ranked at number 20. This is a big move up for them. So you go back to last midseason, they were 26. This preseason, they were 25. So to see them move up to number 20, and then they have 3 of the top 100 prospects. Sebastian Walcott in at 9, Caden Scarborough, we've talked about him quite a bit, at 77, and Gio Rojas at number 97. Not surprisingly, those are ESPN's top 3 prospects for the Texas Rangers as well. So I'm not saying that's groundbreaking or anything, but at least you are moving in the right direction. For the Mariners, they did call up their top pitching prospect, Cade Anderson. So just keep an eye out on him, as we talked about maybe yesterday or the day before. That has been a catastrophic failure of a season for the Mariners so far. But in this division, you could still turn it around. And then, last thing I got for you, I will 100% watch this, and I think it's going to be really interesting. So the documentary is going to come out on September 10th, and it is going to be from MLB Network. It's a 2-hour documentary about how baseball played a part in post 9/11 America. Yeah. And I know we talk about the George Bush pitch, and I get that, but there was so much more to it, and it's going to be the 25th anniversary.
Uniting moments across the country.
Exactly. So it's going to be the 25th anniversary of 9/11, which feels crazy, but this is a documentary that I feel like is going to be a must-watch.
Yeah, for those that lived through it and for those that don't have a clue what we experienced.
Right.
Like our kids have often asked.
Sure.
And you're like, this is a great example right now.
Yeah. I remember talking to my mom that day, and she goes, hey, the world just changed. And she wasn't wrong. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Combo Platter Kool-Aid Day. Give us a sports opinion, and then what was your favorite food or drink as a kid that you haven't had in forever as an adult? Next on The Fan.
Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the Combo Platter. 877-881-1053. It's Kool-Aid Day. Oh, yeah. So give us a sports opinion. Not bad. And then, what was your favorite food or drink as a kid that you haven't had in forever as an adult?
Can I add another bonus question in here?
No.
Okay.
If you just say regular bonus, then yes.
I refuse.
Oh, man.
What was your favorite flavor of Kool-Aid?
Oh.
Was it grape Kool-Aid?
Yeah, which for some reason was the only flavor. All the other ones were colors, right? Didn't you just say red Kool-Aid? You weren't like cherry Kool-Aid.
But it said on the package like strawberry or something,
I know, but
right?
did you ever say that?
Man, I only wanted red or grape. It was grape. It wasn't purple. I didn't drink purple Kool-Aid. I drank grape. But it was red or blue or orange, but that's a flavor, right? Orange is a flavor.
Stop what you're doing.
And then there was like pink. You know, it was lemonade. And you're like, lemonade's yellow. And they're like, nope, it's pink.
All right. I feel like we learned a lot there. But go ahead and send those messages in. But also, I was almost done doing my NFL Top 100, Top 10 research. I had eliminated and added people on the list. I had Jackson Smith and Jigba. You know he's going to be in the top 10. Josh Allen, Matthew Stafford, Myles Garrett, Patrick Surtain, Bijan Robinson, and Jahmyr Gibbs. I knew for a fact all 7 of those players would be in the top 10. Well, I wasn't quite done with my research yet, and then the NFL said, we have done it for you. Here's the top 10. And I was like, I really wish you'd put this out a little bit before I started doing the research.
They gave you the top 10 in order?
In alphabetical order. Here are the remaining 3. All right, so Jackson Smith and Jigba, Josh Allen, Matthew Stafford, Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons is on the list. Patrick Surtain, Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs. And Micah Parsons is on the list, so that makes 8. I'm a little surprised because usually they really base it off of specific season production and injury, so I wondered if they would keep him out because of the injury. He is in the top 10. That means there are 2 spots left. They go to Christian McCaffrey and Puka Nacua, which means Tyler Smith, per the players, is not a top 100, and I think they might have put like an honorable mention, so maybe not even top 110 players in the NFL. Corey, your thoughts?
It's ridiculous. I think after the Great Wall of Zach Martin and Tyron Smith and all that left, they were like, oh, the Cowboys' offensive line will never be the same. This dude's been phenomenal.
Yeah.
For this offensive line. He's widely considered by other offensive linemen and other defensive linemen the best. I guess not, though, because this list is compiled by the players from the NFL.
Yeah, where the coaches, executives, scouts, GMs, I guess that's executives, put him at number 1 as interior offensive lineman. But that's when I started to think about it, because I told you Penei Sewell is 37, Trent Williams is number 40. But you know the one that really made me nervous is Quentin Nelson was 99, and I think Quentin Nelson was second on the interior offensive line list, and I know he's a better known name for some people than Tyler Smith, and that was the moment that I really started to worry. So I will admit, I thought we were getting to the point where he was too high, but I did not think he would not be in the top 100. So I guess then the Cowboys only have 3 players in the top 100, Dak, CeeDee, and Pickens.
Yep.
Woo!
Ouch! And their defense was bad last year.
The worst.
Their offense was fantastic, and he was a reason for it. So that stinks. But here's what you do. Isn't this where Clayton Adams is like, this is the best?
Yeah,
this is the best possible scenario, guys. I'm plastering it in everybody's locker
for sure
that Tyler Smith was disrespected.
Yeah,
every single offensive lineman. I'm blowing it up as big as I can, putting it right there in a poster in the middle, and just being like, yeah, he's not considered one of the best. y'all go show the truth. And I use it. And I don't even act like it's not a big deal. I would act like it's the biggest effing deal. But then, yeah, because you got to find ways to motivate your players.
Yeah, sure.
Parcells would walk in with the gas can and be, you got any gas left? You got any gas left in the season? Don't eat the cheese. All those stupid little things that you're like, that's silly. Dude, everybody has a form of motivation in some way, and this is something I'd use.
I would motivate the front office, too, and be like, holy overpay. This guy not even in the top 100. Come on, Jerry, do better. I'm just kidding. You know that's going to come out, though. You know that's going to come out.
Aiden, can you make that video, and we'll send it directly to Tyler Smith on Insta?
Send it to Jerry Jones. It's his motivation, and he and I don't always see eye to eye as it is. All right. Would you like to start? Would you like me to go to the text, or would you like to start with Alec?
I can start.
Oh, you sound sad about that.
I'm just ticked off right now.
I mean, I can move this segment if you want.
I was listening this morning.
We can talk about the wing.
It's a good thought, Kevin. It really is, considering they won last night.
They did.
Awesome. I started the show with that, though.
That's true.
Bobby and Sean were talking this morning about how people keep saying the Cowboys training camp looks. All the reporters we've talked to, right? It's like they just seem different. These practices seem different, and obviously everybody out there is like the same way, right? I'll believe it when I see it in a regular season game. I'll believe it when I see it in a playoff. Like, that's where we are right now.
I have to admit, I did not think the George Pickens thing would stay completely quiet in terms of the contract. I really didn't.
You know what? That adds to my sports opinion. The reason that it is what it is right now, even Drew Brees, they played the audio of Drew Brees talking about how much better the practices look. That was before the Saints practice, by the way. I don't know if you've heard, but the Cowboys and the Saints got into a fight.
Several. I mean, we've played the same effing sports minute for 3 days. I'm sorry if we're not supposed to bring that up, but that guy has been talking about Brock Rexiner for the last 3 days.
But the reason that the Cowboys feel different this year, a lot of people are crediting Shoddy, and I'll credit Shoddy too, but they brought in adults for this team, experienced adults that want to be leaders. Jalen Thompson is an adult. He's not a rookie that you're hoping can hang on, Rashawn Gary is an adult who actually is a little jaded right now and ticked off about the way he was treated.
I could see that.
So you kind of have a grizzled vet that's kind of ticked off about something. You brought in Caleb Downs, who's already an adult. Like, he got Shoddy to jump in the conditioning drills.
Yeah.
All these, looking across the thing, you were hoping Micah would become a leader. And I'm not trying to crap on Micah here, but in the past, you had DeMarcus Lawrence leadership, and that was it. And then you had a bunch of other dudes that were kind of trying to take that from him eventually, or waiting their turn, but they were never showing the signs of being the leader that they could be. And then you had a lot of chaos going on because they weren't acting like adults. This group, they actually said, we're going to bring in some adults for this, and that's why this looked like a professional training camp. Except for the Saints fights. Can you imagine Ezeraku being the one that you're hoping becomes the leader of this team right now, with the way that he's just like all over the place at the moment? So bringing in having adults here has been one of the reasons I think that this has been a different training camp. My thing that I haven't had in a long time, Kevin,
that you loved as a kid,
Sunny D.
Oh.
Sunny Delight.
So gross.
Was not gross. It was orange juice, Kevin.
No, it didn't taste anything like orange juice.
It was orange.
That is true.
And it had all the vitamins of orange juice plus the vitamins of the sun.
Doubt that.
Whatever the vitamins. It had more vitamin, I'm assuming D, because it was Sunny D. But it was Sunny Delight first. Then they were like shorten it to just D.
Did we get lazy?
Just get the D in there. Yeah, probably so.
Oh, goodness.
But that was, I would get home. The commercial was exactly it. What's this grape stuff? And then they moved that bottle out of the way, and they're like, there's the Sunny D, and everybody would party, and that's exactly the way I was. I wanted a huge glass of Sunny D in the morning, and a huge glass of Sunny D in the afternoon after school.
Okay.
And that got me through. And I haven't had a single drop of it.
And that's what fascinates me.
And I don't want to ever drink it again, honestly.
From the 214 Sports Opinion, OU, I'm assuming football, is going to shock every one of our haters this year and their favorite food as a kid that they haven't had since then. You're going to notice a trend on some of these answers. It's the Bennigan's Monte Cristo. Now let's go to the 940. The Rangers will be leading the division this time next week, and it was Surge and Lemon Ice Gatorade were the go-to as a kid. Both of them are discontinued now. So what's interesting is you said, I'm good.
Yeah.
I don't need to try that anymore.
I never want it again.
But then these other people are like, I mean, I would. It just doesn't exist anymore.
I saw, and this is one of those, Kevin, that I just saw. I don't think it had a sports opinion, but somebody said Tang.
No deal.
And I would absolutely go find a jar of Tang and take it to the house and be like, we're having Tang. If it's good enough for the astronauts, it's good enough for me.
Okay. Yes. Man, and that's another word that got
Tang?
hijacked.
By what?
Yeah, do you think you imagine you tell the astronauts, hey, we're going to give you this drink called Tang that will work up in space. Not too long from now, though, it will be a substitute word for women's genitalia.
What?
Yeah, I'd be shocked. Because whenever I tasted it, I went, this is tangy. And they were like, oh, that's it. Let's call it Tang. That's how they named it.
Yeah.
I think.
I don't, maybe. I don't.
Let's go look it up.
I don't know if that's the case or not.
How
All
did
right.
they name Tang?
Alec, let's go to you. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what was your favorite food or drink as a kid that you haven't had forever as an adult?
My sports opinion, gentlemen. The best time of the year is finally back. Texas high school football is getting underway, starting this week for a lot of people. And I am so freaking amped up because I am the voice of Fort Worth All Saints. So I'll be back in the booth. Season number 4 for me. So it's been a while, but I'm excited. New quarterback, all kinds of good stuff going on. Got a powerhouse matchup tonight against Parish Episcopal. 2 reigning, defending, undisputed state champions going head-to-head in a non-district matchup against a quarterback that has 14 million D1 offers already, including Texas A&M. And he's only a sophomore. So, yeah, there's a lot of talent. There's a lot of good storylines this year in the world of Texas high school football in both UIL and TAPS. So I am so excited to get back into the thick of it because I'm a sicko. Whenever I have an off day or if I call a game on a Thursday or a Saturday, I'll sit down and I'll find whatever the powerhouse matchup is that we can all watch the stream of it.
Sure.
Just because
crazy, man.
I love football. I love football so much.
Do you consider that your team?
Yes, even though I was raised in public school, I went to UIL programs,
but
Mansfield Summit. But yeah,
What are your thoughts on vouchers?
TAPS football is interesting. I will say that is very interesting. We're starting a week earlier this season, so yeah, they operate very differently than UIL. But it's intriguing. It adds a new element. Lots of talent there too.
Okay, all right. Did you give us the food or drink?
Was it Tang?
It's not Tang. For me, I had to remember the name of it. I was fumbling with what the word was. I remembered the actual image, and I found it. The Oreo Cakester.
Huh.
It's like a fluffed up version of Oreos.
Oh, I do know what that is.
Yeah, and they
I
came
do
in
not know if I ever tried that.
They came in packs of 2. I think they were probably big when I was, I don't know, maybe 10.
Were they as bad as regular Oreos?
They were actually 10 times better than regular Oreos. They're literally just little cakes that have the Oreo cream filling.
They kind of look appealing on it.
They are awesome because the cake does not taste like the Oreo cookie at all.
See, that's what I need.
It tastes like chocolate cake. And they are awesome. The consistency is perfect. I'll probably never eat them again. Just because I'm not into sweets like I was as a kid.
I get it. I do.
But they were the coolest thing ever as a kid.
From the, I get that. From the 817, the Dallas Cowboys make a surprise NFC championship game and Waffle Crisp cereal. Do you remember Waffle Crisp cereal?
I do remember
I don't
Waffle
think
Crisp
I
cereal.
ever had that either.
Yeah, no, you need to try out Waffle Crisp cereal.
Okay, is that imperative? You think?
It's little waffles, dude, with milk on it. Guess what happens?
What?
The milk goes in those little storage bins on the waffle. Which means you get more milk with your cereal now.
Okay. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
From the 817.
Sobe Lizard drinks.
It's literally the Rangers are going to make the effing playoffs, and it was Mango Sunny D. So they're expanding.
Mango Sunny D? Hold on, what?
I did not know.
Dude, that's what we need. We need some cayenne Sunny D, stuff like that.
Oh, my goodness.
Really spruce it up. Pineapple Sunny D.
I mean, maybe. From the 903, man, this is running away with it. Caleb Downs will have to win MVP to live up to the hype that has been put on this kid. And their favorite childhood drink that they don't consume anymore, Sunny D.
I'm telling you, dude, it got all of us. Those commercials were the reason, dude.
From the 469, Olivia Miles is the real number one, and it was the Monte Cristo from Bennigan's. Look, I'm not here to argue whatsoever that Olivia Miles hasn't been amazing this year, and obviously she's having a far better season than AZ Fudd, and I would listen to conversations about her being the MVP, but...
She's better than Paige?
Two things. Ooh, I don't know about that. Two things. I don't know how that would work with Paige, and it is still year one. So we'll see how it all plays out.
But it's sad that you can't get a Monte Cristo anywhere else in the world.
You can.
I don't think so.
And Cheddar's has changed up their game. They fixed it. So Cheddar's Monte Cristo used to be my secondary. And then they were like, hey, what if we just make too much breading on everything? And you're like, I'm not just trying to get the fried bread.
Yeah.
It works in cooperation with the meat and cheese. And they've done a better job as of late. From the 713. If Memphis was in the Big 12, they would compete for a conference title, and it's Dunkaroos for them. Do you remember Dunkaroos?
Dude. My kids got Dunkaroos a while back. Actually, I think Martin House made a Dunkaroos beer.
The artwork there is so great.
But my kids were into Dunkaroos right before or after COVID. They were just all about it, dude.
Ooh. And from the 214, Cowboys will end up with a top 5 defense this year, but get bounced in the first round of the playoffs. That would be shockingly disappointing. And it's the Ecto Cooler. Was that High C? Right? Do you remember that? They had the Ghostbusters.
Yes, I do remember that.
Slimer
yes.
And everything. And then from the 251, the Texans are expected to be $60 million over the cap next year. So the Cowboys will trade for Danielle Hunter and frozen Smuckers.
I'm a sucker for Smucker's Jam.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus wrestling cards. Next on The Fan.
They've taken over midday.
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex.
Is there a link to order food from the cafe downstairs? Because, like, I am very hungry today. And if I could, like, order it.
I'll tell you what. I have a bold idea. You should go down there during this segment.
All right.
And
I
just
love this
know
segment, though.
that Alec and I are going to crap on you.
That's right.
This is my favorite segment of the station.
Oh, in your face, pee-pee.
I'm saving that.
Also,
thank you. We've got the question of the day. Plus, I feel like I'm stealing Kevin's bit here this week. We're going to do a little collectible corner and talk wrestling cards here in just a little bit. But we must answer the question of the day first. I've got some other stuff we'll sprinkle in as well to end your week. But today, it's not a national holiday, but it's a birthday that we're going to be discussing. Today is the great, legendary, and world-renowned Usain Bolt's birthday.
Oh, man.
Usain Bolt, the man that broke the world record in the 100-meter dash and the 200-meter dash. 3 consecutive Olympics where he became the only sprinter to win the 100 and 200. 3 straight Olympic turns, I guess.
You know, Alec, I've always been impressed, and sorry if this sounds like shade, it is meant as a compliment to the person, but I'm always impressed when a track and field person can become, for a time, the biggest athlete in the world. And there is no question that there was a time period where Usain Bolt felt like the biggest deal in all of the sports world. And I always think that's pretty darn impressive.
Yeah, because we only care, again, Corey, highlight culture. We only care when people break world records.
Yeah.
Just as a sports community, that's all we care about. And I don't know why someone is calling the hotline, but I'm going to let y'all talk about Bolt a little bit. Let me set up the question of the day real quick. Okay. In honor of his birthday, who is the one person at the top of your bucket list to meet that you haven't met yet? Because Usain Bolt is mine.
That's a really good question there,
Cooper
Kevin.
Flag.
You haven't met him yet.
I know.
That's what I'm saying. I was acknowledging. You haven't met him yet?
No.
That's the way I should have said it. Michael Johnson was the biggest track star I knew.
That's another one.
And he was a hero, dude.
Yeah.
Because me and my dad would watch him all the time.
And he's from here.
So then when I got a chance to actually sit down and watch him, it was one of the coolest things ever. And meet him. You know, remember, I made him laugh. I made him roll over on the ground laughing because I was so funny.
And it felt like a thing where you got so invested that you would also follow the lead up to the race because the race was so short. You're like, yeah, all right, I'll pregame this thing a little bit.
Who was it, Alec?
You want to take a guess? He's a friend of ours.
Oh.
Mike.
Close in spelling.
Oh. Because my first guess was going to be Heidi Watney, but
way too early. Mickey Spagnola. He was making sure he had the right phone number.
Oh, okay. I gave him that phone number.
Yeah, he was being diligent. I appreciate that. Yeah, he said he was just making sure he had the right number.
All right.
So we will talk to him again in 12, 15 minutes.
I'd love to meet.
But yes, Usain Bolt is mine, which, a good pull, he's a huge Dallas Wings fan.
Is that right?
He attends Wings home games frequently.
I've never seen him there.
And I saw him at one last year, which is crazy because he moves so fast. But I did see him. He was maybe 20 or 30 people to my left, so he was way far away. But we're in the same row. And I was like, I'm 99% sure that's Usain Bolt.
That's
and then
cool.
At halftime, they did their little celebrity row where they show all the celebs in attendance. And sure enough, they put him on camera, lower third, said Usain Bolt. I'm like, what the heck? My childhood hero is right there. That is crazy.
Did you think about trying to Go over there after
Yes.
that? Okay.
But you know who was actually blocking my way? Ronnie Coleman was sitting right next to me. And I was like, he's going to be hard to work
Rowdy
around.
Ronnie Coleman.
Yeah. So there was all kinds of people. Jordan Childs was there that night. Like, everybody was there. It was incredible. But yes, Usain Bolt, because he was like my hero as a kid, mainly because I ran track and whatnot growing up. But whenever I saw the movie Cool Runnings, which is one of the greatest feature films of all time, if you have not seen it,
I love Cool Runnings.
It is awesome. It got me to really
the rhythm. We got the rhyme.
It got me to really look into the Jamaican Olympic teams in general, not just the sprinting side, not just the bobsled team. I was like, I want to see if there's any other cool stories here. So I really dove in on Usain Bolt. He breaks the record, and I'm like, this might be the coolest human ever. So
he was. I mean, look, if you talk about the best of the best, there was a time when it was like, good luck, everybody else. You're going to lose this race. Like, before the race started, I always wonder about that psych out level.
Yeah.
Where you're like, this is my chance. I know I'm not going to win, but maybe I could get a silver.
That's why I always felt so bad for Justin Gatlin. I would always get a little bit of hope every 4 years. I'd be like, man, Gatlin is one of the best alive right now. He's just not the best.
This is a segment I think we should do now. Who are all-time...
We are doing a segment.
Okay, that's true. A segment idea.
Oh, okay.
Who should be more all-time great athletes, but there was just one person who was the greatest sitting in front of them.
That's a good one. I like this.
Like, we were at a game and he just was in front of me.
You know what?
But
For
he
the
wasn't
purposes
playing.
of this,
He was just watching also.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, if we're doing that, then Drew Brees was sitting in front of me at WrestleMania.
No, that's
I couldn't really see around him.
You know what? That might be my list right there, Drew Brees. I have not. This is really difficult, Kevin, because thanks to the Super Bowl trips and thanks to like the coverage that we've done, all my heroes I've been able to kind of run into at some point. It is really it's one of the coolest things, Alec. That is like. I'm not going to lie, it is a perk of the job that I've absolutely been blessed with. And so I'm trying to think through this list a little bit, and Drew Brees is one of my favorite quarterbacks of all time, and, built one of the first inclusive playgrounds in Louisiana, like a lot of really cool things that he's done. So, like, he's there, because Staubach met him. Troy met him, fumbled that one ridiculously. All these guys, all my baseball heroes. Nolan once asked me if I was going to ride in his car, but it was actually Evan Grant he was talking to. So that was a weird thing.
I'm sorry,
but I have met Nolan too. I guess like Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan would be on the bucket list, but I've always been told that he would treat you like garbage because he's like, "Who the F are you?" And you're just like, "Oh my gosh,
that's sad."
He was the great one. Except for Wayne Gretzky was the great one. So, yeah.
That's who the 972 picks, Wayne Gretzky. Somebody that is at the top of your bucket list of who you want to meet. From the 858, I like this twist. I would love to meet Bert Kreischer. He just seems like his life is a total S show, and I'm here for it.
We were that close to having him on the show at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
What about General Norman Schwarzkopf?
I think he's dead, but yeah.
All right, so no.
Interesting. Okay.
Kyle Yeomans.
That's right.
And somebody said Jesus. I was thinking about your interaction with Troy Aikman. And if I saw Jesus and I was like, so, carpenter, huh? And then he just kind of looks at me, and I'd be like, I gotta go.
He's like,
I really just screwed this entire thing up.
Hey, my dad's over there. I'm gonna go talk with him for a little bit. And
you're like, isn't your dad okay?
He's the father?
Yeah, I would be really confused.
You mean the Lord is here?
Yeah, so I don't think I could handle that one-on-one.
So you're not prepared to meet Jesus.
I am prepared to meet Jesus. If you told me we have to have like a interaction,
a little chat,
I will be nervous. I'm hoping if in heaven they'll take that part of me away, and they're like, you won't be nervous.
Yeah,
because now I'd be like, holy moly, and he'd be like, don't say that.
We had Tyson up at the station a long time ago. Mike Tyson, that is, Kevin, not like Tyson Chandler.
Yeah.
We know him.
Oh, I want some chicken nuggets. That sounds good.
I told you,
Kevin, I promise we're going to get to wrestling cards, but you need to bear with me for a second because it's time for the Angel Reese update.
Son of a bitch.
Howard looking ahead. Last 7 points for the Dream have come from Reese. Have it, Angel Reese.
Oh,
what a time to be alive.
Goodness. Yes, what a time to be alive. Angel Reese was perfect in helping the Atlanta Dream cruise to an easy 124-88 win over the LA Sparks last night.
Wow, that is pretty impressive.
Angel Reese became the first player in WNBA history to have a game with at least 20 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals without missing a single shot from the field.
They're in our way, Kevin.
So
they're
this
in
is
the Wings' way.
This is crazy impressive to me because she's a terrible shooter.
That's right.
She's shooting 19.6% from 3 and 43% from the field. When you consider the me-bounds and the putbacks, that's an astonishingly low number. So she's an awful shooter, but that's pretty damn cool.
She was 2 for 2 from 3 last night as well.
Yeah. Is she that awful?
At one point,
did she get better?
Well, she went 2 for 2 to raise it to 19.6%.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. Amazing.
I think she had 17 points in 18 minutes to start the game. Like, it was dominant. So, yes, am I halfway trolling Kevin? Absolutely. 1000%. But she had the best night of her career last night, so I felt like I had to mention. Now, to make Kevin happy, that is wrestling cards. So, the wrestling equivalent of the Cooper Flag debut patch, in my opinion, was the John Cena 1-of-1 WrestleMania patch autograph, where it features a patch that he wore at WrestleMania in Las Vegas where he won his never-seen 17th WWE Championship. That card was found and immediately graded, for whatever reason, and sent into Golden Auctions. The auction went live yesterday, so it has 29 days remaining. We already have 15 bids, and we have reached, with the buyer's premium, $112,240. It is already north of $110,000.
Does it by chance say in the article what the pre-auction estimate was from Golden?
$4.
Well,
it went for way more.
That is too low.
All right.
It does not on this one.
Because, I mean, do you think it $500,000? Is that
my
crazy?
guess was $500,000.
Okay.
That's where I think it's ultimately going to go for around $500,000. Because this is... We don't know if we will see this record ever get broken. And this patch is from his gear that he wore to win that championship.
What do you think is the most expensive wrestling card ever sold?
Is it a Hogan?
It is.
Oh, $100,000?
$132,000. It's a PSA 9 Hulk Hogan from the 1982 Wrestling All-Stars. Wow. So that is his rookie card. That set is bananas, by the way. And that went for $132,000.
This card is going to be absurd.
Wow. Good job, John Cena.
What about Roman Reigns?
I don't know what his most expensive card is. Let's see.
What about El Vagabundo?
Huh?
That is Elias. when he lost Loser Leaves NXT, he showed back up as El Vagabondo the next week. And I thought it was a great bit. I really did.
I loved it, dude. I was almost hooked on wrestling at that point, then, thanks to El Vagabundo.
The highest Roman Reigns card ever sold was for $15,000.
Dang!
Jump
week, bro.
Yeah.
Get your money up.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, as we continue to shuffle the schedule, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
Coming up
To upgrade your vehicle, get the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, powered by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas, and Specs. How about them savings from Specs? Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Howdy, sir.
How's it going today?
It is going well, except for the fact that I just realized I did not send you the clip of the fight. So that was my
Kevin,
bad.
you know what? You go look for the clip right now.
Yeah.
I got other things I need to ask.
All right, well, let me ask him one thing first. We saw the consequences after the first preseason game of how it can elevate and drop people in the hierarchy of any NFL team. Is there people, or is there someone, or are there people, I should say, who have to excel to continue that quest to make or perhaps stay on the roster in the Cardinals game?
Well, you mean to stay at like on the 53-man roster?
Yeah, let's start with that, and I know we can expand it to the practice squad.
Yeah, I think that there's really good competition at a couple of the offensive depth positions. I think at wide receiver, and the top two guys, maybe three won't play in the game. So the young guys, the veterans, Marquez Valley-Scantling, Mingo. Guys like that, they'll need to have good games. The running back position behind Javonte Williams, it's pretty crowded right now. So I think those guys will need to keep an eye on. Also, the backup quarterbacks, right?
Yeah.
I don't think anything's been separated greatly there. So again, that I'm sure that evaluation will go through all three preseason games before they make a decision. And what they've got to hope, guys, is one of them stands out to the point that you say, okay, that's my backup quarterback, not, well, I guess that guy's my backup quarterback, and then you're looking at, players who get cut at the 53. So right off the top of my head, those guys certainly, I think there's some backup, defensive linemen, guys that, need to show out. There's a kind of a, Jay Toya. You mentioned Dunn the other day. I think, for backup spot there. But the good thing for the Cowboys is from a majority of the starter positions, I think they're pretty settled. And at cornerback, is it Revel on the other side or is it Kobe Durant? But either or, I don't think the Cowboys lose out there. So linebacker, it's been pretty steady how they've played the first line of linebackers with Winters and Overshown. So you're battling for backup spots there, and really, and I hate this sounds like coach speak, but a lot of this stuff could be decided by special teams. Can you help me on special teams? And God knows the Cowboys need help on special teams, coverage and returns. Not the guy returning, the return blockers and things like that I think have to be settled. So, yeah, while, the outcome of the game, win, lose, all right, big deal. But for several of these guys, these last two preseason games are going to be vitally important.
Yeah, Mickey, I found it interesting yesterday when Shotty was talking and he was like, look, Cam Brown, great 2 touchdowns. That was cool and everything. But I'm more interested in how he goes up against our guys. Was he kind of meaning like we got him up against some of our one cornerbacks and that's more interesting than going up against their third and second cornerbacks in Seattle?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Because if the other team's playing their seconds and thirds and you star against, with your second and thirds against theirs, yeah, you got to see it in practice. But he has done that. And again, it's not like, the touchdown catches he made were because he was playing against lesser guys, right? they were spectacular catches no
Yeah.
matter who you were playing against. Now, you might judge how they're running routes against the second and third teamers, and you know, are you getting open? But on both of those, I don't care who was, trying to defend you. You made spectacular catches, and I think that counts. But it also counts what you do in practice. And that's a good observation. What are you doing against my ones, right?
Yeah.
What are you doing in the joint practice when you're practicing against the other team's first-line guys? I think that's almost more important than the preseason game.
Well, let's talk about one particular player who you mentioned then, going back to Revel. Is on Wednesday, I think it was, Christian Parker said he also runs to coaching. I know talent is so important, but through the years, what you've witnessed, how important is that, like, attitude, hustle, and things of that nature?
Yeah, and I think he thrives for the coaches to, take the time to correct him or say, hey, this is kind of how you have to do it. I wish I could remember the player's name, and it was quite some time ago, and it might even go back, you guys. I don't know. I can't remember if it was here or Wichita Falls, but the Cowboys had a 7th-round cornerback. Now, when you're a 7th-round cornerback, you're already on the edge, right, to make the team or not, just from your draft status. Well, he ran a play, and one of the the cornerback coach went out and explained to him how he wanted that technique done. And the kid, I'm standing right there, and the kid turns to the coach, and he goes, yeah, coach, but this is the way I like to do it. How do you think that went over?
Yeah.
Pretty swimmingly?
Yeah, no, probably not so much.
So that in contrast to Revel saying, hey, give me all your knowledge. I'll soak it in. And, he continues to make plays. It's not perfect, but no cornerback is, right? But, boy, his reach, when he's beat, those arms allow him to catch up sometimes and maybe not intercept the ball, but tip it and get a PBU.
So speaking of that, so not necessarily, because I know you've done a column on DallasCowboys.com talking about all the turnover in the defense. So I'm not necessarily talking about the personnel, but just what you've seen. How much different does this secondary look this camp compared to last camp and preseason?
I think it's assignment sound. Guys know what they're supposed to do, where they're supposed to be. I think that's the stark difference between now and last year. Also, there's more experience back there, especially at the cornerback spot. You've got some guys like, take the other cornerback spot, Revel and Durant. Whichever guy ends up starting, the other guy's pretty good behind him, and
right.
That wasn't the case last year. Between injuries, guys not ready to play, the guys were playing that. I mean, this year, Triquez Bridges is going to be hard-pressed to make this team.
Yeah.
Last year, at one point in the season, the guy was starting. And we're talking a 7th-round draft choice that had already gotten released in training camp, and the Cowboys picked him up, right?
Yeah.
And he had to start. That's not going to happen again. Health willing, right? That's what they were facing last year in the secondary.
Well, thank you very much, good sir. Thanks for holding down Oxnard. Have fun at the game, and we'll catch you again on Monday.
I'll be back, by the way, on the same time zone.
Okay, yay. And then I can say good morning like a normal human. All right, see you, Mick.
We can figure out our time, okay?
Absolutely. There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Coming up next, Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV. Sideline reporter Heidi Watney joins the show next on The Fan.
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV sideline reporter. It is Heidi Watney. Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. How you doing?
We're doing very well now. Y'all got the doubleheader, as is the usual. Tonight, you got Rays and Orioles at 6 p.m. Central, and then Rangers-Angels at 7:15 Central on Apple TV. Please tell me that you were more optimistic for the Rangers in this series than when we played the Angels about a week and a half ago, and it was a catastrophe.
I was optimistic for the Rangers in that series as well, but apparently they just don't do well in interleague or playing in interdivision games on the road.
They really do not.
Yeah, they're not big fans of it for some reason. But you had a good sit down with Chris Young. I really enjoyed that conversation I had with him. He's an ultra competitive guy. Is that kind of what you get off of him?
He's always been, since his playing days, and that competitiveness hasn't left him in his role in the front office as well.
Is that I have this feeling that he's just like, if I'm not going to be on a team that's trying to win, I don't want to even be around. That's the kind of vibe I get off of him. Is I just want, all I'm trying to do is win with this team. And did you get the feeling from him when you were talking to him that he believes this unit is there, or that they're still trying to figure things out?
Well, I think one of the most interesting things that I took from him is in the potential trade that didn't happen of deGrom. He wanted to give deGrom a chance to win. He thinks that players genuinely deserve, and if a team that is considered to be a World Series contender this year wanted to trade for him, he wanted to present that to Jacob, and Jacob wanted to win here. And I do think Chris believes in this squad. I believe in this squad. Honestly, if they can get the offense going in the right direction, their pitching is good. They're getting healthy again, which is going to be key for this team, and that's going to be big additions. I know everyone talks about what teams do and don't do at the trade deadline, and that can have a negative impact in the clubhouse. Doing nothing, obviously shipping guys away has a negative impact, but not doing enough can. I talked to a couple of players since we were there right after the trade deadline 2 weeks ago, and they seemed unclear on the direction of the organization because of the lack of moves. Now, the organization could be handcuffed in many ways that the players and fans don't know about in terms of trade deadlines with no trade clauses and potential salary issues and stuff like that. So not everything is for the consumption of the players and for them to understand. But one of the things, the messages from Skip Schumacher, from Jacob deGrom, from CY, was that this squad has what it takes to compete. And especially as they're getting healthy again, they need to go on a run, and they know what they need to do over these next month and a half to make the postseason. I mean, they're sitting there teetering right on the edge of a wild card spot right now, and we saw what happened in 23. I think there's a lot of parallels to this team and that 23 team. Sneaky talented, hasn't been on a lot of people's radars outside of Dallas, the Dallas-Arlington area this year, but could go on a run.
Now, I love everything that you're saying. I hope you still understand the spirit of this follow-up question, because it's not just about the Rangers, but do you think we will find AL teams that want to either win the AL West or take that third wild card spot?
Who wants it? No,
I don't know.
Does anybody? Are we trying here? No, I definitely think that we're trying, despite the fact that fans assume that their teams aren't trying if they're not playing well. That is not the case. I can tell you that I would say, I'm not going to say 100%, but I would say 98% of MLB players are giving their best effort every single day, and the front offices as well. Look, with the AL West, you've got a situation where two of the teams, it doesn't seem like they're trying. They've just been mired in this, like the A's are transitioning and to Vegas, and like they're in this middle ground where they're playing in a minor league ballpark and trying to make the best of it and trying to go for it, but it's really, their situation is difficult. Look at them in 2028. They're going to come onto the scene. The Angels, look, they got a guy at the top right now in John Mozeliak who was able to go in and stabilize the Cardinals organization for 20 years. So it's a great guy to get. He's already made some changes. I expect that to continue, whether he sticks around or he hires someone that he trusts to take over. And you need the owner to stay out of the way in that situation. And I think he's learning that. But it's hard to teach, billionaires lessons. So we'll see. Then,
what do you mean? Yeah.
Very smart group of people. They got there somehow. So then you look at, you've got a 3-team race, and the Mariners took a huge step backwards. Nobody expected Cal Raleigh to hit 60 home runs, but he's taken quite the offensive step backwards, and they still have a lot of talent. Their pitching staff is still very good. I can't really explain what's happened with them this year because it's kind of dumbfounding to me.
Okay,
and then the Astros, the Astros and Rangers are in the same place. Like, they're both in this middle ground of rebuilding, but on the fly, trying to make it work. So I don't know. It's just a division that's up for grabs.
Would you argue that the Mariners have been the most disappointing team in baseball based on preseason expectations?
One of them, yeah. Yeah, one of them. The Blue Jays were pretty disappointing for a while, but they seem to be ticking up lately, and they're creeping up in those AL standings. But yeah, I'm surprised by the Mariners this year.
Heidi, the Apple TV product is just absolutely crystal clear. And when you were on that game, it was the post game, you're interviewing Jock, and I had seen it, but my wife came in and sat down and she goes, "Is she sweating on her nose right now?" And I said, I said, "No, she just got splash zoned." How dangerous is your job after a win like that? And how do you always have to keep an eye out for the water tubs?
I'm glad you bring this up because that broke a streak, a perfect streak. I was batting 1,000 on dodging the Gatorade or water cooler situation in the 5 years on this package. I keep my head on a swivel. I know where they are. I step out just at the last minute, so I try not to give it away to the player who's about to be doused.
It's important.
I have not gotten a drop of water on me until 2 weeks ago. Nicky Lopez came from my blind side and totally mostly Jock, but it splashed on me a little, yeah.
Were you really good at dodgeball, too, then, growing up?
I have some body coordination. I was a gymnast. I played some sports in my day. I can be elusive.
That being said, when it comes to Jock, that was an awesome home run from him to start that one. He's had kind of he was mired here in a way because when he got here, it didn't work out, and now he seems to have a different vibe with this clubhouse and this fan base too. Would you kind of know what kind of personality he's been throughout his career?
Jock's personality it entertains me for sure, and that's the thing. He's an entertainer. He's not shy about expressing his opinions. He's a fun guy to watch. When he's going well, you're going to know it. Everyone's going to know it, and everyone's going to want to go buy a set of pearls and just rock Jocktober. On the other hand, when he's not doing well, you're going to hear about it too. He's just a guy who wears his emotions on his sleeve. And I can't fault him for that because I'm a similar personality. So I like it.
I get it. Me too. Now, we've seen the pickup, especially this month, from Corey Seager. And you mentioned we've got pitchers coming back. Jack Leiter threw another rehab assignment last night. And obviously the pitching matters a great deal. But do you feel like the resurgence of Seager and Langford is going to be the primary reason that the Rangers do or do not make the playoffs?
Look, they need those guys to perform in order to make the playoffs, right? Corey Seager is Mr. Clutch. It's 2-time World Series MVP?
Yep.
Health is wealth, though, right? Both of those guys have been hurt this year, and they're injuries that aren't easy to come back from. We've seen Seager tick up a couple notches since coming off his most recent IL stint, at least offensively. He's doing well. I think Langford's going to get there, too. It's hard when you miss a lot of the season and you've had injuries to come back from. But they're going to lead this offense, and the Rangers need them to lead this offense to get where they want to go. And I really do fully believe that they can get there.
And I love it. We're going to need to have you on more to really enjoy.
We got some fans right now saying
this
she
last
is selling
month
me
and
right
a half.
now.
Yeah, I like it.
The positive. Hey, I'm a glass half full kind of person, but when I look at the talent on the roster and I look at the landscape of the American League right now, then I think that they can hang.
I've been tracking since my co-host said that the Dodgers were falling apart and they're still 9 games up.
Okay, I didn't say falling apart.
They had they're like, look, man, we're just so far ahead right now. But the one thing that he's been really keeping track of a lot of is the Pete Crow Armstrong, Shohei Ohtani back and forth battle. And quite honestly, the other night we got some of the most exciting baseball that we've had this season. Baseball was awesome. The Rangers were off, and it was fun for all of us at the same time. But that battle right there is it going to come down to those two? And do you think Pete Crow Armstrong has the ability to take down Shohei?
The way it's going right now, we had Cubs last week. We had Cubs Cardinals, and that was a question I asked of both of the managers. And they said, look, if Shohei is healthy and pitching the way he did at the beginning of the season, it's no contest. Having a dominant starting pitcher, that's what they pay these guys for, right? Do you pay for, great Gold Glove center field defense, or do you pay for a dominant starting pitcher? But Shohei's not pitching right now, and he's starting to ramp up. I think he threw a bullpen session. So does he come back before the postseason? Does he come back? Do they kind of try to do one of those roles where he comes in as a closer or a hybrid situation in the bullpen? We'll see. But if he's not pitching, then yes, I think PCA can overtake him. As of now, their offense is neck and neck. But Pete's also making those 5-star plays in the outfield every single day.
Yes, he is an incredible defender. I'm definitely with you on that. Can you give us your thoughts on the, I'll say, curious case of Ketel Marte?
Oh, goodness. It's definitely odd. I think the lack of information coming from the team and what they are saying by the lack of information coming from the player means that they tried to trade him before. He's had some issues before, some off-field issues. But what the information we're getting from the organization, I would say, tells you that there's definitely like a wide chasm between him and the team, and whether that's repairable and he can come back and be a wonderful contributing member of the team is in question right now, just with the information that's coming out. I hope him well. I wish him well. I know he's an emotional player and he's a great guy. And I believe that the team and Torey Lovello, loves him. He loves all of his players. He's a manager who just cares so much about his guys. So for him to come out and say that there's not a lot of communication coming back, that speaks volumes about what's going on there, which nobody really knows. It's quite fascinating.
Heidi, last week, I think it was last Friday, as a matter of fact, Baez hits 3 home runs on his debut, and Kevin pointed out that if you bet like $1 or something like that, you would have made $1.7 trillion. You'd have had
to bet 100.
$100 turns into $1.7 trillion. Do you know of anybody that's going to be making their debut that could possibly do that in the future so that we can keep an eye on it?
You could throw a nice little $10 bet down.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even need the trillion. I'd be happy with the billion.
How insane was that, though? Like to be able to do that.
It's very insane. On his first 3 at-bats, not just 3 homers in the game, first 3 at-bats in the big leagues. I had just talked to him because we had Cardinals Cubs last week about Ollie Marmol before the game, and he said, he's the real deal. He's a true hitter. He'll be up here sooner than later. We're working some things, whatever. This was the day before. Wow. These managers, they don't like to give anything away. And he said, no, he'll be up soon. Yeah, the next day. I was like, he already had to have his plane ticket at that point because he got like 40 family members in the stands. They had to have known.
They do.
His performance was spectacular. It was special. They say Daniel Nava hit a grand slam on the first pitch of his major league career. And he said a player had given him the advice of you never get that first pitch back, so you might as well swing for it. For Baez to go 3 for 3 on home runs in his first 3 at-bats, I don't think we'll see that again. We've never seen it before, but hey, never say never. That's the amazing thing about baseball. You will see something that you've never seen before. Constantly on a baseball field. It's just such a special game.
When you talk about that secrecy from the managers, I don't know if it would make for the best TV, but just every once in a while do you wish one of the managers would just be like, look, Heidi, I don't want to lie to you. And then they just stop talking and they just looked at you and that was their entire answer?
that would be better. That would be better than, we'll be up sooner or later. No, I will say that's one of my favorite parts about being on this Apple broadcast is that we get 15 minutes with each manager privately in their office before each of our broadcasts. And we can ask anything we want. They don't necessarily have to answer, but we do get a lot of off-the-record information that just helps us set the scene for the game broadcast and for what's going on behind the scenes with the players, with potential injuries or, what's going on in the organization or what's going on if a guy's having a bad week or having a situation off the field that they don't want shared with the public. But, hey, just so you know, this is going on, maybe go easy on the guy. We get all kinds of great information like that. And we just have to determine what we can share and what we can't share. And some things are blatantly said off the record. Do not say this. But it gives us a better understanding so we can do our job better on the game broadcast.
Well, we always get great information from you as well. Doubleheader tonight, Rays at the Orioles, 6 o'clock Central. Angels, Rangers, 7 o'clock Central, that first pitch, about 7:15 on Apple TV. Heidi, thank you very, very much for the time.
My pleasure. Happy Friday, guys.
There you go. Heidi Watney right here on 105.3 The Fan. Look, Skip listens to the show. If one time he wants to be like, look, Corey, I don't want to lie to you. And then he just stops talking. I think that would be amazing.
My ass off if he
I would be inclined to agree with that.
I would laugh your ass off.
Oh, okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Thanks, folks.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to move into the Expressway, do some Forgiveness Friday, but also we will start it off with NFL overreaction or reality next right here on The Fan.
Your midday listening appointment.
on-time experts.
It's an empty gun for Milton at the 50-yard line. Snap is back, stands and zips it over the middle. Caught. Smith at the 45. Smith to the 35. What a nice throw by Milton and a good crisp route by Anthony Smith.
Could Anthony Smith be this player as we start with NFL overreaction or reality? Corey, in the vein of Camden Brown and Trayshawn Holden, someone will make the Cowboys and get cut.
Someone has to make the Cowboys team.
Based on tomorrow's game against the Cardinals.
Oh, man. Are you saying it's going to be Anthony Smith, or are you asking me?
Quintum.
Did it say Quinnen? What is it?
It sounded like an
Quintum?
M. It does.
I don't know.
No, it could be whatever. It could be whatever player you want. But
Are you saying Pow? Are you saying Pow?
It feels like, although Shoddy was here to slow us down, but it feels like maybe Camden Brown's going to make the team, and obviously Trayshawn Holden not with the team anymore based on that first game. So someone will make the Cowboys and get cut from the team based off of tomorrow's game.
Yeah, Holden became dispensable, right?
Yep.
Because they were bringing on Von Miller.
Oh, and because there's special teams woes in that game.
I also wonder, it's so interesting when you discuss what Shoddy said yesterday.
Yeah.
And when we discussed it with Mickey, and Mickey was like, no, actually, that's a really good point there, because he also pointed out that Camden Brown has been doing that against the ones.
Yeah.
So is that kind of the Cam Cauley thing of we want to see you do it here, but we also want to see you do it here, and we want to make sure that you're not just a preseason game hero.
Yes.
But you're doing the same things in practice and stuff.
For sure. That's one of the things we said going into camp, right?
Yeah.
Like, listen to all of the coverage and read the relevant things outside of just, I saw this sweet highlight, you know? Because there's way more to it.
So if you're saying that somebody is going to get cut based on this one on Saturday night, I think the answer is yes. But it's not going to be like a surprise to the coaches or to the player.
Probably.
Because it's something that's been building for a while, and they're like, all right, we need him to check these boxes, and if he doesn't, I mean, guys are getting cut anyway.
Sure.
But if he doesn't check the boxes, and then he has the slip-up of the thing that we've told him about already, see you later.
Don't forget, pregame for that starts tomorrow at 6 o'clock.
Where?
Live from our studios on 105.3 The Fan and State Farm Stadium in Glendale. Chiafalo and Broadus will be holding it down. All right, Alec, we go to you. Overreaction or reality in the vein of Camden Brown and Trayshawn Holden. Someone will make the Cowboys and get cut based on tomorrow's game against the Cardinals.
Reality, and Corey hit the nail on the head where it's going to be somebody that we might even expect already. Because I remember, everything is pro wrestling, as Kevin Gray would say, Trick Williams.
True.
He was with the Eagles for training camp when he got out of college, and he said that his wide receiver coach pulled him aside, and he was like, you got any questions or anything? And he said, how do I make the team? Like, what do I need to be doing? And he said, nothing you do here can help you make the team. Everything you do here can get you cut from the team.
Fascinating.
And so he was like, just the nature of you being an undrafted free agent, blah, blah. He was like, there's really nothing you can do that will make us say you just made the team. But you can screw up plenty of things to make sure that you don't. And I think that's where you're going to see maybe like some of the offensive and defensive linemen where you're kind of getting into the nitpicky stuff of their game where you're really breaking down the tape and saying, like Corey just mentioned, you just made that same mistake again, multiple times in a game. You're off the team.
That's a really good line, Kevin, because think about how many interns we've worked with.
Right.
How many producers we've worked with.
Right.
But the producers have already kind of made it through that gauntlet, right? How many interns we worked with at the newspaper and here at the radio station where the ones that were just consistent, you were like, they got something.
Yes.
And the ones that just, they would make those dumb mistakes, you'd be like, you're never going to make it.
Yeah, you're like, I'm going to keep trying to teach you, but I am very concerned.
Yeah, I got questions.
Overreaction or reality, an NFL player will have at least 20 sacks this season. The average leader for the decade is 19.3. Obviously, you just saw a historic season from Myles Garrett. But overreaction or reality, at least one NFL player will have 20 sacks or more this season.
Well, no. Overreaction. Because Myles Garrett's going to have to share him with Aaron Donald.
Aaron Donald.
So they're like, who do you block? So no, I don't think so, dude.
Okay.
Unless it's Donovan Ezraku. But he's gonna punch the quarterback every time. He's gonna tackle them and punch them in the face.
Oh man!
So he could have like 30, but every time he tackles somebody, he punches them.
Man, because you couldn't give him.
He gets ejected.
Like, just go on a thought experiment with me for a second.
Thought it up.
You couldn't go and give him Defensive Player of the Year if he had 22 sacks, but also 22 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties that essentially like negated the sack, and he got kicked out of like 11 of those games. You wouldn't give him the Defensive Player of the Year, would you?
You'd want to.
I know.
You know, you'd want to, but I don't think you can. Somebody from the 903 says Benito is going to do it this year.
Ooh.
That dude, I love watching the dude play. He's a baller.
Alec, overreaction or reality? Somebody in the NFL will have at least 20 sacks this season.
Reality, I think it might be multiple. But the music that I'm hearing in my ears right now, it's the music of Will Anderson Jr. That's the first name that popped up when you said that. I think he's going to go off.
Every time we have hyped up a Texans player, they have ended up having a bust season. So are we doing this intentionally right now?
I mean, I hate the city, so I might be. You'll never know.
Did you see, Alec? Did you see the number that they're looking at? He wants 70. CJ Stroud wants $70 million. Did you already have? I'm sorry. Did you have that?
No.
He wants $70 million, and the Texans are like 50. So
all right. Well, you know what? That segues perfectly into this. Overreaction or reality? CJ Stroud will never be as good as he was his rookie season.
He's got at least 7 seasons left, even if he's bad.
He's only 24
because he was a first-round pick, a high pedigree first-round pick. He's at least got 7 seasons, even if he's bad. Because, I mean, even Trey Lance still exists.
He does.
I can't say never. I think that's an overreaction.
Okay.
But then that would be a very hot take to say yes to that. And we know hot take Medford's in there, just ready to go. So,
man, look at him projecting what you're about to say.
Insane.
You have some of the most fire opinions in the world. So I just can't say because there's just too much left for him. But he has had a bad offensive line in front of him, and B, I think he's not had the greatest opportunities when it comes to play callers. Sloak was great for a minute, and then all of a sudden it just disappeared. So I can't say that yet because he might be picked up by somebody.
All right, Alec.
$70 million.
We go to you. Overreaction or reality? CJ Stroud will never be as good as he was his rookie season.
Oh, Corey's wrong. No, I'm kidding. I am with him 100%. I think it's unfair to say that. One, because you mentioned he's 24. Like, he's still got plenty of time. He might not even be just based off of the metrics that we did a couple weeks ago. He might not even technically be in his prime yet. So I think there's a chance to unlock something or just revisit something that he once had, because the Bobby Slowick thing was so interesting. He was supposed to be the next young head coach to take over the league, and then his second year after that outburst on offense, he made 0 adjustments. And some of the players were like, yeah, it's kind of hard to win games when everybody knows what you're running because you're running the exact same thing. So he has not had the benefit of having great pieces above him.
I think I saw a stat yesterday that, like, during the season, he had, like, 2 fumbles, and then he had 5 during the playoffs, and he had, like...
Oh, he had one of the worst playoff games
7
we've ever seen.
7 interceptions in the playoffs, and 8 the whole year before. It was wild numbers. But his rookie season was good. Very good. 4,100 yards, 23 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions. That touchdown and interception ratio is good.
It is.
It's not elite veteran level, right? But you'd think that he's going to get he's going to get 30 and 10 at some point.
And if I could just throw this out there in terms of the $70 million, just keep in mind, every single story out there is based off of one person.
Did it happen again?
Because Adam Schefter said they were far apart. And that can be true, but then one person jumped in and said, I'm not saying you're wrong.
I think I'm
but just
wrong.
Every single story is coming off of one person's report. All right, overreaction or reality? Tyler Smith is one of the best 50 players in the NFL.
I think he is, but the players don't.
Players do not.
Yeah, this is ridiculous, dude.
You sound very sad.
I think he's that good, man.
I'm sorry.
He is. It's like watching. It's like watching Fred McGriff's tape on how to play baseball. You know, if you watch him play football, and you're just like, that's how you do it, kids.
Okay.
So I think he is, man. But
all right.
What does everybody else know?
And just for whatever it's worth, if you kind of want to like comp it out, the top 55, let's say 55 to 46 on the NFL player list. CeeDee Lamb, Fred Warner, Devontae Adams, Tristan Wirfs, Caleb Williams, Derwin James, Joe Tooney, Josh Hines-Allen, Quinyon Mitchell, and George Kittle. So, like, those are some damn good players. Do you view Tyler Smith, like, in that group?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Alec.
Sorry, I got ball sacked again, and now I'm just...
No, I didn't say that.
Off.
I'm just saying that there's one person
man. I let down
that all of these stories are coming from. Alec, we go to you then. Overreaction or reality? Tyler Smith is a top 50 player in the NFL.
Reality, I think he's top 25.
Woo, baby!
I look at him.
Top 10.
Do you really?
No.
Okay.
I think he's teach tape. Like he's like Corey was saying, every offensive line coach in college, high school should be pulling him up and saying, this, if you want to be really, really good at this and you want people to envy the amount of work you put into this game, start acting like this guy. Like, he is so incredibly consistent at his job and has been for multiple years now.
Overreaction or reality? Christian McCaffrey does not belong in the NFL top 10.
Well, I would probably move Will Anderson in and him out.
Okay.
But,
do you want me to give you the list again?
Now this guy's calling me fake news Corey. Gosh darn it, Kevin.
Again.
Sorry.
I did not say he is wrong. Just as one person.
I think that he, aside from Will Anderson, I think he's that close. He's that. Go ahead and give the list out again, so that anybody who hasn't been, if you haven't been listening to the show, what are you doing? What's your deal?
And Tyler Smith's not in the top 100. Here are the top 10. Josh Allen, in no particular order. Josh Allen, Micah Parsons, Bijan Robinson, Myles Garrett, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua, Patrick Surtain, and Christian McCaffrey.
I think, again, Will Anderson is on the rise again for me here, but he's also proven already he's that good.
Yeah.
McCaffrey has done it multiple times, just injuries have been he's still that talented.
Right.
It's just the injury thing is your only real concern with him. But yeah, the ball hits his hand, he's terrifying.
NFL overreaction or reality?
Never looking at Twitter again.
Micah Parsons, stop it. Micah Parsons is a legitimate candidate for comeback player of the year. And the reason why I asked that is just because the thought is maybe he'll be back for week 6. Cool. And you have Patrick Mahomes on the list, Kyler, Jaden Daniels, people like that.
Because Kyler wasn't good? Is that what it is?
He got hurt too.
Oh. Who knew?
Remember, you're not supposed to vote like that anymore. Just because they were crap last year, you're not supposed to vote for them.
Nobody knew that he got injured because they stopped paying attention to Arizona.
That is true.
I just think that Mahomes is winning it.
Okay.
Actually, you got to go look at some awards on Kalshi real quick, Kevin.
Did you know that Joe Burrow's already won that award twice in his career?
Dude, is he ready to leave Cincinnati?
I don't think so, but I was intrigued.
You hear that?
Yeah, I was intrigued by something he said today. All right, Alec, we go to you. Overreaction or reality? Micah Parsons is a legit candidate for comeback player of the year.
Reality, I think his name alone puts him in that conversation because it is weird how it's supposed to be the best story, the best effort after some sort of injury or whatnot. But a lot of the times there's a couple of those cases, so then it's just a popularity contest. So I think if he comes back and has a even decent year at whatever time he comes back, then he's probably the favorite to win the award just because of name recognition alone.
All right. I got one more for you. Overreaction or reality, you like these joint practices? Because Saquon said they're dumb. There's been fights. There's been fines. There's been maybe a little bit more injury activity. So overreaction or reality, you still like joint practices?
I do.
I do too.
Obviously, you want them healthy.
Right.
But I like the fights. Not because I'm like, oh my gosh, I need to see people fight. I want to see if my team's got some of that in them, You can't do that really on the football field. Because last year, a dude spit on Dak, and guess what happened? Everybody said, that's gross, you're suspended.
Yes.
Actually, he wasn't. He got ejected for one game and then was not suspended the next game.
Yeah, because they viewed that as their suspension.
Stupid. Yeah, not that kind. But like, I love the opportunity to match up on somebody. Dude, yesterday I went to Plano's scrimmage to watch the scrimmage, the high schooler scrimmage. Carter's a freshman.
I'm sorry, wait, you went to the scrimmage to watch what?
The high schooler scrimmage.
Okay.
Yeah, Carter's a freshman, and they were out there, dude, and I had seen them scrimmage against each other a week ago.
Okay.
And then I got to see them scrimmage against somebody else, and they were so excited to hit somebody else.
Okay, yeah.
I'm so that's what it is. Like, they're so excited, so you get a little bit more live action out of these joint practices. But I understand what Duke Manyweather's saying about abolish them. It's not good for them.
Alec, what say you?
I understand.
Captivating. I don't know why that drop just really caught me this time.
It got you. Got him. Stop. That's a different meme. I like them. I really do. To Corey's point, because you can't be as physical against your own teammates. You want them out there playing alongside you or on the opposite side of the ball, helping you win.
Right.
And they serve more purpose than the preseason games. Because
I'm with you.
You're getting best on best, even though it's not a game that matters. It's not even a real game at all. You're still getting best on best. Like, you're still getting George Pickens against, the Rams' best coverage corners on these snaps. So, like, I like that stuff because whenever I see him jump over a defender, I'm like, that's another team's starting player that he just did that against. Not, the fourth corner on our roster. It's not Devin Moore. Nothing against him, but a rookie.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And can you go ahead and give me cut number 9 because it's time for some Forgiveness Friday.
Wyatt, what can I do? What can we do as Ranger fans to keep you healthy the rest of this season?
I don't know. I mean, I'm doing everything I can, so that's my goal. I want to play every single game for the rest of the year.
All right, well, I'm going to go home and get on my knees for you because, man, do we need Wyatt Langford the rest of this season.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mike Bassick, the greatest interviewer of all time. Remember all the interviews with Steven and Jerry?
Mike, he was there.
Mike, do you remember them? I know you're listening. You've been texting me all morning.
Oh, he didn't respond to me when I said, damn, Mike. So awful announcing has to lead off for putting the contingent of Dave Raymond, Jared Sandler, Mike Bassick, David Murphy at number 27 on their list of MLB local broadcasters. I say that is preposterous. And the idea that group is boring when, you got that clip. You've also heard discussions about Penta, the wrestler, numerous times, and a funky cold Medina on there. Like, there's been all kinds of stuff that I don't see how boring could conceivably be one of the things that would come up.
Now, I do have a suggestion, and I'm not trying to eliminate anybody here. Because I like Dave Raymond a lot. I think he's really good. But is it time for Chris Young to give the KNC Masterpiece a call?
To an interview?
Have us come be the broadcasters for television for the Texas Rangers games. We'll keep Mike.
It kind of sounds like you're getting rid of Dave Raymond then.
Alec can be our sideline reporter.
No, Alec's got to be here and do the show.
Oh, no, we're going to continue doing the show.
What?
Yeah, we'll do the show. Yeah, we'll absolutely do it. But
call my agent.
Why? Man, I'll need to get an agent if we do that job, too.
Alec gets hit with the water tub, and he's just like, you know what? I'm out. My agent says I can't do this anymore. And just let us do our thing and just watch the ratings bonanza, all right, is all I'm going to say. That's my suggestion.
Will the followers of Awful Announcing support us?
There will be one.
Okay.
Except for probably KLNO. They'll be like, nope, seriously, we're still here.
Maybe if we like, here's my suggestion for Mike and Dave. If you've seen that website, just throw in like a little bit of liberal love every once in a while. Be like, you know who's on top of it? Gavin Newsom. Then I feel like the people on that website will help propel you a little higher. I think you should consider it.
I scarcely have ever read Awful Announcing, so I don't know. But I will say somebody's right here from the 469. It's the boring Rangers. The Rangers have not been an exciting team that you're just like, this is it, right?
Yeah.
And that's
true.
That's the thing that, because, man, when Mike is calling really high quality baseball, I'm just enthralled. I'm fascinated because I know we got 6 years of it. Was that how long we worked with him?
Yeah.
We worked with him for a while where we got to see and hear new stuff every day. And so I think that what they say, I don't agree with, and I am biased, and I'm also not biased. I don't listen to all the other ones, but that's not a boring production for me.
Now, does Pedro Martinez need to ask for forgiveness, or is he following in the footsteps of Magic Johnson when it comes to Twitter analysis of what is happening in sports?
That's a lot better than I expected.
He tweeted out, I believe the Blue Jays didn't come out as they wanted to after the World Series. No. You think the team that lost the World Series by part of a foot and then has a losing record now and started the season 7-13 did not come out as they wanted to? Why did it take him 130 games to make that observation?
He just noticed it. Or the robot had run out of things to tweet.
Okay.
Do you believe that's actually him tweeting these things?
Yes, I do.
What?
I've heard some of his analysis on the broadcast. I do believe that.
It's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
So you're saying if Mike and Dave had a chance to have Magic Johnson in the booth, they should say no?
Oh, no. I think, absolutely, I think Mike should say no. Because I know Mike loves the Showtime Lakers, but I worry that perhaps he would say something else. When, even off air, he'd be like, hey, man, why'd you cheat on your wife so much? Or, he would say something that you'd be like...
Broadus is sitting there, and he's like, seriously?
Yeah. Yes.
Dude, that AI Broadus is one of my favorite ones.
I would worry about that interview just a little bit. All right. I don't think this person needs or deserves forgiveness just quite yet. Did you see the 16-year-old gal who was charged with assault for running on the field at a football game, a middle school football game, mind you, and tackling a player after the play was over and then pushing him back
Why
down?
did she tackle the player?
It's a good question.
Because if this was she just felt compelled to do it, a little concerning, all right? You need to know your boundaries. But if she was like, I want to prove that I can play this sport too against middle schoolers, that's also a little concerning. Or did that kid bully her little brother?
Well, the thought was that this was based in just inside this game because things got a little tense after a touchdown. There was a brief scuffle, and then after that, the girl ran on out there. So not only was she charged with assault, she has been banned from Cornersville middle school football games forever.
Well, now she'll just have to go to Centersville.
The other one is South Middle School.
Oh, okay.
So they really got in depth with these names. That's the South. That's Cornersville.
I hate it. I hate that somebody did that, Kevin.
Yeah.
But also, if I'm sitting in the stands and I see that happen, I am lighting up and going, are y'all watching this right now?
Well, I think you'd have been irritated because then they had to clear the stadium. And so you just got to think that slows everything down.
Oh, yeah, maybe thinking like bomb or something. Oh, I get that. Dude, yesterday at a girl sat down next to me during the game, her and her 4 friends, and they were talking about football. And this girl knew, she knew football, dude. It was awesome listening to this girl. I was like, we need to hire her and put her on a report weekly from high school football. It was so much fun. Kevin, do I need forgiveness from the 806? One of my sales reps scheduled a call for 1:30, and I rejected it because that's Masterpiece of the Week time.
I think you should skip it today. There's some inflammatory comments.
I don't know what you mean by that.
That I think you're trying to drag me into when I made a legitimate point. So
I don't think listen, it was a legitimate point that has also now become everybody's favorite quote of Kevin Hagelin. I think in the history of it might surpass better, Kevin.
Oh my goodness.
It might be better than better.
Well, I don't know if we can turn that into a segment without getting canceled. But we'll find out at 1:30. But I didn't want to leave this one off.
Okay.
Because I was very proud of the structure of this. Do you think that illegal horse information gatherers and bettors need forgiveness?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Now, there's a scandal going on in HISA. That is the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority. That's a real place. They have charged Marshall Graham, who is a college professor and a noted bettor, with accessing confidential horse health information.
How do you access this?
I can't say. I'm not entirely sure. He was accused of deliberately and methodically misappropriating confidential horse health information that he accessed on its website in a 6-week period. So I don't know if somebody helped him get access to certain parts or if he hacked part of the website to get health horse information to help his gambling.
So thanks a lot, horses. I said that.
It's fair. You never know, because you pull these drops and you're like, that's probably never going to work out, but when it does, it's beautiful.
Is there a HIPAA for horses?
Yes, it's HISA. The horse.
Oh, that's what it means.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what you were. Okay, I thought you were talking about the.
I wasn't starting a knockoff Wu-Tang Clan or anything.
I thought you were talking about the RZA or SZA.
No. It's the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority.
HISA featuring her. You know.
Yes. Would you like to forgive this person, even though they were getting confidential horse information?
All right. Now, these horses aren't ridden by cowboys, right?
This is a perfect setup for you to just say nay. And I don't want to talk about that cowboy thing again for 35 minutes. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And
let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 1 will win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers face off against the Angels tomorrow at Globe Life Field. You can buy your tickets at Rangers.com or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 1, 877-881-1053. Next up, C Block.
What trade would you make? Do you want a spare job like Lenora Sellers or and losing your kid to a girl? Next on The Fan.
Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I think I'm going to make some smoked queso tonight. I've been thinking about this for a while. Was that A-OK from Lucius, or was he just waving at somebody else? I'm not sure.
I think you can take credit for that wave.
Okay, all right.
Unlike the Nolan one.
G-Bag Nation coming up here in about an hour. Actually, about 40 minutes, because we'll cross-talk with them. Getting them ready for the weekend's festivities. What is the thing that you are looking forward to this evening, this afternoon, this weekend?
Can I tell you?
I know Arizona and Cowboys, and this is where the Cowboys win.
We have nothing scheduled as of now.
Is that the best?
Yes, and my wife knows it because she goes, hey, guess what? Because we've just had, weekend after weekend. You have kids, or, maybe you don't have kids. You're just a busy social person. My wife is like, the weekend is for doing things. And I'm like, no, the weekend is for doing nothing. I don't want to do anything.
Nothing.
And so right now, there is nothing on the docket, and I'm very excited about that.
Alec?
Got high school football tonight, so I'm looking forward to that.
That's right. That's nice.
And now I'm kind of with Kevin. As soon as that is done and I'm home, doing absolutely nothing this weekend.
My son is coming home, but just, all the way from Denton to throw with me on Saturday. That being said, one Derek Holland.
Oh, my goodness.
Said we might be able to do it on Sunday. He said, last night, golf. Today, golf. Tomorrow, probably golf. And he was like, maybe we can do this on Sunday, though. Because I was like, hey, can I break into your campus and pitch off that mound for a little bit? And he was like, no. But he said, we'll get together and throw. So I'm going to get some throwing techniques from a man that threw one of the greatest World Series games Texas has ever seen.
So this is probably not a good time to troll him or anything and be like,
please don't.
But you've never thrown off this mound in a competitive environment, right? Or has he?
Was he with this one?
No.
Hold on, did he text me?
But if he's doing you a favor, probably not the right time to troll.
I also sent the entire recipe list to Adrian to say, hey, what do we have that's on this recipe list for the smoked queso? And she just responded, we have one small onion. So we don't have anything else except for the one onion. So,
man, she's been super helpful for you this week. I'm just kidding, Adrian. I love you.
Hey, she did bring up my food. It was an hour and a half late.
See, but, I knew he was going to say that.
All right, guys. I'm going to start with Lenore Sellers. Lenore Sellers is Kevin's locked-on favorite for the Heisman Trophy this year.
I wouldn't say that. Last year, I was watching him thinking, could he be the number one pick in the draft? And just the season fell apart.
Well, Kevin, after hearing this, do you think Lenore Sellers will be an even bigger favorite for you?
Okay.
He graduates in December. Football season will not be over in December for them.
Right.
But he does not have any classes this semester. He only has an internship at a local driving range.
Wait, what?
Yeah. He's just facility management and stuff like that, cutting grass and picking up balls. Golf balls, that is.
Mm-hmm.
So he's a senior sport and entertainment major. So that's what he's into. And once he's finished the internship, he's graduated. But this is where we are, guys, in college, where a dude who isn't even taking a class for the semester that he's playing football can just go out there and be your starter.
But I'm also fascinated by the fact that he's not taking a class and yet is graduating in December.
Mm-hmm.
Why did he?
So he could play football, Kevin. If he wasn't a student at the school, he couldn't play, right?
Oh, you wouldn't apply for a fake grad student or something? Oh, man. Okay.
And now,
all right, I kind of get that.
That being said, it is kind of cool. You do have to have the internship credit, but I got mine during the summer. Could he not? Was he taking summer courses and he just couldn't do it?
Yeah, I'm really intrigued.
Or is this the way? They said, hey, we want you back one more year. make this NIL money, but you have to have an internship. And he's like, so like, go work at a golf course? And they were like, sure.
I really don't know. I'm fascinated by this, but yes, this should open him up more to be lock, stock, all the way focused in on football. But also, this kind of feels like it makes the NCAA, as if they didn't already, look
more
really
of a joke.
Stupid. And I was like, this is your student athlete, right?
I'll be honest, Kevin. Like, there's part of me that sounds like I'm being like, what the hell's going on here? I admire it. I actually really do admire it.
I like Lenore Sellers, so I do too.
And we've seen too many dudes like do these things anyway in college, weirder stuff. Like, was it Rhett Bomar was fake working at some big red truck company and stuff?
This ain't new.
Yeah, this has happened all the time. But I like how they're qualifying it as, hey, it's an internship. So technically, he's a student.
That's amazing. If that is really the primary reason for setting it up like that, that's pretty incredible.
Yeah, from the night, and yeah, it was the last thing he had to do to graduate. I just don't know if he could have graduated already.
Sure,
but again, hey,
my thought is he could have.
You probably, and I wonder if you sit down and you set out you sit down with your advisor and lay out all the things and say, my senior year or whatever year, I want to be able to step on the football field and have no other worries.
Right.
And they go, great for you. We'll line your everything up. All you got to do is pass all these classes, and then your internship will be your senior year, and you can go out there and just play football, kind of like you're prepping for the NFL. Be smart.
Yeah.
It would be very smart.
This is interesting.
I hope I see more people do this in the future.
And I really do want him to succeed. Do you think I don't know. It seems like, I don't know.
Let me ask you this real quick. Alec, have you ever worked at a golf course?
I've not.
We've all been like, man, it'd be really fun to drive that little tractor around and pick up all the balls. But everybody also is trying to hit. Every single person is trying to hit a golf ball at you, and it's just startling. Let's say Arch Manning decides that he's going to wait, have his internship at some Austin country club. How many OU and A&M fans would go to that country club just to hit golf balls?
Yeah. All of them. This feels like the thing that Aggies would be like, this is what we're doing.
If you're
today.
that country club, or if you're that golf club, don't you like market that too? They're like, hey, come hit Arch Manning with a golf ball, and everybody's like, what? Stop in Austin. Swing through Lake Travis. But
that is exactly. Come try to pelt Arch Manning with golf balls.
Based on the way Joey McGuire was talking this morning with Sean and RJ, he'd love to do that. He
thinks the Longhorns and Arch would be too scared.
He thinks they're scared, dude. I love that. I
Obviously
really do.
They are.
We'll get into some more college football discussions.
Or will
coming up in winter, or maybe not, because we have so many Cowboy things to discuss. Progressive Cowboys.
Okay.
All right. That's right. So, Kevin, I've had this all week, and I haven't been able to get to it.
Okay.
But I'm glad we're here. John Machota had talked earlier about Jerry earlier in the weekend saying, hey, we still would add something substantive. I asked the question to you guys, if you could make a dream trade right now and use like reasonable assets to make this trade happen, what are you going to go get?
Kyle Yeomans.
Kyle Yeomans is his first year Raven. So like this is his first year. I don't know if they're going to be able to get off that contract right now. But you go make something reasonable happen that you actually can add to this team. And Christian Fulton's name has popped in again. Cornerback Christian Fulton from the Kansas City Chiefs. His name's popped in there as one of those potential options out there. They're Josh Sweat still, I heard Broadus and Wolchuk and Chiafalo just throw that name out there yet again. I did see somebody text in the other day and they were like, Christian Gonzalez. And Kevin,
what is happening with Christian Gonzalez? Because like Vrabel said a little bit ago, he's like, it's not just a contract thing, which I'm like, oh, really? That's weird.
I don't know what it is either. I have zero clue what's going on beyond that, but maybe he's upset about the whole Rossini thing, you know? Maybe he doesn't like the cold weather. I don't know.
Do you think like him and Rossini also dated?
I am not going to say something like that out loud.
I just asked a question.
You were asking. I wouldn't say an answer because I don't want to speculate on that.
Man, that would be so weird.
But I am speculating that
if it turned into a love triangle and that's why he's not practicing.
How weird would a coach, player, reporter love triangle be? That would be the biggest story in all of football this year.
Yes.
It's ridiculous to talk about it. I want to just make that very clear.
Well, yeah. Well, guess
don't make
what?
A video
Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini also made ridiculous choices.
That was a wild thing.
So, but don't ever forget, they were together for like 6 years. This wasn't a one-off that they got busted at that fake that resort with her fake friends. There's pictures by years and years of them together.
It was weird to see Jadeveon Clowney, sitting on the sideline last night. But then that's when I remembered. I was like, oh, yeah, Jadeveon Clowney is off the market now. So the Cowboys' options are becoming more and more limited for whatever it is that you're kind of looking for.
Right.
From the 806 report, Pittsburgh out there, they're saying this. Yeah. Joey Porter Jr. Is cornerback it for you?
No. We've to me, it's tackle now. It really, really is.
You want to go get Trent Williams, huh?
I mean, sure. I feel like that opportunity was out there. That might be too much monetarily, but hell yeah, you want to tell me you're really all in for this year? Go get Trent Williams, and I'm like, fine, let's go.
How much are you willing to give up? Like, Crosby's a big deal. Max Crosby's still a significant, would be probably the highest end deal that's realistic or potentially realistic still by trade deadline. And that might be a team that's still looking to add around Mendoza and Ashton Genty. So they might love another first-round pick or a second or something like that.
Yeah, I would absolutely do a day 2 pick for sure.
For Crosby?
Yeah.
So is that the highest you're kind of willing to give up? Or is like Christian Gonzalez is that a 2-1s?
Oh, yeah. No, Christian Gonzalez is a different deal. And, man, all of a sudden you'd feel pretty darn great about your defensive backfield and the depth that you have all of a sudden when you have one of the absolute best in the game. I'd have to look at the cap as well, but that would cost you an immense amount, which I do not believe we would do.
Yeah, I just, I'm kind of in one of those spots right now. I'm still linebacker, but now feeling tackle is becoming more and more of a conversation piece that I did not expect to be that big of a problem.
Right.
I still feel like, hey, look, you did it last year. Why can't you do it this year? Would that be the Cowboys telling us, no, they've fallen off? Terrence Steele's fallen off from what he was last year. Or, look, man, we were able to patchwork it last year, but it's not going to be good enough.
Okay, see, I think it could be a combination of those two things, or maybe you've heard from them, they have raised expectations. Whether or not I agree with those expectations, the Cowboys front office has raised expectations, and so maybe they are like, hey, it cut it last year, but now we need to be better than that.
I think watching the training camp has raised their expectations too. I think they've been watching it and they've been like, look, we see something different than we saw last year for sure, and the last few years when we were like, let's go get Eric Kendricks, who I liked. Sure. Eric Kendricks is a great player to add to a team full of other good players. But they were like, no, that's not. They were like, no, he'll fix everything. No, that wasn't it. Kevin, I did tell you that my oldest son is coming back tonight. However, my middle son will not be home. He is going to an ice cream social and then hanging out with his girlfriend all night. And yesterday, after his football scrimmage, he walked over to us, and Adrian was so excited. Her big boy, just getting ready to, he just played a football game. And he goes, hey, can Mac take me home tonight? And I've never seen Adrian so deflated in my entire life. All the air just sucked out of everything for her. And she was just like, she wanted him to be happy, right? I want my son to be able to hang out with his girlfriend.
You just hope that happiness aligns with your version of happiness, right?
And so I looked at her and she goes, can we at least go over to where he's going to walk out after the showers and stuff? Can we go over there and just wait for him? I can give him a hug. And I was like, why? We're going to have to sit there in a parking lot and drive out of this parking lot traffic. They're going to be right behind us. Let's just go home and get ahead of the traffic now. And that did not sit well with her.
I bet.
Because she wanted to see her baby boy, and I wanted to be home. So
you know how women are.
I've got some work to do, guys.
Don't take 2 cars?
Or maybe my son needs to think about, his mom a little more, and then her feelings.
Yeah,
don't take 2 cars. So take the girlfriend.
This is a season of life
mom.
where I think you'll see a certain level of selfishness that will be unfortunate.
Are you talking about cougar puberty?
But what?
Is that what this is right now? Cougar puberty?
What in the world did you just say?
Perimenopause? Oh, you're talking about the kids.
Yes.
Oh, not the women.
I don't know what that other phrase was that you just said. I have never heard that in my entire life.
It's perimenopause.
No, the other one.
Cougar puberty.
Damn it. I don't want to know, but I also don't want to look it up. I don't know. I'll figure it out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do a little campus connection, talk the preseason All-Americans and OU, plus a little bit of Dallas Wings, plus. Masterpiece of the week. Oh, all of it next right here on The Fan.
Call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Taking to Judkins again, and there is Smith roaming free, breaks a tackle. Ohio State strikes quickly from 45 yards.
KSC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to try to do a little campus connection right here. Maybe talk about the Wings and then get to Masterpiece Theater. There is a lot to get to. So let's start. We just played that highlight of Jeremiah Smith, the absolute best player in college football. He is one of the preseason All-Americans. He is a unanimous preseason All-American. But I wanted to point this out. We're going to try to even it up with Texas and OU. Texas, they lead all teams with 4 players on the preseason Associated Press All-American team. Trevor Gooseby, and I know there was a discussion about injury scare earlier in the week. I believe that's going to turn out better than some people were concerned about. Cam Coleman, their stud wide receiver, defensive lineman Colin Simmons, and of course, Rasheem Biles, the linebacker. So Texas, more than any other team, has the most preseason All-Americans.
And they don't want to play Tech, huh? Because they're scared. This is what Coach McGuire says.
I'm fine with that. Look, I'm okay with the idea that they are afraid.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, it looks like Gooseby will be back for the Ohio State game. So with all due respect.
But not Sorsby?
No, he feels like he has nowhere to go right now. So good luck with that. Now, on the OU front, Oklahoma and head coach Brent Venables have agreed to a new 6-year contract that averages $10.5 million per year. It's essentially a buyout of the other part of the contract. Adds 2 years to the current deal through 2031. OU made the playoffs for the first time since 2019 last year, but Corey, you have a look on your face that leads me to believe that this is not the most exciting news you've heard.
I guess you could do worse than Venables. You know, like you could do worse than him.
And that's what you want to hear in your coach.
Well, and making the playoffs was good. They're in a tough conference where it means more. So you beat up on each other there. He hasn't inspired like complete confidence in me yet. You kind of almost feel like sometimes you fell into it a couple times. Sometimes you want a little better recruiting out of it, but they got a lot of good things on the rise there. A lot of money going to be coming into that NIL deal, but that's a lot of money. $10.5 million is still a lot of money for a guy that I was like, I would take him as a special or a defensive coordinator on my NFL team anytime.
Right.
And then I'm like, okay, I'm just hoping for a little more confidence out of this team, but maybe it does take some time to build a program after the way that it got wrecked. With Lincoln Riley on the way out. And that's kind of one of the things that we're hoping that we get out of him. So good luck to Coach.
Now, we didn't get an opportunity to talk about them earlier. Can you go ahead and give me cut number 4? Because a big-time win for the Wings last night.
Agumbawale looking for a heat check. Agumbawale counted and put her on the line.
So Arike had a really, really strong game shooting yesterday. I know, obviously, she has been at the end of a lot of criticism from Wings fans. She ends up putting up 32 points. The Wings stand strong in the fourth quarter. They get the win over the Indiana Fever, who have been one of the better teams in the WNBA this season. And it was a much-needed win, especially going into the playoffs. This Wings team has been kind of spiraling.
But we have time to turn it around, Kevin.
That is true, but you'll have to do so without Azzi Fudd. She is, in fact, out for the rest of the year. Now, I went back looking to correct somebody who said something outrageous on Twitter, and then I looked a little bit more into it, and I was like, well, that's probably not what you want. Somebody said on Twitter that Coach Fernandez was at fault because he played her at least 31 minutes in 24 straight games.
Okay.
The actual longest run is 8 games.
Okay.
But, don't let that get in the way of anything. But her minute usage is very, very high. Paige's minute usage is very, very high. Is that just what comes along with, hey, you're one of the best players, you were the top pick in the WNBA draft? Or do you think more precautions should have taken place knowing her history of knee and leg issues?
Yeah, they're not that deep too for as far as their high level depth. Yeah, or is he Fernandez kind of like Thibodeau? Where he just runs you ragged, and you start off hot because you play hard, but then it wears you down just a little bit. I don't know.
I had not considered that.
You might have a good point, though, too, on the prior injury history. I just hate it for her in this point because I don't know that how much it affects her. I feel like she's like, let's shake that off stuff.
Yeah.
But it feels like the whole world is just like, it could have been Olivia Miles. You know, the wrong kid died. You know, like we got the wrong player. And that's the way that I look at that right now.
And I still just don't know how that fit really would have worked. We talked about it earlier. Olivia Miles is awesome. I just don't know how that fit would have worked here. But since June 17th, AZ Fudd had the third most minutes played by a WNBA guard, and Paige Beckers was at 9th. So I agree, it is high up there, but I mean, Fudd unfortunately has had injury problems throughout her career. And then if this interests you, there is a new Apple documentary that came out today. It's about UConn, and it's called The Dynasty. But in it, they released it in the trailer, it is Paige Beckers and AZ Fudd talking about their romantic relationship. Now, I have no idea if they're together now. Paige made her statement before the season started when we were out at Media Day. But in this documentary, they talk about how that came together when they were in college. So if you care about UConn or you care about those women in particular, maybe that will be of interest to you.
That is... I wonder if that was part of this conversation. Was that, man? Remember how Paige presented it before the season?
Right.
It'll happen if I want to tell you. And then I wonder if this was all part of a plan, and they were like, "We'll talk about it this way. We can kind of control things there."
Well, and in the trailer, I definitely get AZ's point. She said, Paige and I are a couple, and everyone close to us that was important knew. But it was just kind of one of those things that's just private. Not a secret, but private. So they're like, people in our life know, but for the rest of the world, you don't need to know.
That way it didn't become more of a conversation thing. And then basically what Paige did was she kind of shut it down. So again, it didn't become more, even though it was kind of a whisper, right? Yeah. But it wasn't loud.
Exactly.
Fascinating.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And now... it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen,
what up, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing great. I get to ruin y'all's day. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week. We're going to revisit the wild, wacky, odd, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan weekdays. The only exception is Crosstalk with Sean and RJ, because sometimes they say things too, and I hear everything. But we don't have anybody to pick on that's not here to defend themselves. Just us three. And yes, I say us three. I'm included this week.
In your face.
And I mean, I made the decision because Kevin says it every week that I need to be featured more. So, I guess.
So true.
You say things, bro.
I do say things, and I hope they end well, and they often don't. I'm not going to pick on myself to start, though. We're gonna ease into things. We're going to ease into things. This one, not so incriminating, but Kevin had a statement to make.
I'm an Atlanta Braves fan, you know? Dang it! That was out of context, but it's better than the Steelers one.
Is it?
Yeah.
You'd rather be a Braves fan.
Yeah.
Rangers and Braves in the World Series, and we have that drop for you.
That will work against me, but it hasn't happened yet, whereas the Cowboys had lost 2 Super Bowls to the Steelers. That was about the guy who pulled the Cooper Flag card.
Do you know, though, who played for the Braves? One John Smoltz. Now, Kevin, I'm not sure if you know, but John Smoltz was not a fan of the Rangers during the World Series.
But you know who coached for them? Ron Washington.
All right.
So that should offset.
No. You
know what? I think that's the most ridiculous opinion in the history of baseball.
Corey really needs to know this.
Oh my gosh! First off, did you see his bare feet? Yeah, which brought on the conversation of bear and bear,
right?
Which that didn't. The way I said it did not make any difference. Bear. How do you signify bear and bear? Bear.
This is like the Sean and Sean discussion all over again.
And you're just like, no, you said it the same way both times. He's like, nope, one Sean and one Sean. Bear and bear feet. Which one would you prefer?
The first one, because in your mind you're spelling it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Bear, and then bear.
It's like the Simpsons episode where they try to sabotage Lisa from winning the spelling bee. They said, I don't know whether the weather is going to change this week.
Oh, man.
So whatever she said,
foul.
that's the wrong one.
Which one? Did she ask which one it was?
She asked you to use it in a sentence, and that was the sentence
But
they
you
used.
can't ask that question.
Yeah.
Wow, that's rude.
Let's
That's
see.
smart.
This is kind of rude too, Corey. Putting the league on notice here.
I'm finna give Dylan Brooks belt. Dude. I don't remember who. Oh, it was Yaxel Lindenborg.
That's right.
He said that.
Look out.
But I've said that now. Dylan Brooks is going to come up here and be like, I dare you to just give me belt.
Get that belt.
We're going to keep the rude theme going. Kevin had this.
Of course, you dumbass. I'll take your money.
Oh, that's what Kevin says whenever he's in the grocery store and somebody's behind him and he's like,
oh, man.
And then he takes their groceries too.
Aw, took your lunch money.
Oh, that's so rude.
Hey, by the way, a couple times now, we've had groceries delivered to our house from the store, and Adrian tries to reach out back to the store and say, hey, these aren't ours. And they're like, oh, it's all right, just keep them. And like, what happened?
And since I keep the checkbook, I have learned to not love the way the system can work for Walmart, because they'll charge you this one thing and it's a pending transaction and I'm trying to catch up. But then they're like, oh, we had to sub all this stuff out, so the difference is $12. And I'm like, no!
Yeah.
Just be right the first time.
No, Kevin, it's not. It was supposed to be delivered to somebody else's house. So did those people not get their grocery delivery?
Nope. Did
And
they
I'm
get
eating
your
their
groceries?
food now. We don't have it delivered to the house.
Oh,
remember we drive up and pick it up. We're not that bougie. Come on. But like, or old, because sometimes old people need it delivered to the house.
That's true.
So like, am I eating some old person's food and
You are.
they're going hungry?
So you're like the anti-Meals on Wheels.
Jeez.
Not intentionally.
I mean, it's not your food, and you're eating it. That feels intentional.
But the store told me just not to worry about it.
Do you do everything a store tells you?
What am I supposed to do? Take it back into the store and say,
You have
go,
free will.
Go find the right house and deliver it to them. I would take it to that house if they just give me the address.
Why don't you take it to some homeless people?
I would.
Oh, free groceries.
I mean, it is a good point. It is ground beef, and I don't know if they have a fridge
take
system.
the part. Okay, take the parts. Not the entire thing, is that right? Take the parts.
Ground beef and milk
that they
and
can
sour
use.
cream.
They can drink milk right then.
Y'all can debate this later. We got a ton to get to.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Let's see. Corey had an intriguing proposition.
Let's get better women. Fact.
Oh, man.
Just double down on it.
We could all be better, men and women.
Mm-hmm.
Next drop.
See, this one is a little bit lengthy, but I promise. There's a payoff.
You've done it 7 times.
Right.
You've gotten up in there 7 times. Why not 8? Or 9? You're in the clear, Corey. They're old and they're dead now. Oh, my God.
Probably because they didn't get their groceries.
That's right. Didn't get their ground beef.
Again, don't forget how expensive it is to run over an old person.
Stop.
That is a callback that if you did not hear, that is problematic.
Kevin lied about not having anything to do this weekend.
I'll snuggle with R2-D2.
I felt like that was an off-air conversation, but now I know it was on air.
Yeah, and then I asked about seeing the R2-D2 in the Tesla driving seats, and you just got an auto cruise.
Are you like one of those? Would you just be like arms wrapped around him, or also leg wrapped over too?
Probably just the arms to start.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
you never know
where things can go.
Oh, yeah,
especially with an R2-D2.
Beep, boop, boop,
That's right.
Boop, beep, boop.
He cusses like crazy, dude.
True.
I don't know if this and R2-D2 are correlated at all, but I'm going to play this one next anyways.
And left him throbbing for the next 2 holes.
Jeez. Oh. All right, I'm going to put down Corey Double Throb for...
Holy cow.
You said it!
Man.
Not me. I just hit the space bar.
Do you remember that crosstalk we had before RJ left for golf? And he's like, I would try to play 18 holes. And we're like, what about 19? And he goes, yeah. What about 20? That happened at like 9:45.
Bobby goes only on like an anniversary.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
My gosh.
Again, I'm not saying these are correlated, but may as well play this one next.
First of all, she's kind of trampy. And I'm probably too liberal with that use of those words.
You are.
What a claim.
Especially the one I'm saving for last. But let's see. This one, I love this one from Corey.
I think I'm going to give up the doot-doo.
For that,
for
yeah.
the num-num-num-num. Oh, man, I forgot about that one. I might actually vote for that.
So
it gets worse, trust me.
That's spot 7 you're giving up for... I gotcha.
The doot-doot.
The doot-doot.
For num-num-num-num-num.
What the heck is going on?
You guys are childish.
You're a box turtle.
And I'm here for it.
Stop. What the hell is wrong with y'all?
I don't know. I wish I did.
For everybody that's saying that I win, just wait.
Just
There's
wait.
one more.
Corey, no, there's 2 more that are in contention.
Okay.
Corey had an astute point.
We were born with our toes out. It's true. It's true. Nobody was born with a sock on.
See, but the rest of that context is amazing too, because you're like, so we should be able to live in the world with our toes out. And I was like, well, you were born with other things out.
Uh-huh. And if it wasn't for Eve, then we'd all be all right.
Oh,
Thanks a lot, women.
Do you think we eventually would have evolved beyond leaf technology to cover ourselves?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'd murdering animals so we can wear leather.
Oh. Well,
true.
I've got 2 things that one of them is going to win. I just don't know which. We will start with this.
You know what? I like weird feet.
Yeah, the little toe is pointing the wrong way. I'm kind of into that.
Like a dinosaur? This is kind of tripping me out a little bit.
Free toes.
I'm sorry. We were trying to describe Feet Finder to you.
Mm-hmm, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you were like, they have to be pretty. And we're like, no, they don't.
No, I wanted to know what that was. I didn't understand. I really thought it was some guy who like scoured the internet looking like a talent scout looking for feet. And he's like, that'll play on our website.
It said they got corn and bunions.
Ew.
Oh.
Huh. Could be if... Never mind.
Yeah.
Don't put those words together.
Well, the moment everybody's been waiting for.
Not me.
You said it, not me. Kevin talking about a movie, supposedly.
In the 60s, it was tough to be gay, let alone a gay cowboy. That, I am not embarrassed by that. That's a fair statement.
It's technically correct.
I'm an ally, okay?
Oh, man.
Jeez.
I don't know.
Is that not...
I don't know, dude.
Does that not mean what I think it means?
No, it does.
Oh, okay.
No, never mind.
Yeah, I was being supportive while also saying I didn't really feel the romantic connection in Brokeback Mountain as much as they just wanted to have sex.
I love that one a lot. I do. I think it's fantastic, but I am going to vote for myself because I forgot about the doot-doot-doot and the num-nums.
Oh, interesting.
I think I'm going to give up the doot-doo.
For that,
For the num-num-num-num.
You sound like a toddler.
Num-num-num-num-num.
So I am also, man, I was watching, I think it was Sam Morrell. I know. And he was like, don't you think, like, he goes, I've never seen a racist baby, but they could be. They kind of look like skinheads and they're poorly educated. And I just thought that was a really funny joke. I am going to vote for Corey with the double throb.
Oh, I got to find that one.
Yeah, that was a little bit back now.
And left him throbbing for the next 2 holes. Was that talking about golf?
I hope so.
You were.
Okay.
It was the Wasp.
Oh, yeah, the dude got some of the Wasp and finished out and won.
You know what? I'm afraid to play the one I really want to play. You know what? I like this one. I think this is going to be my vote. We'll leave it up to the people.
Of course, you dumbass. I'll take your money. All right. So we have double throb, nom, 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 and dumbass. Those are your options. 877-881-1053. Coming up next, we'll talk to G-Bag for 4 minutes right here on The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ.
Your vehicle gets a classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
2-2. Corey swings. It's a high fly ball to left field. Pinckney going back at the track, at the wall, leaps up. That ball's out of here. Corey Seager with an opposite field home run. And the Rangers are on the board on Corey's 13th blast of the year.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our really good chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing well, but we didn't get a chance to talk about this earlier. Not as well as James Harden, who is the all-time champion of sports money. He has now reached $511 million in career earnings after tricking another team. Well, I guess it's still the same team. Give him more money. The only players who have ever crossed $500 million are LeBron, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, and now James Harden.
All of the other ones have championships at least.
And are significantly higher in the all-time hierarchy than James Harden.
Yeah, man.
I mean, not in the beard rankings.
Fair.
I would have thought now might be a time where you could stop paying him as much money, but I think his shot selection went up last year. It got better. He made 43.5% of his threes, still handing out 7.5 assists.
He did?
Even though his points came down to 20.5 per game.
Dang, that's a lot.
So he's still crushing it. What is he, 36?
36. It's a 3-year deal, and I think the final year of the deal is a player option for like 37
just
million
in case he
or
wants to bail and get another big bag. Okay, he's going to turn 37 August 26th.
Dang.
So
is this like Melo, where his role is reduced, but he's a better teammate than he was when at most of his career?
I don't know. I mean, shoot, is he clutch? My problem would be what happens to him in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's throwing bad money at an expiring situation in Cleveland.
Yeah,
I think. But what else is their options?
Yeah,
Cleveland, bro.
Really nothing. Once they found out LeBron wasn't coming back, then they were like, oh, well.
Yeah.
We'll take the fourth
Let's
next
see
thing.
if we can rope some young fans into believing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a year that James Harden puts it all together.
Also, you know what? I want to relitigate that at some time. I do not think that was the year Geno Smith put it all together. I think that was the year that Geno Smith had a great start and then leveled off to exactly what he was throughout the rest of his career.
It definitely wasn't as bad of a year as he had last year.
True.
Or what he's likely to have with the Jets this year.
Do you think the Jets care the least about this season?
No, the Dolphins appear to care the least about this season.
Do you think the Cardinals are in that mix?
Ooh,
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cardinals are up there, dude.
They're just don't career end Jeremiah Love. And we'll be okay.
And they're trying to.
Cardinals have like a foundation of quality young players. I think the Dolphins are clearly tanking. I am intrigued by the Jets, though.
Because they have 3 first-round draft picks.
Yeah.
So they're like, come on, Geno, come back. Get us
when they get Bailey, Sadiq, and Cooper, they added DeMario Davis.
Yeah.
You know, I think there's a chance they're half decent. Got to get
Okay.
Garrett Wilson healthy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, it's got to start with some interceptions.
Right. Just one would be
Just one would be amazing.
Would be great.
Let's get the first out of the way.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. We do have John Oning coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll talk to him about his new venture. And Eric Nadel, of course, at 4:40. And if you are day drinking, set a reminder now for what you're drinking, what you're thinking coming up in just over 3 hours.
When you have Eric Nadel on, will you ask him what game number in the season he think it will be when we figure out what this Rangers team is?
Yes, sir.
161? You think we'll figure it out, probably?
Once they're in the playoffs.
Oh, I like it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say day drinking with G-Bag, Kevin.
Oh, baby.
And left him throbbing for the next 2 holes.
Following today's KNC Masterpiece, Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in here on a Football Friday. Thanks for making us part of your day. Again, John Oening's coming up in 1 hour. General at your service, at ease. Brian Broaddus has the day off. Send that man some love on social media. Let him know that he is missed at
Love you.
Crown Global Media on Twitter. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635. Fixing to go another 4.5 flawless. You do have Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk, your Nosebleed brothers. And Austin Nix is coordinating your video. You can watch us online. A reminder, hit that Odyssey app. You know, the kids these days, they're wearing these cutoff shirts again. And Austin, he's rolling in one today. It's just throwing me off. You know, I got to be honest with you. Blake Elliott has done this. Earlier this week, it was the Hoochie Daddies.
I didn't even know that.
Now it's a cutoff.
Yeah, I noticed it.
I thought it was tucked in.
It's almost like it's like crop top style.
Yes, it is crop top. Yeah,
but it is a short sleeve button up shirt that is cropped to go right at about the waist. And when he reaches for something, there's a little navel. It's
like the length
there's
of
a little happy trail.
Your MC cuts, like for the motorcycle.
Yeah. Yeah. Send us a picture of that, Austin, so we can get it up on at G-Bag Nation.
I think that's called a hobo cut.
Hobo cut. Okay,
hobo cut.
All right,
that's hobo with a B in there.
Yeah, when Blake first started coming in with those, I just thought it was a deal where he had stolen his girlfriend's shirts. I thought it was just like a unique Blake thing.
Yes,
but apparently it's a generational thing.
Understood.
Yeah. No, I think you're going to see in one of those Wolchuk.
Yay!
No, I think Austin's wife probably wore that same shirt in the last month.
Probably.
And it's just one of those kind of...
It's a unisex.
Yeah.
It's a unisex.
It does look more manly than what Blake
It belongs to the family.
Yeah, exactly. That's the family shirt, man.
It's rotating. No, I won't be wearing one of those. That would be like a bet payoff to get me in one of those things.
But no, and the shorts that he was wearing the other day. I don't know if you were here for that or not.
No, but I did see the picture, and boy, were they short
and tight.
They were like John Stockton,
and
Utah
flesh
Jazz.
colored.
Yeah, it was the trifecta of what the hell are you wearing?
They were Mr. Pibb flavored shorts.
That's a good bet payoff, man. The Austin Knicks.
That would be. Are we bringing the bet payoffs back this year? Are we doing that?
I heard talk about it. There were some meetings with the suits a couple of weeks ago.
Like,
I was
hey,
like, man, they flew in from Philadelphia to talk about this?
We're really trying to generate the best ratings possible, and you guys were just crushing it 1, and then all of a sudden you just decide you don't want to hurt yourself and eat and do disgusting things on air.
That was part of the company's problem, though, because they were the ones that were kind of forcing the issue. They were getting scared about some of the crap that we were doing.
I agree. I feel like it's hypocritical on their part.
They were like feeling like they were liable. They tried to like wedge something into our contracts to say they don't have to take ownership of anything that takes place to us physically, mentally, or emotionally if we participate in the bet payoffs again. So it seems like they're trying to get this done, but then have no liability for themselves. They want the payoffs.
They want it.
The mentals and the emotionals is what is hanging me up. When we were in the throes of that, and I had lost like 6 of 7 NFL weekends, it was messing with me.
No, mentally going
like
into
all
it.
Week, all day, I'm just like, man, today freaking sucks. The whole day sucks.
It's the dark cloud.
Yes.
It's the dark cloud that you can't get away from, and lurking around the corner is another miserable experience.
My back has never been the same, and I don't think it ever will be.
Do you still have
the ingrown hairs?
Like epidermis issues on your back?
God knows what's going on back there.
Oh,
I can't see it, and I don't want to look. I don't want to know. My wife will say, honey, I don't want it. Don't tell me. I've tried a lot of things.
That's the station 30 for 30 we all want.
Walton Waco says,
I don't think you do.
Bring back the bet payoff. Yeah, I think they're good for the Tolos. If the consultants say do them, I'm doing it,
Sounds like the higher-ups want us to do it.
We just need new, fresh ideas. I feel like we started recycling the old ones, and
We need some flavor.
Who are the higher ups that want it? Give me some names here.
Spittle for sure.
No, it's like 2 notches
Even
above
higher?
Spittle.
David Field.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was like some Silver Fox dudes.
Somebody named Susan.
that are clearly overpaid.
Some guy named Mitch.
Yeah.
Well, if Mitch wants it and the Tolos want it, who am I to say no to a request like that? I think you guys should go ahead and jump in there and do that.
Happy birthday, Mitch.
we'll check
Happy
against-
birthday to you, Mitch.
Yeah,
you guys got this.
It also sucks because it's a weekly reminder of how little you actually know about the sport of football that we love so much.
Oh, my gosh.
That's the other thing as well.
In some way, it's in our own control. We could just be better at this.
You start getting gun shy on your football takes because you're like, do I even know what I'm talking about? I'm on a 3-week losing heater right now, and I'm about to eat a raw pound of steak.
But it did make you way more invested in a random Raiders and Commanders game.
It did, man. I was about to start calling those gambling hotlines looking for somebody else's picks because I had just lost all confidence in my own.
Oh yeah, I began outsourcing a little bit, looking for some celebrity shots. Yeah, go ahead and just give it a run.
Maybe that's another layer of this. We could do the Tolos selecting the teams for us. The Tolos are in it too.
No, because then they're going to
change it up a little bit.
No, because you need somebody who wants you to be successful.
No, I think the opposite of it might end up working in our favor.
Oh, okay.
We wanted ourselves to be successful, and we were so bad. So maybe if somebody's purposely trying to pick a team that you're going to lose, it ends up reverse psychology here.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to workshop it, man.
That's football.
No bad ideas.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, there's lots of them. Yeah. So we'll continue to consider that. We have still 13? We have 22 days.
Yep.
Is that right? 23 days until the start of the NFL season. Camp has broken. Dak says he believes as much as he has in the 10 years he's been here with the Cowboys. Let me ask you, what if they start 3-0? Are you back in that 2021 type of energy? Where Dan Quinn was championing this defense. The defense was, I think, 6th that year in points. Now, we knew they couldn't stop the run, and, a good team would probably smack them. But statistically, they were 6th. The offense was great. They got Giants, Commanders, then Ravens in Brazil. So 3-0 isn't that far-fetched. I think right now they're 2.5-point dogs in Brazil. That's the projected line. What would be your reaction there? Here's what Dak said as camp broke yesterday. They're flying to Arizona today, preseason game 2 tomorrow night, 9 o'clock right here on the Fan. He said, I can't give enough credit, honestly, to Schottenheimer and the Joneses. I don't think I'd be saying the goals and saying them as confidently and trying to manifest without the things that they've done, the decisions they've made, the signings they have made, the extensions they've given to certain guys. They understand what we're trying to do and the urgency in it. I think it is as much as Jerry ever has in my tenure here. I believed in 21. 22, somehow I still believed, even though they played the Niners again. By the time we got to the Packers game, I picked them to beat Green Bay, but I was believing this thing is going to end in the divisional round. And really, since then, I have not been able to muster an ounce of confidence that the Cowboys could have a year. But I'm kind of back right now, and I think if Baltimore has a nice start, and then you go down to Brazil and beat them, it's an actual quality win, not a continuation off of last year's Ravens season, but they're back.
Yeah, they're
the
back.
Trey Hendrickson thing hits.
They're 2-0 and
Matabike is healthy, and they're doing
Baltimore,
everything.
They don't beat. I mean, the Ravens, it's a similar history like Denver. Now, it's not as long where they haven't beaten the Broncos since 95, but they're 6-1 all-time against Baltimore. Baltimore's had some massive blowout wins against Dallas, and they've struggled against Lamar Jackson when they've had to play him. So that would be a really big win for Dallas to kind of change things. Like, okay, you actually played a team that is good, that's respectable, should at least be healthy. They don't have the health excuse with the Ravens in Week 3 because that's a team that's been banged up, and Lamar's been banged up. But that would be a great stepping stone to get those that are maybe not believing right now to say, all right, you're 3-0, because they should start 2-0. They should beat the Giants in Washington. If they don't, I would be very surprised.
Yeah, and you would need them to be having pretty convincing wins, not one of these Russell Wilson Giants games that comes down to a Brandon Aubrey field goal after Jackson Dart just diced you up for 4 quarters and put up 30-plus points on you. So I think the way you beat the Commanders and Giants could swing things a little bit, but just beating them in general is not overly impressive. It's something they really consistently do. Dak versus the division is usually a dub.
So what would it take? Maybe mid-season, you're keeping teams under 20 points per game. You're scoring over 30. I think that would be honestly what it would take for a lot of the crustier curmudgeon type of fans out there. Like the 214 says, are they handing out trophies for 3-0? And no. But I'm asking you, is there anything other than the Cowboys holding the trophy that would make you believe that it's possible? And where would that begin? Is it 3-0? Is it 5-0? Is it 9-1 like they were in Dak Prescott's rookie year? What is it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very confident in this football team. I put out the NFC Championship bold prediction. I'm hanging tight. I think this year is going to be a good year for Dallas. But I still, in my heart, it's what are you going to do in the playoffs? And I think that the doubt's always going to be there until you start to see them actually perform at a high level against a really quality opponent. You don't have the asterisk of like, well, it was Brady in his last game and it was a sub $500 team or whatever the stuff you want to throw out there for some of their playoff wins. I think that will always be creeping in the back of your brain. But if they were to have like a 9-2, 9-3 start, like they're legit, especially with this schedule. I don't know how you could really be looking at this team and saying that they're a fraud.
Yeah, that stretch from week 3 to like week 7 or whatever it is, Ravens, Texans, Bucks, Packers, Eagles, that right there should tell a pretty decent story.
Yeah, and one of the things I think that's exciting is the Christian Parker defense and sort of trying to put a vice grip on that pocket and close off the gaps like we saw it last year in week 1 against Jalen Hurts and the Eagles. Can you cut off Lamar Jackson's escape angles? And if you stifle their defense, their offense, and then the following week against Houston, like, can you score against the Houston Texans defense? And then, obviously the Packers game, we'll have to see if Micah Parsons is back, but that's probably a hell of an offense.
Mm-hmm.
What was I listening to last night? It was Nate Tyson, Mina Kimes, as I was sitting on the sideline watching Abby's soccer practice. And they had a stat of when Christian Watson has played, they've had the most efficient offense in football over the last 3 years. So he's been hurt a lot. When he does play, he sets up everything for them. Mm-hmm. And, the Tucker Kraft angle. And, I think Jordan Love is one of the more polarizing quarterbacks as far as predicting exactly how good he is. But when he's had Christian Watson, he's been amazing. And it doesn't look like anything's going to happen with Josh Jacobs offseason as far as a suspension. So, yeah, they scored 40 on you last year.
Yeah.
Could you hold them down? And then obviously the Eagles, maybe October 26th.
Always big.
Would be, a huge opportunity there to further solidify your confidence if you're heading in that direction early in the season. But,
okay, so we had our buddy Austin Nix just come on in here, give us some breaking Maverick news as the Mavs have announced they are reaching a buyout with Klay Thompson.
Okay.
And Miami is the team that is going to be signing him. So he's going to go join Giannis there over in South Beach.
Well, best of luck to Klay. It was cool to have him, a 4-time champion. And they still have an issue with shooting and playmaking in their backcourt, but it's not like Klay was going to single-handedly solve that at this point in his career. So
it's maybe kind of a bummer. I wish they had gotten something, but clearly there was no trade market for him.
Yeah. Maybe he can go down there and find a role and find a great way to end his career.
And they had to clear somebody off that roster because they were a little bit. They had too many guys on it. So
is that right?
So that was part of the leverage, I think, from these teams that maybe would have wanted to trade for Klay Thompson. They knew, like, at some point, you're going to have to make a move here, and Klay is the most viable option to just cut ties with.
All righty. Can Jacob deGrom be the ace that the Rangers need to lead them to a glorious, at least regular season finish? He did reach his 2,000th strikeout last night. I said in my keys to victory, we talked about how we need to see him prove he's healthy and give us confidence that he can be the best version of himself, and boy, did he. He struck out 10. And he actually fanned the first 2 batters to hit that record. So he is the second quickest to 2,000 strikeouts, which is pretty cool. Chris Sale holds the record for fewest innings. Yu Darvish is in third, which is kind of neat. And Randy Johnson holds the record for fewest games. But Jacob deGrom is now second on both those lists, and he did it in a Rangers uniform. How about Corey Seager? Third straight multi-hit game, including that solo dong that would have been the margin of victory.
Singer dinger.
Yeah, the singer-dinger. deGrom's ERA now 3.77, allowed a second-inning single and a fifth-inning walk, both to Brady House. That was it in 6 shutout innings. What do you think? I mean, we talked about how the predictive analytics for deGrom are still pretty outstanding. He should be better than a 3.7 ERA, shouldn't he? I mean, maybe It's not 1.9 like it was for most of last year, but he should be able to have a great September.
He should, and I'm hoping that is he finishes the season strong. But man, it's just one of those things where the first inning again, right? Like we talked about that with Rocker and some of the numbers that have been inflated. The first inning's just been such an issue for deGrom. So for him to go out and just retire the side in order, he looked like he was really, really in command early. The stuff was working. The location was there. He was definitely keeping hitters off balance. That's the type of stuff when you see deGrom come out in the first, and the movement on the ball, the placements where he wants it, he's pinning corners and painting there. That's exactly the kind of guy that's vintage Jacob deGrom that's been a 2-time Cy Young winner.
All right, well, we are off and running. There you have some thoughts on the Cowboys and Rangers. There's so much good sports content coming up here over the next 4 hours and 14 minutes. We will get the champ on the other side, then Wolchuk's Top 10. Buddy, where are you taking us?
Okay, we got to have a talk because it's National Fantasy Football Draft Day. Why the hell is that today? But I do have the top 10 fantasy football players of all time. Give me your best fantasy stories. That's next in the nation.
brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. John Oney's coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll talk Cowboys football with him. Wolchuk's top 10 here in just a moment. Let's go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Watch out that now. Going for 2 today at 5:30. Going for 2 today at 5:30 is Broadus. Broadus had a very hot take on Von Miller and the pickup that the Cowboys had this week. Broadus, because Broadus has been looking at the tape. He's been looking at I probably shouldn't say this is Broadus. I should say this is AI Broadus just in case people react to it the wrong way and flood Broadus with a whole lot of hate. Yeah, it basically is the same thing.
Senior citizens.
Yeah. A little bit more sauce on it. Yeah, this is from the sick and twisted mind of Bobby Belt. AI Broadus on Von Miller pickup this week.
Von Miller just isn't a good player. He might as well go by King Von because he hasn't done anything since 2020. Come on, bro. He keeps the edge about as well as a guy who suffers from premature ejaculation. And he's less explosive than that. Seriously.
Less explosive.
He's got less bend than a hitchhiker who doesn't have any cash. Sure, he's a name, but you know who else is a name? Jeffrey Epstein. Y'all want to play him over James Houston, too?
Jeez.
Forget the Dez thing. This is the horrifying tape Mike Florio should be looking for.
Forget the Dez thing.
Oh, it's so aggressive.
Yeah, forget the Dez tape. This is the tape you need to see, the Von Miller tape. You need that Von tape. This is striking right here.
Oh, man.
I didn't realize King Von is no longer with us since 2020.
I mean, I'm saying, bro, this dude is sick. He's sitting on his laptop and he's writing this up and he's like, oh, yeah, this is great. Honey, what do you think about this one?
He's just diabolical. He really is. Man.
That is incredible
Great
stuff.
work, Bob.
I mean, he gets it done on short sleep, too.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
No sleep.
Content machine, Bobby Belt, carrying that morning show. Doing a hell of a job.
Whoa, boy.
Yeah. I mean, it's really taken off since he joined that outfit. So, salute to Bobby once again.
Had a baby Bobby.
Sitting on the throne as a G-Bag of the Day champion. Again, 5:30 tonight. Lucius will play the Challengers. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10.
Thank you so much. 877-881-1053. We're going to get to fantasy football talk in just a second. But I do want to share some news around the sports world as we have ex-Dallas star Joe Pavelski. Congratulations to him. He's coaching. He's got himself a gig at the University of Wisconsin on their coaching staff. His name kind of came up as a potential head coaching candidate around the NHL hiring cycle, and then even as a GM candidate possibly for the Toronto Maple Leafs. But he's going to start off in college at the University of Wisconsin, helped lead them to a national title in 2006 as a player. So going back
is he head coaching?
No, he's just on the staff, just an assistant coach. And he's probably going to work his way up now, up the pipeline. But I think Joe's probably going to have a pretty fast rise to the NHL. And in honor of Brian, we miss you dearly, buddy. I hope you're feeling okay. But College Game Day has announced they will be going to Oxford, Ole Miss, LSU. They officially have laid down their plans. This was rumored, of course, in the offseason, but September 19th, it will be a night game. LSU at Ole Miss. That is going to be freaking amazing. I mean, we already heard earlier Lane Kiffin talking about how he's probably going to have to wear a bulletproof vest and all this crazy stuff because he's expecting all kinds of shenanigans and hate from that student section there at Ole Miss. But circle that one. That is going to be a big-time football game. And
He said that?
He did.
He said bulletproof vest.
Yep.
And if he would have said that with another school, they would have talked fire.
I don't think it's the first time that people have had to do this.
Fire,
yeah. In the
I
SEC.
can't believe it. What is he implying?
What's going on here? College football. I mean, the death threats are rampant in college football for these players. Kicker misses a kick. You miss a hold. These kids are, the DMs are crazy. What's going on here? We also have the bottom 10 in college football. This is a list you don't want to be on. These are the 10 worst teams heading into the preseason. UMass, they were 0-12 last year. Sam Houston, we have a problem. They were 2-10 last year. They are trying to get back to where they were as they were contending in the sub-FCS division for national championships. Now, since they've moved up, it hasn't been good. Georgia State, 1-11. Charlotte, 1-11 last year. They're also expected to suck. Now, the list does skip 5 because they didn't want to piss off Jaden Daniels. So they just have Jaden Daniels at number 5 here on this list. Sacramento State at 6, worst team in the country. Northern Illinois, ULM, University of Louisiana Monroe. UTEP is on here. And then Middle Tennessee State are your bottom 10 in college football heading into the season. So, hey, maybe we have a magical turnaround for one of those schools, but it seems unlikely. All right, 877-881-1053, your best fantasy football stories, as it is National Fantasy Football Draft Day. But why in the world on August 21st are you doing a fantasy football draft? You can't do this.
No.
We can't be doing it. It's way too early just today. Now, I don't know how many of you are going to be drafting Jake Bobo of the Seattle Seahawks, but he was carted off, and it's a severe injury. He's probably going to be out for the entire season. You got to wait till all of this is done. All of the rosters are set. You might get a trade. There could be somebody else that gets released, that gets signed, ends up being a big player as a running back or something. Labor Day weekend. That is the time to do your fantasy football drafts. I've got one scheduled for our league, Eric, on Labor Day. We're doing our 105.3 The Fan draft on the Sunday prior to Labor Day.
Yeah, I'm going to have like 5 drafts that weekend.
And that's how it should be.
That's how it should be.
You should absolutely be waiting for Labor Day weekend. August 21st, this is too early. If you've done your fantasy draft already, fellas, ladies, you're doing it wrong.
Do we still show up in person to get drunk for these, or?
Ideally, yes.
Yeah.
Ideally, but it is difficult. You have a lot of grand ideas in the group chat, and then it never really comes to fruition. But, I mean, yeah, you want to try and get your boys together. It's just an excuse. How many times do you have, right? You all have lives. Maybe you have kids. Maybe some people have moved out of the state. It's just a great time to get together, have that camaraderie. That's why a lot of us play fantasy football. You're just trying to hold on and connect with your buddies.
Yeah, it's communal, and at that point in the calendar, you got some college football on as well, so you're watching games, you're talking shop, you're drafting, you're talking like the whole thing. It's just a beautiful experience.
And yes, for those of you texting in, we did have the breaking news in the previous segment. Klay Thompson been bought out by the Dallas Mavericks. Shams has put out that the Miami Heat are the ones that are going to be signing him once he clears the waivers. And we have a statement from Masai Ujiri that's out just praising Klay Thompson, true leader, for all the work that he's done the last couple of years, champion with the Dallas Mavericks. And hopefully he goes off. I mean, I think in hindsight, when we look back and reflect on Klay Thompson's tenure here, it's probably going to be very forgettable.
Well,
it's going to be one of those things like a trivia question. Oh, Klay Thompson played for the Dallas Mavericks?
Yeah, I think we all just feel bad for him, though, because he signed up to play with Luka, and, of course, that lasted for what felt like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And so, of course, it was never going to reach what you hoped it would. And so you just wish him the best. And now he gets to be back by the water. I mean, he gets to rev up the engine of that boat again.
The captain.
Captain Klay.
Did he change the name of it? Used to be like Megan or something like that, right?
Yeah. I would like to think
you got to scratch out the name, leave it there, but it's just like a line through it. Just put another new name on the next.
The new girl.
Does he have one already? Has he already jumped? Well, that was part of the reason why they broke up, right?
He's a basketball player.
I mean, allegedly, we don't know.
We don't know. We don't know. Good for him.
He's a stand-up guy.
Do your thing, man. Nico ruined everything. He sure did. 972. All right, from the 972, 22nd year running my fantasy football league, and it's like a big party. Labor Day weekend is always the best long weekend, a good excuse to get hammered and do a lot of drugs. 972. All right, you do your thing.
Careful,
there.
make sure you test those things first, man.
Yeah, the fentanyl is going absolutely rampant right now. Just you guys stay safe out there. Yep,
get you some
September
Narcan
5th.
too. You can order that online now, bro.
Oh, you can. You get Narcan online. That's
Narcan.
Hey, that's good. That's a good.
Sheesh.
Yes, announcement. 318. Someone may pull an Andrew Luck. You never know. We could get a retirement.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that had to have been for those that drafted Andrew Luck that year. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
On your fantasy, like, I got my quarterback.
You got to go quick to waivers and sign Jim Sorgi.
That would have sucked. There was a story that came in here in 2015. I was in school at A&M, went to Northgate before our draft ended, auto-drafted the final pick, which I always think's a no-no. You don't want to be the guy that auto-drafts. But this dude ended up getting Devontae Freeman, and he finished the number 2 fantasy player that year. Devontae Freeman did have a couple of years in Atlanta where he was damn good. But this story for the 972, I don't know if it's going to be beat. One time I had a buddy and all of his friends fly to Vegas for their fantasy draft. They set up a board in the hotel room and they used their Pee Wee football pictures to represent their teams. Then they left to go get dinner. The cleaning lady came in to clean the room, saw a bunch of little boys' pictures with names beside it, called the FBI for human trafficking investigations. Needless to say, the FBI got there and thought it was a pretty funny bit, but that definitely scared all of his buddies really bad.
That feels like an episode out of The League.
Yes. Holy crap. I cannot imagine that. But also, are they doing, like, for dinner time? Are we getting housekeeping? That sounds
yeah,
a little weird.
I don't know. You could poke holes in that story.
Like a late night thing? Yeah, I mean, it's Vegas.
A good tall tale.
Things, yeah. I mean, I'm sure that story's probably been told, and now you've got layers upon layers, and you have telephone with that. But all right, here's the top 10 greatest fantasy players ever. And I do just want to shout out personally Jamal Charles. Jamal Charles on December 15th, 2013 against the Oakland Raiders, and at that time they were the Oakland Raiders. 59.5 PPR points. He had 8 carries for 20 yards and a touchdown, but he had 8 catches for 195 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Gosh.
Helping the Hebrew Hammers go on to achieve fantasy football glory.
Oh, he was one of your guys.
He was.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. That's got to be. Is that the highest scoring fantasy day? Has anyone?
It's one of the.
Anyone ever had more than
Alvin
59
Kamara
points?
on Christmas Day? I think he had 6 touchdowns. That one was really high. Calvin Johnson had a crazy day also, I think, against the Raiders, but
the Cowboys.
And the Cowboys, yeah, that was also big. But yeah, there's been some monster fantasy performances. The honorable mention, just on the outside looking into this, is PPR, by the way, points per reception, because that's the only way you should play. Aaron Rodgers, 11 out of the side of the top 10 greatest fantasy player ever. 10 is Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning makes it at 10. You also had Larry Fitzgerald and Tony Gonzalez just on the outside looking in. Antonio Brown at 9. I mean, mid-2010s, like AB was from, I'd say, probably 2013 to 2016 was just an absolute set.
Yeah, that was the heyday of my daily fantasy run-ins. I found that to be a lot more degenerate and exciting than
daily
the full fantasy season. Yeah.
Yes, with DraftKings is a blast, and then now you can play Prize Picks and you can do more or less and all that stuff. That has become a fun way to do it, because if you draft and you have a bad draft, you just have injuries. I know a lot of people that are like, I'm out on the season long fantasy draft. They just do the dailies.
Yeah, we'll get back after it next week or a Monday night slate.
Yeah. It's just a clean slate. Yes.
A Monday, Thursday combo.
And you have a bad Sunday, I can jump in on Monday.
Every day's a new day.
It is. Thursday night. Oh, it's okay. I can get back on Sundays. I mean, hell, they're going to have games every day coming up soon. Marshall Faulk at 8.
Yes.
Peak dual threat guy, especially in the year 2000, was one of his best. Travis Kelce at 7.
Yeah. I mean, especially at the tight end position.
Yes.
When you can get big time juice numbers there.
Big beneficiaries for those that had Travis Kelce.
Can I just make a prediction that LaDainian Tomlinson's in the top 3?
You absolutely can.
Okay, I'm going to do that. And Christian McCaffrey's also in the top 3. I'm just going to say those. Those are just predictions.
One of those are right.
Dang it.
One of them's right. Which one do you think it is?
McCaffrey. I just think LT had some unreal moments. So maybe it is LT.
Randy Moss at 6. In that 07 Patriots season, what do you have, 23 touchdown catches?
Yeah.
Freaking nuts.
It was insane.
Drew Brees is at 5. Christian McCaffrey at 4.
Dang.
And the reason he's not in the top 3 is the injuries. Because there's been a lot of times he's been the number 1 overall pick and he gets hurt, he misses the whole year. But gosh, he's had some unbelievable seasons when he's been healthy. I mean, hell, last year, I was listening to Kevin and Corey talk about it, like, should he be in the top 10 of this NFL top 100? I mean, that San Francisco offense was just decimated by injury. The one constant was Christian McCaffrey. Just check down, boom. Like, the reason Mac Jones had a ton of success is Christian McCaffrey was just a safety valve. He was amazing.
Yeah, I mean, his ability as a pass catcher does a lot for him. I think his yards,
he led them in catches.
His yards per carry was nowhere near his heyday.
But it was as a receiver,
as a receiver is huge.
Brady's at 3. Jerry Rice at 2. He's the highest scoring non-quarterback in career PPR points ever. But number 1, LT.
Let's go.
LaDainian Tomlinson. His 2006 season is the highest non-quarterback total ever. He had 481 PPR points. That 06 season was unreal.
So didn't he have 20-plus touchdowns that year?
He broke the record that year.
He was
Marshall Faulk in there?
Falk, I think, was 8.
Oh, he was. Okay. I think I glossed over there for a second.
No, it's okay.
The fantasy football talk got the best of me.
I get it.
I wasn't listening, you know?
Sorry. Yeah.
Went viral with you guys yesterday. It happens from time to time.
Hey, sometimes it's tough to stay engaged.
It's funny because Walchuk was listening, but the way that it came out of my mouth, I actually can understand why he thought he heard what he didn't actually hear, but he kind of did.
I did hear, but it's okay.
I just love the reaction from Eric because you are seriously like the nicest guy I've ever worked with.
Oh, I appreciate
but every
that.
now and then, about twice a year,
there's an angry demon in there.
Something gets you.
I know. I was driving home yesterday, and I'm like, Why did I get so quick to just want to strangle him? Right?
I didn't know either.
What's wrong with
I was
me?
like, I really think I heard that right.
I was cracking up. I was like, honey, look at Eric's face right here.
He looks pissed.
All right, we got to run. Biggest L's and biggest dubs coming up next here on The Fan.
Coming
I
up
want to
Monday.
chat.
Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you, Lucius. John Oning's coming up in 15 minutes. We'll talk Cowboys football with him as they've broken camp. They'll be in Arizona. Preseason tomorrow night, 9 p.m. kickoff here on The Fan. It's time now for Chiefs Friday Staple.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Tim and Carthage, 903, biggest dub. Von Miller on board. Sorry, Broadus.
Oh.
Biggest L. Kenny and Quinlan's anniversary weekend. R.I.P., my friend.
Wow. The what you drinking, what you thinking goat.
An all-timer.
Kenny and Quinlan.
We 2 years now?
Still unbelievable.
Yeah.
Is that where we're at?
I think so. It still is crazy. Actually, moving, I found Kenny's gloves that he gave us. Stopped and thought about him for a minute. Miss you, man.
Very latex ones?
No. I kept those in a very safe space. No, it was big. He gave us several big fishing gloves.
Yeah, from the flea market.
These ones were just huge. Like, they didn't even fit my giant sausage fingers.
Unbelievable.
So I put them away in one of my drawers, and while I was like unpacking everything, I found them.
Yeah, I still got one of the bottles of empty rock and roll tequila. So, sitting in the pantry as a good little Kenny and Quinlan
nice.
reminder.
I also found the empty bottle of Horadoro that we took shots of Emmitt Smith with.
Yeah.
I have saved that. That is in a very special place.
That should be in the sports office man cave area.
I might
Shouldn't
put it in there. I've got
it on the nightstand for like comfort when you get the night terrors.
That's pretty much where it is.
903 biggest dub bought a brand new car on my birthday.
Didn't bring
it.
Bought it.
Didn't brought it from the store. Bought it from the store. Biggest L. It's already leaking on the passenger side. After
that's
a
when you
hard
need to chug
rain.
it.
Oh my
Ouch.
gosh, who's getting rain right now?
I don't know.
That's actually kind of a dub to even get some level of rain. Sorry about your car, though.
We might be getting a little bit next week.
I heard we could get
exciting.
a tad. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the biggest L of the week in training camp has to be the Terrence Steele story.
100%. Yes.
I love that we have stopped pretending he's good.
Yeah, it's a weird deal.
I love that now we're being honest. And Shoddy and Adams are talking about this, not in a way that protects them, but in a way that, like, holy crap, what have the Jones family and Mike McCarthy saddled me with? Mm-hmm. This is a potential for having your plans unravel as a result of the pressure. And I'm just so I guess the dub is we can be honest about players that are mediocre now, and the coaches will actually get up there and talk about them being kind of ass.
That is refreshing, isn't it?
100%. And I thought it was interesting that even Nick Eatman this morning with Sean and RJ, DallasCowboys.com, he's seen these guys every day. He pointed out there's concern at tackle. And there's got to be. He's had such a bad camp, and now it's like it's stacked up to where it's every single day. It's not like, okay, maybe Terrence Steele's just having a bad week. No, it's been the entire camp. He's been poor.
Yeah, it's not one of those, well, Micah Parsons is getting after him in training camp, but he's kind of holding his own versus everybody else. It seems like that's the guy that every defender goes to when they need to get their confidence up a little bit.
Yeah.
Young rookie Malachi Lawrence, you need to feel good about yourself. Go get you a one-on-one with Steele, okay? And if that's not going to work, that's fine, because his backup is Nate Thomas. And you can go ahead and take advantage of him as well. Like, that's the other disappointing part of this is you didn't even get any level of growth from Nate Thomas either. It seems like you get regression from both, and now you're standing there going, oh my gosh, are we playing with 4 offensive linemen?
Yeah.
Terrible.
Let's hit the fast forward button on Drew Shelton. Yeah. We need you to
Which I don't think is
get ready.
Going to fast forward to much for you.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he's very good.
It's time for a first rounder.
I think it is, again. But I think that's what you might ultimately need to do. I don't know that the Drew Shelton experiment's going to go well. And really, for Shoddy and Clayton Adams, if they were worried about it, you had an out this year. You should have been pounding the table for it all offseason.
Agreed. You can't look back in history and blame. You have to take some ownership of that right now. This offseason, you could have done something.
I mean, another week like this, and we will be in a place where the Tyler Smith thing is an idea that's coming to fruition.
And if it really is, they need to start getting Guyton work at right tackle.
Absolutely.
They can't wait on this.
214, our buddy Woody, dubbed for the week. Too blessed to be stressed and doing way better than I deserve. Boys, still going strong off the benzos and the opiates. Congratulations to Woody. We love ya. Here we go. 817. My L is I burnt soup at work.
Oh.
Biggest dub, I made some fire enchiladas today at work. This guy is going wild in the work kitchen.
Enchiladas at work and burning soup.
Burning soup and making enchiladas.
That's wild, man.
Yeah.
You just leave the bottom?
I think it starts boiling on you.
Okay.
I mean, that's my only guess. You meant to hit 1 minute and you clicked 1 hour and then you forgot in 60 seconds. Went back to the cubicle, started banging out some spreadsheets. Next thing you know, you have lava soup in the kitchen. Screw it, it's fine. I brought enchiladas as well. At least ingredients. Let's make those. You're a savage, 817.
I bought a deep fryer last night.
Oh, yes, okay.
Did you really?
How did it go? Went home and made homemade chicken strips.
What oil are you using, bro?
I'm sorry. It was just some canola. What do I need to...
I think the guy with his engine issue in his car is probably going to need to borrow some of that canola oil to fix some things. Gosh,
peanut?
dog it, man. No, I mean...
Peanut oil is good. That's what Chick-fil-A uses.
I think you...
Avocado oil?
I think we've gotten so ball-sacked on a lot of the avocado oil. It's really tough to trust.
You know, I don't trust anything
If I was doing
anymore.
it, I would try to get the biggest tub of beef tallow that I could find.
Of course
I don't know
you
that I
would.
would trust any of these oils. Maybe like a top-tier olive oil, but...
Okay.
One way or another, you're going to be in trouble.
Beef tallow,
but it's tough because you got one of those big fries. You need a buttload of tallow, right?
Yeah, like 4 liters.
That's too much.
Gosh, dog it.
How
That's
expensive is
very
beef
difficult.
tallow?
So you're doing chicken tendies. It's pretty expensive.
Is it?
You're buying it by a small jar. Like he's going to need 10 of those jars. So
$60 oil or something like that.
I would think, yeah.
Okay.
You're putting
Choose
a pretty
extra
penny in
virgin
there. So forget
olive.
everything I just said. I'm happy for you. Congratulations on the victory, my friend.
Did it turn out well?
And
Was it
the
good?
artery plug.
It was delicious, man. We dipped them in a combination of Frank's Red Hot and honey after we were done.
Nice.
Homemade mac and cheese. Oh, it was fantastic.
Look at you, man. That's better than Cane's.
Way better.
That is, because
Yeah.
Cane's doesn't even have mac and cheese. God forbid they branch out.
Or just even different
Sauces.
flavors on their chicken tenders. It's just the blandest
They got
chicken
honey
tenders you ever
mustard.
had.
I did find that out.
Oh, do they really?
I didn't know. But
How
they
does
do.
it grade?
It was fine.
I love a top tier honey mustard.
Wendy's,
dude.
I still think's the best.
I really do love a top
Babes,
tier honey
low-key,
mustard.
Babes has outstanding honey mustard.
One of my favorites from a honey mustard standpoint was La Playa Maya, one of my longtime favorite Mexican restaurants in the Fort Worth Stockyards that shut down a few months ago. That's an L, okay? Because I'm not getting that honey mustard
One of your
anymore.
Mexican restaurants had the best honey mustard.
I know, it's a bit of a surprise. But the good news is Panther City Barbecue is going to be taking over that location. So now we got 2 Panther City Barbecue opportunities, one now heading to Hattie Street in Fort Worth.
Heck yeah.
So congrats to the fellas at Panther City. Let's see here. We have the 817, biggest dub, getting married. All right, so no cold feet for this fella. Biggest L is now having to drop $12,000 on a new engine. Gosh, you got to start to consider, is it worth just getting the new car? Right?
East Dallas Diesel. Get you taken care of.
Alliance Hyundai will definitely get you taken care of.
I would say absolutely, because the next problem with a vehicle that old is right around the corner.
Yeah, well, I mean, unless it's one of those old school classic deals that you're trying to keep alive, which I respect and understand. 303.
I mean, my van was in the shop every 6 weeks for like $1,000.
Yeah.
I thought I was saving money. Like, I'm going to drive a used car for a couple years. This will be great. I'll just pay one time and then not have a payment.
I do miss seeing you pedaling with your feet on that car down the highway. That was a good time. 303 Biggest L, 80-hour work week, total exhaustion. In-laws are in town. Biggest dub, though, smoking a fatty this evening in the backyard as soon as I'm home from work. All right, so there's light at the end.
Was that Black and Gold B?
The end of that Friday tunnel. Is that? It could be. He usually signs off.
He does.
With Black and Gold.
But he'll be calling in later, I'm sure.
Yeah, huge victory to Ella Langley, the country artist. 18 weeks at number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100. That sets a new record, okay, for the most weeks atop the chart for a female singer with a non-holiday song. Because, of course, I would imagine, Mariah Carey would take the cake for that.
She probably will come November.
As she should and as she does. But there it is. your L's and dubs.
214 asks if it was a Predator-looking van. No, it had windows. It was a conversion van. I'm a van guy. We got one down, 3.5 to go.
Broke hippie van is kind of what it gave.
Broke hippie van.
Right?
Yeah, that was a vibe.
Kind of loser, jobless van guy.
Yeah, probably hasn't shaved or showered in 2 weeks type of vibes. One down and 3.5 to go. We got John Owning joining you next here talking Cowboys football on the Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on a football Friday. We're heading for preseason game 2 tomorrow night, a 9 o'clock kickoff here on The Fan. And joining us now, longtime Cowboys analyst. You can find his new project on Substack, the Blue Star Bulletin. It's John Owning with you here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing well. Happy to be at a Friday game day tomorrow. How y'all doing?
Man, we're doing great. I think we're trending optimistic. I think so far after 3+ weeks of training camp, it does seem pretty likely that we have a significantly better team than last year. Are you with us?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that all the signs that we were hoping to see going into the training camp, I think the Cowboys have hit it. We've crossed our fingers, knock on wood. We've avoided all the big injuries, which is the biggest thing going into camp. And the players that we needed to show some development, like a Savon Ravel, have shown that development. So I think, obviously, not every single thing that we wanted to happen has happened, but I think the lion's share, the majority, has definitely happened. So I'm definitely trending optimistic as well.
What are you hoping to see tomorrow night here as far as the depth? Are there specific players or just an overall productivity you're looking for?
Yeah, the first thing, obviously, just like I said, getting through it without any major injuries. But I also want to see the players who had a strong first performance. I want to see them do it again. Guys like Camden Brown and Julius Wood, I want to see them, build off of their Week 1 performances. I want to see Camden Brown continue to show his abilities as a receiver, and hopefully he can prove to be a little bit more effective as a special teamer and as a blocker, because I think that's where, someone he's fighting for a spot on the roster with Jonathan Mingo. I think those are 2 spots that he hasn't beat at the moment, is special teams contribution and blocking. So if Camden Brown can show some progress in those elements, I think that will just strengthen his case to make the 53-man roster. And as far as Julius Wood, I think he just needs to continue to do exactly what he did in Week 1. He had a strong special teams performance. Really liked his ability to defend the run coming from the roof, run in the alley, those type of things. I thought his spacing was really good in coverage, even though he wasn't tested a bunch. So maybe see him get tested a little bit more in coverage and see how that fares. But really happy with those 2. And then another guy who I'm really excited to see is hopefully we get to see Devin Moore, because he was battling a little injury for the first week. So hopefully to see him play and see some better cornerback play as a whole. So hopefully, those 3 are the 3 guys I'm kind of keeping an eye on. Obviously guys like LT Overton, all of the rookies, keep a close eye on this. Hopefully you can see progress week over week.
How much does Camden Brown's athletic limitations, limit his ceiling as a pro? Like, what are realistic expectations for best case scenario with Camden Brown?
I think they limited a little bit. The one thing that I've been impressed with just going over the first game was that he does a really good job of generating separation despite not being a speedy receiver. And obviously it's against, backup, so it's not something that will correlate 1-to-1 when he's going against starting caliber or just like game day caliber cornerbacks. But he does a really good job of attacking cornerbacks' leverage. So when he's running an in-breaking route, right before he breaks, he'll kind of step towards the cornerback's leverage towards the outside and then break it off and use a subtle push-off to create more cushion so that he can create more separation coming out of his break. And then he does a really good job of changing pace with his routes. His releases seem to be pretty good at this time. So I think that as far as like a ceiling, I would say, if he can become something that's like, kind of like on the Jonathan Mingo route, if he can be someone who can become like a third or fourth receiver for you, I think that would be huge, because he's proven his ability to be a ball winner in contested catch situations. So he could be someone who's like a red zone, end zone threat early on in his career. I'm really bullish on his potential. I think he's kind of a diamond in the rough and could be potentially the next, undrafted receiver that the Cowboys kind of unearth in the same vein as like, the Miles Austins of the world.
John, we were just kicking around Terrence Steele and how much of a concern he possibly is right now. I think that the front office and the coaching staff are also starting to get alarmed by his performance so far in camp. What have you thought about Terrence Steele as a player, and also maybe are there any options behind him from what you saw this previous preseason game?
I mean, that's the unfortunate part is that you would, in a best case scenario, like to have someone developing who you can take over for Terrence Steele, because the thing that worries me about Terrence Steele is that he works with Duke. He works with the best guys in the world when it comes to O-line development, but he still has the same issues in pass protection that he's had his entire time. You know, his outside hand goes down the middle too much. He's leaning too far forward because he doesn't have the best anchor, and he can't really just sit back and really anchor strong with his hips and with his pure power. So he tries to overcompensate, and that gets him into issues. And the fact that that's been an issue continually over the last, 2, 3, 4, 5 years is really a problem. But the bad thing is I don't think Nate Thomas or Drew Shelton, at least the things that I have seen in preseason, you guys were down at camp, you guys might be able to paint a little bit of a better picture than I, but
not good.
Nothing that they did in that first preseason game told me that either one of them is ready for, game day responsibilities. And the thing that really worried me most about Nate Thomas is he looked almost a little bit regressed from what we saw him in actual game action last year.
John, are you still holding out any hope for Maffa or Blue?
Yeah, I still hold out hope for both. I think that Blue, I think that he just has to have a niche of a role. He's not someone who, if Javonte Williams gets hurt, you want him to be the every down guy who's taking all of the snaps. He's pass protecting on third down, doing all of those different types of things. I think he's more of a guy that you want to get the ball outside the tackle, use him in the screen game, use him as a receiver out of the backfield, those type of things. And Phil Maffa, I just think that, injuries have really prevented, me or really anybody else, because I think it's really hard in training camp environments to really evaluate running backs. It's just hard to know exactly who he is at this point, Not to say that I still have hope, but I'm just getting worried that the injuries are just going to keep ruining any progress that he does make.
It's John Owning with you here on The Fan. Find his work now on Substack, Blue Star Bulletin. Jayshon Barham, is he going to play, and are you buying the idea that maybe he could be the starting Mike?
I hope he can play. I certainly hope so, because I think that his physicality brings something to the defense, would bring something extra to the defense that they don't really have at that second level, just the size and that physicality and the ability to take on pullers when they walk their inside linebackers to the edge, ability to take on and discard blocks. I think that is something that could be really meaningful. Now, I don't think he's going to be the week 1 starter, but I definitely think he's someone who, we get to week 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe coming out of the bye week, he's someone who can step into a starting role. I have just really, really high hopes for him and very optimistic about his future, because in addition to all of that, I think that, obviously I'm just going off of the little clips that we see in camp, but he seemed, more comfortable than I thought he'd be, dropping in the zones and relating to crossers and doing all of those little things that you need to do as a linebacker when you're in coverage. So that was my biggest worry coming out, and him playing just a true linebacker role, but it seems like he's a little bit further along than what I believe coming out. So I'm very bullish on him. Do I think he's going to be the week 1 starter? Probably not. I think that's going to be Overshown and D. Winters, but I would not be surprised if you saw him earn a starting gig as we get into the middle part of the season.
So the addition of Von Miller, I think you were more so along with Brian in terms of what you saw early on, going back and watching him. But as you've kind of done more homework on what went down last year, I know Eric gave us some of the numbers on the double teams that you put out there. What are you thinking about Von?
Yeah, I think the best thing that I think Cowboys fans can hold their hat on is that he's going to be in a much better pass rush environment with the Cowboys than he was with the Commanders. He's not going to be getting, he was still chipped on, 15.7% of his pass rush snaps, and that was 23rd among all edge defenders last year, which is crazy for a guy who was winning only 9.5% of his pass rushes, and he's still getting that much attention just based on his reputation alone. I think this year with the Cowboys, because of all the talent we have on the interior and the fact that we do have some adequate talent on the edge, and Rashawn Gary and Donovan Ezrawaku and those guys, I don't think he's going to be getting nearly as much attention, whether it's double teams or chip blocks, so that should allow him to be a little bit more successful. And the fact that, he's not the same athlete that he was, but he still is a very he still has that pass rush IQ. He understands how to set up and how to attack blockers. He understands when he gets a opportunity to win, he understands how to win and those type of things. So I don't think we're going to see anything close to, vintage Von Miller, but if he can, put those pass rush numbers back up into like a 14-15% pass rush win rate type thing, and he's playing, just as a pass rush specialist, he's playing, 15 to 20 snaps a game, 10 to 20 snaps, 10 to 15 snaps a game. I think that he can still provide value for the Cowboys, and that's without even going into, his ability to be a mentor and really help these young Dallas Cowboys pass rushers and Malachi Lawrence and Donovan Ezra, who are entering really, really crucial stages of their development in the NFL.
If you were Lipke, would you take up Miller on his free chicken for life offer?
Always, yes. Free chicken for life is always something you need to take up any opportunity you get.
What about the trajectory of Malachi Lawrence now that you've gotten some glimpses of him in the preseason now and in training camp? Are you excited about what he's put out there and what he could be this season?
I mean, excited is a little bit more than I would like to say. I would say he's probably right where I thought he'd be coming out of college, just because he was such an elite athlete coming out, and he had a strong, toolbox of moves that he could use that I think a lot of people thought that he could make a bigger impact than he will initially. And I think the reason why he won't make as big of an impact in year one is just because he has a lot of sloppiness pre-snap, whether it's in his stance, whether it's in his get-off. I've talked a lot about the false step and how that really hurts his ability to attack and set up opposing offensive tackles. And I think that his issues against the run dating back to college are going to rear their head in the NFL until he gets his pre-snap snaps figured out. He gets his footwork figured out. He understands his pad level, striking, all of those type of things. So I think that he's got a lot of people, it seems like, are sounding the alarm because they thought he would be a little bit further along. But I think he's right where I thought. Pass rushers coming into the NFL, they don't normally hit the ground running. It usually takes a year or two before they're able to make a real impact in the NFL, and I think Malachi Lawrence is kind of a little bit on that trajectory. But I think you still see the athleticism, you see the effort, you see him putting in the work and the drills, from the clips that everyone's been posting, that he's working on those things that have really hindered his game, and that makes me very optimistic that it might not be this year we see that payoff, but I do think year 2, year 3, and year 4, you'll start to see that payoff in big ways.
As a combat sports guy, John, how do you grade the punching form of year 2 pass rusher Donovan Ezra?
Oh, my gosh, don't even get me started. Not good. Not good. I think Botch Lombardi said it best when he was saying Ezra was throwing an overhand jab. I'm not sure that that's the most efficient technique, but if he's going to be this feisty guy getting in fights with whether it's his own team or the opposing team in these practices, I would definitely strongly recommend that he goes and works out with Micah and the boxing trainer a little bit more so he can learn to throw an efficient punch so he doesn't, hurt his rotator cuff throwing a jab somehow. I would think with the other guy wearing a helmet, I'd like to go with like a pointed fingered throat. There you go. Or, an
jab.
uppercut. An uppercut so you can come in under the chin strap, That seems like a much more efficient way than an overhand jab where you're only getting helmet, my man. You're only getting helmet.
What kind of a sack prediction do you have for us on Ezra year 2?
I'm going to say over-under is going to be 8 sacks, and I'm going to say he's going to get, I'm going to say 9.5. That snap, I know it's just one snap, obviously, but from us on the outside, we're peeking through keyholes to try to see, progress. And the snap that he had against Nate Thomas where he hit that outside hezzy, basically that Allen Iverson crossover outside to inside and made, Nate Thomas fall on his face. That's the type of, you can see that his work with B.T. Jordan is really starting to pay off because that is a movement complex that B.T. Jordan really stresses with his guys. You could see Von Miller when he was warming up doing those little hesitation moves. You see them do those drills constantly, whether it be in the sand or on the field in grass, or they're combining it with hand techniques and everything. The fact that Donovan Ezra was already heeding that advice from someone like B.T. Jordan and able to use it in a practice setting is really, really good. And I think that I'm really optimistic about what he could be in year 2, improving as a pass rusher to go with the strong run defense that he showed as a rookie.
What are your plans over there at Blue Star Bulletin now?
we're just going to post as much as we can. Me and Marcus Mosier, our goal is to have, at least a type of piece of content to go up every single weekday. So every Monday through Friday, you should have hopefully something new. And, multiple days we'll have multiple things going up. So I just posted a article today about 5 Cowboys to watch for the preseason game against the Arizona Cardinals. So that'll be good to go along with my Von Miller film breakdown and a breakdown of Malachi Lawrence's false step. Marcus has done some good cut-ups. He's done good talk about Cowboys to watch going into the game. So hopefully we'll be able to meet whatever needs that subscribers want. And I encourage everybody that loves the Cowboys, loves getting the film breakdowns, not only learning about what happened, but how and why it happened. Hopefully that they feel like they can subscribe and tune in. It's only $5 a month or $50 for the year. So please join us.
I'm already on it. Dude, thank you so much for the content and joining us. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the game, and we'll try to catch up with you soon.
Hey, thank you guys, and really appreciate the support and everything with Blue Star Bulletin and everything throughout these days. You guys are the best.
Salute. John. Right on. There he goes. John Owning with you here on The Fan. Longtime Cowboys analyst, morning news, PFF, and now going, I guess that's called independent, maybe a little bit more of a content creator route. But that Substack is growing so fast, and it is so good, and there's so many talented people over there. There are people predicting it's going to become the way eventually that all writers are distributing their content, or at least a lot of writers.
Makes a ton of sense.
Great way to make
direct
money.
to consumer, cut out the middleman. All right, we got Cowboys news of the evening coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation, The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we can...
It's time now for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Got a question for you, Tex. Where is Dak among the most clutch quarterbacks in the game today? I think his haters would say he's not close to the top.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
His biggest fans would probably say top 10, top 5 maybe?
I think you could get him to say top 5. I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by clutch. Like, he's obviously hasn't been playoff clutch.
No.
But regular season, fourth quarter clutch, down a little bit, got to go make some drives.
Yeah. You're coming off 2 losing seasons. I think I was surprised that he was as high as he is on Pro Football Focus's rankings that were published today of the most clutch quarterbacks in the NFL. Dak Prescott delivered his best clutch season in years. Cowboys quarterback earned an 87.8 passing grade in clutch situations. That's PFF's metric, not passer rating. Recording 9 what's that? BTTs, the big time throws.
Yeah, the BTTs. It's a hell of a stat.
I love those, man.
Produced a positive grade on 31.2% of his snaps. I guess that's good. The rest of the write-up here. Prescott earned an 87.8 in clutch situations, second highest mark of his career, nearly 10 grading points better than his previous best. He was freaking money last year in these clutch situations. He recorded 9 big-time throws, 4 turnover-worthy plays, 8.1 an attempt. More importantly, he consistently stacked positive plays, earning a positive grade. He now has cleared a 70 grade in clutch situations in 6 of his 10 qualifying seasons, giving him a stronger long-term track record in these situations than his public reputation often suggests. But yeah, he was number 1 in the NFL last year.
How about that?
Yeah,
I mean, you finally got him a competent play caller in offense. You obviously got him plenty of talent.
Pickens helps that probably.
Pickens definitely helps.
Early in his career, he was really good with the comebacks, like the fourth quarter comebacks. That's definitely waned over the last few years. He's got 19 fourth quarter comebacks, 26 game-winning drives. That's 9th among current quarterbacks that are going right now. But I guess I was struggling to think of when are the most recent that we can look at, like fourth quarter comeback, game on the line, Dak moments. A lot of it has kind of been, I'd say even in those 12 and 5 years, they had big leads, and then they would lose the games against the better competition. But historically, he's up there amongst some of the better quarterbacks that are playing right now.
I mean, he might have accumulated quite a bit of it against the Giants there in week 2. The overtime game. The Green Bay game.
Packers game. 21-0 against the Eagles. They were down. Yep. They came back and won.
Chiefs game was pretty clutch as well. Who do you guys think is number 2 on the list? He is a quarterback from Dallas.
Stafford.
Number 3, won the Heisman as a 19-year-old. Most clutch quarterbacks in 2025 in the NFL.
Burrow? Oh, no,
Baker?
That wouldn't be Burrow.
Baker's from Austin.
No, but this isn't the Texas guy. This is the Heisman guy, right?
This is the Heisman guy. 19 years old at Louisville.
Oh,
2-time
Lamar.
MVP.
Lamar.
Number 4 on the list is on his 5th team. He is now a Super Bowl champ. Maybe we should put more respect on his name.
I struggle with how much, because Darnold did play damn well in big moments for Seattle last year. And he's got back-to-back years now with 2 different teams. He was a talented guy coming out of USC, 3rd overall pick. We might need to stop just glossing over Sam Darnold. He might actually be good.
I don't know. Would you say, could you make the argument he's a top 10 quarterback, top 12 quarterback?
You could.
You would rather have him than Caleb Williams right now?
No, I'd rather have Caleb.
You'd rather have him than Baker Mayfield?
I'd rather have him than Baker, yeah.
Okay, so in these clutch situations,
tough, but yes.
Darnold ranked amongst the NFL's top 5 QBs in several key efficiency metrics: accurate throw rate, negatively graded play rate, yards per attempt. The combination of accuracy, efficiency, and ball security helped produce one of the strongest clutch seasons of any quarterback in 2025.
Wow.
I mean, they did have a scheme that took pressure off of him, but it's not like they had dominant tight end play or dominant wide receiver play other than Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yeah, and he had his best year with Sam Darnold.
No, yeah, okay, so we'll see how that continues. But he's done it with with back-to-back teams in different situations.
I know, and I feel like that deserves credit, right? I mean, granted, I think we all like Kevin O'Connell a lot, and we think that he is a good offensive mind, and he's a former quarterback, so I think that he's a solid quarterback developer. The J.J. McCarthy stuff has made me pause a little bit with that because I do think he wanted McCarthy. That's the story in Minnesota, is he was a big McCarthy fan. That has not worked out, and I think that he has also said, with the addition of Kyler Murray, I feel like just reading the tea leaves, he's taking a step back and being like, I missed on this one, guys. This isn't going to work out. There's credit that deserves there, but I mean, doing it in two different places, back-to-back years, you got, 13-plus wins? That's pretty damn impressive for Sam Darnold. And you win a Super Bowl?
Yeah, I mean, at some point, the track record will speak for itself. I would say both Minnesota and Seattle, top 5 defenses, committed to running the football. Like it might be you have great coaches and a good running game and a great defense, and Sam Darnold can manage his way to a lot of team success.
Yes, but in that NFC Championship game specifically, the defense... I mean, the Rams were the one team they didn't have an answer for, right?
Yeah.
And he had to make plays. It was like, all right, Stafford's doing his thing on the other side. The defense isn't going to save you today. And
they went and got Myles Garrett and 3 new defensive backs.
They did.
Yeah.
Because they were like, well, damn it. Seattle still put up points against us, and that's why we ultimately lost the game.
Oh, we're getting the broadest bat signal. Oh,
is
live from the hospital. He says he's listening to us, wants us to say hello to the wonderful nurses taking care of him.
Salute.
So shout out to the fantastic nurses.
You take good care of him, nurses. We need him back, and we need him healthy.
And he's tough as hell. So when he says he doesn't need the morphine, he does need it.
Yeah, give him the morphine, okay? And give him extra morphine for me.
He says he's got the morphine coursing through his veins right now, and he's just listening to the G-Bag Nation, having himself a great day. So shout out to Broadus and all the wonderful nurses taking care of him. Get him back. We got a big pregame show tomorrow. Big preseason game pre.
You think he's going to make it?
Pregame and postgame.
I'm not doing both.
I don't know. Wolchuk might have to come swaggering in for the pre and the post.
Are you going to hang out till 2 a.m. with me?
I guess.
You know what, Brian? If we have to do it, we'll take one for the team.
Anything for Broadus, man. And while we're doing the shout out to Storm and Athena in the 972, hanging out with Pops in the car right now.
Let's go. Salute to everybody who's toloing around town.
There was a birthday shout out we're supposed to give to. Happy birthday if you're listening.
Okay, number 5, Clutch QB rankings. He has now posted a clutch grade above 70 in 5 of 8 qualifying seasons, including 4 above 75, giving him one of the strongest long-term resumes in these situations among active quarterbacks. This quarterback might already be a champion if it wasn't for that pesky Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. Dang. Yeah. Could have been Burrow.
Well, Burrow beats Mahomes.
Yeah, Burrow has beaten him.
It's Burrowhead, right?
Well, for a time it
was.
I mean, if you need one drive, you're going Burrow over Allen, right? There's 2 minutes. You get the ball at the 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take Joe.
Yeah, I'll take Joe.
Joe Shiesty all day.
Other clutch data, including a little Tony Romo content here coming for you. Only 35% of qualifying quarterback seasons in the PFF database have produced a clutch grade above 70. Joe Burrow has cleared that mark in 5 of 6 seasons. He might have the highest percentage of doing this, but for whatever reason, he didn't get it done last year. Tom Brady did so in 13 of his 16 seasons. It's pretty awesome. Gosh. Aaron Rodgers reached it in 13 of 18. Mahomes has done it in 6 of 9. Even Tony Romo, a QB whose reputation in those situations remains a point of debate, graded above 70 in 8 of his 10 seasons. It's a good time to point out that 214 is saying it's the same poo-pooing folks did towards Romo. Honestly, if it's not Troy Aikman or Roger Staubach, then the quarterback is the problem. Yeah, for me, I think a lot of stuff when it comes to the narrative, if you get a quarterback on a team with a good defense and a good running game and a good offensive line, he's going to get into playoff games. Their offense is going to be hard to prepare for. They're going to run it for 140 yards. And he's going to make a couple of throws that get played over and over and over again in the highlights. Mm-hmm. And his defense is going to go out there and get a big couple of stops in the fourth quarter, and they're going to win by 3 or 4 points, and we're going to say, that guy's clutch, man. And I don't know how you define these things. But I believe more than ever organizations win championships. And how good a quarterback is just a result of how many games they win. And it's narrative driven. And we now live at a time where there's more resources to analyze these things thoroughly.
Yeah, it's just like the Chiefs were not a winning organization in terms of championships until they found Patrick Mahomes.
But they had a great defense every time. So did Tom Brady. Tom Brady never won one without a top 5 defense.
On the Patriots didn't until they got Brady. So you're right. I mean, the first three,
I'm not
three with
stripping
Brady for
away.
sure.
I don't want to take away the quarterback's importance. I just feel like it's over exaggerated.
Yes, you can't just have because we saw it with Mahomes when he did not have an offensive line against Tampa Bay and Philly. They beat the crap out of him. So I do think the great quarterback does find a way to get there, and the great ones do dominate this the majority of the time, whether it's Manning and Breeze and Mahomes. But I think you're seeing it with Josh Allen now. Like, what's holding Josh Allen back? There are certain mistakes that he's made in these games, certainly against Denver. The turnover right before half was huge. But has he had the same level of defense to step up and make those type of plays like Chris Jones has done for Mahomes, for example? So, yes, I mean, it's a team sport for a reason. It's the greatest team sport on earth.
What do you guys think of when you hear high-achieving people that don't get much sleep? That was a subject this week for Christian Parker, Cowboys defensive coordinator. He spoke about it at his podium session. He said, that's not something I want to talk about. I'm not exactly proud of that, but the job has to get done. I just get down that rabbit hole and then look up and the time is gone. I don't think it's healthy. I don't think your doctor would like it.
No.
You know what? I think the thing is, like, do you want your coaches and GMs obsessing over it and getting 3 or 4 hours of sleep? They're using an extra 4 hours compared to doctor recommended, but in their waking hours, their brain might not be operating at 100% capacity. I think a lot of the high achievers, they have an ability to focus through the fatigue.
Yeah.
Or they're so efficient with their time that even though they're tired when they're awake, they're still getting a lot more done than other people who want the creature comforts of life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's are you doing it for the sake of doing it, or are you actually accomplishing something in that time where you should be resting?
Yeah.
I think there are some people that are just like, oh, I want to be the guy that sleeps in the office, and I'm not really getting anything done. And then you have guys like, apparently it seems like Ben Johnson is kind of that guy.
Sean Payton is that
guy. And
Jerry Jones is.
Yeah, there's plenty of people that are just sort of built a little bit different to where they can handle the lack of sleep. And they're not just doing it for the show factor of it. They're actually accomplishing something in that 3 or 4 extra hours that they're giving themselves.
Yeah.
And I think Parker's that guy. I don't think he's just do something for the sake of doing it. I think he's football obsessed.
Yes.
And he loves figuring out different ways. I was hearing something from Robert Mays about how Christian Parker in the offseason for the last however long goes back in his spare time, like on top of what his usual daily responsibilities are in the offseason. He's going back and looking at every interception from the season and then basically breaking down why they're taking place and trying to give himself an advantage for his own defense. Like, that's just one example of he absolutely loves it and is obsessed with it, and so he can't get enough of it.
Yeah. I think that's the thing is when your mind is firing late at night and you're excited about tackling this project that you would rather do it than... Yeah, you can't turn it off. You want to build your organization, I think, with as many of those guys as possible. Just have a great coffee machine.
Yeah, and just be having somebody who is genuinely in love with what it is that he's doing and obsessed with what he is doing. And inevitably, those people will be the best at it.
Alrighty. Brian says he'll do his best to be here. I don't believe that. He's on a morphine drip right now.
Oh, no. Is he talking about...
tomorrow's game.
Tomorrow, for pre and post. There's no way.
I was thinking
he's not coming in today.
I would love a morphine Broadus show.
It would be great.
That might be better than Mardi Gras Broadus.
Maybe we'll get a morphine Krusty's Corner if he could lob in a phone call. We'll have to see what his nurse says about that.
Zoom in from the hospital bed.
The corner is next. We got some Cowboys stuff. John Machota wrote about players who stood out in Oxnard. We'll go over that and talk about some other Cowboy stuff coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ.
G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. After that last segment, the text lighting up. What's going on with Broadus? We had the same questions.
What's wrong? What's happening?
Feeling under the weather. Michelle insisted on him going into the hospital, so that's where he is. And he's going to join us on the telephone on a morphine drip after this.
Let's go.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broadus.
Here he is, the king of the Krusties himself, Brian Broadus, checking in. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How are you feeling?
I'll tell you what, General, guys, appreciate you, carrying on without me. Talking to you, I'm over, not just right around the corner from you guys. I'm over here at Medical City.
We're waving.
Old room,
you see us?
Room Medical 56.
Hey.
So, you got me here?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, you sound great.
Yeah, so I'm over here in room 56, and Michelle, I did my show this morning, and the pain was, fought through that, and you know how I am. I'm just going to fight through things, and the things in my stomach, just something's not right, and but I checked in. I've been here since about 11 o'clock. And they've run all kinds of tests on me. They're trying to figure out, I've got a pain in my abdomen. They did MRIs, did an ultrasounds. The doctors had come in and said, man, everything looks normal.
Okay.
And so they're trying to kind of figure out what this is all about. I kind of felt like maybe that I caught a bad bag of that Taylor Farm salad. But that wasn't the case. Wasn't the case at all. So, just pretty sharp pain going across, and we're just trying to kind of figure things out. But like I said, they put me on the morphine drip, so life is a little bit better that way. There's some things to talk about this Cowboy game for tomorrow, man. I think there's some guys that are they're clearly they're trying to figure out a couple of these spots, and they're trying to figure out exactly where. Where they need to, maybe they have to go a little long. Maybe they're going to have to go a little short. That's the great thing about team building in the 53 I kind of felt like that they were going to carry 6 receivers, but, talking to some folks this morning before I got into the hospital, they might just carry, 5 receivers and not carry the 6. So that means, is the roster spot coming down to Mingo or to Brown? That's something that, I kind of didn't think that was the case. I'm like, well, damn, how do you let Brown go after the way he, has performed this summer? And, Mingo's turned the corner. He's done stuff on special teams. So there's some legitimate, this might be one of the most important games. And I'm not just saying this because I'm all, looped up, but I think that this is for a second preseason game. Man, there are a lot of jobs that are on the line, whether you're going to make this team or not. And let's see how it all plays out. It should be a pretty exciting game from that aspect. Trying to kind of map out who all's playing well, who's struggling a little bit, and maybe that'll tell the story of who's on the 53 or not.
You think Camden Brown fans need to see him make a play on special teams or something, and that can?
Man, yeah, they don't need to see him have a block in the back or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? They don't need to see him with illegal, doing something crazy, holding or something. So, yeah, I listen, guys. I just kind of thought that Camden Brown had made this football team.
Yeah, it seemed like it.
And I'm just kind of getting the vibe that, nah, man, we might only be able to carry 5. And so, that's is the 5th one going to be, like I said, is it going to be Mingo, who clearly has, played at a very, very high level. He needed to play at a high level to be able to make this team. And, and so the things he's done on special teams and the things, but, Brad Sham told us in that post game last week that, if Camden Brown's not on this team, Dak Prescott might blow a gasket.
Yeah, he did.
So that's the things you've got to kind of look for. Is Dak going to have an influence? And this is what's going to be fun about this game is that I could see. By the way, Joe Milton is going to start this game for you, so he'll play the first half, and then and Howell will play the second. But these quarterbacks are under evaluation too. And what do? Do you start throwing the ball to? You're going to throw the ball to the guy that is going to go make plays for you. So this could be a big, big day for Brown catching the football, with Milton and then Howell, trying to solidify the second roster spot or the second quarterback spot.
This doesn't feel like one of those kidney stones again. You've experienced that, right?
No, man, the kidney stone. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. By the way, can you hear the thing beeping in the background?
Yeah,
Is that
just a little bit.
All? It is kind of crazy, and I apologize to everybody out there, but that's where we're at right now.
Right, what are we trying to rule out, Brian? Is it gallbladder, possible gallstones, appendicitis, ulcer?
See, that's the thing about it is they're trying to but they don't see anything that's like I was worried about I'm not going to lie, the C word stuff. You never know, that kind of stuff. And, all the blood work came back fine and all all the stuff. There's no blockage or anything like that. It's just there's just some immense pain going on right now. They just don't know exactly what it is, but they might be able to say, okay, well, let's medicate and see what we can get out of this. But maybe all it is one good trip with some soy sauce and a golf towel, and then away we go.
Yeah, I was thinking it might just be one good fart away, brother.
Just to alleviate that pressure.
It might mean you go to Riviera Country Club and go to the 6th hole and just kind of hit the ball way left, kind of go over there, and all of a sudden, I feel like $1 million again.
Well, let's keep talking football. Try and keep your mind off of this. When you're talking with folks this morning, my 6 safety idea. Is this? Are they considering this, or what are we hearing?
I like your 2 tight end idea.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, we're just going to carry 1 tight end, 1 back. That's what we're going to do.
Hell yeah.
But no, you know what? I think they're completely open to all that. I didn't get the feeling. Like I say, there were a couple positions that I was going, man, there's no way they can carry that many guys, and they're like, no, we can, we'll do it, and I'm like. All right, so yeah, the 6, the one that they're having problems with is the cornerback. The cornerback. I didn't say quarterback. I said cornerback, and yeah, that seems to be the problem that they're kind of struggling through right now. Is they have names, they have bodies. Is anybody going to play at a little bit higher level in game 2 to maybe play their way on? But it sounds like that they really, really like these safeties a lot.
The 214 says, get better, Brian. Miss you, buddy. The 972 says, get well soon. We love you.
Well, thank you. And, that's until I'll tell you my Von Miller opinion, then that thing will switch very quickly here. So, carry on. But, no, I appreciate everybody thinking about me. And I'm sorry I'm not there with you guys on a football Friday. I mean, there's hopefully a lot more of these ahead for us. And, and hopefully if they let me out of this place, I'll be on that pregame, postgame show tomorrow. So looking forward to that.
You take care of yourself, man. We will hold it down for you. We know you want to be here, but your health comes first.
Well, thank you, guys. I really, really appreciate everybody out there. Now, you guys carry on. Have a good evening, and if there's any other reports, I'll let you know about. But you guys take care. Thank you.
Sounds good. There is Crown Global Media on Twitter till he gets his account restored. But there he is, Brian Broaddus, making radio history once again, coming to you live from the ER.
The Medical City Dallas, right next door. He didn't even told us the room number.
Great doctors, great staff over there. I'm sure they'll get this sorted out here before too long. And
we love you, Brian.
Fantastic news that they've eliminated some things from consideration.
Thank God.
All righty.
Still got the sense of humor. He's thinking about just asking the doctor, like, get rid of all these medications. Just some OJ and some soy sauce could get the job done.
We almost had him on Truth Serum there. I felt like we could have just asked, so the gang of 7, huh? Can you name them off?
All right, we got 2 down, 2.5 to go, and it's a fabulous football Friday. What time's the pregame tomorrow night? 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock pregame, 9 o'clock kickoff. They're in Arizona, a house of horrors. They play them again in the regular season as well.
Oh, hell no.
I think that's like the Week 7 or Week 8 game. After you run that gauntlet, supposedly on the other side of it is a little bit of a break in Arizona, but you know how that's gone. I think they've lost 7 of 8, 8 of 9.
It's been hell.
What do we got next, Chief?
Your Friday news dump. I can't believe Texas didn't crack this list, plus your slang word update next in the nation.
As Broadus checked in, he's got some stomach pains. They're trying to get it figured out, but that was a one-of-a-kind corner. Salute to the man. Just one more feat of strength to add to his collection, and we look forward to having him back here in studio real soon. Maybe tomorrow night, pre- and post-game show. It's time now for a Friday news dump. Here's your chief.
All right, let's go Fuego Rapido style here at the desk right after this.
You're rolling with the News Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, we had the news earlier in the week. TCU safety Jacob Fields being dismissed from the program after apparently getting into some level of altercation in the locker room where he must have just totally beat the dog ass out of somebody. We have some reports that somebody was wide receiver Dozie Izukama. Who ended up having to be hospitalized because of the altercation.
Took it too far
in that locker room. And the fella, Jacob Fields, who has been dismissed, he's being described as remorseful, taking accountability, but apparently tensions had begun brewing between Fields and his teammates earlier in the month during fall camp, and Fields felt targeted by teammates with insults and threats, including multiple moments when he was allegedly spit on by a teammate. Okay, so this is a transfer coming in from Louisiana Tech. Maybe had a little bit of issues over there. Doesn't sound like Louisiana Tech was super bummed to see him go. Very talented individual, and apparently not meshing well with the team at TCU. So there was some infighting. He had apparently tried to get coaches to understand what was going on, and then he finally got to a breaking point. That kind of seems to be what took place here. So there's your update on the TCU safety.
You gotta get in and sort that stuff out when there's interpersonal stuff. That's the coaching staff's job.
Agreed.
Yeah. You got to make sure respect is happening. And it sounds like it definitely wasn't, and it reached a breaking point that's no good for anybody.
And spitting is a non-starter.
Oh yeah,
if there was
it's a must-fight situation for most guys.
A Jalen Carter in that locker room spitting on people, yeah. I mean, you're gonna have something coming to you right there that you're not gonna like.
No.
Now, how about the family healing for the Mayfields, Baker and Company? You see that?
Yes, I did. After the lawsuit, was it $12 million he was suing? Was it his dad?
Yeah, it was his dad and I guess kind of his brother. They have the Camwood Capital Management Group, and they were using $12 million in a way that Baker Mayfield didn't like, so he sued them for that number back in January of 2024. And so there was kind of this Aaron Rodgers fracture in the family situation. You saw Rodgers apparently reconcile with majority of his family this offseason, and now it looks like the Mayfields have done the same. They had their first daughter, Baker and his wife did, and back in April of 2025, and they had gone the better part of that year without the baby seeing the family because there was a situation going on there, of course, but they have since mended fences, and the Mayfields are back and better than ever. So congratulations to Baker and Company.
I mean, I think it's becoming a trend more and more where adult children are going no contact with their parents. And you just hate to see it.
Yeah, you do.
Gosh, it's brutal,
I can't
man.
imagine
That's every parent's nightmare.
Absolutely.
But it seems like for the Mayfields, they had a big part in that. It wasn't
absolutely.
just son saying bleep you guys for no apparent reason. There was some good reason here. $12 million worth of reason.
But I'm glad they were able to bury the hatchet.
So he was throwing them cash to manage, and they were mismanaging it?
Apparently, yeah. I don't know all the details on what they did with that money, but whatever was done with the money was not something that Baker and his wife were pleased with.
I would bet the real estate investment trusts, which have tanked over the last couple of years, or crypto. One of those two.
Ooh, that'll get you, man. That crypto bug bites, and it hangs on.
We're back today, though, baby.
Are we?
Oh, yeah?
Over the last 72 hours.
Which coin?
Almost all of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Fantastic, man.
Don't buy any of them. Not financial advice.
Okay.
You'll get ruined.
I had my thumb was ready.
My problem is I can't
Doge.
sell them, When I'm up huge, I'm like, oh, this is freaking great.
Yeah.
Let's go. Of course I'm not going to sell.
You should just really get rid of it and pull the trigger.
Yes. I bet this time I'll sell too soon.
Diamond hands, right?
I'm so traumatized
Yeah,
from the
I
last two
understand.
cycles.
That's tough.
It's a dangerous game.
Yeah, diamond
to play.
hands is the worst phrase in crypto. Yeah.
Diamond hands.
Well, yesterday we had the update on Gen Xers being the biggest drinkers in the country, and we get the report from the Gallup survey today. Americans' drinking levels remain at record lows for the second year in a row. So apparently it's the health factor. Everyone is starting to understand that there is a health disaster looming around the corner potentially if you are a consistent and or heavy drinker. And so Americans are deciding that they're gonna put the bottle down 2 years in a row. That's not good news for the alcohol companies.
I do think that's economy. It's an easy thing to cut out, and maybe it's not easy for everybody, but it's a significant cost. And if you have a family and you're allocating $60 a week for wine or beer or whatever it is, and you're like, where are we going to tighten the budget? If you're a responsible family person, that's an easy one to think of. What's more important, diapers or my beer? And only the worst alcoholics would choose the beer. But I also think it's part of the reason why the state of Texas went after the THCA and THC laws.
Agreed.
Because the alcohol lobbyists paid a bunch of politicians to lie about what the effects of the THC were to get it totally banned and made a felony. The only thing that survived was the beverages, which those same beverage companies are distributing. The only thing that survived was the drinks, which you can get at Target.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You can get THC drinks at Target.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I noticed that stand the other night.
How about that for a PSA?
It was on an end cap.
Of course. And I will say those drinks are delicious.
They could bite you.
Yeah.
They really can.
But no hangover.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Alabama high school football coach having to resign after being arrested for, how about this? Public intoxication. He was not a part of the crew that is putting the bottle down throughout our nation.
Good for him.
He was trying to impersonate a reporter while scouting another high school team that he was getting ready to play in week 1 of the season. So week 1 opponent has a little scrimmage. So he's out there doing the run-of-the-mill stuff that coaches do. Let's go lay some eyes on this team that we're about to see. But he decided to get a little bit hammered. Was it Scott McCloughan style?
Yeah, Scott McCloughan was definitely the drinker.
Maybe he scouts better that way. All right, trying to do his job at the highest level.
Brian would tell you.
But then he tried to gain access to the field. And in order to do that, he masqueraded as a reporter, and the security folks down on the field were like, I smell that beer on your mouth, sir. Yeah, you are absolutely hammered.
Wow,
Not a reporter. You don't have a credential. You don't have a camera, a microphone, even a pencil to write down your notes here for quotes for the 16-year-olds after the game.
Is he dressed in disguise? Like, do they not recognize the opposing team's coach?
Aren't you the coach of our biggest rival?
Yeah, like, what the hell? Aren't we playing you?
We're seeing you next week.
This is
Guntersville High School O-line coach. What the hell? Jerry Folks is his name.
It's hard when you're hammered. You're like, can I get away with going to work right now? Will anybody notice?
Yeah, nobody will notice.
I love those videos, the body cam footage when a teacher's boozing out of the Yeti cup.
Oh, my God.
And she's just lying her balls off the entire time. They're like, we can literally smell it in your glass right now.
God, that's not what you think it is.
It's a heck of a move. So he had to go ahead and resign, of course. How about this one? Should we free this Florida man? Should it be 100% legal to throw dog S at your neighbor if he leaves the dog S in your lawn for the 15th time? Because that's what happened in Florida.
Allegedly. How's he counting? How can he prove this?
He was arrested after an altercation with his neighbor, which saw him fling dog poo at him and threatened to hit him with a children's scooter.
Oh.
Those razors, gosh, those could be painful.
Dude, those would hit you in the ankle all the freaking time.
Yeah.
Hurt so
My
bad.
kids love going barefoot, scootering around. I'm like, you guys are going to pay the price for this.
Yep, this is going to hurt.
It's only a matter of time. Please listen to me right now. But yeah, the guy complained to his neighbors about their dog using his yard as a commode. And he confronted the man multiple times, and the man just continued to let his dog go willy-nilly in the yard. So the guy decided that he was going to grab the dookie. I would like to think he had some level of glove or hand protection, but maybe he was so enraged that he just barehanded that thing and said, I'm going to throw it at you, and then I'm going to slap you in the face with my poo hand. Which could be a pretty lethal move, which I would respect in the throes of anger. But I don't know, man. Like, how many times is too many times to have to talk to your neighbor about their dog dropping grumpers in your yard? At some point, I got to be able to do something about this. And I'm just, I'm putting the poo sort of back where it belongs.
I get it.
It doesn't belong in my yard. It belongs potentially in your face, sir.
Yeah, so is he picking this up barehanded?
Well, that's what I just asked. Sort of, I don't know. I'm wondering.
I'd feel like you got to wear a glove.
But it's lethal. Yeah. Like I said, it's lethal to barehand that poo, okay? Throw it at him. Now he's all disoriented,
It's
and
sending
then
a
you
message.
come up with the open hand, poo hand slap to the face.
Oh,
now
wow.
you just you know
now
see
you're
what I'm saying?
Schmutz to the face.
Exactly, the poo schmutz.
Yeah, the poo schmutz is not what you want. And it stinks.
I get it if you went that route.
It's almost like, when you're trying to train your dog and you shove their nose in it. Now you're shoving your neighbor's nose in the dog poo-poo.
Yeah, I mean, you're just asking for that neighbor to shoot you.
Yes, that's definitely, depending on the state you're in.
That neighbor clearly is way off his rocker. I'm just going to try to ignore it. If it becomes so much that I can smell it, boy, I don't know.
In the heat of the summer with no rain, you're going to smell that, dude.
Yeah,
you're going to smell it before you even turn onto your street.
I think the move is to actually clean it and put the house on the market and move.
Wow.
Just let him
you're
going to leave. You're going to move?
Yeah, well, I mean...
Does he have the sign out that says, don't poop in my yard?
Do I have to have the don't poo in my yard sign for you not to poo in my yard?
You know what? You need to. Just put it out there. I walk around the neighborhood. I see people with that out there. And it's all right.
I
That's
did
not a
just
person
get the
to
no
mess with.
soliciting sign on my door.
There you go.
What a freaking game changer.
But I mean, no amount of poop is worse than having a potentially violent relationship with your neighbors. Like, that is rock bottom. Poop in my yard's not the rock bottom.
No, this actually brings up a great topic because I've been questioning this myself. I moved into the house, right? We share fences with the neighbors. So the back fence, the day I moved in, the person that constructed and built the house is like, hey, I don't know what you want me to do, but somebody has hung up something on the opposite side of the fence, and I can see it's tied up on my side of the fence. So when you go out of the backyard, I don't really want to look at this, but there is a white knot that is tied up. Now, he's like, what I would do is go and cut this, but I wanted to ask you. I'm thinking the last thing I want to do is start neighbor wars the second I'm moving in. But I know as my girls get older, they're going to go over there and they're going to untie that damn knot.
For sure.
So what do I do? Do I just go over there politely and say, hey, just moved in, what the hell did you do here? Because they had to come around to my yard and tie that thing up.
Yeah, just cut it and then blame the kids. That could be a good move for you. They aren't going to do anything to them. Or lay eyes on the neighbor and get a little scouting report to see,
tried.
Could I dominate
Yeah, I
this
did
guy?
drive around and do a little inspection.
Am I the big dog or is he the big dog?
See, I'm coming at this from a guy who's probably going to lose a fist fight with 90% of my neighbors.
See, there you go.
But if it happens to be the one that I think I can take or at least intimidate, that might change my approach.
I definitely like to try the intimidation tactic.
Yeah.
And then probably cower.
But then you also have to consider, like, how much of a gun nut is this dude?
Yeah,
Does he have any bumper stickers on his car that would suggest, keep honking, I'm reloading is his vibe?
I want to just avoid the confrontation.
Yeah. Well,
Ideally.
then just let it go and wait 10 years for your kids to untie it and deal with the problem then.
Untie it, girls.
We play a game called Does This Surprise You?
No.
We have the top 25 party schools in America.
Let's go.
I scroll through from 1 to 25. I see not one nil Texas school.
Texas State and San Marcos did not make the list?
That was the first school that came to my mind.
Right.
And then it was
the University of North
time,
Texas.
Texas Tech.
Yes,
in Lubbock.
You're right.
Anybody I know that goes to Lubbock,
They're boozing.
Sometimes they only go for a semester.
Broadway or just the house parties.
Your number one party school in America, according to partyschoolsamerica.com, if that was a real thing. Tulane University.
Wow.
Right there in New Orleans?
Yeah, I mean, it's right there.
Oh, Mardi Gras vibes are always in the air.
Yeah,
that's in New Orleans proper?
Yeah, it is.
I think so.
Wow. It is.
Yeah. And then shout out to their new Mardi Gras uniforms, their city edition, whatever uniforms.
I love
look
the
freaking
helmets.
amazing.
Gosh, they do.
If I'd gone to college there, I might have actually graduated.
You might have.
It's taken me 7 years, but
Where's Arizona State?
Van Wilder Dawson.
I always think the Sun Devils are going to be high on here.
Yeah, that is. I thought they were going to be in the top 5 as well. They come in at number 12. Okay.
Fall from grace.
So maybe there's narratives out there that aren't really true, or this list just absolutely sucks.
Is Arizona up there?
Getting it from Channel 8.
Is there any Arizona school?
So you have Alabama's 2.
Okay.
Florida State is 3.
Oh, yeah.
Georgia is 4. Wisconsin is 5. Those are your top 5 party schools, with Tulane being number 1. But yeah, there's not a single Texas school anywhere to be found in the top 25. I thought that was a little bit surprising.
903 says Stephen F. Austin. It stands for sex, fun, and alcohol.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, you had to be careful with the F1.
I'm pretty
else are you
sure
gonna do down
every
there?
university is a great place to party.
Yeah. For sure.
You know,
I mean, look, we had fun at
BYU,
UNT. And
if you
UNT
know where
is
to
not,
look.
we're a music school.
We have the most searched slang words in the state of Texas since the start of the year. Number 1, can anybody tell me what chud means?
No.
You chud. We used to throw that around a lot.
Did you really?
Yeah.
It's just popped up on my radar, at least. I hear people saying it. Apparently,
Chud, pud.
It's a fool, a troll, or a jerk, often used to insult internet trolls or describe an obnoxious person who is unlikable. Okay. Number 2, how about this one? LARPing. We all know what that is.
Oh, of course.
Live action role playing.
But are they calling it something else?
It's now a synonym to poser, fraud, try hard.
Well,
someone who pretends to be something they are not, faking a lifestyle, acting for attention.
Okay.
You know,
your performative stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like a jester gooner.
Okay.
Number 3, bird. Apparently, bird is now a slang word.
Bird? It's an animal.
Is that a gal? Someone acting. No, I got one for the gals
in
here
England,
in a second.
Yes.
Someone acting foolishly in relationships, like taking back an unfaithful partner. Lacks common sense, has low standards, and stays with a man who disrespects her. So, yeah, it is, I guess, maybe leans towards women, but I think a dude could be a bird as well.
Yeah.
Knew some birds in my life. Chopped. We know what chopped is.
And screwed.
Something that is ugly, undesirable, or unattractive.
Just straight up ugly.
We know what cap is. We have torta.
Torta.
Yeah, we talked about that one a month or 2 ago.
Yeah.
It's a way to describe an overweight, chubby, or curvy woman. Okay. And then how about this one? Foid.
Foid. Is it F-O-I-D?
Yes.
Okay.
Short for femoid. A blend of female and humanoid. How about this?
What?
A derogatory and misogynistic slang term for women, used to express resentment, insult women, and reduce individuals to objects. Foid. Okay. I haven't heard that one be used.
No.
Okay?
I haven't heard any
I got
of
the
these.
tortas, all over the place. Got the chopped now. Apparently, LARPing is a little bit different than what I thought, but bird, chud, all that. Those are your top slangs of the year so far.
Chud
Thank
can
you,
catch
Chief.
on. Chud's kind of fun.
Yeah.
I just like saying it now. Chud.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. Appreciate that.
You should chud.
You got an update on the chuds and
the chud buds
and the foids and the FOMOs. Moid is also a term for the men, says the 321.
Ooh, okay.
All right.
Okay, we're coming back with a football fixed. We'll Chuck, then Eric Nadell, and what you drinking, what you thinking here coming up at the top of the hour. If you have any thoughts on these subjects, where are we going next, though, buddy?
All right, let's do the fix here. We got some football sound for you, including Burrow, Mendoza, and a Kyler concern. That's next in the nation.
But first, Tolos, let's fix the wheels in your driveway.
right, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Wolchuk with sports.
Which is the team that can flirt with perfection? Right after this.
You think football is still fun? Yes. Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side! I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
All right, wide receiver news. The Texans have made exploratory trade calls on wide receivers Kayshon Boutte with New England and Rashad Bateman of the Baltimore Ravens. That's according to Aaron Wilson. So I don't know if we should believe that one, but that's according to him, and that makes a lot of sense. They need some help there. They also did sign veteran wide receiver Sterling Shepard and Zay Jones today. So they had both of them in for workouts. They both impressed. They need the help after Jaden Higgins and their entire Iowa State wide receiver room are now injured and out. He's got a torn ACL. So they're adding bodies, but maybe they're going to swing for a bigger name like a Boutte.
Yeah, I mean, it's what you got to do in a situation like this. Yeah. But I don't think they're going to find anything close to what they had.
No.
It's
I'm
just which jobber will our fan base be disappointed in?
I mean, Boutte, pretty good. But yes, Jaden Higgins.
Yeah, Boutte's probably the best out of those.
But what are you going to give up, right? And you're doing it with New England. I mean, that kind of just New England want to trade with you. But I guess there's Nick Caserio, former Patriots guy, maybe still got a good relationship with that front office. Now, CBS Sports, they've put out the final undefeated team in 2026 will be. Now, before you give me the team that you think can stay undefeated the longest, what week, how deep into the season do you think they have the Cowboys going before they take their first L?
3. Yeah, probably. I mean, I'll say 4 to be different because it's Houston the following week, right?
But deep down, you know it's week 3.
Probably.
Because you're football guys. And you're right. It's week 3, Cowboys, Ravens. They write one of the favorite games in the entire schedule, not just saying that because it's on CBS and it's going to be the first ever game in Rio. But the Cowboys had one of the worst defense in the NFL last year. And although the unit should be much improved, it's still going to have to go up against Lamar Jackson. Schematically, that's going to be a fun back and forth there with Christian Parker trying to find out a way to slow down Lamar Jackson. So they do have the Cowboys losing in week 3. But who is the team that they have going undefeated the longest? And I'll tell you, this is in week 8. They have a team lasting until week 8 going undefeated.
I mean, I'm just looking because obviously I don't know everybody's schedule, but I just know the overall schedule and the strength of it. Like the Lions have the easiest schedule in the sport. Could they possibly be that team? Could the Ravens, who have a top 5 easiest schedule in the sport,
ding,
be
ding,
that
ding,
team?
ding, ding. It's the Ravens.
It's Baltimore.
Ravens, they've got them going until week 8. They're the last unbeaten. They're 7-0. Ravens opened the season by playing 7 straight games against teams that finished under 500 last year. And that's why they've got them as the NFL's final undefeated team. After running off 7 straight wins to start the year, they finally will face a stiff test in week 8 when they face the Bills on the road, and they come up empty in this showdown of former MVP quarterbacks.
They lost Isaiah Likely, their tight end, went to New York with John Harbaugh. They lost Tyler Linderbaum, their center, who went to the Raiders.
By the way, their backup center that they now...
Yeah, they don't know who their center is.
They're done. He's out. He just tore his ligament in his knee.
None of this matters, dude, because they got Jacoby Lane, who might be the greatest rookie receiver of all time.
And boy, is he looking good.
Yeah, I don't get the hype about Baltimore. I think they're one of those teams where there's a lot of mystery going into 2026. It could go one way or the other.
I hear you. I still think there's a lot of talent on the defense. I got a ton of respect for Minter as a defensive mind who's now taking over at head coach, and then Declan Doyle.
Yeah,
coming from the Ben Johnson tree of coaching,
possible genius,
getting Lamar Jackson under center, and maybe they have a couple more weapons. Yes, they don't have the second string tight end in Likely, but they do have the Jacoby Lane factor and some of these other guys that are. I mean, you just paid Zay Flowers; he's probably playing with some confidence there. Derrick Henry still looks like a monster. Getting maybe the best offensive coordinator that Lamar Jackson's had, with a fresh new spunk on defense.
Yeah, the defense should be. I mean, you get Madubuike back, who missed all of last year. I do think the Ravens are going to be a solid team, but I'm with you. Having them go 7-0. I mean, hell, week 3, Dallas has a chance to beat them. I don't think I would take the Cowboys to win that game right now, but That's going to be a tough one. They do actually have the Chiefs as the second longest team to go undefeated.
How do you think Lamb and Pickens match up with Nate Wiggins and Marlon Humphrey?
I think well. And now Wiggins.
Extremely well.
Wiggins just had a bad injury scare. So,
he's back at practice this week. But,
I think that's a good point. I think offensively, you'd like the Cowboys' chances against that defense. But Jesse Minter did totally have Dak Prescott in it. Like, whoa, what the hell are they doing? They switched to cover 6 in the fourth quarter. They were moving the ball well in the first half. Second half, they couldn't do anything on offense against the Chargers.
It'll be really interesting. I don't know how different Derwin James and Kyle Hamilton are, but he weaponized Derwin James with the Chargers in a fantastic way, did Minter.
He did.
And, is he going to be able to copy and paste that in and rattle the cages of some of the best veteran quarterbacks in the NFL in Baltimore, as he did with the Chargers? We'll see. But I would also lay as my final card, bam, Trey Hendrickson's injury prone.
Yeah, so how long is it going to last?
Their pass rush was horrible last year.
It was really bad. Yeah, it was really bad, and they need somebody to step up. I hope it's Mike Green, who I loved 2 years ago in the draft. He's going into year 2. This was a big show-me year for Mike Green, okay? He needs to step it up in a big way.
It's a guy that he can bend with the best of them.
The bend. The bend is freakish with him.
Ankle mobility.
The Marcus Ware-like bend with Mike Green. All right, you guys stay up. You watch any Raiders, Texans, a little Chargers and 49ers preseason action?
No, I wanted to.
But you just couldn't consume much?
But I didn't get enough chores done around the house.
Yeah, that'll do it.
So I had crap on my responsibility.
My guy Paginetti, my favorite follow in NFL Twitter right now, he did a cut-up of all of the Mendoza dropbacks.
Okay.
So that's all I watched.
Well, Mendoza did have his pick 6 moment.
Yeah.
And it was Woodaz of Clemson, who the Cowboys actually, I had whispers, liked. They were a big fan of Wesley Woodaz.
Do you like the idea of Mendoza really going for it to try and make that tackle? It's like, I'm a rookie. I'm trying to show that I care so much in a preseason game that I'm going to risk my body to go attempt at making a tackle that inevitably I'm not going to make, or should he have just walked it right to the sideline?
He kind of went ass over tea kettle a little bit.
It was Scorpion on it.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, I respect what you're trying to do, but are you being try-hard guy? Whatever we just found out in the slang word, are you that guy now?
Yeah.
If I'm Kubiak, I'm going to him on the sideline after that and saying, don't do that again.
Okay, we did have a good
especially
moment.
in the preseason.
Yeah.
Okay, save
regular
that for the gosh dang playoffs,
yeah.
dude.
And honestly,
what?
don't even do it.
As a matter of fact,
yes.
When we make the playoffs eventually, we'll greenlight that.
You got 3 more years.
That's
before
really
you
the
have to
only
think about
time,
this, Fernando.
Otherwise, dude, you threw the pick. It's fine. Whatever. We want you back out there for the next series, not with a broken collarbone. All right. But here was Mendoza. Fun interaction. Laura Rutledge, ESPN. Take it away.
Please do, and please tell Mr. Buck I say hello.
Oh, we love it. There you go. What about Mr. Aikman?
Oh, of course. I mean, he's a legend, I think Mr. Buck needs some more love because Mr. Aikman's already,
Well said, Fernando. You nailed it.
Thank you. God bless.
Back to you guys.
See, there it is. Back to Mr. Buck. That's the stuff. I mean, he is unique. And I'll take that. We'll take the love from Fernando Mendoza, and he says all the right things. Sometimes it's very vanilla, but boy, does he think he represents himself really, really well.
What a refreshing personality he is.
Yeah. Amen, dude. Add Mr. Buck and Mr. Eggman to the Mr. list from earlier this week.
Yeah. It's just the Mr. Aikman. I loved it. He's funny, man. Mendoza is just a goofy goober. We played that sound from yesterday.
They're saying he's Latino Jameis Winston with just a dash of the tizzy.
Just a little tizzy. She's got a little Bobby Belt.
But it's like the best kind of tizzy.
It's a great tizzy. All right, let's go to Cincinnati. Sticking with the quarterbacks now. Dexter Lawrence. He's been dominating training camp, and then he dominated the joint practice they had with the Bears. So they're really excited there in Cincinnati. In fact, Joe Burrow was mixing it up. He was getting in training camp scuffles there against the Bears defense. That's rare for Joe Burrow, getting into a fight. Anytime a quarterback gets into a fight, you got to go ahead and highlight it. But here was Joe manifesting. Okay, and I love a good manifestation. Take it away, Joe.
I'm trying to put it out. I'm trying to put it out into the world. I'm trying to manifest it. I'm trying to show our guys the urgency that I have and that I want us to have as an organization to go and make it happen. You can keep pushing it down the road, or you can talk about it now and say this is the year. And I'm tired of saying next year. This is it. Your life is too short to keep pushing things down the road, and I'm trying to instill some urgency and some intensity in everybody to go and be great every day and try to go make it happen.
Can he will this into existence? Cincinnati. Dallas Super Bowl collision course, just like that guy in Vegas manifested. Except the Cowboys would win it, not the Bengals.
It is obviously more likely that the Bengals do it than the Cowboys.
Why is that obvious?
Here's the reason why. The AFC, there is no Rams, Seahawks dominant, like you're going to go win 11, 12, 13 games type teams in the AFC. There's a bunch of, you could win 9, 10 games. There's not the dominant powerhouse. And they have the second easiest schedule in the league. The Cowboys have the 28th.
I'm buying Cincinnati. I do think if Burrow can stay healthy, they'll be a playoff team this year. Super Bowl, we'll see.
It's one of the bigger ifs in sports history.
It is a big if.
Burrow stay healthy.
He's manifesting, dude. He's going to stay healthy this year.
Dak's manifesting too.
Eric actually made me believe there's a chance the Bengals could get there just based on the lack of quality in the AFC. It's like the Rangers could be a playoff team. The Bengals could be in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I see the parallels there.
I like it.
I mean, Burrow's got to stay healthy. I've been fading him all season long, but hell, why not? That passing game. I guess they're going to have to. Dexter Lawrence dominated a joint practice yesterday.
Yeah. I saw. I think it was Ted Karras, the Bengals guard, who was saying, he was asked, how did it feel to see Lawrence out there dominating another team? He's like, it's great. It made me feel so much better about myself because he's been killing me in practice. He's been
crushing it.
And now I know maybe it's not a me problem. It's a Dexter's a dominant force problem.
Big addition.
We need to dive into what manifesting is actually all about, though. That's a deep dive. I'm sure Eric Nadel might know something about it.
Oh,
I thought you were kind of our manifester.
I thought
correspondent.
You were I've manifested being here sitting in this chair.
And I feel like
you manifested man for decades.
I feel like a lot of people are using it just as I want to speak this into existence. I'm talking about it. I'm talking about it with my guys. You got to get into a truly meditative state.
You got to visualize it.
And then visualize it. Yep. Yes. You got to get into the frequency of the universe or God or whatever you want to call it.
Yep.
And then once you are there, which could take hours to get to, then you visualize it. And now you're putting into the ether, if you will, what could actually bring that to life. We got to run. It's a good time for it. Eric Nadel joins you next here in the nation.
But first, I got to let you know that America Can Cars for Kids is now
with the KNC Masterpiece. Wednesdays at 12:20. Coverage you deserve on your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on the Fan. It's time now for the Eric Nadel Show, brought to you by Kubota and by TXU Energy. And here he is, Hall of Fame voice of the Rangers, Eric Nadel. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
Doing wonderful. We were just having a conversation about NFL quarterbacks talking about manifesting stuff. Do you believe in manifesting success, Eric?
I do, yes.
Is there anything we can do to help that along with the Rangers here getting ready for this series?
I'm just trying to manifest a decent broadcast. What they do on the field is out of our hands.
Do you have any thoughts on manifesting you could share for us? Like, what are the keys to it?
Well, it's just positive. It's positive thinking, right? It's. I don't know if you need to actually do the affirmations. Maybe that helps, but certainly being in a positive mindset, and as a baseball player, it's a matter of displaying confidence, I think, and it's so important in baseball. It's such a mental game. The approach, as Yogi would say, it's 80% mental and the other 50% is physical. But, I mean, I think it really is true. I think it has a lot to do with how hitters in particular are successful or not successful at the plate.
Well, Jacob deGrom must have had some positive thoughts flowing last night then. That was about as good as he's looked in a while, wasn't it?
Yeah, it sure was. And, it was interesting to hear him say afterwards that, he found something in the bullpen when he was warming up last night with his slider. And his slider really did look much more devastating last night than it has in recent games. So if he found something and he can keep that going for the rest of the season, that's a really good sign for the Rangers.
When it comes to Corey Seager, it looks like he's turned the corner. Are you seeing signs of that? Do you think he can get into that dominant Corey Seager stretch we know and love to finish the season?
I think so. And in fact, I asked Skip Schumacher about that today, and he said Seager looks like a superstar at the plate right now. And that's, of course, what he's been throughout his career. This year hasn't exactly been the case, but I think if the manager says it, then I'm going to believe it.
We need to manifest him and Langford getting going together at the same time.
Yes. That would be nice. And, of course, keeping them both healthy is such a key right now. And, Skip is DHing Langford again tonight and says that he'll use the DH spot when the Rangers face a lefty and Jock Peterson isn't playing. He'll use the DH spot to give a partial night off to either Seager or Langford. And again, tonight it is Langford. And I think that's good news, too, the fact that Corey didn't feel that he needed the DH day today. So I think we're all encouraged by that.
When it comes to Kamar Rocker, we were talking about the midday show, the KNC Masterpiece, earlier about it, and they wanted your thoughts on how do you think his season's gone so far, and what do you think about the potential of him as a bullpen arm?
I don't know if he throws enough strikes to be a bullpen arm. His season's been up and down. When you come right down to it, he's been pretty much an average major league starting pitcher. Which really isn't that bad considering his age and his minimal time in the major leagues. We all want more than that, and we expect more than that, especially when we see his good games. But, he obviously has the ability to go either way in any given start. It's not the sort of consistency that you're looking for. But, I've got to say that overall, as a fourth or fifth starter, I'd say his season's not bad.
Eric Nadel here with you on The Fan. Kevin Hagelin had this question for us in Crosstalk. What game of the year do you think it will be when we finally figure out who these Rangers are?
162.
Yeah.
That last series of the season is at Minnesota. Right now, the Rangers and Twins are tied for the last wild card spot. And remember, the Twins won all three games they played here. So if they wind up tied at the end of the season, unless the Rangers sweep the Twins in Minnesota, and even if they do, it's unlikely the Rangers are going to win the tiebreaker, because I think that the next tiebreaker after the head-to-head matchup is play within your own division. And the Rangers' record within their own division is, a paltry 18-25 right now. So it's unlikely they're going to have a better record within their own division than the Twins will at the end of the season. So those last 3 games could be really dramatic.
Who's the better team right now, Rangers or Twins?
That's a good question. The Twins probably have a better record over the last month or last 6 weeks. They fortified themselves at the deadline. They made a couple of big pitching pickups. And, injuries are a factor. They're without Joe Ryan right now, who's their, top starting pitcher. The Rangers, of course, are waiting to get Leiter back. And it would be nice to get Josh Young back as well. So, you'd probably have to say right now, the Twins are the team that's trending more upwards than the Rangers are.
Obviously a great milestone for deGrom getting the 2,000 punch-outs. Do you have any other individual milestones that you were sort of in the building for that you remember?
Well, I was lucky enough to call Nolan Ryan's 5,000th strikeout, and that was in 1989 on August the 22nd. We are approaching the anniversary of that. That'll be tomorrow. That's such a big day in Ranger history. On August the 22nd, Nolan had his 5,000th strikeout in 1989, and then in 2007, on August 22nd, the Rangers had their 30-run game in Baltimore, beating the Orioles 30-3. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow and seeing what historic thing happens tomorrow night when Cody Bradford pitches for the Rangers.
Well, speaking of Rangers history, they'll have the weekend celebration for the 96 AL West Division winning team. What are your recollections and memories of that squad?
Yeah, this is such a great weekend, and we're really excited about honoring that team. We had a fantastic luncheon today. These guys really love each other. They were a very close-knit bunch. They were the first Ranger team to make the playoffs, first Ranger team to win the division. Most of the players have come back. They're mostly here this weekend, and it's great to see those guys. What I recall about that team is they won the first 7 games. They were in first place almost the entire season. They almost blew it in the last 2 weeks of the season. They had a 6-game lead with 2 weeks to go, leading Seattle, and then proceeded to go to Seattle and lose all 4 games of a 4-game series. So the lead went from 6 games to 2 games. And then the next night in Anaheim, they blew a lead in the 10th inning, lost in the bottom of the 10th, and their lead was down to 1 game over Seattle. And then John Burkett went out the next day, beat the Angels. Ken Hill went out the next day and beat the Angels. And the Rangers were back on the winning track, and they clinched on the final Thursday of the season when Seattle lost a game. While the Rangers were playing at home in extra innings against the Angels, Seattle lost a game to Oakland on the West Coast. And while we were in the 13th inning, we got a chance to say the Rangers are West Division champions.
Let's go. They tend to save the best for very late, and we're hoping to get that from deGrom, Seager. How about Mackenzie Gore, who's been really good his last 3 starts?
He has been great. His ERA over the last 4 is actually 2.63. He's actually been really good at home throughout the course of the season. His ERA is barely over 3 at home. But I've been really impressed in recent starts. His fastball has been used more, and it's been really good, and his changeup has been used more. He's not throwing his curveball nearly as much as he was earlier in the season, and I think the new pitch mix is actually helping him out quite a bit. The last time we saw this matchup, Gore against Detmers, they were both on their game. They both allowed just 1 run. It was the one game the Rangers won in Anaheim, and it took 10 innings to win it by the score of 4-1. But both these left-handed pitchers were really good. They're both 27 years old. They're very similar, and I think we're going to see a really well-pitched game tonight on both sides.
Sounds like to me, Eric, you could use some hot tea with honey. What you drinking? What you thinking?
I probably could. I've been off the last few days, so hot tea would probably be a better idea than the iced tea that I've been drinking all day. And what I'm thinking is, this is a pennant race. There are only 19 home games remaining, including tonight. People need to come out, and they need to make some noise.
Yeah.
The crowds for the series against Washington, I thought were somewhat disappointing.
Yeah.
And we need some noise in the building. We need some electricity in the building. There should be electricity. The Rangers are tied for a playoff spot right now, so people need to come out and watch this team and get behind them and make some noise and enjoy the pennant race.
Shoot, yeah. Have a great weekend. We'll catch up with you next week.
Thanks, guys.
There he goes. Eric Nadel, brought to you by Kubota and by TXU Energy every Friday at 4:40 here on The Fan. It's always a fun baseball conversation. We learn something, and we have a couple laughs. All righty. It's time now to have more laughs at 877-881-1053, the one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with you about DraftKings, though. Code DFW The Fan. I'll give that to you again, but something big is coming September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day arrives. Massive deals, exclusive deals, an all-day celebration built for sports fans. The countdown has begun. All roads lead to Game Day. The DraftKings Sports app now live in all 50 states. That means you, Texas. That means us. One app, every sport, all 50 states. DraftKings Game Day is yours. So remember the date, September 2nd, DraftKings Game Day, the kickoff of a new season, a new era, and the biggest day in sports history. So get pumped and get ready to celebrate. New DraftKings customers sign up with code DFW The Fan. Spend $5 to get $200 in rewards within 21 days. That's code DFW The Fan. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo. Nationwide based on sportsbook predictions and free-to-play sports contest availability. Varies by state.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on The Fan." Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Fernando Mendoza got his welcome to the NFL moment last night during his first drive when he threw a pick six. Despite that, Raiders head coach Clint Kubiak says he wants to keep the Raiders QB race going another week, saying he doesn't want anyone to get comfortable in their job. Kirk Cousins did not play in last night's game against the Texans. I'm Adam Abdallah.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, Tolo, Sean and RJ here with the greatest of base power. You know, summer in Texas means the AC is running, and your energy bill goes up. And while we can't control the weather, we can choose our energy plans. Base Power found that 7 in 10 Texans are overpaying for electricity. That's why they built Base Energy, one low fixed rate built to save you money. Switch to Base and they'll cover up to $150 in cancellation fees. See how much you could save at basepowercompany.com/thefan. That's basepowercompany.com/thefan.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health. Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here to tell you about my friends at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. The season is finally back, and Classic Labor Day savings are the play of the day. You can win big big with the drive of a lifetime. As the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, they have over 1,500 new Chevys, holiday price to move. Trade up to a new Chevy Silverado 1500 with $15,500 off MSRP. Now that's a winning drive. $15,500 off. At Classic Chevrolet, making the perfect trade is always part of the game plan. Right now, trade values are up. You could trade into something better than you thought and lower those payments. Plus, they'll buy your current car even if you don't buy from them. Get a check on the spot. Jump on these once-a-year holiday savings before it's too late. Shop now at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic. Together, let's drive.
Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025. Stock number T1176093. Documentation. Delivery fee $225. Classic discount $9,500. Customer cash $4,250. GM bonus cash $1,750. Plus tax, title, license. Expires August 31st, 2026.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
At 877-881-1053, it is time now for What You Drinking and What You Thinking here on The Fan. Line up the phone calls. First, we'll go around the broadcast position, tell you what we're drinking and thinking, and then we'll get out to you. You can also check in on the text. Same number. Please leave your name and city you're texting from. Yeah, Broadus is out today. He's over there at the hospital, and we're wishing him the best. There has been a round of initial testing and scans, and I believe they've ruled out worst-case scenario. But, you know, they're still trying to get to the bottom of things. So send that man some love on social. Let him know that he is missed. Currently, I'm drinking, just H2O. I've had one coffee today. No, I don't think I've had any coffee. I've just had my Taco Casa Diet Coke.
Oh, no, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Because the machine's been...
Yeah, the machine's down. So
Thank God you helped me out with that triple espresso to start the show. I wouldn't have made it.
I think that triple espresso is the last bit of coffee we've gotten out of that machine today. It's on the fritz. The door is closed and the wastebasket is empty, and it says, please close the door and empty the wastebasket.
Well, what the heck?
So maybe it just needs to be unplugged and plugged it back in. I think that's what the IT department would tell us, but I'll get on that at the break. I'm thinking about a couple of things, though. The Mavs announced the buyout with Klay Thompson, so see you later. Thanks for trying. You know, things did not go as planned for Klay Thompson, but he's going on to the Heat. I'm also thinking about this thing that keeps popping up on my social. The latest genetic research shows humans and Neanderthals interbred repeatedly about 200,000 years ago.
What?
Yeah, humans and Neanderthals, or Homo sapiens and Neanderthals. Almost all of it was Homo sapien women with Neanderthal men.
Oh,
they just want the big hunk, the big strong guy who's dumb, apparently.
Yeah. And ugly, right? We can say that?
Pretty ugly. Yeah.
It's like no
pretty short.
No standards.
But stronger than hell, you know?
Okay.
They were way stronger than us.
Yeah, it was just survival at that point.
Yeah, I guess. I guess maybe protection.
Yeah, exactly.
Protection, you know? I guess if it wasn't for our superior organizational skills and weapon making skills, they would have whooped us.
Yeah, because you see the Geico commercials, and that guy doesn't stand a chance with a lady these days.
No,
but he was cleaning up back then.
They were much more like stout and strong than the Geico guys.
Like,
you know,
Viking-like?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were like much more equipped for hand-to-hand combat to get their meals or climb or rummage or whatever they had to do.
Not frail, bearded, hairy men.
I guess not. But I mean, so were we. So were we back in the day, you know, because we were out there living in the world and climbing stuff and walking and running and having to be active every day. So we were freaking shredded too. But,
yeah, we were.
They had the upper hand on us. I think we had to take them out because they were stealing our ladies, you know, with their jawline, and I don't know, but
dashing good looks.
I did find that interesting, and maybe a window into the female psyche that I don't understand, but I'm curious about. Here's Chief with what he's drinking and thinking.
Yeah, just cracked a little one of these Olipop deals my wife decided to buy. Strawberry vanilla, pretty good.
Olipop.
Yeah, got a little carbonation going, so that's exciting. And I'm thinking about making good on the HOA this weekend, having to get out in the yard and trim up that crepe myrtle. You know.
It's got a little unruly.
It's gonna be hot.
Did they leave
a
nasty notice for you?
Yeah. I got the email where they took a picture of my front lawn and said this crepe myrtle is apparently a safety hazard or something. I don't know. They're making up some garbage reason why I need to do it when I think it's just something that's maybe more of an eyesore than they would prefer. So we're gonna get out there and test these man skills.
Yes,
about it.
I believe in you.
Now, what kind of tool do you have for this?
I just got one of your basic trimmer deals. Like it's not
the giant scissors.
Yeah, the giant scissors.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll be scissoring the hell out of that thing tomorrow.
Yes, you will be.
Hopefully, it doesn't take too long.
Do you like his chances to get that done? Chopping a tree.
You think I need something more like a
pole saw,
like electric,
maybe gas
or gas? Electric.
Yeah, I think you might need some kind of a power tool or saw. I just don't know if those blades are going to clip through. Now, the text is jumping into saying those women were kidnapped. It probably makes sense.
Oh, it was non-consensual.
Okay.
Yeah, probably makes sense. Wolchuk, drinking, thinking?
Man, I'm sipping on some high-quality H2O. Did start a new show, Furious, on Hulu. I was telling you about that. I think it's pretty good. I'm only 2 episodes in, so don't spoil it. And maybe it ends up getting bad. I don't know. If it does, then let me know. I'll lower my expectations. But also just thinking about Brian. Hopefully he can make it tomorrow. We miss you. We love you. Big game for the Cowboys. Who's going to end up taking and earning some roster spots? Who's going to lose roster spots, more importantly? Don't go full Trayshawn Holden.
All righty, let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander is standing by with what he's drinking and thinking. Sir.
Man, you should see what Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
What is
Science
he? Astrophysicist or something like that? He had a funny take about the DNA situation, but the Neanderthals.
Okay.
So look that up one day.
I will.
What am I drinking? Alkaline water. I'm thinking it's a fight weekend. I'm pretty excited about that. So
Who we got?
Teofimo Lopez and Rolly Romero.
Ooh. Dang, I was hoping you were going to say Ray J.
Yeah, got them. So I'm trying to figure out what my menu is going to be like that night, Saturday night.
Right on.
I'm thinking some crab rangoons.
I'm not against that.
I think you should go full goon.
I'm not against it.
That might be the only thing we can eat right now that's not going to kill us.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything bad about the Chinese food.
All right, well, let's hit these phone calls. I see some good texts coming in. 817, Bill from Crowley drinking Natural Light, thinking about what I'm going to focus on in tomorrow's Cowboys game. Yeah, I have a hard time staying focused in the preseason games. It's so boring.
It does get bad. Troy Aikman was really, because I caught the fourth quarter of the game. That's all I could end up watching when I finally got Liza to bed. But Troy Aikman was just so ready to get out of there. Joe Buck threw a joke out like, well, it might be destined for overtime here, Troy. And he's like, God, I hope not. Well, there's no overtime in the preseason anymore. Thank goodness. Could you imagine? Why? No point.
Dang. Texas saying I'm going to need some loppers or some type of electric Black & Decker.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Hedge trimmer?
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
I mean, if you got to take actual branches out.
I might be ill-equipped.
I really like, now, people will make fun of you, but the Black & Decker electric chainsaw, it's got the 40-volt battery to it.
Heck yeah.
And it's super safe and easy. Those gas chainsaws can kick back at you. If you accidentally ground them, you got to be some sort of a technician.
I need a class for that before I trust myself.
All right, Lucius, where are we going first?
Rodeo Ron, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, Rodeo?
Well, I'm sipping on some Jim Beam with a little Dr. Pepper. And no, I'm not intoxicated today because I want to get this phone call right because I'm thinking about 2 legends in the DFW area today. First one is my mom. And if y'all ever grew up with Texas wrestling, independent wrestling, my mom was a super fan of wrestling. She passed away 11 years ago today. She gave me my love for pro wrestling. Her name is Big Gladys. If to all y'all that ever with the PCW, the Sportatorium, Will Rogers Coliseum, MPX, all of them right here. Y'all know who she is. The second person who's a legend, he's a Tolo. It'll be 2 years on Sunday when my friend that inspired me to do these phone calls, Kenny from Quinlan, passed away. I'm going to give a big shout out to Cody and Tuesday and those 2 hockey playing grandsons. Y'all are one fine family. I love you guys. I miss your grandfather, miss your dad, and I miss my mom today. And remember one thing, if you're not hanging out with Rodeo Ron, sipping on some Jim Beam, listening to that 105.3 The Fan, thinking about a couple of legends in the DFW area, where the F you at, baby?
There he goes, Rodeo Ron. Yeah, I appreciate your Facebook post, man. You can get Rodeo Ron there on Facebook, see some of the stuff that he's talking about there. Looks like he's taking his mom around him on a tour of wrestling spots there in the cremated remains in the urn.
Shout out to Gladys, man.
That's beautiful.
And to Kenny, we love you.
Yeah, Kenny and Quinlan. I believe his daughter's name is Tuesday.
Yeah,
Tuesday.
Yeah, definitely.
Maxon and Landon, right? Hockey
That's right.
playing grandsons.
Yeah, they must be
They gotta be
13,
big now.
14 by now.
Yeah.
Probably still crushing on the tour. Lucius, where are we going next?
Christian and Addison, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
Evening, gentlemen. I'm having an ice-cold Miller Lite by the pool after 50-plus hours in a hot warehouse this week. What I'm thinking is we need to temper our expectations as Cowboy fans. I'm a lifelong Cowboy fan. But with Jerry being all hat and no cattle for the last 30 years, why are we so excited about some preseason stuff? Thank you.
We're just jonesing.
You know,
we're jonesing for some football.
And I if you just want to live like the miserable over 30 years, eventually, every year's a new year. Okay. And in 1 year, that's why we love sports. That's why you do this as a fan. If you don't, then you don't have to be a fan of the team. But you just can't go into this thing thinking it's just going to be rinse and repeat the same old way. Maybe it will be. But tell that to Knicks fans who just suffered miserably and had one of the worst owners in all of sports in James Dolan until guess what happened? They finally won the NBA championship. The Red Sox in 2004, the streak of Babe Ruth. Eventually, this type of crap, it's going to end. And you know what? You're going to be so damn excited when it does. So that's why we sit here and we talk about the opium, because eventually things are going to go our way. That's all we need, just a little bit of luck.
Yeah, hope's the most powerful drug in sports.
Damn right. That's what sports are really all about. The majority of the time, you're going to fail and lose, and it's going to be really sucky.
Eventually, it'll break. And, we were talking about it yesterday, like, Shoddy is one of a very select group of coaches who have actually been able to have strong influence over the Joneses and not be a yes man and figure out a way to get it done. You had Jimmy, you had Parcells, and now you have Shoddy. And I think when you have the right coach, we've always needed the right coach and quarterback combination to elevate this franchise and to sort of turn the lights on, the light bulb moment for the Jones family on what it's going to take to win in this NFL. The Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy years, you're on a hamster wheel to nowhere. They were, stuck in the past. But we strongly believe Clayton Adams, Christian Parker, Jerry, and Brian Schottenheimer have sort of elevated the intellectual quality, the football IQ of this organization.
Yes.
That's probably why. And then to what Wolchuk said, I don't want to be just believing that there's no chance of it happening all the time. I've been there for 4 years.
Right.
I need to break out.
Did you go into the 23 Rangers season thinking that this team's going to win the World Series? No. You just don't know when it's going to happen. But by gosh, when it does, it's amazing.
Where are we going next, Lucius?
Let's go to Marty in Weatherford. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Marty?
Oh, shoot, man. I was drinking water just a little bit ago, drinking nothing right now. But what I was thinking is that, the Cowboys, for one, Caleb Downs, awesome. Like, Shoddy has nothing but, amazing things to say. And then we also have these guys. We signed Von Miller. We have Malachi Lawrence. We have all these guys on the Quentin Williams.
Yeah.
We have all these guys on the line. It's amazing. I think our defense is going to turn around, and our offense is just amazing. So, and it's been amazing for years, but we never been able to turn it around. And then also, I'm going to throw it over to the Rangers. Corey Seager is getting hot, so we'll see where that goes. Because 2023,
that's right.
He got hot.
How baked are you right now, Marty?
Do what?
How baked are you right now?
Man, I hadn't smoked weed. And let's see, last time I smoked weed was 20. I'm trying to think of the year, actually.
Too high to remember.
2000. No, it's 2003.
2003.
Wow, that's a run, Marty.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's been a long time, man. I'm actually an alcoholic, but okay. I don't drink anymore.
Oh, so, congrats!
Just beer, right?
Yeah. No, I stay away from it. I drink a couple of beers here and there with a few friends, but no, dude, drugs, all that stuff. That was over 21 years ago. I quit that a long time ago.
Congrats, Marty.
Hell yeah, Marty.
Appreciate you checking in here. That opens the line at 877-881-1053. That was, the most stone-sounding phone call from a guy that's not baked.
Yeah.
So my spidey senses were off on that one.
I was kind of sensing the same thing, like the edible just hit.
Yeah, the edible hit, right around the time he said Malachi Lawrence.
Oh, crap. Where was I going with this?
Who's next, Lucius?
Big Steve, what are you drinking? What are you thinking, sir?
All right, so I'm drinking water, and I'm, in fact, fried right now, unlike that guy that sounded like he was. But I want to give my Kenny and Quinlan shout-outs, R.I.P. to Kenny, R.I.P. to Mama Broadus, what's up to Broadus and Papa Broadus, Uncle Ron, and Marcus Garvey's soul brother, Polo and Garland. I was calling to talk about, it's been... since I was 11 years old, I was thinking about my father. My father would be at 41. He would have been celebrating a third Super Bowl. And as a kid, you couldn't tell me that from the ages of 8 to 11 that the Cowboys wouldn't have at least about 10 bowls right now. And I'm 41 now. So I just wanted to give a big shout out to my boy Wooly Bully because you brought me back in. I was more of a negative Cowboy fan. But because you you really can't be negative, I'm right there with you, Willie Bully, and that's really all I had to call and say. Y'all have a good day.
Great call, Steve. Thank you,
Steve. I love you, man. It's not easy, and you've seen me. There's definitely days I come in here and I'm like, "F this, dude." But you're
broken.
Yeah, and there's a likelihood at the end of this season I'm gonna feel the same way, and I'm aware of that. But you do this for that. What we experienced at Rangers parade, and you just never know when that year's going to come. And eventually, after 31 years, you got to think the Cowboys' law of averages are finally breaking through. We can do this.
It was the second Niners loss, the Packers loss, and then when that report came back, the Cowboys were bringing back Zeke as we were leaving spring training. I think those are the top three frustrated moments that temporarily broke you.
Yeah.
But you were a beacon of Cowboys positivity for the Tolos.
I try.
And an inspiration. Who's next, Lucius?
Let's go to James in Greenville. James, what are you drinking? What are you thinking?
I am drinking some top shelf Cabo Wabo tequila. Yes, it's top shelf. It's on the shelf, but it's still the top shelf. And I'm thinking it's too hot. We have to wake up too early to get these kids to school. My boss wants too much. I'm going to get too drunk this weekend, and my wife's going to be too mad.
You nailed it.
My wife's too mad.
That's a nice walk-off right there. Yeah.
He's got a good lay of the land.
Not going to argue with anything you just said.
It is a rude awakening when the kids get back in school after waking up whenever you want for the summer.
Yeah, you're making lunches and breakfast at the same time.
I was under the gun this morning, too. I got it done just in the nick of time.
Yeah.
Any more, Lucius?
Yeah, Polo and Garland. What are you drinking? What are you thinking, Polo?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, I'm at the house. I'm drinking my girlfriend Starbucks cappuccino caramel, which I shouldn't be doing. There's a couple of things I'm thinking about before the main reason why I get on here. I want to send a shout out to my homeboy Chubb and my homeboy Marcus because they let me know last week. I know, Broadus, whatever good you're going on through whatever, but you said something that really kind of made me upset when you said I had a stroke. Again, that's not funny, man. Yeah. I don't know what you're going through, but I pray for you. I'll keep praying for you. You know what you said about me last week. That's not funny. Said somebody had a stroke, man. I almost died. I got a whole family to look out. That's not funny. We're supposed to be on the radio talking about sports, not somebody having a stroke, man. But what I'm thinking about, AZ Fudd, you should have been the number one pick. We should have got Olivia Miles. Even though she looked kind of weird, she's the girl clowning up there in Minnesota. And the dude that called before Steve, shout out to my homeboy Steve, gave me a shout out a while ago. But to the dude that called before, you got to have hope, man, because I've been down. Last time I won the Super Bowl, I was 17. I'm 48. And I got a cousin that's a Niners fan, and I got to hear his mouth all the time. We've been to the Super Bowl, but you got to think about it like this. The Cowboys have won the Super Bowl since y'all won the Super Bowl. I don't care how many times y'all have been. And that's my cousin Lammers. I love him to death, but you a 49ers fan, I can't deal with it. He come over my house in red and gold. I can't deal with that, but I still represent the blue and silver. I love my Cowboys. Even though they do dumb stuff, it's all because of Jerry Jones have done dumb stuff. And Stephen Jones, I really don't look at the future. If Jerry died, I don't see what Stephen going to do any better because you want to hold on to all these billions and billions of dollars. We know you rich already. You going to pass it down to Stephen Jr., everybody else.
Spend the money, man.
Yeah.
We'll get a better defense. And then every time Dallas get somebody past their prime. We got Brian Miller. Wow. We should have Brian Miller 10, 15 years ago. Every time Dallas do like Klay Thompson. You got to wow. He's a champion. So what? You got after he made the championship run? Come on, Dallas, be better, man. All Dallas sports. All Dallas fans. I love y'all, Willie Billy. Gavin, you my dude. Lucy, you in the back there, keep jamming, my dude. And Jill Fowler, you know I love y'all too. But brothers, I'm kind of upset about what you said about me last week, man. Be a better person today. I challenge you to an arm wrestling championship. What's up, dude? We're arm wrestling about this. Bye.
There he goes. Polo in Garland challenging Broadus on a hospital bed to an arm wrestling competition. That might have been some of your finest work to date. Polo, appreciate the call. Did you see Olivia Miles last night break that gal's ankles?
Oh, my God.
She is really damn good.
I'm serious about the ankle break.
She is really good.
Like that girl got hurt.
She did. She was like reaching down for it as Olivia's like, yep, gotcha. Then she backs up, nails the three.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were in first place even before Nafisa Collier came back, and the Wings probably got to play them in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, they've been fantastic without Nafisa Collier, which is crazy to think. She's one of the best players in the league.
Where are we going next, Luce?
I hope those nurses heard that's dealing with Broadus right now. Yeah. Sir, did you make fun of somebody going through a stroke? Well, it's a radio bit thing. Let's go to Black and Gold Super Bowl. Black and Gold B. Wrap us up here. What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
Yo, what's going on, fellas? First of all, I just want to give a shout out to Mr. Broadus. Hopefully he gets out of the hospital soon and he's back at work. Right now, I'm just drinking water. I'm driving home, but I'm still not drinking cold beer right now. Waiting for the first game of the season, but I'll probably have a couple cold beers next week when we do our fantasy draft. And what I'm thinking, man, I'm just glad that the weekend is finally here, man. This is the first weekend in probably like a month I actually get to enjoy. Just like vacation. We had a vacation and then school getting ready. Then I had to work last Saturday, which really sucked. But and that's just something that should never happen. Like, we shouldn't be working on weekends. And if you do have to work weekends, it should be mandatory overtime pay.
That's right.
It's just terrible. But once I do get home, I will be sparking up some big old fat bowls because I'm a stolo. And that means I'm a stoner and a tolo. We invented that saying last weekend with Fred Davis and Will Chambers. And before I go, the song I'm going to recommend is The Thing That Should Not Be, and that's by Metallica. Okay, everybody have a great weekend, fellas.
Ooh, a Metallica jam.
Cheers, B.
Nice. I'm always up for more Metallica. They were cranking that Tuesday when we were at the ballpark. It was a big part of the playlist. And there's so many good ones. I mean, you could probably go 40 or 50 Metallica songs deep, and every one of them just be cuts. All right, let's run. Let's get out of here. Coming up next, it'll be time for the G-Bag of the Day and then some LA Live. Thanks to everybody for participating in What You Drinking and What You Thinking. We'll take more of your phone calls next Friday at 5. Till then, at ease.
But first, Tolos, I got to let you know that America Can Cars for Kids
1053 The Fan. The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. We're a man down today. Brian Broaddus had stomach trouble. Went to the hospital. People are just tuning in. They're getting off work. They're like, hey, where's Brian? What's happening with Brian? So he's over there. He's actually next door at the hospital. And, they're just getting him checked out. And I think Austin Nix just went over there and got a short video of him laying in his bed. You need to get him a blanket,
He's just sitting there in his cowboy gear, shorts. He just is so out of it.
He is bummed about not
guy.
Being on the show today. He's the hardest working man in Cowboys media. So brought us some love on social media. Let him know that he is missed, and hopefully he gets well soon. But he's been there for a while now. If
you're staying overnight, this thing can't be good. I think, Eric, we probably should prepare for us to just be holding this thing down tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, we got Klay Thompson joining the Heat. You got DeMar DeRozan going to the Nuggets on a 1-year deal. You got Jake Bobo, the Seahawks wide receiver tight end hybrid thingy, suffering a serious knee injury. Is he out for the year? Bobo out for the year?
Sounds like it.
So that sucks for him. And those are your top national sports stories of the day. It's time now for the G-Bag of the day and into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
It's a Friday, baby. How you doing, huh?
Terrific.
All right, so G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. It's fueled by East Dallas Motor Cars, EastDallasMotorCars.com. My name is L.A. I'm the curator of this situation. Sit back and let's enjoy this, all right? Our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day is A.I. Broaddus from the Sick Mind of Bobby Belt from the morning show here, the RJ and Choppy show on the Fan. Which one of these fools is Chop? A.I. Broaddus right here on Von Miller's pickup. Cowboys picked up Von Miller this week, and A.I. Broaddus has been watching the tape.
Von Miller just isn't a good player. He might as well go by King Von because he hasn't done anything since 2020. He keeps the edge about as well as a guy who suffers from premature ejaculation. Well, he's less explosive than that. Seriously. He's got less bend than a hitchhiker who doesn't have any cash. Sure, he's a name, but you know who else is a name? Jeffrey Epstein. Y'all want to play him over James Houston too? Forget the Dez thing. This is the horrifying tape Mike Florio should be looking for.
Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord.
Wow. That gets better and better every time. It's unbelievable.
Really
There's like 4 things in there that you could get a human resources file for.
Keeping the edge.
Without question. Yeah, the
keeping the edge. The hitchhiker.
Epstein.
Edge, bro.
King Von, R.I.P.
R.I.P. to that.
Wow.
That's serial killer. Okay. Let's go to the Yes Network. Yankees, Orioles. Why is Michael K talking like this?
That'll do it. For the Yankees, 3 runs in an inning. It's an offensive orgy. And this guy...
Wow. Goodness.
For the Yankees, 3 runs in an inning. It's an offensive orgy.
It's an offensive orgy.
It's not a family-friendly word. We're looking for a little bit more wholesomeness in your...
Sounds outstanding, but yeah, you can't be doing that on... I'm curious. I'm kind of curious.
That was an offensive orgy right there.
I also have a little Flashback Friday clip of Michael K. suggesting that DMX join the broadcasting booth or something like that. My God.
But we've got a big enough budget that we can get DMX to do the second one. Yeah, in person.
He's available?
Yeah, he's not available, unfortunately.
No, he's not available because he's no longer with us.
Yeah,
he's no longer with us.
He's available, right?
He's available. Oh, my gosh. That's like when Stacey Dash found out that DMX died. You guys seen that? That video? Oh, so funny. Oh, my God, guys. Oh, my God. Like, he's been dead for a year, girl. Oh, my God, guys. Let's see. How about this? High school football starting up. Yes. Let's go to KVRR Sports. They were interviewing Fargo Davies Eagles football team. Varsity high school football team. This kid is fired up. Yeah, Fargo. Where's that at? North Dakota? Yeah. Great movie, too, by the way.
And show.
Yeah, and a show.
I haven't seen the series.
The series is great.
So I can't say.
They're both good.
Okay.
Really good.
This kid is fired up, though.
Because we're all dudes out here. Everybody here is a dude.
I like that. Hold on. Because we're all dudes out here. Everybody here is a dude.
Because we're all dudes out here. Everybody here is a dude. They're willing to work hard and they're ready for the challenge. So, yeah. We preach in the offensive line room that we're going to be the most physical offensive line in the state, and we're just going to ram the football up people's butts.
What?
On the news.
They're going to ram the football.
Dad, they're going to have me. I'm at 6:30 during the sports segment talking about our high school squad.
Check me out, guys.
yeah, Dad.
We preach in the offensive line room that we're going to be the most physical offensive line in the state, and we're just going to ram the football up people's butts.
Don't let Mom watch. She kind of got away from me a little bit.
Wow. Just, there you go.
Just ram it up there.
Just ram it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's probably straight out of the coach's mouth.
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, it's down like down your throat.
I thought in football, you run the ball down their throat.
Yeah.
You don't ram it in their butts.
That's what Boosie was talking about. Yeah. That's what Boosie was worried about.
The gamification of American sport.
That's what he was worried about, bro.
Thong in his ass.
Will the defense have to consent to this?
Yeah, I don't know.
Who knows what's going on in
the
Fargo?
offensive lineman.
Yeah, Fargo's a wild place.
Very remote location.
Yeah.
They're probably not hip to all that.
Might be Fargo, Minnesota. You might have had this wrong.
I think Jared Sammer would love that clip, though, with that blasted the crap out of the Astros.
Yes, he would.
He would love that one. He put that on a real report.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he did. And he did it on purpose.
Like a TSN report.
Wow. Let's go to ESPN Sports Center with SVP Scott Van Pelt right here. I seen this live last night, and I thought maybe the shaman was on me.
Okay.
Because I was like, there's no way he just said, am I hungry? This is your boy, Kyle Brandt.
Scott, when you're driving your sons around, will you guys ever hit the Taco Bell? I'm asking.
Sure.
Okay. Taco Bell for like 50 years has just been taking like the same 5 ingredients and just repurposing them.
Yeah, chalupa,
yes,
whatever.
but now it's the nacho chalupa.
Uh-huh.
Cowboys are the Taco Bell team. It's the same thing for decades. We have a fancy quarterback. We have a big old owner. We have a defensive end. It's just like this is now the Tostitos nacho wrap.
Yeah, but
nacho.
Yeah, but let me give you the Cliff's Notes.
The short version.
Think about it. Caleb Downs, right?
Yeah, it's great.
Okay,
it's all
get
great.
Gary, huh?
Yeah, I love it.
Quinnen up front from last year. Come on.
Beef, tomatoes, shell, cheese, over and over. And it's good. It's always good. I love Taco Bell. Believe me.
Right.
Even through the lettuce thing, I was eating Taco Bell. I'm a madman. But I've seen this over the years.
You're a sociopath.
If it burns, I like to touch to see if it burns.
All right.
Is this team different? Is this chalupa different than the gordita?
There's no way.
Hell yes, it's the Cantina chicken menu. You jerk.
That's some ideas right there.
Man.
Clearly.
Man, outstanding.
He's sitting there eating his cheesy gordita crunch like, damn, this is like the Cowboys.
He's making a great living hating on the Cowboys last couple of years.
Yeah.
Kyle Brandt.
Well, he's a Bears fan. I mean, they've lived through hell.
He's having to get real creative on how to dunk on them.
Taco Bell.
That's pretty funny. That is creative. A little bit out there. I don't know. Maybe he was on the edible. Maybe he's...
Yeah, Kyle, I could see it.
Yeah.
Hey! Yes! Yes! Yep! All right, last one right here. This may be a warning to everybody who's trying to get a little reckless this weekend. You never know. You never know. You never know. So take it easy. We have a bagpipe man that was not in his bag. He fumbled a going home ceremony. You know what a going home ceremony is? Celebration of life.
Yeah.
All right. Fumbled it, bro. Wait a minute. Oh, my gosh.
Find it. Slip it in gear. Come on.
Find it. Where the hell is it?
You're right there. You're right there.
Woo! Not a slipping in gear.
Yeah. Grinding those gears.
There we go. I'm going to miss him. Yeah. Watch this ending. That's it.
That's it.
That's how he ended, bro.
Just like,
He said, maybe I should just abort. Maybe I should just stop doing all of this. I love that ending.
Yeah. He picked his eyes up right there and looked in the audience.
It's like a fart.
The survivors were like, get it. Cut it.
Go. It was like a difficult poo
He's
right
been
there.
self-teaching on the bagpipe for 3 months, and he's like, I got this, guys.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm good at this.
I've been putting the work in.
I got to show up.
Is it our champ AI brought us from the sick mind of Bobby Bell?
Man.
Is that a Michael K combo platter?
Yeah, that's cool.
The offensive orgy and the DMX reference. A lot of orgy words in my life. Well, I just watched the Thor movie. Zeus was talking about an orgy a lot.
Love and Thunder.
Zeus a big freak, huh?
Zeus is a freaky deaky.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. And so were the ladies around him. Is that a concubine?
Yeah.
Is that what that is? A KVRR Sports interviewing Fargo Davies football team. You got SVP with Kyle Brandt, the Taco Bell stuff. Kyle sounds like every Cowboys fan over 60, doesn't he?
Yeah.
You're like, this isn't going to work.
the same old crap. They're just putting it in a tortilla.
God, I hope it's different.
I did.
We needed to be different.
I had to turn off the TV. I was like, bro, I'm getting hungry, fam.
Yeah, tomatoes,
What are we
queso,
doing, dog?
tortilla, bagpipe man, not in his bag. I'm going to go with the football kid in Fargo, Chief. How about you?
Give me AI, Beasy.
Okay, Lucius.
Bagpipe.
We're tied at 1, Wolchuk.
Oh, no.
Cast the decisive vote.
Go with your heart, Playboy.
It's rare Brian takes a day off. It took extreme stomach pain to do it.
He would definitely vote for himself.
Give me the bagpipes.
By a score of 2-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, Bagpipe Man, not in his bag. Let's stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
There's some people mad at you about that one right there, Woolchuck.
Yeah, but I went with my heart.
Blew it.
I went with my heart.
Go with your heart, though.
And I like the bagpipes.
It is a Feel Good Friday edition of LA Live. Right to the great Rick James, baby, yeah!
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toast.
Sticky, icky. Ooh,
it'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Here's the thing about the gym. You can't do the same workout because your muscles are smart and they have memory and they will memorize your workout, then you will not make any gains. So what you guys have to do is muscle confusion. You have to confuse your muscles. And that's what I do. I get dressed like I'm gonna work out. Right before I step on the treadmill, I smoke a cigarette. Muscle confusion. Yeah. And muscles are like, I thought we were to go for a run. I'm like, sorry, muscles, we're partying.
Gotcha. Hey, this is LA Live for August 21st. It is a Feel Good Friday, 2026, man. People, we made it. Oh, my gosh. I barely got up this morning. I was creeping to get up out that bed and go run them hills this morning, but I finally got up there and ran them hills. Another historic week of 2026 in the books. Let's enjoy this weekend safely. Avoid the law dogs. Avoid the flock cameras. Mind your speeds. Y'all are really bad at the speed situation. I don't even know why I do this sometimes because I don't know why. Don't drink and drive. Get those pre-roll containers out of the ride. Keep your emotions in check. I don't want to see you make permanent decisions on temporary feelings out here, okay? I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV either, or DFW scanner, or DFW mug shots this weekend. In other words, do not crash out like our guy. That Philly fool, EDP 445. The documentary, The Sick Mind of EDP 445, that dropped a few weeks ago. It was about Philly's Eagles internet personality, EDP 445, and the alleged allegations of him being a predator, of being a sick individual. And if you watch this documentary like I did, he did way too much talking. In fact, there was a Nevada lawyer that was being interviewed saying, why is he even doing this?
There's definitely a chance that he faces criminal prosecution. I think what he's doing now, by quite frankly doing this documentary, it's just a stupid idea. He's well within the statute of limitations. Just on that alone, he could be prosecuted.
Yeah, he did way too much talking. Well, now EDP 445's case with Kern County has been reopened following his documentary.
Good.
Yes, EDP 445 was out here cloud chasing and got caught up in a case of self-snitching.
Ouch.
Got him.
Self-owned.
Got him. Self-owned right there, bro.
Is it possible the 321 saying he wants to get arrested so he doesn't have to pay for his kidney treatment?
That could be a possibility.
I didn't know that he needed had a health thing going.
He's got like 8 hours of dialysis he has to do every week. Yeah, or he just won't make it.
So if you're incarcerated, they've got to just take care of that for you.
You have you seen this guy before?
He's a big man. Yeah, very large.
He looks like a walking health problem.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, his mattress is on the floor too. If you watch the documentary, man. Oh, just watch him get up off that mattress to get on the computer and be a troll.
It was up at one point, but it caved in.
Brian peeling out of the beanbag.
Yeah, go check out that documentary if you feel like things just get worse and worse and worse as you watch it. Here's a weekend warning, folks.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail.
Yeah.
If you do end up in jail, establish settlement quickly.
Real fast. LA Live is sponsored by Metro Flow Plumbing. Hey, deGrom Music and Johnny Damn D. Drop this right here for me, please.
That old Dallas swag. Hey, as soon as I get to the crib, I'ma roll Cali grass.
Hey.
Rap game, Cooper flag.
Hey.
I'm running plays like I'm Dak.
Yeah.
Big Spain, tell me what we need to do to bring Rudy chicken back.
Hold on.
That old Dallas swag. Hey, as soon as I get to the crib, I'ma roll Cali grass.
Yeah.
Rap game, Cooper flag.
Yeah.
I'm running plays like I'm Dak. Big Spain, tell me what we need to do to bring Rudy chicken back.
Boy, that's jamming right there, bro.
Chicken back.
Drop that one, deGrom, and Johnny Damn D. Drop that. Hey, it's another fight weekend. My man Rolly Romero. My man Rolly. I love Rolly. I love his little squeaky voice. He defends his welterweight title against world champion Teofimo Lopez. That happened Saturday night at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. It's a pay-per-view situation. DAZN, Prime Videos, all the other good stuff. Both have the same amounts of losses and the same amount of knockouts, so it should be a pretty good fight, but not the same amount of fights. Teo has more. He's longer in the tooth. The final press conference was yesterday, and I watched it here right after the show.
Nice.
I stayed here to watch it, and I was pressing record because I knew there was going to be some fireworks. Rolly is a character. Teofimo Lopez on the other side, he's a more calm guy. He's about business, but his dad can talk a little bit. His dad is the trainer, Teofimo Sr.
And he has something
to bro. Come on,
yeah,
come on, bro.
Yeah,
it was really worth it.
Nice.
Dad was fired up because he does not like the respect that his son is not getting out here in the boxing world, and he has something to say about it.
Anyway, my son is saying the truth.
And they can say whatever they want, but I ain't a damn liar, all right?
That's Rolly's little voice. If he called me on the phone, I'm like, I'll kick your ass, fool.
Anyway, my son is saying the truth.
And they can say whatever they want, but I ain't a damn liar, all right? I never been a liar. Everyone knows in boxing I ain't never been a liar.
You're going to get your chance, Rolly. Come Saturday night, when you corner a dog, he's going to come and fight. So everybody expect a fight. There's not going to be no hugging in this fight.
Come on.
It's going to be a real fight. And this is a fight against the whole world, the whole industry, the whole boxing community. My son was not in the pound-for-pound list when he beat Josh Taylor, undisputed champion, and they didn't put him in the pound-for-pound list. That fight on January was a lamentable fight to destroy my son, and now we're coming back to everybody up because my son loves it when he's down.
Junior, what's your game plan for me?
That saved my life. Thank God we lost. Because I'm coming with a vengeance to everybody that want to with my son. Motherfuckers.
Yes. A lot of personality in here.
Teofimo Sr., bro, sitting there with them. He had that Miami Cuban link chains on, just shining up there. Talking big-ish. I can't wait to watch this fight Saturday night.
Rolly sounds like he's much more apt to be in the AV club than the boxing club. But these guys are both knockout guys that have lost.
They're both great fighters.
Yeah.
They're both great fighters. Yeah, they can knock somebody out. That boy Rolly got a stroll. He got a mean punch on him. But I think that chin might be kind of weak. Rolly Romero's, his trainer, has something to say back to Teofimo Lopez Sr. for all that trash talking he just did.
I am not a clown. I am a trainer. So the day of the fight is the day we show what we have. That's it. Simple.
Yeah.
Simple.
Do you think Teofimo Sr. is a real trainer?
How many champions he made?
By the way, that guy right there is being really, really messy. Whoever just asked that question. You think he's a real trainer?
Dad trainer.
Yeah, you think he's real?
Yeah.
He's not like you, you're certified. This guy is just a father.
Do you think Teofimo Sr. is a real trainer?
How many champions he make?
2020 Trainer of the Year.
But how many champions you make it?
2020 Trainer of the Year.
Yes, of course, because you beat what name?
I don't see you Trainer of the Year.
You beat Lomachenko.
Right? And Josh Taylor. And Comey, where he's here right now.
Not really. I
He's
don't
here.
waste my energy.
Hi, Comey.
Coming down to your level. I am cool guy. I am working hard.
Listen, you're the one that started
Everything-
calling people a clown. I was leaving you
Anyone,
the alone.
anyone in my corner.
You started
real
calling me a
deal.
clown, bro. Shut the up.
Now,
Go
you are
back
a
to
clown.
Cuba.
You know that.
Go back to Cuba.
Not very nice.
Does that not get your juices flowing to watch a fight? I want to
does.
see those fool on the
I'm in.
undercard.
Yeah,
I don't even want to see Teofimo Lopez and Rolly fight. I want to see those two on the undercard right now.
People are really dunking on him as a trainer. Do you have any feel for how legit he actually is?
No.
Not yet.
No, I really can't. I can't call it. Because when you see one guy, he might have a guy might have a flash for a year, then they figure him out as a trainer, and now all your boxers kind of look crazy for a second.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Spence.
Yeah, it's true.
It's super important for a career. Have the best trainer.
Absolutely, 100%. Absolutely, 100%. Speaking of training and trainers, that fight is Saturday night. To all you fight fans, that's me. I'm with that. Hold up.
This year went by so fast, I forgot to lose weight. Like, damn, this is going by too fast, and food be too good.
Yeah, you good, yeah.
Too good.
You are good, yeah. LA Live, 105.3 The Fan, Feel Good Friday. Let me give a shout out to Big Fred Davis. Big Fred Davis from the night show here on 105.3 The Fan, all you fatties and everything. Shout out to y'all. Big Fred Davis, he put up 225 15 times.
And boy, Freddie D.
225 pounds 15 times. Big Fred is over 40, baby.
Yeah, he is.
Okay. So shout out to that old man strength right there.
He did it with the suicide grip.
He did it
with the legs up.
Let's go, bro.
Getting no lower body help.
And no
with
squat.
the push. And the first 10 were easy money. And the whole thing was impressive.
Just to know that you can do that is something else, because I work out a lot from time to time. In spurts. But I don't just go for like the heaviest thing and try to lift it.
Right.
I'm really in there trying to work out. So just to know that you can go 225 15 times, it's something else. I gave it a shot the other day. Tell you right now, with no spotter, I can probably get 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Then it starts getting real funny looking.
Yeah.
It gets real shaky.
Hanging over to the right.
Help. It's an emergency.
Sometimes you just unrack it and hold it and you go, no. Yeah.
That's not it.
It's not my day.
I mean, that's got to put you in the top 5 or 10
It's got
percentile.
to. It has to.
It's still
it has to
incredible.
100%.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing. As of late, I've been doing a lot of